Chapter 35 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 35. Esther's Narrative.
I lay ill through several weeks, and the usual tenor of my life became like an old remembrance. But this was not the effect of time so much as of the change in all my habits made by the helplessness and inaction of a sick-room. Before I had been confined to it many days, everything else seemed to have retired into a remote distance where there was little or no separation between the various stages of my life, which had been really divided by years. In falling ill, I seemed to have crossed a dark lake and to have left all my experiences mingled together by the great distance on the healthy shore. My housekeeping duties, though at first it caused me great anxiety to think that they were unperformed, were soon as far off as the oldest of the old duties at Greenleaf, or the summer afternoons when I went home from school with my portfolio under my arm and my childish shadow at my side to my godmother's house. I had never known before how short life really was, and into how small a space the mind could put it. While I was very ill, the way in which these divisions of time became confused with one another distressed my mind exceedingly. At once a child, an elder girl, and the little woman I had been so happy as, I was not only oppressed by cares and difficulties adapted to each station, but by the great perplexity of endlessly trying to reconcile them. I suppose that few who have not been in such a condition can quite understand what I mean, or what painful unrest arose from this source. For the same reason, I am almost afraid to hint at that time in my disorder. It seemed one long night, but I believe there were both nights and days in it, when I laboured up colossal staircases, ever striving to reach the top, and ever turned as I have seen a worm in a garden path by some obstruction, and labouring again. I knew perfectly at intervals, and I think vaguely at most times, that I was in my bed, and I talked with Charley and felt her touch, and knew her very well, yet I would find myself complaining, "Oh, more of these never-ending stairs, Charley, more and more, piled up to the sky, I think," and labouring on again. Dare I hint at that worst time when, strung together somewhere in great black space, there was a flaming necklace or ring or starry circle of some kind, of which I was one of the beads, and when my only prayer was to be taken off from the rest, and when it was such inexplicable agony and misery to be a part of the dreadful thing? Perhaps the less I say of these sick experiences, the less tedious and the more intelligible I shall be. I do not recall them to make others unhappy, or because I am now the least unhappy in remembering them. It may be that if we knew more of such strange afflictions, we might be the better able to alleviate their intensity. The repose that succeeded the long delicious sleep, the blissful rest, when in my weakness I was too calm to have any care for myself, and could have heard, or so I think now, that I was dying, with no other emotion than with a pitying love for those I left behind, this state can be perhaps more widely understood. I was in this state when I first shrunk from the light as it twinkled on me once more, and knew with a boundless joy for which no words are rapturous enough that I should see again. I had heard my Ada crying at the door day and night. I had heard her calling to me that I was cruel and did not love her. I had heard her praying and imploring to be let in, to nurse and comfort me, and to leave my bedside no more. But I had only said, when I could speak, "Never, my sweet girl, never!" And I had over and over again reminded Charley that she was to keep my darling from the room, whether I lived or died. Charley had been true to me in that time of need, and with her little hand and her great heart had kept the door fast. But now, my sight strengthening and the glorious light coming every day more fully and brightly on me, I could read the letters that my dear wrote to me every morning and evening, and could put them to my lips and lay my cheek upon them with no fear of hurting her. I could see my little maid, so tender and so careful, going about the 2 rooms setting everything in order and speaking cheerfully to Ada from the open window again. I could understand the stillness in the house and the thoughtfulness it expressed on the part of all those who had always been so good to me. I could weep in the exquisite felicity of my heart and be as happy in my weakness as ever I had been in my strength. By and by my strength began to be restored. Instead of lying, with so strange a calmness, watching what was done for me as if it were done for some one else whom I was quietly sorry for, I helped it a little, and so on to a little more, and much more, until I became useful to myself, and interested, and attached to life again. How well I remember the pleasant afternoon when I was raised in bed with pillows for the first time to enjoy a great tea-drinking with Charley. The little creature, sent into the world surely to minister to the weak and sick, was so happy and so busy and stopped so often in her preparations to lay her head upon my bosom and fondle me and cry with joyful tears she was so glad, that I was obliged to say, "Charley, if you go on in this way, I must lie down again, my darling, for I am weaker than I thought I was." So Charley became as quiet as a mouse and took her bright face here and there, across and across the 2 rooms, out of the shade into the divine sunshine, and out of the sunshine into the shade, while I watched her peacefully. When all her preparations were concluded, and the pretty tea-table with its little delicacies to tempt me, and its white cloth, and its flowers, and everything so lovingly and beautifully arranged for me by Ada downstairs, was ready at the bedside, I felt sure I was steady enough to say something to Charley that was not new to my thoughts. First I complimented Charley on the room, and indeed it was so fresh and airy, so spotless and neat, that I could scarcely believe I had been lying there so long. This delighted Charley, and her face was brighter than before. "Yet, Charley," said I, looking round, "I miss something, surely, that I am accustomed to." Poor little Charley looked round too, and pretended to shake her head as if there was nothing absent. "Are the pictures all as they used to be?" I asked her. "Every one of them, miss," said Charley. "And the furniture, Charley?" "Except where I've moved it about to make more room, miss." "And yet," said I miss some familiar object. Ah, I know what it is, Charley. It's the looking-glass." Charley got up from the table, making as if she had forgotten something, and went into the next room, and I heard her sob there. I had thought of this very often. I was now certain of it. I could thank God that it was not a shock to me now. I called Charley back, and when she came, at first pretending to smile, but as she drew nearer to me, looking grieved, I took her in my arms and said, "It matters very little, Charley. I hope I can do without my old face very well." I was presently so far advanced as to be able to sit up in a great chair, and even giddily to walk into the adjoining room, leaning on Charley. The mirror was gone from its usual place in that room too, but what I had to bear was none the harder to bear for that. My guardian had throughout been earnest to visit me, and there was now no good reason why I should deny myself that happiness. He came one morning, and when he first came in, could only hold me in his embrace and say, "My dear, dear girl!" I had long known, who could know better, what a deep fountain of affection and generosity his heart was, and was it not worth my trivial suffering and change to fill such a place in it? Oh, yes, I thought, he has seen me, and he loves me better than he did. He has seen me, and is even fonder of me than he was before. And what have I to mourn for? He sat down by me on the sofa, supporting me with his arm. For a little while he sat with his hand over his face, but when he removed it, fell into his usual manner. There never can have been, there never can be, a pleasanter manner.
"My little woman,"
said he,
"what a sad time this has been! Such an inflexible little woman, too, through all."
"Only for the best, guardian," said I.
"For the best,"
he repeated tenderly.
"Of course, for the best. But here have Ada and I been perfectly forlorn and miserable. Here has your friend Caddy been coming and going late and early. Here has every one about the house been utterly lost and dejected. Here has even poor Rick been writing to me, too, in his anxiety for you."
I had read of Caddy and Ada's letters, but not of Richard. I told him so.
"Why, no, my dear,"
he replied.
"I have thought it better not to mention it to her."
"And you speak of his writing to you?" said I, repeating his emphasis. "As if it were not natural for him to do so, guardian. As if he could write to a better friend."
"He thinks he could, my love,"
returned my guardian,
"and to many a better. The truth is, he wrote to me under a sort of protest, while unable to write to you with any hope of an answer. Wrote coldly, haughtily, distantly, resentfully. Well, dearest little woman, we must look forbearingly on it. He is not to blame. Jarndyce and Jarndyce has warped him out of himself and perverted me in his eyes. I have known it do as bad deeds and worse many a time. If two angels could be concerned in it, I believe it would change their nature."
"It has not changed yours, guardian."
"Oh, yes, it has, my dear,"
he said laughingly.
"It has made the south wind easterly, I don't know how often. Rick mistrusts and suspects me, goes to lawyers, and is taught to mistrust and suspect me. Hears I have conflicting interests, claims clashing against his, and what not. Whereas heaven knows that if I could get out of the mountains of wiglomeration on which my unfortunate name has been so long bestowed, which I can't, or could level them by the extinction of my own original right, which I can't either, and no human power ever can anyhow, I believe, to such a pass have we got, I would do it this hour. I would rather restore to poor Rick his proper nature than be endowed with all the money that dead suitors, broken heart and soul upon the wheel of Chancery, have left unclaimed with the Accountant General. That's money enough, my dear, to be cast into a pyramid in memory of Chancery's transcendent wickedness."
"Is it possible, guardian," I asked, amazed, "that Richard can be suspicious of you?"
"Ah, my love," he said, "it is in the subtle poison of such abuses to breed such diseases. His blood is infected, and objects lose their natural aspects in his sight. It is not his fault."
"But it is a terrible misfortune, guardian."
"It is a terrible misfortune, little woman, to be ever drawn within the influences of Jarndyce and Jarndyce. I know none greater. By little and little he has been induced to trust in that rotten reed, and it communicates some portion of its rottenness to everything around him. But again I say with all my soul, we must be patient with poor Rick, and not blame him. What a troop of fine fresh hearts like this have I seen in my time, turned by the same means!"
I could not help expressing something of my wonder and regret that his benevolent, disinterested intentions had prospered so little.
"We must not say so, Dame Durden,"
he cheerfully replied.
"Ada is the happier, I hope, and that is much. I did think that I and both these young creatures might be friends instead of distrustful foes, and that we might so far counteract the suit and prove too strong for it. But it was too much to expect. Jarndyce and Jarndyce was the curtain of Rick's cradle."
"But, guardian, may we not hope that a little experience will teach him what a false and wretched thing it is?"
"We will hope so, my Esther,"
said Mr. Jarndyce,
"and that it may not teach him so too late. In any case we must not be hard on him. There are not many grown and matured men living while we speak, good men too, who, if they were thrown into this same court as suitors, would not be vitally changed and depreciated within 3 years, within 2, within 1. How can we stand amazed at poor Rick? A young man so unfortunate."
Here he fell into a lower tone, as if he were thinking aloud.
"Cannot at first believe, who could, that Chancery is what it is. He looks to it, flushed and fitfully, to do something with his interests and bring them to some settlement. It procrastinates, disappoints, tries, tortures him, wears out his sanguine hopes and patience, thread by thread, but he still looks to it, and hankers after it, and finds his whole world treacherous and hollow. Well, 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 enough of this, my dear."
He had supported me, as at first, all this time, and his tenderness was so precious to me that I leaned my head upon his shoulder and loved him as if he had been my father. I resolved in my own mind, in this little pause, by some means, to see Richard when I grew strong and try to set him right.
"There are better subjects than these," said my guardian, "for such a joyful time as the time of our dear girl's recovery, and I had a commission to broach one of them as soon as I should begin to talk. When shall Ada come to see you, my love?"
I had been thinking of that too, a little in connexion with the absent mirrors, but not much, for I knew my loving girl would be changed by no change in my looks. "Dear guardian," said I, "as I have shut her out so long, though indeed she is like the light to me."
"I know it well, Dame Durden, well."
"He was so good. His touch expressed such endearing compassion and affection, and the tone of his voice carried such comfort into my heart, that I stopped for a little while, quite unable to go on.
"Yes, yes, you are tired,"
said he.
"Rest a little."
"As I have kept Ada out so long," I began afresh after a short while, "I think I should like to have my own way a little longer, guardian. It would be best to be away from here before I see her. If Charley and I were to go to some country lodging as soon as I can move, and if I had a week there in which to grow stronger and to be revived by the sweet air and to look forward to the happiness of having Ada with me again, I think it would be better for us. I hope it was not a poor thing in me to wish to be a little more used to my altered self before I met the eyes of the dear girl I longed so ardently to see, but it is the truth. I did. He understood me, I was sure, but I was not afraid of that. If it were a poor thing, I knew he would pass it over.
"Our spoilt little woman,"
said my guardian,
"shall have her own way even in her inflexibility, though at the price, I know, of tears downstairs. And see here. Here is Boythorn, heart of chivalry, breathing such ferocious vows as never were breathed on paper before, that if you don't go and occupy his whole house, he having already turned out of it expressly for that purpose, by heaven and by earth he'll pull it down and not leave one brick standing on another."
And my guardian put a letter in my hand, without any ordinary beginning such as "My dear Jarndyce," but rushing at once into the words, I swear if Miss Summerson do not come down and take possession of my house, which I vacate for her this day at 1 o'clock p.m." And then with the utmost seriousness and in the most emphatic terms, going on to make the extraordinary declaration he had quoted. We did not appreciate the right of the less for laughing heartily over it, and we settled that I should send him a letter of thanks on the morrow and accept his offer. It was a most agreeable one to me, for all the places I could have thought of, I should have liked to go to none so well as Chesney Wold.
"Now, little housewife," said my guardian, looking at his watch, "I was strictly timed before I came upstairs, for you must not be tired too soon, and my time has waned away to the last minute. I have one other petition. Little Miss Flite, hearing a rumour that you were ill, made nothing of walking down here, 20 miles, poor soul, in a pair of dancing shoes, to inquire. It was heaven's mercy we were at home, or she would have walked back again." The old conspiracy to make me happy. Everybody seemed to be in it. "Now, pet," said my guardian, "if it would not be irksome to you to admit the harmless little creature one afternoon before you save Boythorn's otherwise devoted house from demolition, I believe you would make her prouder and better pleased with herself than I, though my eminent name is Jarndyce, could do in a lifetime." I have no doubt he knew there would be something in the simple image of the poor afflicted creature that would fall like a gentle lesson on my mind at that time. I felt it as he spoke to me. I could not tell him heartily enough how ready I was to receive her. I had always pitied her, never so much as now. I had always been glad of my little power to soothe her under her calamity, but never, never half so glad before. We arranged a time for Miss Flite to come out by the coach and share my early dinner. When my guardian left me, I turned my face away upon my couch and prayed to be forgiven if I, surrounded by such blessings, had magnified to myself the little trial that I had to undergo. The childish prayer of that old birthday, when I had aspired to be industrious, contented, and true-hearted, and to do good to some one and win some love to myself if I could, came back into my mind with a reproachful sense of all the happiness I had since enjoyed, and all the affectionate hearts that had been turned towards me. If I were weak now, what had I profited by those mercies? I repeated the old childish prayer in its old childish words, and found that its old peace had not departed from it. My guardian now came every day. In a week or so more I could walk about our rooms and hold long talks with Ada from behind the window-curtain. Yet I never saw her, for I had not as yet the courage to look at the dear face, though I could have done so easily without her seeing me. On the appointed day Miss Flite arrived. The poor little creature ran into my room, quite forgetful of her usual dignity, and crying from her very heart of hearts, "My dear Fitz Jarndyce!" fell upon my neck and kissed me 20 times. "Dear me," said she, putting her hand into her reticule, "I have nothing here but documents, my dear Fitz Jarndyce. I must borrow a pocket-handkerchief." Charley gave her one, and the good creature certainly made use of it, for she held it to her eyes with both hands and sat so, shedding tears for the next 10 minutes. "With pleasure, my dear Fitz Jarndyce," she was careful to explain. "Not the least pain. Pleasure to see you well again. Pleasure at having the honour of being admitted to see you. I am so much fonder of you, my love, than of the Chancellor, though I do attend court regularly. By the by, my dear, mentioning pocket-handkerchiefs." Miss Flite here looked at Charley, who had been to meet her at the place where the coach stopped. Charley glanced at me and looked unwilling to pursue the suggestion. "Very right,"
said Miss Flite. "Very correct, truly. Highly indiscreet of me to mention it. But, my dear Miss Fitz-Jarndyce, I am afraid I am at times, between ourselves you wouldn't think it, a little rambling, you know," said Miss Flite, touching her forehead. "Nothing more." "What were you going to tell me?" said I, smiling, for I saw she wanted to go on. "You have roused my curiosity, and now you must gratify it." Miss Flite looked at Charley for advice in this important crisis, who said, "If you please, ma'am, you'd better tell then," and therein gratified Miss Flite beyond measure. "So sagacious, our young friend," said she to me in her mysterious way. "Diminutive, but very sagacious. Well, my dear, it's a pretty anecdote, nothing more. Still, I think it charming. Who should follow us down the road from the coach, my dear, but a poor person in a very ungenteel bonnet?" "Jenny, if you please, miss," said Charley. "Just so," Miss Flite acquiesced with the greatest suavity. "Jenny. Yes. And what does she tell our young friend but there has been a lady with a veil inquiring at her cottage after my dear Fitz-Jarndyce's health, and taking a handkerchief away with her as a little keepsake merely because it was my amiable Fitz-Jarndyce's. Now, you know, so very prepossessing in the lady with the veil." "If you please, miss," said Charley, to whom I looked in some astonishment, "Jenny says that when her baby died you left a handkerchief there, and that you put it away and kept it with the baby's little things. I think, if you please, partly because it was yours, miss, and partly because it had covered the baby." "Diminutive," whispered Miss Flite, making a variety of motions about her own forehead to express intellect in Charley. "But exceedingly sagacious. And so, dear, my love, she is clearer than any counsel I ever heard." "Yes, Charley," I returned, "I remember it. Well?" "Well, miss," said Charley, "and that's the handkerchief the lady took. And Jenny wants you to know that she wouldn't have made away with it herself for a heap of money, but that the lady took it and left some money instead. Jenny don't know her at all, if you please, miss." "Why, who can she be?" said I. "My love," Miss Flite suggested, advancing her lips to my ear with her most mysterious look, "in my opinion, don't mention this to our diminutive friend, she's the Lord Chancellor's wife. He is married, you know, and I understand she leads him a terrible life. Throws his lordship's papers into the fire, my dear, if he won't pay the jeweller." I did not think very much about this lady then, for I had an impression that it might be Caddy. Besides, my attention was diverted by my visitor, who was cold after her ride and looked hungry, and who, our dinner being brought in, required some little assistance in arraying herself with great satisfaction in a pitiable old scarf and a much-worn, often-mended pair of gloves, which she had brought down in a paper parcel. I had to preside, too, over the entertainment, consisting of a dish of fish, a roast fowl, a sweetbread, vegetables, pudding, and Madeira, and it was so pleasant to see how she enjoyed it, and with what state and ceremony she did honour to it, that I was soon thinking of nothing else. When we had finished and had our little dessert before us, embellished by the hands of my dear, who would yield the superintendence of everything, prepared for me to no one, Miss Flite was so very chatty and happy that I thought I would lead her to her own history. As she was always pleased to talk about herself, I began by saying, "You have attended on the Lord Chancellor many years, Miss Flite." "Oh, many, many, many years, my dear, but I expect a judgment shortly." There was an anxiety, even in her hopefulness, that made me doubtful if I had done right in approaching the subject. I thought I would say no more about it. "My father expected a judgment," said Miss Flite. "My brother, my sister, they all expected a judgment, the same that I expect." "They are all—" "Yes, dead, of course, my dear," said she. As I saw she would go on, I thought it best to try to be serviceable to her by meeting the theme rather than avoiding it. "Would it not be wiser," said I, "to expect this judgment no more?" "Why, my dear," she answered promptly, "of course it would." "And to attend the court no more?" "Equally, of course," said she. "Very wearing to be always in expectation of what never comes, my dear Fitz Jarndyce. Wearing, I assure you, to the bone." She slightly showed me her arm, and it was fearfully thin indeed. "But, my dear," she went on in her mysterious way, "there's a dreadful attraction in the place. Shh! Don't mention it to our diminutive friend when she comes in, or it may frighten her. With good reason. There's a cruel attraction in the place. You can't leave it, and you must expect." I tried to assure her that it was not so. She heard me patiently and smilingly, but was ready with her own answer. "Ay, ay, ay! You think so because I'm a little rambling. Very absurd to be a little rambling, is it not? Very confusing, too, to the head. I find it so. But, my dear, I have been there many years, and I have noticed. It's the mace and seal upon the table." What could they do, did she think? I mildly asked her. "Draw," returned Miss Flite. "Draw people on, my dear. Draw peace out of them, sense out of them, good looks out of them, good qualities out of them. I have felt them even drawing my rest away in the night. Cold and glittering devils." She tapped me several times upon the arm and nodded good-humouredly, as if she were anxious I should understand that I had no cause to fear her, though she spoke so gloomily and confided these awful secrets to me. "Let me see," said she. "I'll tell you my own case, before they ever drew me, before I had ever seen them. What was it I used to do? Tambourine playing? No, tambour work. I and my sister worked at tambour work. Our father and our brother had a builder's business. We all lived together. Very respectably, my dear. First, our father was drawn, slowly. Home was drawn with him. In a few years he was a fierce, sour, angry bankrupt without a kind word or a kind look for any one. He had been so different, Fitz Jarndyce. He was drawn to a debtor's prison. There he died. Then our brother was drawn, swiftly, to drunkenness and rags and death. And my sister was drawn, never ask to what. Then I was ill and in misery, and heard, as I had often heard before, that this was all the work of Chancery. When I got better, I went to look at the monster, and then I found out how it was, and I was drawn to stay there." Having got over her own short narrative, in the delivery of which she had spoken in a low, strained voice, as if the shock were fresh upon her, she gradually resumed her usual air of amiable importance. "You don't quite credit me, my dear. Well, well, you will some day. I am a little rambling, but I have noticed. I've seen many new faces come, unsuspicious, within the influence of the mace and seal in these many years. As my fathers came there, as my brothers, as my sisters, as my own, I hear Conversation Kenge and the rest of them say to the new faces, 'Here's little Miss Flite. Oh, you are new here, and you must come and be presented to little Miss Flite. Very good. Proud, I am sure, to have the honour, and we all laugh. But, Fitz Jarndyce, I know what will happen. I know far better than they do when the attraction has begun. I know the signs, my dear. I saw them begin in Gridley, and I saw them end. Fitz Jarndyce, my love," speaking low again, "I saw them beginning in our friend, the Warden Jarndyce. Let some one hold him back, or he'll be drawn to ruin." She looked at me in silence for some moments, with her face gradually softening into a smile. Seeming to fear that she had been too gloomy, and seeming also to lose the connection in her mind, she said politely, as she sipped her glass of wine, "Yes, my dear, as I was saying, I expect a judgment shortly. Then I shall release my birds, you know, and confer estates." I was much impressed by her allusion to Richard, and by the sad meaning, so sadly illustrated in her poor pinched form, that made its way through all her incoherence. But happily for her, she was quite complacent again now, and beamed with nods and smiles. "Oh, but, my dear," she said gaily, reaching another hand to put it upon mine, "you have not congratulated me on my physician. Positively not once yet." I was obliged to confess that I did not quite know what she meant. "My physician, Mr. Woodcourt, my dear, who was so exceedingly attentive to me, though his services were rendered quite gratuitously, until the day of judgment. I mean the judgment that will dissolve the spell upon me of the mace and seal." "Mr. Woodcourt is so far away now," said I, "that I thought the time for such congratulation was past, Miss Flite." "But, my child," she returned, "is it possible that you don't know what has happened?" "No," said I. "Not what everybody has been talking of, my beloved Fitz Jarndyce?" "No," said I. "You forget how long I've been here." "True, my dear, for the moment, true. I blame myself. But my memory has been drawn out of me, with everything else, by what I mentioned. Very strong influence, is it not? Well, my dear, there has been a terrible shipwreck over in those East Indian seas." "Mr. Woodcourt shipwrecked?" "Don't be agitated, my dear. He is safe. An awful scene. Death in all shapes. Hundreds of dead and dying. Fire, storm, and darkness. Numbers of the drowning thrown upon a rock. There, and through it all, my dear physician was a hero. Calm and brave through everything. Saved many lives. Never complained in hunger and thirst. Wrapped naked people in his spare clothes. Took the lead. Showed them what to do. Governed them. Tended the sick. Buried the dead. And brought the poor survivors safely off at last. My dear, the poor emaciated creatures all but worshipped him. They fell down at his feet when they got to the land and blessed him. The whole country rings with it. Stay! Where's my bag of documents? I have got it there, and you shall read it. You shall read it." And I did read all the noble history, though very slowly and imperfectly then, for my eyes were so dimmed that I could not see the words, and I cried so much that I was many times obliged to lay down the long account she had cut out of the newspaper. I felt so triumphant ever to have known the man who had done such generous and gallant deeds. I felt such glowing exultation in his renown. I so admired and loved what he had done that I envied the storm-worn people who had fallen at his feet and blessed him as their preserver. I could myself have kneeled down then, so far away, and blessed him in my rapture that he should be so truly good and brave. I felt that no one, mother, sister, wife, could honour him more than I. I did, indeed. My poor little visitor made me a present of the account, and when, as the evening began to close in, she rose to take her leave, lest she should miss the coach by which she was to return, she was still full of the shipwreck, which I had not yet sufficiently composed myself to understand in all its details. "My dear," said she as she carefully folded up her scarf and gloves, "my brave physician ought to have a title bestowed upon him, and no doubt he will. You are of that opinion?" That he well deserved one, yes. That he would ever have one, no. "Why not, Fitz Jarndyce?" she asked rather sharply. I said it was not the custom in England to confer titles on men distinguished by peaceful services, however good and great, unless occasionally when they consisted of the accumulation of some very large amount of money. "Why, good gracious!" said Miss Flite. "How can you say that? Surely you know, my dear, that all the greatest ornaments of England in knowledge, imagination, active humanity, and improvement of every sort are added to its nobility. Look round you, my dear, and consider. You must be rambling a little now, I think, if you don't know that this is the great reason why titles will always last in the land." I am afraid she believed what she said, for there were moments when she was very mad indeed. And now I must part with a little secret I have thus far tried to keep. I had thought sometimes that Mr. Woodcourt loved me, and that if he had been richer he would perhaps have told me that he loved me before he went away. I had thought sometimes that if he had done so I should have been glad of it. But how much better it was now that this had never happened! What should I have suffered if I had had to write to him and tell him that the poor face he had known as mine was quite gone from me, and that I freely released him from his bondage to one whom he had never seen? Oh, it was so much better as it was! With a great pang mercifully spared me, I could take back to my heart my childish prayer to be all he had so brightly shown himself, and there was nothing to be undone, no chain for me to break or for him to drag, and I could go, please God, my lowly way along the path of duty, and he could go his nobler way upon its broader road, and though we were apart upon the journey, I might aspire to meet him, unselfishly, innocently, better far than he had thought me when I found some favour in his eyes at the journey's end.
End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 36. Chesney Wold. Charley and I did not set off alone upon our expedition into Lincolnshire. My guardian had made up his mind not to lose sight of me until I was safe in Mr. Boythorn's house. So he accompanied us, and we were 2 days upon the road. I found every breath of air, and every scent, and every flower and leaf and blade of grass, and every passing cloud, and everything in nature, more beautiful and wonderful to me than I had ever found it yet. This was my first gain from my illness. How little I had lost, when the wide world was so full of delight for me! My guardian intending to go back immediately, we appointed, on our way down, a day when my dear girl should come. I wrote her a letter of which he took charge, and he left us within half an hour of our arrival at our destination, on a delightful evening in the early summer-time. If a good fairy had built the house for me with a wave of her wand, and I had been a princess and her favoured godchild, I could not have been more considered in it. So many preparations were made for me, and such an endearing remembrance was shown of all my little tastes and likings, that I could have sat down, overcome, 12 times before I had revisited half the rooms.
I did better than that, however, by showing them all to Charley instead. Charley's delight calmed mine, and after we had had a walk in the garden, and Charley had exhausted her whole vocabulary of admiring expressions, I was as tranquilly happy as I ought to have been. It was a great comfort to be able to say to myself after tea, "Esther, my dear, I think you are quite sensible enough to sit down now and write a note of thanks to your host." He had left a note of welcome for me, as sunny as his own face, and had confided his bird to my care, which I knew to be his highest mark of confidence. Accordingly, I wrote a little note to him in London, telling him how all his favourite plants and trees were looking, and how the most astonishing of birds had chirped the honours of the house to me in the most hospitable manner, and how, after singing on my shoulder, to the inconceivable rapture of my little maid, he was then at roost in the usual corner of his cage, but whether dreaming or no, I could not report. My note finished and sent off to the post, I made myself very busy in unpacking and arranging, and I sent Charley to bed in good time and told her I should want her no more that night. For I had not yet looked in the glass, and had never asked to have my own restored to me. I knew this to be a weakness which must be overcome, but I had always said to myself that I would begin afresh when I got to where I now was. Therefore I had wanted to be alone, and therefore I said, "Now alone in my own room, Esther, if you are to be happy, if you are to have any right to pray to be true-hearted, you must keep your word, my dear." I was quite resolved to keep it, but I sat down for a little while first to reflect upon all my blessings, and then I said my prayers and thought a little more. My hair had not been cut off, though it had been in danger more than once. It was long and thick. I let it down, and shook it out, and went up to the glass upon the dressing-table. There was a little muslin curtain drawn across it. I drew it back, and stood for a moment looking through such a veil of my own hair that I could see nothing else. Then I put my hair aside and looked at the reflection in the mirror, encouraged by seeing how placidly it looked at me. I was very much changed. Oh, very, very much. At first my face was so strange to me that I think I should have put my hands before it and started back, but for the encouragement I have mentioned. Very soon it became more familiar, and then I knew the extent of the alteration in it better than I had done at first. It was not like what I had expected, but I had expected nothing definite, and I dare say anything definite would have surprised me. I had never been a beauty, and had never thought myself one, but I had been very different from this. It was all gone now. Heaven was so good to me that I could let it go with a few not bitter tears, and could stand there arranging my hair for the night quite thankfully. One thing troubled me, and I considered it for a long time before I went to sleep. I had kept Mr. Woodcourt's flowers. When they were withered, I had dried them and put them in a book that I was fond of. Nobody knew this, not even Ada. I was doubtful whether I had a right to preserve what he had sent to one so different, whether it was generous towards him to do it. I wished to be generous to him, even in the secret depths of my heart, which he would never know, because I could have loved him, could have been devoted to him. At last I came to the conclusion that I might keep them, if I treasured them, only as a remembrance of what was irrevocably past and gone, never to be looked back on any more, in any other light. I hope this may not seem trivial. I was very much in earnest. I took care to be up early in the morning, and to be before the glass when Charley came in on tiptoe. "Dear, dear miss!" cried Charley, starting. "Is that you?" "Yes, Charley," said I, quietly putting up my hair, "and I am very well indeed, and very happy." I saw it was a weight off Charley's mind, but it was a greater weight off mine. I knew the worst now, and was composed to it. I shall not conceal, as I go on, the weaknesses I could not quite conquer, but they always passed from me soon, and the happier frame of mind stayed by me faithfully. Wishing to be fully re-established in my strength and in my good spirits before Ada came, I now laid down a little series of plans with Charley for being in the fresh air all day long. We were to be out before breakfast, and were to dine early, and were to be out again before and after dinner, and were to talk in the garden after tea, and were to go to rest betimes, and were to climb every hill and explore every road, lane, and field in the neighbourhood. As to restoratives and strengthening delicacies, Mr. Boythorn's good housekeeper was for ever trotting about with something to eat or drink in her hand. I could not even be heard of as resting in the park, but she would come trotting after me with a basket, her cheerful face shining with a lecture on the importance of frequent nourishment. Then there was a pony expressly for my riding, a chubby pony with a short neck and a mane all over his eyes, who could canter, when he would, so easily and quietly that he was a treasure. In a very few days he would come to me in the paddock when I called him, and eat out of my hand, and follow me about. We arrived at such a capital understanding that when he was jogging with me lazily and rather obstinately down some shady lane, if I patted his neck and said, "Stubbs, I'm surprised you don't canter when you know how much I like it, and I think you might oblige me, for you're only getting stupid and going to sleep," he would give his head a comical shake or two and set off directly, while Charley would stand still and laugh with such enjoyment that her laughter was like music. I don't know who had given Stubbs his name, but it seemed to belong to him as naturally as his rough coat. Once we put him in a little chaise and drove him triumphantly through the green lanes for 5 miles, but all at once, as we were extolling him to the skies, he seemed to take it ill that he should have been accompanied so far by the circle of tantalizing little gnats that had been hovering around and round his ears the whole way without appearing to advance an inch, and stopped to think about it. I suppose he came to the decision that it was not to be borne, for he steadily refused to move until I gave the reins to Charley and got out and walked, when he followed me with a sturdy sort of good humour, putting his head under my arm and rubbing his ear against my sleeve. It was in vain for me to say, "Now, Stubbs, I feel quite sure from what I know of you that you will go on if I ride a little while," for the moment I left him he stood stock still again. Consequently I was obliged to lead the way as before, and in this order we returned home, to the great delight of the village. Charley and I had reason to call it the most friendly of villages, I am sure, for in a week's time the people were so glad to see us go by, though ever so frequently in the course of a day, that there were faces of greeting in every cottage. I had known many of the grown people before, and almost all the children, but now the very steeple began to wear a familiar and affectionate look. Among my new friends was an old woman who lived in such a little thatched and whitewashed dwelling that when the outside shutter was turned up on its hinges it shut up the whole house front. This old lady had a grandson who was a sailor, and I wrote a letter to him for her and drew at the top of it the chimney-corner in which she had brought him up, and where his old stool yet occupied its old place. This was considered by the whole village the most wonderful achievement in the world, but when an answer came back all the way from Plymouth, in which he mentioned that he was going to take the picture all the way to America, and from America would write again, I got all the credit that ought to have been given to the post-office, and was invested with the merit of the whole system. Thus, what with being so much in the air, playing with so many children, gossiping with so many people, sitting on invitation in so many cottages, going on with Charley's education, and writing long letters to Ada every day, I had scarcely any time to think about that little loss of mine, and was almost always cheerful. If I did think of it at odd moments, now and then, I had only to be busy and forget it. I felt it more than I had hoped I should once when a little child said, "Mother, why is the lady not a pretty lady now, like she used to be?" But when I found the child was not less fond of me and drew its soft hand over my face with a kind of pitying protection in its touch, that soon set me up again. There were many little occurrences which suggested to me, with great consolation, how natural it is to gentle hearts to be considerate and delicate towards any inferiority. one of these particularly touched me. I happened to stroll into the little church when a marriage was just concluded, and the young couple had to sign the register. The bridegroom, to whom the pen was handed first, made a rude cross for his mark. The bride, who came next, did the same. Now, I had known the bride when I was last there, not only as the prettiest girl in the place, but as having quite distinguished herself in the school, and I could not help looking at her with some surprise. She came aside and whispered to me, while tears of honest love and admiration stood in her bright eyes, "He's a dear good fellow, miss, but he can't write yet. He's going to learn of me, and I wouldn't shame him for the world." Why, what had I to fear, I thought, when there was this nobility in the soul of a labouring man's daughter? The air blew as freshly and revivingly upon me as it had ever blown, and the healthy colour came into my new face as it had come into my old one. Charley was wonderful to see. She was so radiant and so rosy, and we both enjoyed the whole day and slept soundly the whole night. There was a favourite spot of mine in the park woods of Chesney Wold, where a seat had been erected, commanding a lovely view. The wood had been cleared and opened to improve this point of sight, and the bright sunny landscape beyond was so beautiful that I rested there at least once every day. A picturesque part of the hall, called the Ghost's Walk, was seen to advantage from this higher ground, and the startling name, and the old legend in the Dedlock family, which I had heard from Mr. Boythorn accounting for it, mingled with the view and gave it something of a mysterious interest in addition to its real charms. There was a bank here, too, which was a famous one for violets, and as it was a daily delight of Charley's to gather wildflowers, she took as much to the spot as I did. It would be idle to inquire now why I never went close to the house or never went inside it. The family were not there, I had heard on my arrival, and were not expected. I was far from being incurious or uninterested about the building. On the contrary, I often sat in this place wondering how the rooms ranged and whether any echo like a footstep really did resound at times, as the story said, upon the lonely Ghost's Walk. The indefinable feeling with which Lady Dedlock had impressed me may have had some influence in keeping me from the house even when she was absent. I am not sure. Her face and figure were associated with it naturally, but I cannot say that they repelled me from it, though something did. For whatever reason or no reason, I had never once gone near it, down to the day at which my story now arrives. I was resting at my favourite point after a long ramble, and Charley was gathering violets at a little distance from me. I had been looking at the Ghost's Walk, lying in a deep shade of masonry afar off, and picturing to myself the female shape that was said to haunt it, when I became aware of a figure approaching through the wood. The perspective was so long and so darkened by leaves, and the shadows of the branches on the ground made it so much more intricate to the eye, that at first I could not discern what figure it was. By little and little it revealed itself to be a woman's, a lady's, Lady Dedlock's. She was alone, and coming to where I sat with a much quicker step, I observed to my surprise, than was usual with her. I was fluttered by her being unexpectedly so near. She was almost within speaking distance before I knew her, and would have risen to continue my walk. But I could not. I was rendered motionless. Not so much by her hurried gesture of entreaty, not so much by her quick advance and outstretched hands, not so much by the great change in her manner and the absence of her haughty self-restraint, as by a something in her face that I had pined for and dreamed of when I was a little child, something I had never seen in any face, something I had never seen in hers before. Her dread and faintness fell upon me, and I called to Charley. Lady Dedlock stopped upon the instant and changed back almost to what I had known her.
"Miss Summerson, I am afraid I have startled you,"
she said, now advancing slowly.
"You can scarcely be strong yet. You have been very ill, I know. I have been much concerned to hear it."
I could no more have removed my eyes from her pale face than I could have stirred from the bench on which I sat. She gave me her hand, and its deadly coldness, so at variance with the enforced composure of her features, deepened the fascination that overpowered me. I cannot say what was in my whirling thoughts.
"You are recovering again?"
she asked kindly. "I was quite well but a moment ago, Lady Dedlock."
"Is this your young attendant?"
"Yes."
"Will you send her on before and walk towards your house with me?"
"Charley," said I, "take your flowers home, and I will follow you directly." Charley, with her best curtsy, blushingly tied on her bonnet and went her way. When she was gone, Lady Dedlock sat down on the seat beside me. I cannot tell in any words what the state of my mind was when I saw in her hand my handkerchief with which I had covered the dead baby. I looked at her, but I could not see her. I could not hear her. I could not draw my breath. The beating of my heart was so violent and wild that I felt as if my life were breaking from me. But when she caught me to her breast, kissed me, wept over me, compassionated me, and called me back to myself, when she fell down on her knees and cried to me, "Oh, my child, my child, I am your wicked and unhappy mother. Oh, try to forgive me." When I saw her at my feet on the bare earth, in her great agony of mind, I felt, through all my tumult of emotion, a burst of gratitude to the providence of God that I was so changed as that I never could disgrace her by any trace of likeness, as that nobody could ever now look at me and look at her and remotely think of any near tie between us. I raised my mother up, praying and beseeching her not to stoop before me in such affliction and humiliation. I did so in broken, incoherent words, for besides the trouble I was in, it frightened me to see her at my feet. I told her, or I tried to tell her, that if it were for me, her child, under any circumstances to take upon me to forgive her, I did it, and had done it many, many years ago. I told her that my heart overflowed with love for her, that it was natural love, which nothing in the past had changed or could change, that it was not for me, then resting for the first time on my mother's bosom, to take her to account for having given me life, but that my duty was to bless her and receive her, though the whole world turned from her, and that I only asked her leave to do it. I held my mother in my embrace, and she held me in hers, and among the still woods, in the silence of the summer day, there seemed to be nothing but our two troubled minds that was not at peace.
"To bless and receive me,"
groaned my mother.
"It is far too late. I must travel my dark road alone, and it will lead me where it will. From day to day, sometimes from hour to hour, I do not see the way before my guilty feet. This is the earthly punishment I have brought upon myself. I bear it, and I hide it."
Even in the thinking of her endurance, she drew her habitual air of proud indifference about her like a veil, though she soon cast it off again. "I must keep this secret, if by any means it can be kept, not wholly for myself. I have a husband, wretched and dishonouring creature that I am." These words she uttered with a suppressed cry of despair, more terrible in its sound than any shriek. Covering her face with her hands, she shrank down in my embrace, as if she were unwilling that I should touch her, nor could I, by my utmost persuasions or by any endearments I could use, prevail upon her to rise. She said,
No, 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 she could only speak to me so. She must be proud and disdainful everywhere else. She would be humbled and ashamed there, in the only natural moments of her life. My unhappy mother told me that in my illness she had been nearly frantic. She had but then known that her child was living. She could not have suspected me to be that child before. She had followed me down here to speak to me but once in all her life. We never could associate, never could communicate, never, probably from that time forth, could interchange another word on earth. She put into my hands a letter she had written for my reading only, and said when I had read it and destroyed it, but not so much for her sake, since she asked nothing, as for her husband's and my own, I must evermore consider her as dead. If I could believe that she loved me in this agony in which I saw her, with a mother's love, she asked me to do that, for then I might think of her with a greater pity, imagining what she suffered. She had put herself beyond all hope and beyond all help. Whether she preserved her secret until death, or it came to be discovered, and she brought dishonour and disgrace upon the name she had taken, it was her solitary struggle always, and no affection could come near her, and no human creature could render her any aid. "But is the secret safe so far?" I asked. "Is it safe now, dearest mother?" "No,"
replied my mother.
"It has been very near discovery. It was saved by an accident. It may be lost by another accident. To-morrow. Any day."
"Do you dread a particular person?"
"Shh! Do not tremble and cry so much for me. I am not worthy of these tears,"
said my mother, kissing my hands.
"I dread one person very much."
"An enemy?"
"Not a friend. One who is too passionless to be either. He is Sir Leicester Dedlock's lawyer, mechanically faithful, without attachment, and very jealous of the profit, privilege, and reputation of being master of the mysteries of great houses."
"Has he any suspicions?"
"Many."
"Not of you?" I said, alarmed.
"Yes. He is always vigilant, and always near me. I may keep him at a standstill, but I can never shake him off."
"Has he so little pity or compunction?"
"He has none, and no anger. He is indifferent to everything but his calling. His calling is the acquisition of secrets and the holding possession of such power as they give him, with no sharer or opponent in it."
"Could you trust in him?"
"I shall never try. The dark road I have trodden for so many years will end where it will. I follow it alone to the end, whatever the end be. It may be near, it may be distant. While the road lasts, nothing turns me."
"Dear mother, are you so resolved?"
"I am resolved. I have long outbidden folly with folly, pride with pride, scorn with scorn, insolence with insolence, and have outlived many vanities with many more. I will outlive this danger and outdie it if I can. It has closed around me almost as awfully as if these woods of Chesney Wold had closed around the house. But my course through it is the same. I have but one. I can have but one."
"Mr. Jarndyce," I was beginning when my mother hurriedly inquired,
"Does he suspect?"
"No," said I. "No, indeed. Be assured that he does not." And I told her what he had related to me as his knowledge of my story. "But he is so good and sensible," said I, "that perhaps if he knew—" My mother who until this time had made no change in her position, raised her hand up to my lips and stopped me.
"Confide fully in him,"
she said after a little while.
"You have my free consent. A small gift from such a mother to her injured child. But do not tell me of it. Some pride is left in me, even yet."
I explained, as nearly as I could then or can recall now, for my agitation and distress throughout were so great that I scarcely understood myself, though every word that was uttered in the mother's voice, so unfamiliar and so melancholy to me, which in my childhood I had never learned to love and recognized, had never been sung to sleep with, had never heard a blessing from, had never had a hope inspired by, made an enduring impression on my memory. I say I explained, or tried to do it, how I had only hoped that Mr. Jarndyce, who had been the best of fathers to me, might be able to afford some counsel and support to her. But my mother answered no. It was impossible. No one could help her. Through the desert that lay before her, she must go alone.
"My child, my child,"
she said,
"for the last time. These kisses for the last time. These arms upon my neck for the last time. We shall meet no more. To hope to do what I seek to do, I must be what I have been so long. Such is my reward and doom. If you hear of Lady Dedlock, brilliant, prosperous, and flattered, think of your wretched mother, conscience-stricken underneath that mask. Think that the reality is in her suffering, in her useless remorse, in her murdering within her breast the only love and truth of which it is capable. And then forgive her if you can, and cry to heaven to forgive her, which it never can."
We held one another for a little space yet, but she was so firm that she took my hands away and put them back against my breast, and with a last kiss as she held them there, released me and went from me into the wood. I was alone and calm and quiet. Below me in the sun and shade lay the old house, with its terraces and turrets, on which there had seemed to me to be such complete repose when I first saw it, but which now looked like the obdurate and unpitying watcher of my mother's misery. Stunned as I was, as weak and helpless at first as I had ever been in my sick chamber, the necessity of guarding against the danger of discovery, or even of the remotest suspicion, did me service. I took such precautions as I could to hide from Charley that I had been crying, and I constrained myself to think of every sacred obligation that there was upon me to be careful and collected. It was not a little while before I could succeed, or could even restrain bursts of grief. But after an hour or so, I was better, and felt that I might return. I went home very slowly, and told Charley, whom I found at the gate looking for me, that I had been tempted to extend my walk after Lady Dedlock had left me, and that I was overtired and would lie down. Safe in my own room, I read the letter. I clearly derived from it, and that was much then, that I had not been abandoned by my mother. Her elder and only sister, the godmother of my childhood, discovering signs of life in me when I had been laid aside as dead, had in her stern sense of duty, with no desire or willingness that I should live, reared me in rigid secrecy and had never again beheld my mother's face from within a few hours of my birth. So strangely did I hold my place in this world that until within a short time back I had never, to my own mother's knowledge, breathed, had been buried, had never been endowed with life, had never borne a name. When she had first seen me in the church, she had been startled, and had thought of what would have been like me if it had ever lived, and had lived on. But that was all then. What more the letter told me needs not to be repeated here. It has its own times and places in my story. My first care was to burn what my mother had written and to consume even its ashes. I hope it may not appear very unnatural or bad in me that I then became heavily sorrowful to think I had ever been reared, that I felt as if I knew it would have been better and happier for many people if indeed I had never breathed, that I had a terror of myself as the danger and the possible disgrace of my own mother and of a proud family name, that I was so confused and shaken as to be possessed by a belief that it was right and had been intended that I should die in my birth, and that it was wrong and not intended that I should be then alive. These are the real feelings that I had. I fell asleep worn out, and when I awoke I cried afresh to think that I was back in the world with my load of trouble for others. I was more than ever frightened of myself, thinking anew of her against whom I was a witness, of the owner of Chesney Wold, of the new and terrible meaning of the old words, now moaning in my ear like a surge upon the shore. "Your mother, Esther, was your disgrace, and you are hers. The time will come, and soon enough, when you will understand this better and will feel it too, as no one save a woman can." With them these other words returned. "Pray daily that the sins of others be not visited upon your head." I could not disentangle all that was about me, and I felt as if the blame and the shame were all in me, and the visitation had come down. The day waned into a gloomy evening, overcast and sad, and I still contended with the same distress. I went out alone, and after walking a little in the park, watching the dark shades falling on the trees and the fitful flight of the bats, which sometimes almost touched me, was attracted to the house for the first time. Perhaps I might not have gone near it if I had been in a stronger frame of mind. As it was, I took the path that led close by it. I did not dare to linger or to look up, but I passed before the terrace garden with its fragrant odours, and its broad walks, and its well-kept beds and smooth turf, and I saw how beautiful and grave it was, and how the old stone balustrades and parapets, and wide flights of shallow steps, were seamed by time and weather, and how the trained moss and ivy grew about them, and around the old stone pedestal of the sun-dial, and I heard the fountain falling. Then away went by long lines of dark windows, diversified by turreted towers, and porches of eccentric shapes, where old stone lions and grotesque monsters bristled outside dens of shadow and snarled at the evening gloom over the escutcheons they held in their grip. Thence the path wound underneath a gateway, and through a courtyard, where the principal entrance was. I hurried quickly on. And by the stables, where none but deep voices seemed to be, whether in the murmurings of the wind through the strong mass of ivy holding to a high red wall, or in the low complaining of the weathercock, or in the barking of the dogs, or in the slow striking of a clock. So, encountering presently a sweet smell of limes, whose rustling I could hear, I turned with the turning of the path to the south front, and there above me were the balustrades of the Ghost's Walk, and one lighted window that might be my mother's. The way was paved here like the terrace overhead, and my footsteps from being noiseless made an echoing sound upon the flags. Stopping to look at nothing, but seeing all I did see as I went, I was passing quickly on, and in a few moments should have passed the lighted window, when my echoing footsteps brought it suddenly into my mind that there was a dreadful truth in the legend of the Ghost's Walk, that it was I who was to bring calamity upon the stately house, and that my warning feet were haunting it even then. Seized with an augmented terror of myself which turned me cold, I ran from myself and everything, retraced the way by which I had come, and never paused until I gained the lodge gate and the park lay sullen and black behind me. Not before I was alone in my own room for the night, and had again been dejected and unhappy there, did I begin to know how wrong and thankless this state was. But from my darling, who was coming on the morrow, I found a joyful letter, full of such loving anticipation that I must have been of marble if it had not moved me. From my guardian, too, I found another letter, asking me to tell Dame Durden, if I should see that little woman anywhere, that they had moped most pitiably without her, that the housekeeping was going to wreck and ruin, that nobody else could manage the keys, and that everybody in and about the house declared it was not the same house and was becoming rebellious for her return. Two such letters together made me think how far beyond my deserts I was beloved and how happy I ought to be. That made me think of all my past life, and that brought me, as it ought to have done before, into a better condition. For I saw very well that I could not have been intended to die, or I should never have lived, not to say should never have been reserved for such a happy life. I saw very well how many things had worked together for my welfare, and that if the sins of the fathers were sometimes visited upon the children, the phrase did not mean what I had in the morning feared it meant. I knew I was as innocent of my birth as a queen of hers, and that before my heavenly Father I should not be punished for birth, nor a queen rewarded for it. I had had experience, in the shock of that very day, that I could, even thus soon, find comforting reconcilements to the chains that had fallen on me. I renewed my resolutions, and prayed to be strengthened in them, pouring out my heart for myself and for my unhappy mother, and feeling that the darkness of the morning was passing away. It was not upon my sleep, and when the next day's light awoke me, it was gone. My dear girl was to arrive at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. How to help myself through the intermediate time better than by taking a long walk along the road by which she was to come, I did not know. So Charley and I and Stubbs saddled, for we never drove him after the one great occasion, made a long expedition along that road and back. On our return we held a great review of the house and garden, and saw that everything was in its prettiest condition, and had the bird out ready as an important part of the establishment. There were more than 2 full hours yet to elapse before she could come, and in that interval, which seemed a long one, I must confess I was nervously anxious about my altered looks. I loved my darling so well that I was more concerned for their effect on her than on any one. I was not in this slight distress because I had at all repined. I am quite certain that I did not that day. But I thought, would she be wholly prepared? When she first saw me, might she not be a little shocked and disappointed? Might it not prove a little worse than she expected? Might she not look for her old Esther and not find her? Might she not have to grow used to me and begin all over again? I knew the various expressions of my sweet girl's face so well, and it was such an honest face in its loveliness, that I was sure beforehand she could not hide that first look from me. And I considered whether, if it should signify any one of these meanings, which was so very likely, could I quite answer for myself. Well, I thought I could. After last night, I thought I could. But to wait and wait and expect and think was such bad preparation that I resolved to go along the road again and meet her. So I said to Charley, "Charley, I will go by myself and walk along the road until she comes." Charley highly approving of anything that pleased me, I went and left her at home. But before I got to the second milestone, I had been in so many palpitations from seeing dust in the distance, though I knew it was not, and could not, be the coach yet, that I resolved to turn back and go home again. And when I had turned, I was in such fear of the coach coming up behind me, though I still knew that it neither would nor could do any such thing, that I ran the greater part of the way to avoid being overtaken. Then I considered, when I had got safe back again, this was a nice thing to have done. Now I was hot and had made the worst of it instead of the best. At last, when I believed there was at least 1/4 of an hour more yet, Charley all at once cried out to me as I was trembling in the garden, "Here she comes, miss! Here she is!" I did not mean to do it, but I ran upstairs into my room and hid myself behind the door. There I stood trembling, even when I heard my darling calling as she came upstairs, "Esther, my dear, my love, where are you? Little woman, dear Dame Durden." She ran in and was running out again when she saw me. Ah, my angel girl! The old dear look, all love, all fondness, all affection, nothing else in it, no, nothing, nothing. Oh, how happy I was, down upon the floor, with my sweet, beautiful girl down upon the floor too, holding my scarred face to her lovely cheek, bathing it with tears and kisses, rocking me to and fro like a child, calling me by every tender name that she could think of, and pressing me to her faithful heart.
End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 37. Jarndyce and Jarndyce.
If the secret I had to keep had been mine, I must have confided it to Ada before we had been long together. But it was not mine, and I did not feel that I had a right to tell it even to my guardian unless some great emergency arose. It was a weight to bear alone. Still, my present duty appeared to be plain, and blessed in the attachment of my dear, I did not want an impulse and encouragement to do it. Though often when she was asleep and all was quiet, the remembrance of my mother kept me waking and made the night sorrowful. I did not yield to it at another time, and Ada found me what I used to be, except, of course, in that particular of which I have said enough and which I have no intention of mentioning any more just now, if I can help it. The difficulty that I felt in being quite composed that first evening when Ada asked me, over our work, if the family were at the house, and when I was obliged to answer yes, I believed so, for Lady Dedlock had spoken to me in the woods the day before yesterday, was great. Greater still when Ada asked me what she had said, and when I replied that she had been kind and interested, and when Ada, while admitting her beauty and elegance, remarked upon her proud manner and her imperious chilling air. But Charley helped me through, unconsciously, by telling us that Lady Dedlock had only stayed at the house 2 nights on her way from London, to visit at some other great house in the next county, and that she had left early on the morning after we had seen her at our view, as we called it. Charley verified the adage about little pictures, I am sure, for she heard of more sayings and doings in a day than would have come to my ears in a month. We were to stay a month at Mr. Boythorn's. My pet had scarcely been there a bright week, as I recollect the time, when one evening after we had finished helping the gardener in watering his flowers, and just as the candles were lighted, Charley, appearing with a very important air behind Ada's chair, beckoned me mysteriously out of the room. "Oh, if you please, miss," said Charley in a whisper, with her eyes their roundest and largest, "you're wanted at the Dedlock Arms." "Why, Charley," said I, "who can possibly want me at the public house?" "I don't know, miss," returned Charley, putting her head forward and folding her hands tight upon the band of her little apron, which she always did in the enjoyment of anything mysterious or confidential. "But it's a gentleman, miss, and his compliments, and will you please to come without saying anything about it?" "Whose compliments, Charley?" "His'n, miss," returned Charley, whose grammatical education was advancing, but not very rapidly. "And how do you come to be the messenger, Charley?" "I'm not the messenger, if you please, miss," returned my little maid. "It was W. Grubble, miss." "And who is W. Grubble, Charley?" "Mr. Grubble, miss," returned Charley. "Don't you know, miss, the Dedlock Arms by W. Grubble?" Which Charley delivered as if she were slowly spelling out the sign. "I? The landlord, Charley?" "Yes, miss. If you please, miss. His wife is a beautiful woman, but she broke her ankle, and it never joined. And her brother's the sawyer that was put in a cage, miss, and they expect he'll drink himself to death entirely on beer," said Charley. Not knowing what might be the matter, and being easily apprehensive now, I thought it best to go to this place by myself. I bade Charley be quick with my bonnet and veil and my shawl, and having put them on, went away down the little hilly street, where I was as much at home as in Mr. Boythorn's garden. Mr. Grubble was standing in his shirt-sleeves at the door of his very clean little tavern, waiting for me. He lifted off his hat with both hands when he saw me coming, and carrying it so, as if it were an iron vessel, it looked as heavy, preceded me along the sanded passage to his best parlour, a neat carpeted room with more plants in it than were quite convenient, a coloured print of Queen Caroline, several shells, a good many tea-trays, 2 stuffed and dried fish in glass cases, and either a curious egg or a curious pumpkin, but I don't know which, and I doubt if many people did, hanging from his ceiling. I knew Mr. Grubble very well by sight from his often standing at his door, a pleasant-looking, stoutish, middle-aged man who never seemed to consider himself cosily dressed for his own fireside without his hat and top-boots, but who never wore a coat except at church. He snuffed the candle and, backing away a little to see how it looked, backed out of the room, unexpectedly to me, for I was going to ask him by whom he had been sent. The door of the opposite parlour being then opened, I heard some voices, familiar in my ears, I thought, which stopped. A quick, light step approached the room in which I was, and who should stand before me but Richard.
"My dear Esther,"
he said,
"my best friend."
And he really was so warm-hearted and earnest that in the first surprise and pleasure of his brotherly greeting I could scarcely find breath to tell him that Ada was well.
"Answering my very thoughts. Always the same dear girl,"
said Richard, leading me to a chair and seating himself beside me. I put up my veil, but not quite.
"Always the same dear girl,"
said Richard just as heartily as before. I put up my veil altogether, and laying my hand on Richard's sleeve and looking in his face, told him how much I thanked him for his kind welcome and how greatly I rejoiced to see him, the more so because of the determination I had made in my illness, which I now conveyed to him.
"My love,"
said Richard,
"there is no one with whom I have a greater wish to talk than you, for I want you to understand me."
"And I want you, Richard," said I, shaking my head, "to understand some one else."
"Since you refer so immediately to John Jarndyce,"
said Richard,
"I suppose you mean him."
"Of course I do."
"Then I may say at once that I am glad of it, because it is on that subject that I am anxious to be understood. By you, mind. You, my dear. I am not accountable to Mr. Jarndyce or Mr. Anybody."
I was pained to find him taking this tone, and he observed it.
"Well, well, my dear,"
said Richard,
"we won't go into that now. I want to appear quietly in your country house here, with you under my arm, and give my charming cousin a surprise. I suppose your loyalty to John Jarndyce will allow that?"
"My dear Richard," I returned, "you know you would be heartily welcome at his house, your home, if you will but consider it so, and you are as heartily welcome here."
"Spoken like the best of little women!"
cried Richard gaily. I asked him how he liked his profession.
"Oh, I like it well enough,"
said Richard.
"It's all right. It does as well as anything else for a time. I don't know that I shall care about it when I come to be settled, but I can sell out then, and however, never mind all that botheration at present."
So young and handsome, and in all respects so perfectly the opposite of Miss Flite, and yet in the clouded, eager, seeking look that passed over him, so dreadfully like her.
"I am in town on leave just now," said Richard.
"Indeed?"
"Yes. I have run over to look after my Chancery interests before the long vacation,"
said Richard, forcing a careless laugh.
"We are beginning to spin along with that old suit at last, I promise you."
No wonder that I shook my head.
"As you say, it's not a pleasant subject."
Richard spoke with the same shade crossing his face as before.
"Let it go to the four winds for to-night. Puff! Gone. Who do you suppose is with me?"
Was it Mr. Skimpole's voice I heard?
"That's the man. He does me more good than anybody. What a fascinating child it is!"
I asked Richard if any one knew of their coming down together. He answered no, nobody. He had been to call upon the dear old infant, so he called Mr. Skimpole, and the dear old infant had told him where we were, and he had told the dear old infant he was bent on coming to see us, and the dear old infant had directly wanted to come too, and so he had brought him.
"And he is worth, not to say his sordid expenses, but thrice his weight in gold,"
said Richard.
"He is such a cheery fellow. No worldliness about him. Fresh and green-hearted."
I certainly did not see the proof of Mr. Skimpole's worldliness in his having his expenses paid by Richard, but I made no remark about that. Indeed, he came in and turned our conversation. He was charmed to see me, said he had been shedding delicious tears of joy and sympathy at intervals for 6 weeks on my account, had never been so happy as in hearing of my progress, began to understand the mixture of good and evil in the world now, felt that he appreciated health the more when somebody else was ill, didn't know but what it might be in the scheme of things that A should squint to make B happier in looking straight, or that C should carry a wooden leg to make D better satisfied with his flesh and blood in a silk stocking.
"My dear Miss Summerson, here is our friend Richard," said Mr. Skimpole, "full of the brightest visions of the future which he evokes out of the darkness of Chancery. Now that's delightful, that's inspiriting, that's full of poetry. In old times the woods and solitudes were made joyous to the shepherd by the imaginary piping and dancing of Pan and the nymphs. This present shepherd, our pastoral Richard, brightens the dull inns of court by making Fortune and her train sport through them to the melodious notes of a judgment from the bench. That's very pleasant, you know. Some ill-conditioned growling fellow may say to me, 'What's the use of these legal and equitable abuses? How do you defend them?' I reply, 'My growling friend, I don't defend them, but they are very agreeable to me. There is a shepherd, Youth, a friend of mine, who transmutes them into something highly fascinating to my simplicity. I don't say it is for this that they exist, for I am a child among you worldly grumblers and not called upon to account to you or myself for anything. But it may be so.'"
I began seriously to think that Richard could scarcely have found a worse friend than this. It made me uneasy that at such a time, when he most required some right principle and purpose, he should have this captivating looseness and putting off of everything, this airy dispensing with all principle and purpose at his elbow. I thought I could understand how such a nature as my guardian's, experienced in the world and forced to contemplate the miserable evasions and contentions of the family misfortune, found an immense relief in Mr. Skimpole's avowal of his weaknesses and display of guileless candour. But I could not satisfy myself that it was as artless as it seemed, or that it did not serve Mr. Skimpole's idle turn quite as well as any other part, and with less trouble. They both walked back with me, and Mr. Skimpole leaving us at the gate, I walked softly in with Richard and said, "Ada, my love, I have brought a gentleman to visit you." It was not difficult to read the blushing, startled face. She loved him dearly, and he knew it, and I knew it. It was a very transparent business, that meeting as cousins only. I almost mistrusted myself as growing quite wicked in my suspicions, but I was not so sure that Richard loved her dearly. He admired her very much, Any one must have done that, and I dare say would have renewed their youthful engagement with great pride and ardour, but that he knew how she would respect her promise to my guardian. Still, I had a tormenting idea that the influence upon him extended even here, that he was postponing his best truth and earnestness in this, as in all things, until Jarndyce and Jarndyce should be off his mind. Ah, me! What Richard would have been without that blight, I never shall know now. He told Ada, in his most ingenuous way, that he had not come to make any secret inroad on the terms she had accepted, rather too implicitly and confidingly, he thought, from Mr. Jarndyce, that he had come openly to see her and to see me, and to justify himself for the present terms on which he stood with Mr. Jarndyce. As the dear old infant would be with us directly, he begged that I would make an appointment for the morning, when he might set himself right through the means of an unreserved conversation with me. I proposed to walk with him in the park at 7 o'clock, and this was arranged. Mr. Skimpole soon afterwards appeared and made us merry for an hour. He particularly requested to see little Coavinses, meaning Charley, and told her with a patriarchal air that he had given her late father all the business in his power, and if one of her little brothers would make haste to get set up in the same profession, he hoped he should still be able to put a good deal of employment in his way.
"For I am constantly being taken in these nets,"
said Mr. Skimpole, looking beamingly at us over a glass of wine and water,
"and am constantly being bailed out, like a boat, or paid off, like a ship's company. Somebody always does it for me. I can't do it, you know, for I never have any money. But somebody does it. I get out by somebody's means. I am not like the starling. I get out. If you were to ask me who somebody is, upon my word I couldn't tell you. Let us drink to somebody. God bless him!"
Richard was a little late in the morning, but I had not to wait for him long and returned into the park. The air was bright and dewy and the sky without a cloud. The birds sang delightfully. The sparkles in the fern, the grass, and trees were exquisite to see. The richness of the woods seemed to have increased 20-fold since yesterday, as if in the still night, when they had looked so massively hushed in sleep, nature, through all the minute details of every wonderful leaf, had been more wakeful than usual for the glory of that day.
"This is a lovely place,"
said Richard, looking round.
"None of the jar and discord of lawsuits here."
But there was other trouble.
"I tell you what, my dear girl,"
said Richard,
"when I get affairs in general settled, I shall come down here, I think, and rest."
"Would it not be better to rest now?" I asked.
"Oh, as to resting now,"
said Richard,
"or as to doing anything very definite now, that's not easy. In short, it can't be done. I can't do it, at least."
"Why not?" said I.
"You know why not, Esther. If you were living in an unfinished house, liable to have the roof put on or taken off, to be from top to bottom pulled down or built up, to-morrow, next day, next week, next month, next year, you would find it hard to rest or settle. So do I. Now? There's no now for us suitors." I could almost have believed in the attraction on which my poor little wandering friend had expatiated when I saw again the darkened look of last night. Terrible to think it had in it also a shade of that unfortunate man who had died. "My dear Richard," said I, "this is a bad beginning of our conversation." "I knew you would tell me so, Dame Durden."
"And not I alone, dear Richard. It was not I who cautioned you once never to found a hope or expectation on the family curse?"
"There you come back to John Jarndyce,"
said Richard impatiently.
"Well, we must approach him sooner or later, for he is the staple of what I have to say, and it's as well at once. My dear Esther, how can you be so blind? Don't you see that he is an interested party, and that it may be very well for him to wish me to know nothing of the suit and care nothing about it, but that it may not be quite so well for me."
"Oh, Richard," I remonstrated, "is it possible that you can ever have seen him and heard him, that you can ever have lived under his roof and known him, and can yet breathe, even to me in this solitary place where there is no one to hear us, such unworthy suspicions?" He reddened deeply, as if his natural generosity felt a pang of reproach. He was silent for a little while before he replied in a subdued voice,
"Esther, I am sure you know that I am not a mean fellow, and that I have some sense of suspicion and distrust being poor qualities in one of my years."
"I know it very well," said I. "I am not more sure of anything."
"That's a dear girl," retorted Richard, "and like you, because it gives me comfort. I had need to get some scrap of comfort out of all this business, for it's a bad one at the best, as I have no occasion to tell you."
"I know perfectly," said I. "I know as well, Richard, what shall I say, as well as you do, that such misconstructions are foreign to your nature, and I know as well as you know what so changes it."
"Come, sister, come,"
said Richard a little more gaily.
"You will be fair with me at all events. If I have the misfortune to be under that influence, so has he. If it has a little twisted me, it may have a little twisted him too. I don't say that he is not an honourable man. Out of all this complication and uncertainty, I am sure he is. But it taints everybody. You know it taints everybody. You have heard him say so 50 times. Then why should he escape?"
"Because," said I, "his is an uncommon character, and he has resolutely kept himself outside the circle, Richard."
"Oh, because and because," replied Richard in his vivacious way. "I am not sure, my dear girl, that it may be wise and specious to preserve that outward indifference. It may cause other parties interested to become lax about their interests, and people may die off, and points may drag themselves out of memory, and many things may smoothly happen that are convenient enough."
I was so touched with pity for Richard that I could not reproach him any more, even by a look. I remembered my guardian's gentleness towards his errors, and with what perfect freedom from resentment he had spoken of them.
"Esther,"
Richard resumed,
"you are not to suppose that I have come here to make underhanded charges against John Jarndyce. I have only come to justify myself. What I say is, it was all very well, and we got on very well while I was a boy, utterly regardless of this same suit. But soon as I began to take an interest in it and to look into it, then it was quite another thing. Then John Jarndyce discovers that Ada and I must break off, and that if I don't amend that very objectionable course, I am not fit for her. Now, Esther, I don't mean to amend that very objectionable course. I will not hold John Jarndyce's favour on those unfair terms of compromise which he has no right to dictate. Whether it pleases him or displeases him, I must maintain my rights and Ada's. I have been thinking about it a good deal, and this is the conclusion I have come to."
Poor dear Richard! He had indeed been thinking about it a good deal. His face, his voice, his manner, all showed that too plainly.
"So I tell him honourably, you ought to know I have written to him about all this, that we are at issue, and that we had better be at issue openly than covertly. I thank him for his goodwill and his protection, and he goes his road, and I go mine. The fact is, our roads are not the same. Under one of the wills in dispute, I should take much more than he. I don't mean to say that it is the one to be established, but there it is, and it has its chance."
"I have not to learn from you, my dear Richard," said I, "of your letter. I had heard of it already, without an offended or angry word."
"Indeed,"
replied Richard, softening.
I am glad I said he was an honourable man, out of all this wretched affair. But I always say that, and have never doubted it. Now, my dear Esther, I know these views of mine appear extremely harsh to you, and will to Ada when you tell her what has passed between us. But if you had gone into the case as I have, if you had only applied yourself to the papers as I did when I was at Kenge's, if you only knew what an accumulation of charges and counter-charges and suspicions and cross-suspicions they involve, you would think me moderate in comparison.
Perhaps so, said I. But do you think that among those many papers there is much truth and justice, Richard?
There is truth and justice somewhere in the case, Esther.
Or was once, long ago, said I.
Must be somewhere,
pursued Richard impetuously,
and must be brought out. To allow Ada to be made a bribe and hush money of is not the way to bring it out. You say the suit is changing me. John Jarndyce says it changes, has changed, and will change everybody who has any share in it. Then the greater right I have on my side when I resolve to do all I can to bring it to an end.
All you can, Richard? Do you think that in these many years no others have done all they could? Has the difficulty grown easier because of so many failures?
It can't last for ever,
returned Richard, with a fierceness kindling in him which again presented to me that last sad reminder.
I am young and earnest, and energy and determination have done wonders many a time. Others have only half thrown themselves into it. I devote myself to it. I make it the object of my life.
Oh, Richard, my dear, so much the worse, so much the worse.
No, 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 don't you be afraid for me,
he returned affectionately.
You're a dear, good, wise, quiet, blessed girl, but you have your prepossessions. So I come round to John Jarndyce. I tell you, my good Esther, when he and I were on those terms which he found so convenient, we were not on natural terms.
Are division and animosity your natural terms, Richard?
No, I don't say that. I mean that all this business puts us on unnatural terms, with which natural relations are incompatible. See another reason for urging it on. I may find out, when it's over, that I have been mistaken in John Jarndyce. My head may be clearer when I am free of it, and I may then agree with what you say to-day. Very well. Then I shall acknowledge it and make him reparation.
Everything postponed to that imaginary time. Everything held in confusion and indecision until then.
Now, my best of confidants,
said Richard,
I want my cousin Ada to understand that I am not captious, fickle, and wilful about John Jarndyce, but that I have this purpose and reason at my back. I wish to represent myself to her through you, because she has a great esteem and respect for her cousin John, and I know you will soften the course I take, even though you disapprove of it. And in short,
said Richard, who had been hesitating through these words,
I don't like to represent myself in this litigious, contentious, doubting character to a confiding girl like Ada.
I told him that he was more like himself in those latter words than in anything he had said yet.
Why,
acknowledged Richard,
that may be true enough, my love. I rather feel it to be so. But I shall be able to give myself fair play by and by. I shall come all right again then, don't you be afraid.
I asked him if this were all he wished me to tell Ada.
Not quite,
said Richard.
I am bound not to withhold from her that John Jarndyce answered my letter in his usual manner, addressing me as my dear Rick, trying to argue me out of my opinions and telling me that they should make no difference in him. All very well, of course, but not altering the case. I also want Ada to know that if I see her seldom just now, I am looking after her interests as well as my own, we two being in the same boat exactly, and that I hope she will not suppose from any flying rumours she may hear that I am at all light-headed or imprudent. On the contrary, I am always looking forward to the termination of the suit, and always planning in that direction. Being of age now, and having taken the step I have taken, I consider myself free from any accountability to John Jarndyce. But Ada being still a ward of the court, I don't yet ask her to renew our engagement. When she is free to act for herself, I shall be myself once more, and we shall both be in very different worldly circumstances, I believe. If you tell her all this with the advantage of your considerate way, you will do me a very great and a very kind service, my dear Esther, and I shall knock Jarndyce and Jarndyce on the head with great vigour. Of course, I ask for no secrecy at Bleak House."
"Richard," said I, "you place great confidence in me, but I fear you will not take advice from me."
"It's impossible that I can on this subject, my dear girl. On any other, readily."
As if there were any other in his life! As if his whole career and character were not being dyed one colour! "But I may ask you a question, Richard?"
"I think so,"
said he, laughing.
"I don't know who may not, if you may not."
"You say yourself you are not leading a very settled life."
"How can I, my dear Esther, with nothing settled?"
"Are you in debt again?"
"Why, of course I am,"
said Richard, astonished at my simplicity. "Is it of course?"
"My dear child, certainly. I can't throw myself into an object so completely without expense. You forget, or perhaps you don't know, that under either of the wills Ada and I take something. It's only a question between the larger sum and the smaller. I shall be within the mark anyway. Bless your heart, my excellent girl,"
said Richard, quite amused with me.
"I shall be all right. I shall pull through, my dear."
I felt so deeply sensible of the danger in which he stood that I tried, in Ada's name, in my guardian's, in my own, by every fervent means that I could think of, to warn him of it and to show him some of his mistakes. He received everything I said with patience and gentleness, but it all rebounded from him without taking the least effect. I could not wonder at this after the reception his preoccupied mind had given to my guardian's letter, but I determined to try Ada's influence yet. So when our walk brought us round to the village again, and I went home to breakfast, I prepared Ada for the account I was going to give her, and told her exactly what reason we had to dread that Richard was losing himself and scattering his whole life to the winds. It made her very unhappy, of course, though she had a far, far greater reliance on his correcting his errors than I could have, which was so natural and loving in my dear, and she presently wrote him this little letter. "My dearest cousin, Esther has told me all you said to her this morning. I write this to repeat most earnestly for myself all that she said to you, and to let you know how sure I am that you will sooner or later find our cousin John a pattern of truth, sincerity, and goodness, when you will deeply, deeply grieve to have done him, without intending it, so much wrong. I do not quite know how to write what I wish to say next, but I trust you will understand it as I mean it. I have some fears, my dearest cousin, that it may be partly for my sake you are now laying up so much unhappiness for yourself, and if for yourself, for me. In case this should be so, or in case you should entertain much thought of me in what you are doing, I most earnestly entreat and beg you to desist. You can do nothing for my sake that will make me half so happy as for ever turning your back upon the shadow in which we both were born. Do not be angry with me for saying this. Pray, pray, dear Richard, for my sake and for your own, and in a natural repugnance for that source of trouble which had its share in making us both orphans when we were very young, pray, pray, let it go for ever. We have reason to know by this time that there is no good in it and no hope, that there is nothing to be got from it but sorrow. My dearest cousin, it is needless for me to say that you are quite free, and that it is very likely you may find some one who you will love much better than your first fancy. I am quite sure, if you will let me say so, that the object of your choice would greatly prefer to follow your fortunes far and wide, however moderate or poor, and see you happy, doing your duty and pursuing your chosen way, than to have the hope of being, or even to be, very rich with you, if such a thing were possible, at the cost of dragging years of procrastination and anxiety and of your indifference to other aims. You may wonder at my saying this so confidently, with so little knowledge or experience, but I know it for a certainty from my own heart. Ever, my dearest cousin, your most affectionate, Ada. This note brought Richard to us very soon, but it made little change in him, if any. We would fairly try, he said, who was right and who was wrong. He would show us. We should see. He was animated and glowing, as if Ada's tenderness had gratified him, but I could only hope with a sigh that the letter might have some stronger effect upon his mind on reperusal than it assuredly had then. As they were to remain with us that day and had taken their places to return by the coach next morning, I sought an opportunity of speaking to Mr. Skimpole. Our out-of-door life easily threw one in my way, and I delicately said that there was a responsibility in encouraging Richard.
"Responsibility, my dear Miss Summerson?"
he repeated, catching at the word with the pleasantest smile.
"I am the last man in the world for such a thing. I never was responsible in my life. I can't be."
"I am afraid everybody is obliged to be," said I, timidly enough, he being so much older and more clever than I.
"No, really?"
said Mr. Skimpole, receiving this new light with the most agreeable jocularity of surprise.
"But every man's not obliged to be solvent. I am not. I never was. See, my dear Miss Summerson."
He took a handful of loose silver and halfpence from his pocket.
"There's so much money. I have not an idea how much. I have not the power of counting. Call it 4 and ninepence. Call it £4.9. They tell me I owe more than that. I dare say I do. I dare say I owe as much as good-natured people will let me owe. If they don't stop, why should I? There! You have Harold Skimpole in little. If that's responsibility, I am responsible."
The perfect ease of manner with which he put the money up again and looked at me with a smile on his refined face, as if he had been mentioning a curious little fact about somebody else, almost made me feel as if he really had nothing to do with it.
"Now, when you mention responsibility," he resumed, "I am disposed to say that I never had the happiness of knowing any one whom I should consider so refreshingly responsible as yourself. You appear to me to be the very touchstone of responsibility. When I see you, my dear Miss Summerson, intent upon the perfect working of the whole little orderly system of which you are the centre, I feel inclined to say to myself, in fact I do say to myself very often, that's responsibility."
It was difficult after this to explain what I meant, but I persisted so far as to say that we all hoped he would check and not confirm Richard in the sanguine views he entertained just then.
"Most willingly," he retorted, "if I could. But, my dear Miss Summerson, I have no art, no disguise. If he takes me by the hand and leads me through Westminster Hall in an airy procession after fortune, I must go. If he says, 'Skimpole, join the dance,' I must join. Common sense wouldn't, I know, but I have no common sense."
"It was very unfortunate for Richard," I said.
"Do you think so?"
returned Mr. Skimpole.
"Don't say that. Don't say that. Let us suppose him keeping company with common sense. An excellent man, a good deal wrinkled, dreadfully practical, change for a £10 note in every pocket, ruled account-book in his hand, say, upon the whole resembling a tax-gatherer. Ah, dear Richard, sanguine, ardent, overleaping obstacles, bursting with poetry like a young bud, says to this highly respectable companion, "I see a golden prospect before me. It's very bright, it's very beautiful, it's very joyous. Here I go, bounding over the landscape to come at it." The respectable companion instantly knocks him down with the ruled account-book, tells him in a literal prosaic way that he sees no such thing, shows him it's nothing but fees, fraud, horsehair wigs, and black gowns. Now, you know that's a painful change, sensible in the last degree, I have no doubt, but disagreeable. I can't do it. I haven't got the ruled account-book. I have none of the tax-gathering elements in my composition. I am not at all respectable. I don't want to be. Odd, perhaps, but so it is.
It was idle to say more, so I proposed that we should join Ada and Richard, who were a little in advance, and I gave up Mr. Skimpole in despair. He had been over the hall in the course of the morning and whimsically described the family pictures as we walked. There were such portentous shepherdesses among the ladies Dedlock, dead and gone, he told us, that peaceful crooks became weapons of assault in their hands. They tended their flocks severely in buckram and powder, and put their sticking-plaster patches on to terrify commoners, as the chiefs of some other tribes put on their war-paint. There was a Sir Somebody Dedlock, with a battle, a sprung mine, volumes of smoke, flashes of lightning, a town on fire, and a stormed fort, all in full action between his horse's two hind legs, showing, he supposed, how little a Dedlock made of such trifles. The whole race he represented as having evidently been, in life, what he called stuffed people, a large collection, glassy-eyed, set up in the most approved manner on their various twigs and perches, very correct, perfectly free from animation, and always in glass cases. I was not so easy now, during any reference to the name, but that I felt it a relief when Richard, with an exclamation of surprise, hurried away to meet a stranger whom he first descried coming slowly towards us.
"Dear me,"
said Mr. Skimpole.
"Vholes!"
We asked if that were a friend of Richard's.
"Friend and legal adviser,"
said Mr. Skimpole.
"Now, my dear Miss Summerson, if you want common sense, responsibility, and respectability, all united, if you want an exemplary man, Vholes is the man."
We had not known, we said, that Richard was assisted by any gentleman of that name.
"When he emerged from legal infancy,"
returned Mr. Skimpole,
"he parted from our conversational friend Kenge and took up, I believe, with Vholes. Indeed, I know he did, because I introduced him to Vholes."
"Had you known him long?" asked Ada.
"Vholes? My dear Miss Clare, I had had that kind of acquaintance with him which I have had with several gentlemen of his profession. He had done something or other in a very agreeable civil manner, taken proceedings, I think is the expression, which ended in the proceeding of his taking me. Somebody was so good as to step in and pay the money. Something and fourpence was the amount. I forget the pounds and shillings, but I know it ended with fourpence, because it struck me at the time as being so odd that I could owe anybody fourpence, and after that I brought them together. Vholes asked me for the introduction, and I gave it. Now I come to think of it."
He looked inquiringly at us with his frankest smile as he made the discovery.
"Vholes bribed me, perhaps? He gave me something and called it commission. Was it a £5 note? Do you know, I think it must have been a £5 note."
His further consideration of the point was prevented by Richard's coming back to us in an excited state and hastily representing Mr. Vholes, a sallow man with pinched lips that looked as if they were cold, a red eruption here and there upon his face, tall and thin, about 50 years of age, high-shouldered and stooping, dressed in black, black-gloved, and buttoned to the chin. There was nothing so remarkable in him as a lifeless manner and a slow, fixed way he had of looking at Richard.
"I hope I don't disturb you, ladies,"
said Mr. Vholes. And now I observed that he was further remarkable for an inward manner of speaking.
"I arranged with Mr. Carstone that he should always know when his cause was in the Chancellor's paper, and being informed by one of his clerks last night after post-time that it stood rather unexpectedly in the paper for to-morrow, I put myself into the coach early this morning and came down to confer with him."
"Yes,"
said Richard, flushed and looking triumphantly at Ada and me.
"We don't do these things in the old slow way now. We spin along now. Mr. Vholes, we must hire something to get over to the post town in and catch the mail to-night and go up by it." "Anything you please, sir,"
returned Mr. Vholes.
"I am quite at your service." "Let me see," said Richard, looking at his watch. "If I run down to the Dedlock and get my portmanteau fastened up and order a gig or a chaise or whatever's to be got, we shall have an hour then before starting. I'll come back to tea. Cousin Ada, will you and Esther take care of Mr. Vholes when I am gone?"
He was away directly, in his heat and hurry, and was soon lost in the dusk of evening. We who were left walked on towards the house. "Is Mr. Carstone's presence necessary to-morrow, sir?" said I. "Can it do any good?"
"No, miss,"
Mr. Vholes replied.
"I am not aware that it can."
Both Ada and I expressed our regret that he should go then, only to be disappointed.
"Mr. Carstone has laid down the principle of watching his own interests,"
said Mr. Vholes.
"And when a client lays down his own principle, and it is not immoral, it devolves upon me to carry it out. I wish in business to be exact and open. I am a widower with 3 daughters, Emma, Jane, and Caroline, and my desire is so to discharge duties of life as to leave them a good name. This appears to be a pleasant spot, miss."
The remark being made to me in consequence of my being next him as we walked, I assented and enumerated its chief attractions.
"Indeed,"
said Mr. Vholes,
"I have the privilege of supporting an aged father in the Vale of Taunton, his native place, and I admire that country very much. I had no idea there was anything so attractive here."
To keep up the conversation, I asked Mr. Vholes if he would like to live altogether in the country.
"There, miss,"
said he,
"you touch me on a tender string. My health is not good, my digestion being much impaired, and if I had only myself to consider, I should take refuge in rural habits, especially as the cares of business have prevented me from ever coming much into contact with general society, and particularly with ladies' society, which I have most wished to mix in. But with my 3 daughters, Emma, Jane, and Caroline, and my aged father, I cannot afford to be selfish. It is true I have no longer to maintain a dear grandmother, who died in her 102nd year, but enough remains to render it indispensable that the mill should be always going."
It required some attention to hear him on account of his inward speaking and his lifeless manner.
"You will excuse my having mentioned my daughters," he said. "They are my weak point. I wish to leave the poor girls some little independence, as well as a good name." We now arrived at Mr. Boythorn's house, where the tea-table, all prepared, was awaiting us. Richard came in restless and hurried shortly afterwards, and leaning over Mr. Vholes's chair, whispered something in his ear. Mr. Vholes replied aloud, or as nearly aloud, I suppose, as he had ever replied to anything. "You will drive me, will you, sir? It is all the same to me, sir. Anything you please. I am quite at your service." We understood from what followed that Mr. Skimpole was to be left until the morning to occupy the 2 places which had been already paid for. As Ada and I were both in low spirits concerning Richard, and very sorry so to part with him, we made it as plain as we politely could that we should leave Mr. Skimpole to the Dedlock Arms
and retire when the night travellers were gone. Richard's high spirits carrying everything before them, we all went out together to the top of the hill above the village, where he had ordered a gig to wait, and where we found a man with a lantern standing at the head of the gaunt pale horse that had been harnessed to it. I never shall forget those two, seated side by side in the lantern's light, Richard all flush and fire and laughter, with the reins in his hand, Mr. Vholes quite still, black-gloved and buttoned up, looking at him as if he were looking at his prey and charming it. I have before me the whole picture of the warm dark night, the summer lightning, the dusty track of road closed in by hedgerows and high trees, the gaunt pale horse with its ears pricked up, and the driving away at speed to Jarndyce and Jarndyce. My dear girl told me that night how Richard's being thereafter prosperous or ruined, befriended or deserted, could only make this difference to her, that the more he needed love from one unchanging heart, the more love that unchanging heart would have to give him. How he thought of her through his present errors, and she would think of him at all times, never of herself, if she could devote herself to him, never of her own delights, if she could minister to his. And she kept her word? I look along the road before me, where the distance already shortens and the journey's end is growing visible, and true and good above the dead sea of the Chancery suit and all the ashy fruit it cast ashore, I think I see my darling.
End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 38. A Struggle.
When our time came for returning to Bleak House again, we were punctual to the day and were received with an overpowering welcome. I was perfectly restored to health and strength, and finding my housekeeping keys laid ready for me in my room, rang myself in, as if I had been a new year, with a merry little peal. "Once more, duty, duty, Esther," said I, "and if you are not overjoyed to do it, more than cheerfully and contentedly through anything and everything, you ought to be. That's all I have to say to you, my dear." The first few mornings were mornings of so much bustle and business, devoted to such settlements of accounts, such repeated journeys to and fro between the growlery and all other parts of the house, so many rearrangements of drawers and presses, and such a general new beginning altogether, that I had not a moment's leisure. But when these arrangements were completed and everything was in order, I paid a visit of a few hours to London, which something in the letter I had destroyed at Chesney Wold had induced me to decide upon in my own mind. I made Caddy Jellyby (her maiden name was so natural to me that I always called her by it) the pretext for this visit, and wrote her a note previously, asking the favour of her company on a little business expedition. Leaving home very early in the morning, I got to London by stage-coach in such good time that I got to Newman Street with the day before me. Caddy, who had not seen me since her wedding day, was so glad and so affectionate that I was half inclined to fear I should make her husband jealous. But he was, in his way, just as bad, I mean as good, and in short it was the old story, and nobody would leave me any possibility of doing anything meritorious. The elder Mr. Turveydrop was in bed, I found, and Caddy was milling his chocolate, which a melancholy little boy who was an apprentice, it seemed such a curious thing to be apprenticed to the trade of dancing, was waiting to carry upstairs. Her father-in-law was extremely kind and considerate, Caddy told me, and they lived most happily together. When she spoke of their living together, she meant that the old gentleman had all the good things and all the good lodging, while she and her husband had what they could get and were poked into 2 corner rooms over the mews. "And how is your mamma, Caddy?" said I.
"Why, I hear of her, Esther," replied Caddy, "through Pa.
but I see very little of her. We're good friends, I'm glad to say, but Ma thinks there is something absurd in my having married a dancing master, and she's rather afraid of its extending to her. It struck me that if Mrs. Jellyby had discharged her own natural duties and obligations before she swept the horizon with a telescope in search of others, she would have taken the best precautions against becoming absurd, but I need scarcely observe that I kept this to myself. "And your papa, Caddy?" "He comes here every evening," returned Caddy, "and he's so fond of sitting in the corner that it's a treat to see him." Looking at the corner, I plainly perceived the mark of Mr. Jellyby's head against the wall. It was consolatory to know that he had found such a resting-place for it. "And you, Caddy?" said I. "You're always busy, I'll be bound." "Well, my dear," returned Caddy, "I am indeed. For to tell you a grand secret, I am qualifying myself to give lessons. Prince's health is not strong, and I want to be able to assist him. What with schools and classes here and private pupils and the apprentices, he really has too much to do, poor fellow." The notion of the apprentices was still so odd to me that I asked Caddy if there were many of them. "4," said Caddy. "1 indoor and 3 out. They are very good children, only when they get together they will play, children-like, instead of attending to their work. So the little boy you saw just now waltzes by himself in the empty kitchen, and we distribute the others over the house as well as we can." "That is only for their steps, of course," said I. "Only for their steps," said Caddy. "In that way they practise, so many hours at a time, whatever steps they happen to be upon. They dance in the academy, and at this time of year we do figures at 5 every morning." "Why, what a laborious life!" I exclaimed. "I assure you, my dear," returned Caddy, smiling, "when the outdoor 'prentices ring us up in the morning, the bell rings into our room not to disturb old Mr. Turveydrop, and when I put up the window and see them standing on the doorstep with their little pumps under their arms, I am actually reminded of the sweeps." All this presented the art to me in a singular light, to be sure. Caddy enjoyed the effect of her communication and cheerfully recounted the particulars of her own studies. "You see, my dear, to save expense, I ought to know something of the piano, and I ought to know something of the kit too, and consequently I have to practise those 2 instruments as well as the details of our profession. If Ma had been like anybody else, I might have had some little musical knowledge to begin upon. However, I hadn't any, and that part of the work is at first a little discouraging, I must allow. But I have a very good ear, and I'm used to drudgery. I have to thank Ma for that, at all events. And where there's a will, there's a way, you know, Esther, the world over." Saying these words, Caddy laughingly sat down at a little jingling square piano and really rattled off a quadrille with great spirit. Then she good-humouredly and blushingly got up again, and while she still laughed herself, said, "Don't you laugh at me, please, that's a dear girl." I would sooner have cried, but I did neither. I encouraged her and praised her with all my heart, for I conscientiously believed, dancing-master's wife though she was, and dancing-mistress though in her limited ambition she aspired to be, she had struck out a natural, wholesome, loving course of industry and perseverance that was quite as good as a mission. "My dear," said Caddy, delighted, "you can't think how you cheer me. I shall owe you don't know how much. What changes, Esther, even in my small world! You recollect that first night when I was so unpolite and inky? Who would have thought then of my ever teaching people to dance, of all other possibilities and impossibilities?" Her husband, who had left us while we had this chat, now coming back, preparatory to exercising the apprentices in the ball-room, Caddy informed me she was quite at my disposal. But it was not my time yet. I was glad to tell her, for I should have been vexed to take her away then. Therefore we 3 adjourned to the apprentices together, and I made one in the dance. The apprentices were the queerest little people. Besides the melancholy boy, who I hoped had not been made so by waltzing alone in the empty kitchen. There were 2 other boys and 1 dirty little limp girl in a gauzy dress. Such a precocious little girl, with such a dowdy bonnet on, that too of a gauzy texture, who brought her sandalled shoes in an old threadbare velvet reticule. Such mean little boys when they were not dancing, with string and marbles and cramp bones in their pockets, and the most untidy legs and feet, and heels particularly. I asked Caddy what had made their parents choose this profession for them. Caddy said she didn't know. Perhaps they were designed for teachers, perhaps for the stage. They were all people in humble circumstances, and the melancholy boy's mother kept a ginger beer shop. We danced for an hour with great gravity, the melancholy child doing wonders with his lower extremities, in which there appeared to be some sense of enjoyment, though it never rose above his waist. Caddy, while she was observant of her husband and was evidently founded upon him, had acquired a grace and self-possession of her own, which, united to her pretty face and figure, was uncommonly agreeable. She already relieved him of much of the instruction of these young people, and he seldom interfered except to walk his part in the figure if he had anything to do in it. He always played the tune. The affectation of the gauzy child and her condescension to the boys was a sight, and thus we danced an hour by the clock. When the practice was concluded, Caddy's husband made himself ready to go out of town to a school, and Caddy ran away to get ready to go out with me. I sat in the ball-room in the interval, contemplating the apprentices. The 2 outdoor boys went upon the staircase to put on their half-boots and pull the indoor boy's hair, as I judge from the nature of his objections. Returning with their jackets buttoned and their pumps stuck in them, they then produced packets of cold bread and meat, and bivouacked under a painted lyre on the wall. The little gauzy child, having whisked her sandals into the reticule and put on a trodden-down pair of shoes, shook her head into the dowdy bonnet at one shake, and answering my inquiry whether she liked dancing by replying, "Not with boys," tied it across her chin and went home contemptuous. "Old Mr. Turveydrop is so sorry," said Caddy, "that he's not finished dressing yet, and cannot have the pleasure of seeing you before you go. You are such a favourite of his, Esther." I expressed myself much obliged to him, but did not think it necessary to add that I readily dispensed with his attention. "It takes him a long time to dress," said Caddy, "because he's very much looked up to in such things, you know, and has a reputation to support. You can't think how kind he is to Pa. He talks to Pa of an evening about the Prince Regent, and I never saw Pa so interested. There was something in the picture of Mr. Turveydrop bestowing his deportment on Mr. Jellyby that quite took my fancy. I asked Caddy if he brought her papa out much. "No," said Caddy, "I don't know that he does that. But he talks to Pa, and Pa greatly admires him, and listens, and likes it. Of course I am aware that Pa has hardly any claims to deportment, but they get on together delightfully. You can't think what good companions they make. I never saw Pa take snuff before in my life, but he takes one pinch out of Mr. Turveydrop's box regularly, and keeps putting it to his nose and taking it away again all the evening. That old Mr. Turveydrop should ever, in the chances and changes of life, have come to the rescue of Mr. Jellyby from Borrioboola Gha appeared to me to be one of the pleasantest of oddities. "As to Peepy," said Caddy with a little hesitation, "whom I was most afraid of, next to having any family of my own, Esther, as an inconvenience to Mr. Turveydrop, the kindness of the old gentleman to that child is beyond everything. He asks to see him, my dear. He lets him take the newspaper up to him in bed. He gives him the crusts of his toast to eat. He sends him on little errands about the house. He tells him to come to me for sixpences. In short," said Caddy cheerily, "and not to prose, I am a very fortunate girl and ought to be very grateful. Where are we going, Esther?" "To the Old Street Road," said I, "where I have a few words to say to the solicitor's clerk, who was sent to meet me at the coach-office on the very day when I came to London and first saw you, my dear. Now I think of it, the gentleman who brought us to your house. Then, indeed, I seem to be naturally the person to go with you, returned Caddy. To the Old Street Road we went, and there inquired at Mrs. Guppy's residence for Mrs. Guppy. Mrs. Guppy, occupying the parlours, and having indeed been visibly in danger of cracking herself like a nut in the front parlour door, by peeping out before she was asked for, immediately presented herself and requested us to walk in. She was an old lady in a large cap, with a rather red nose and rather an unsteady eye, but smiling all over. Her close little sitting-room was prepared for a visit, and there was a portrait of her son in it, which, I had almost written here, was more like than life. It insisted upon him with such obstinacy, and was so determined not to let him off. Not only was the portrait there, but we found the original there too. He was dressed in a great many colours, and was discovered at a table reading law papers with his forefinger to his forehead. "Miss Summerson," said Mr. Guppy, rising, "this is indeed an oasis. Mother, will you be so good as to put a chair for the other lady and get out of the gangway?" Mrs. Guppy, whose incessant smiling gave her quite a waggish appearance, did as her son requested, and then sat down in a corner, holding her pocket-handkerchief to her chest like a fomentation with both hands. I presented Caddy, and Mr. Guppy said that any friend of mine was more than welcome. I then proceeded to the object of my visit. "I took the liberty of sending you a note, sir," said I. Mr. Guppy acknowledged the receipt by taking it out of his breast-pocket, putting it to his lips, and returning it to his pocket with a bow. Mr. Guppy's mother was so diverted that she rolled her head as she smiled and made a silent appeal to Caddy with her elbow. "Could I speak to you alone for a moment?" said I. Anything like the jocoseness of Mr. Guppy's mother just now I think I never saw. She made no sound of laughter, but she rolled her head and shook it and put her handkerchief to her mouth and appealed to Caddy with her elbow and her hand and her shoulder, and was so unspeakably entertained altogether that it was with some difficulty she could marshal Caddy through the little folding door into her bedroom adjoining. "Miss Summerson," said Mr. Guppy, "you will excuse the waywardness of a parent ever mindful of a son's happiness. My mother, though highly exasperating to the feelings, is actuated by maternal dictates." I could hardly have believed that anybody could in a moment have turned so red or changed so much as Mr. Guppy did when I now put up my veil. "I ask the favour of seeing you for a few moments here," said I, "in preference to calling at Mr. Kenge's, because, remembering what you said on an occasion when you spoke to me in confidence, I feared I might otherwise cause you some embarrassment, Mr. Guppy." I caused him embarrassment enough as it was, I am sure. I never saw such faltering, such confusion, such amazement and apprehension. "Miss Summerson," stammered Mr. Guppy, I beg your pardon, but in our profession we find it necessary to be explicit. You have referred to an occasion, miss, when I did myself the honour of making a declaration which—" Something seemed to rise in his throat that he could not possibly swallow. He put his hand there, coughed, made faces, tried again to swallow it, coughed again, made faces again, looked all round the room, and fluttered his papers. A kind of giddy sensation has come upon me, miss," he explained, "which rather knocks me over. A little subject to this sort of thing, by George." I gave him a little time to recover. He consumed it in putting his hand to his forehead and taking it away again, and in backing his chair into the corner behind him. "My intention was to remark, miss," said Mr. Guppy, "dear me, something bronchial, I think, to remark that you was so good on that occasion as to repel and repudiate that declaration. You wouldn't perhaps object to admit that? Though no witnesses are present, it might be a satisfaction to your mind if you was to put in that admission.
There can be no doubt, said I, that I declined your proposal without any reservation or qualification whatever, Mr. Guppy.
Thank you, miss, he returned, measuring the table with his troubled hands. So far, that's satisfactory, and it does you credit. This is certainly bronchial. Must be in the tubes. You wouldn't perhaps be offended if I was to mention, not that it's necessary, for your own good sense or any person's sense must show him that, if I was to mention that such declaration on my part was final and there terminated?
I quite understand that, said I.
Perhaps, sir, it may not be worth the form, but it might be a satisfaction to your mind. Perhaps you wouldn't object to admit that, miss, said Mr. Guppy.
I admit it most fully and freely, said I.
Thank you, returned Mr. Guppy. Very honourable, I'm sure. I regret that my arrangements in life, combined with circumstances over which I have no control, will put it out of my power ever to fall back upon that offer or to renew it in any shape or form whatever, but it will ever be a retrospect entwined with friendship's bowers.
Mr. Guppy's bronchitis came to his relief and stopped his measurement of the table. I may now perhaps mention what I wish to say to you, I began.
I shall be honoured, I am sure, said Mr. Guppy. I am so persuaded that our own good sense and right feeling, miss, will keep you as square as possible, that I can have nothing but pleasure, I am sure, in hearing any observations you may wish to offer.
You were so good as to imply on that occasion.
Excuse me, miss, said Mr. Guppy, but we had better not travel out of the record into implication. I cannot admit that I implied anything.
You said on that occasion, I recommenced, that you might possibly have the means of advancing my interests and promoting my fortunes by making discoveries of which I should be the subject. I presume that you founded that belief upon your general knowledge of my being an orphan girl, indebted for everything to the benevolence of Mr. Jarndyce. Now, the beginning and the end of what I have come to beg of you is, Mr. Guppy, that you will have the kindness to relinquish all idea of so serving me. I have thought of this sometimes, and I have thought of it most lately, since I have been ill. At length I have decided, in case you should at any time recall that purpose and act upon it in any way, to come to you and assure you that you are altogether mistaken. You could make no discovery in reference to me that would do me the least service or give me the least pleasure. I am acquainted with my personal history, and I have it in my power to assure you that you never can advance my welfare by such means. You may, perhaps, have abandoned this project a long time. If so, excuse my giving you unnecessary trouble. If not, I entreat you, on the assurance I have given you, henceforth to lay it aside. I beg you to do this for my peace.
I am bound to confess, said Mr. Guppy, that you express yourself, miss, with that good sense and right feeling for which I give you credit. Nothing can be more satisfactory than such right feeling, and if I mistook any intentions on your part just now, I am prepared to tender a full apology. I should wish to be understood, miss, as hereby offering that apology, limiting it, as your own good sense and right feeling will point out the necessity of, to the present proceedings.
I must say, for Mr. Guppy, that the snuffling manner he had had upon him improved very much.
He seemed truly glad to be able to do something I asked, and he looked ashamed. "If you will allow me to finish what I have to say at once, so that I may have no occasion to resume," I went on, seeing him about to speak, "you will do me a kindness, sir. I come to you as privately as possible because you announced this impression of yours to be in a confidence which I have really wished to respect, and which I always have respected, as you remember. I have mentioned my illness. There really is no reason why I should hesitate to say that I know very well that any little delicacy I might have had in making a request to you is quite removed. Therefore I make the entreaty I have now preferred, and I hope you will have sufficient consideration for me to accede to it." I must do Mr. Guppy the further justice of saying that he had looked more and more ashamed, and that he looked most ashamed and very earnest when he now replied with a burning face, "Upon my word and honour, upon my life, upon my soul, Miss Summerson, as I am a living man, I'll act according to your wish. I'll never go another step in opposition to it. I'll take my oath to it, if it will be any satisfaction to you, in what I promise at this present time, touching the matters now in question," continued Mr. Guppy rapidly, as if he were repeating a familiar form of words. "I speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so—" "I am quite satisfied," said I, rising at this point, "and I thank you very much. Caddy, my dear, I am ready." Mr. Guppy's mother returned with Caddy, now making me the recipient of her silent laughter and her nudges, and we took our leave. Mr. Guppy saw us to the door with the air of one who was either imperfectly awake or walking in his sleep, and we left him there staring. But in a minute he came after us down the street without any hat, and with his long hair all blown about, and stopped us, saying fervently, "Miss Summerson, upon my honour and soul, you may depend upon me." "I do," said I, quite confidently. "I beg your pardon, miss," said Mr. Guppy, going with one leg and staying with the other, "but this lady being present, your own witness, it might be a satisfaction to your mind, which I should wish to set at rest, if you was to repeat those admissions." "Well, Caddy," said I, turning to her, "perhaps you will not be surprised when I tell you, my dear, that there never has been any engagement." "No proposal or promise of marriage whatsoever?" suggested Mr. Guppy. "No proposal or promise of marriage whatsoever," said I. "Between this gentleman—" "William Guppy, of Penton Place, Pentonville, in the county of Middlesex," he murmured. "Between this gentleman, Mr. William Guppy, of Penton Place, Pentonville, in the county of Middlesex, and myself." "Thank you, miss," said Mr. Guppy. "Very full—excuse me. Lady's name, Christian, and surname both?" I gave them. "Married woman, I believe," said Mr. Guppy. "Married woman. Thank you. Formerly Caroline Jellyby, spinster, then of Thavies Inn, within the City of London, but extra parochial, now of Newman Street, Oxford Street. Much obliged." He ran home and came running back again. "Touching that matter, you know, I really and truly am very sorry that my arrangements in life, combined with circumstances over which I have no control, should prevent a renewal of what was wholly terminated some time back," said Mr. Guppy to me forlornly and despondently. "But it couldn't be. Now, could it? You know. I only put it to you." I replied it certainly could not. The subject did not admit of a doubt. He thanked me and ran to his mother's again, and back again. "It's very honourable of you, miss, I'm sure," said Mr. Guppy. "If an altar could be erected in the bowers of friendship, but upon my soul you may rely upon me in every respect save and except the tender passion only." The struggle in Mr. Guppy's breast and the numerous oscillations it occasioned him between his mother's door and us were sufficiently conspicuous in the windy street, particularly as his hair wanted cutting, to make us hurry away. I did so with a lightened heart, but when we last looked back, Mr. Guppy was still oscillating in the same troubled state of mind.
End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 39. Attorney and Client. The name of Mr. Vholes, preceded by the legend ground floor, is inscribed upon a door-post in Symond's Inn, Chancery Lane, a little, pale, wall-eyed, woe-begone inn, like a large dustbin of 2 compartments and a sifter. It looks as if Symond were a sparing man in his way, and constructed his inn of old building materials which took kindly to the dry rot and to dirt and all things decaying and dismal, and perpetuated Symond's memory with congenial shabbiness. Quartered in this dingy hatchment commemorative of Symond are the legal bearings of Mr. Vholes. Mr. Vholes's office, in disposition retiring and in situation retired, is squeezed up in a corner and blinks at a dead wall. 3 feet of knotty-floored dark passage bring the client to Mr. Vholes's jet-black door in an angle profoundly dark on the brightest midsummer morning, and encumbered by a black bulkhead of cellarage staircase against which belated civilians generally strike their brows. Mr. Vholes's chambers are on so small a scale that one clerk can open the door without getting off his stool, while the other who elbows him at the same desk has equal facilities for poking the fire. A smell as of unwholesome sheep blending with the smell of must and dust is referable to the nightly and often daily consumption of mutton fat in candles, and to the fretting of parchment forms and skins in greasy drawers. The atmosphere is otherwise stale and close. The place was last painted or whitewashed beyond the memory of man, and the 2 chimneys smoke, and there is a loose outer surface of soot everywhere, and the dull cracked windows in their heavy frames have but one piece of character in them, which is a determination to be always dirty and always shut unless coerced. This accounts for the phenomenon of the weaker of the 2 usually having a bundle of firewood thrust between its jaws in hot weather. Mr. Vholes is a very respectable man. He has not a large business, but he is a very respectable man. He is allowed by the greater attorneys who have made good fortunes or are making them to be a most respectable man. He never misses a chance in his practice, which is a mark of respectability. He never takes any pleasure, which is another mark of respectability. He is reserved and serious, which is another mark of respectability. His digestion is impaired, which is highly respectable, and he is making hay of the grass which is flesh for his 3 daughters, and his father is dependent on him in the Vale of Taunton. The one great principle of the English law is to make business for itself. There is no other principle distinctly, certainly, and consistently maintained through all its narrow turnings. Viewed by this light, it becomes a coherent scheme, and not the monstrous maze the laity are apt to think it. Let them but once clearly perceive that its grand principle is to make business for itself at their expense, and surely they will cease to grumble. But not perceiving this quite plainly, only seeing it by halves in a confused way, the laity sometimes suffer in peace and pocket with a bad grace, and do grumble very much. Then this respectability of Mr. Vholes is brought into powerful play against them. "Repeal this statute, my good sir," says Mr. Kenge to a smarting client. "Repeal it, my dear sir? Never, with my consent. Alter this law, sir, and what will be the effect of your rash proceeding on a class of practitioners very worthily represented, allow me to say to you, by the opposite attorney in the case, Mr. Vholes? Sir, that class of practitioners would be swept from the face of the earth. Now, you cannot afford, I will say, the social system cannot afford, to lose an order of men like Mr. Vholes, diligent, persevering, steady, acute in business. My dear sir, I understand your present feelings against the existing state of things, which I grant to be a little hard in your case, but I can never raise my voice for the demolition of a class of men like Mr. Vholes." The respectability of Mr. Vholes has even been cited with crushing effect before parliamentary committees, as in the following blue minutes of a distinguished attorney's evidence. Question number 517,869. If I understand you, these forms of practice indisputably occasion delay. Answer. Yes, some delay. Question. And great expense. Answer. Most assuredly, they cannot be gone through for nothing. Question. And unspeakable vexation? Answer. I am not prepared to say that. They have never given me any vexation. Quite the contrary. Question. But you think that their abolition would damage a class of practitioners? Answer. I have no doubt of it. Question. Can you instance any type of that class? Answer. Yes, I would unhesitatingly mention Mr. Vholes. He would be ruined. Question. Mr. Vholes is considered, in the profession, a respectable man? Answer. Which proved fatal to the inquiry for 10 years. Mr. Vholes is considered in the profession a most respectable man. So, in familiar conversation, private authorities, no less disinterested, will remark that they don't know what this age is coming to, that we are plunging down precipices, that now here is something else gone, that these changes are death to people, like Vholes, a man of undoubted respectability, with a father in the Vale of Taunton, and 3 daughters at home. Take a few steps more in this direction, say they, and what is to become of Vholes's father? Is he to perish? And of Vholes's daughters? Are they to be shirt-makers or governesses? As though Mr. Vholes and his relations being minor cannibal chiefs, and it being proposed to abolish cannibalism, indignant champions were to put the case thus: make man-eating unlawful, and you starve the Vholeses. In a word, Mr. Vholes, with his 3 daughters and his father in the Vale of Taunton, is continually doing duty, like a piece of timber, to shore up some decayed foundation that has become a pitfall and a nuisance. And with a great many people in a great many instances, the question is never one of a change from wrong to right, which is quite an extraneous consideration, but is always one of injury or advantage to that eminently respectable legion, Vholes. The Chancellor is, within these 10 minutes, up for the long vacation. Mr. Vholes and his young client, and several blue bags, hastily stuffed out of all regularity of form, as the larger sort of serpents are in their first gorged state, have returned to the official den. Mr. Vholes, quiet and unmoved as a man of so much respectability ought to be, takes off his close black gloves as if he were skinning his hands, lifts off his tight hat as if he were scalping himself, and sits down at his desk. The client throws his hat and gloves upon the ground, tosses them anywhere, without looking after them or caring where they go, flings himself into a chair, half sighing and half groaning, rests his aching head upon his hand, and looks the portrait of young despair. "Again, nothing done," says Richard. "Nothing done." "Don't say nothing done, sir," returns the placid Vholes. "That is scarcely fair, sir, scarcely fair." "Why, what is done?" says Richard, turning gloomily upon him. "That may not be the whole question," returns Vholes. "The question may branch off into what is doing. What is doing?" "And what is doing?" asks the moody client. Vholes, sitting with his arms on the desk, quietly bringing the tips of his 5 right fingers to meet the tips of his 5 left fingers, and quietly separating them again, and fixedly and slowly looking at his client, replies, "A good deal is doing, sir. We have put our shoulders to the wheel, Mr. Carstone, and the wheel is going round." "Yes, with Ixion on it. How am I to get through the next 4 or 5 cursed months?" exclaims the young man, rising from his chair and walking about the room. "Mr. C.," returns Vholes, following him close with his eyes wherever he goes, "your spirits are hasty, and I am sorry for it on your account. Excuse me if I recommend you not to chafe so much.
not to be so impetuous, not to wear yourself out so. You should have more patience. You should sustain yourself better." "I ought to imitate you, in fact, Mr. Vholes," says Richard, sitting down again with an impatient laugh and beating the devil's tattoo with his boot on the patternless carpet. "Sir," returns Vholes, always looking at the client as if he were making a lingering meal of him with his eyes as well as with his professional appetite. "Sir," returns Vholes with his inward manner of speech and his bloodless quietude, "I should not have had the presumption to propose myself as a model for your imitation or any man's. Let me but leave the good name to my 3 daughters, and that is enough for me. I am not a self-seeker. But since you mention me so pointedly, I will acknowledge that I should like to impart to you a little of my— come, sir, you are disposed to call it insensibility, and I am sure I have no objection. Say insensibility, a little of my insensibility." "Mr. Vholes," explains the client, somewhat abashed, "I have no intention to accuse you of insensibility." "I think you had, sir, without knowing it," returns the equable Vholes. "Very naturally. It is my duty to attend to your interests with a cool head, and I can quite understand that to your excited feelings I may appear at such times as the present insensible. My daughters may know me better, my aged father may know me better, but they have known me much longer than you have, and the confiding eye of affection is not the distrustful eye of business. Not that I complain, sir, of the eye of business being distrustful, quite the contrary. In attending to your interests, I wish to have all possible checks upon me. It is right that I should have them. I court inquiry. But your interests demand that I should be cool and methodical, Mr. Carstone, and I cannot be otherwise. No, sir, not even to please you." Mr. Vholes, after glancing at the official cat, who is patiently watching a mouse's hole, fixes his charmed gaze again on his young client and proceeds in his buttoned-up, half-audible voice as if there were an unclean spirit in him that will neither come out nor speak out. "What are you to do, sir?" you inquire, "during the vacation? I should hope you gentlemen of the army may find many means of amusing yourselves if you give your minds to it. If you had asked me what I was to do during the vacation, I could have answered you more readily. I am to attend to your interests. I am to be found here day by day attending to your interests. That is my duty, Mr. C., and term time or vacation makes no difference to me. If you wish to consult me as to your interests, you will find me here at all times alike. Other professional men go out of town. I don't. Not that I blame them for going. I merely say I don't go. This desk is your rock, sir." Mr. Vholes gives it a rap, and it sounds as hollow as a coffin. Not to Richard, though. There is encouragement in the sound to him. Perhaps Mr. Vholes knows there is. "I am perfectly aware, Mr. Vholes," says Richard more familiarly and good-humouredly, "that you are the most reliable fellow in the world, and that to have to do with you is to have to do with a man of business who is not to be hoodwinked. But put yourself in my case. Dragging on this dislocated life, sinking deeper and deeper into difficulty every day, continually hoping and continually disappointed, conscious of change upon change for the worse in myself, and of no change for the better in anything else. And you will find it a dark-looking case sometimes, as I do." "You know," says Mr. Vholes, "that I never give hopes, sir. I told you from the first, Mr. C., that I never give hopes, particularly in a case like this, where the greater part of the costs comes out of the estate. I should not be considerate of my good name if I gave hopes. It might seem as if costs were my object. Still, when you say there is no change for the better, I must, as a bare matter of fact, deny that." "Aye?" returns Richard, brightening. "But how do you make it out?" "Mr. Carstone, you are represented by—" "You said just now a rock." "Yes, sir.
says Mr. Vholes, gently shaking his head and rapping the hollow desk with a sound as if ashes were falling on ashes and dust on dust. "A rock. That's something. You are separately represented, and no longer hidden and lost in the interests of others. That's something. The suit does not sleep. We wake it up. We air it. We walk it about. That's something. It's not all Jarndyce. In fact as well as in name, that's something. Nobody has it all his own way now, sir, and that's something, surely." Richard, his face flushing, suddenly strikes the desk with his clenched hand. "Mr. Vholes, if any man had told me when I first went to John Jarndyce's house that he was anything but the disinterested friend he seemed, that he was what he has gradually turned out to be, I could have found no words strong enough to repel the slander. I could not have defended him too ardently. So little did I know of the world. Whereas now, I do declare to you that he becomes to me the embodiment of the suit, that in place of its being an abstraction, it is John Jarndyce, that the more I suffer, the more indignant I am with him, that every new delay and every new disappointment is only a new injury from John Jarndyce's hand." "No, no," says Vholes. "Don't say so. We ought to have patience, all of us. Besides, I never disparage, sir. I never disparage." "Mr. Vholes," returns the angry client, "you know as well as I that he would have strangled the suit if he could." "He was not active in it," Mr. Vholes admits with an appearance of reluctance. "He certainly was not active in it. But, however, he might have had amiable intentions. Who can read the heart, Mr. C.?" "You can," returns Richard. "I, Mr. C.?" "Well enough to know what his intentions were. Are or are not our interests conflicting? Tell me that," says Richard, accompanying his last three words with three raps on his rock of trust. "Mr. C.," returns Vholes, immovable in attitude and never winking his hungry eyes, "I should be wanting in my duty as your professional adviser. I should be departing from my fidelity to your interests if I represented those interests as identical with the interests of Mr. Jarndyce. There are no such things, sir. I never impute motives. I both have and am a father, and I never impute motives. But I must not shrink from a professional duty, even if it sows dissensions in families. I understand you to be now consulting me professionally as to your interests. You are so. I reply, then, they are not identical with those of Mr. Jarndyce." "Of course they are not," cries Richard. "You found that out long ago." "Mr. C.," returns Vholes, "I wish to say no more of any third party than is necessary. I wish to leave my good name unsullied, together with any little property of which I may become possessed through industry and perseverance, to my daughters Emma, Jane, and Caroline. I also desire to live in amity with my professional brethren. When Mr. Skimpole did me the honour, sir, I will not say the very high honour, for I never stoop to flattery, of bringing us together in this room, I mentioned to you that I could offer no opinion or advice as to your interests while those interests were entrusted to another member of the profession, and I spoke in such terms as I was bound to speak of Kenge and Carboy's office, which stands high. You, sir, thought fit to withdraw your interests from that keeping nevertheless, and to offer them to me. You brought them with clean hands, sir, and I accepted them with clean hands. Those interests are now paramount in this office. My digestive functions, as you may have heard me mention, are not in a good state, and rest might improve them, but I shall not rest, sir, while I am your representative. Whenever you want me, you will find me here. Summon me anywhere, and I will come. During the long vacation, sir, I shall devote my leisure to studying your interests more and more closely, and to making arrangements for moving heaven and earth, including, of course, the Chancellor, after Michaelmas term, and when I ultimately congratulate you, sir," says Mr. Vholes with the severity of a determined man,
When I ultimately congratulate you, sir, with all my heart on your accession to fortune, which, but that I never give hopes, I might say something further about, you will owe me nothing beyond whatever little balance may be then outstanding of the costs as between solicitor and client, not included in the taxed costs allowed out of the estate. I pretend no claim upon you, Mr. C., but for the zealous and active discharge, not the languid and routine discharge, sir, that much credit I stipulate for, of my professional duty. My duty prosperously ended, all between us is ended.
Vholes finally adds, by way of rider to this declaration of his principles, that as Mr. Carstone is about to rejoin his regiment, perhaps Mr. C. will favour him with an order on his agent for £20 on account.
For there have been many little consultations and attendances of late, sir,
observed Vholes, turning over the leaves of his diary,
and these things mount up, and I don't profess to be a man of capital. When we first entered on our present relations, I stated to you openly, it is a principle of mine that there never can be too much openness between solicitor and client, that I was not a man of capital, and that if capital was your object you had better leave your papers in Kenge's office. No, Mr. C., you will find none of the advantages or disadvantages of capital here, sir. This,"
Vholes gives the desk one hollow blow again,
"is your rock. It pretends to be nothing more."
The client, with his dejection insensibly relieved and his vague hopes rekindled, takes pen and ink and writes the draft, not without perplexed consideration and calculation of the date it may bear, implying scant effects in the agent's hands. All the while Vholes, buttoned up in body and mind, looks at him attentively. All the while Vholes's official cat watches the mouse's hole. Lastly, the client, shaking hands, beseeches Mr. Vholes, for heaven's sake and earth's sake, to do his utmost to pull him through the Court of Chancery. Mr. Vholes, who never gives hopes, lays his palm upon the client's shoulder and answers with a smile, "Always here, sir, personally or by letter. You will always find me here, sir, with my shoulder to the wheel." Thus they part, and Vholes, left alone, employs himself in carrying sundry little matters out of his diary into his draft bill-book for the ultimate behoof of his 3 daughters. So might an industrious fox or bear make up his account of chickens or stray travellers with an eye to his cubs, not to disparage by that word the 3 raw-visaged, lank, and buttoned-up maidens who dwell with the parent Vholes in an earthy cottage situated in a damp garden at Kennington. Richard, emerging from the heavy shade of Symond's Inn into the sunshine of Chancery Lane, for there happens to be sunshine there to-day, walks thoughtfully on and turns into Lincoln's Inn and passes under the shadow of the Lincoln's Inn trees. On many such loungers have the speckled shadows of those trees often fallen. On the like bent head, the bitten nail, the lowering eye, the lingering step, the purposeless and dreamy air, the good consuming and consumed, the life turned sour. This lounger is not shabby yet, but that may come. Chancery, which knows no wisdom but in precedent, is very rich in such precedents, and why should one be different from 10,000? Yet the time is so short since his depreciation began that as he saunters away, reluctant to leave the spot for some long months together, though he hates it, Richard himself may feel his own case as if it were a startling one. While his heart is heavy with corroding care, suspense, distrust, and doubt, it may have room for some sorrowful wonder when he recalls how different his first visit there, how different he, how different all the colours of his mind. But injustice breeds injustice. The fighting with shadows and being defeated by them necessitates the setting up of substances to combat. From the impalpable suit which no man alive can understand, the time for that being long gone by, it has become a gloomy relief to turn to the palpable figure of the friend who would have saved him from this ruin and make him his enemy. Richard has told Vholes the truth. Is he in a hardened or a softened mood, he still lays his injuries equally at that door. He was thwarted in that quarter of a set purpose, and that purpose could only originate in the one subject that is resolving his existence into itself. Besides,
It is a justification to him in his own eyes to have an embodied antagonist and oppressor. Is Richard a monster in all this? Or would Chancery be found rich in such precedents too, if they could be got for citation from the recording angel? 2 pairs of eyes, not unused to such people, look after him, as biting his nails and brooding, he crosses the square and is swallowed up by the shadow of the southern gateway. Mr. Guppy and Mr. Weevle are the possessors of those eyes, and they have been leaning in conversation against the low stone parapet under the trees. He passes close by them, seeing nothing but the ground. "William," says Mr. Weevle, adjusting his whiskers, "there's combustion going on there. It's not a case of spontaneous, but it's smouldering combustion it is." "Ah!" says Mr. Guppy, "he wouldn't keep out of Jarndyce, and I suppose he's over head and ears in debt. I never knew much of him. He was as high as the monument when he was on trial at our place. A good riddance to me, whether as clerk or client. Well, Tony, that, as I was mentioning, is what they're up to." Mr. Guppy, refolding his arms, resettles himself against the parapet, as resuming a conversation of interest. "They are still up to it, sir," says Mr. Guppy. "Still taking stock, still examining papers, still going over the heaps and heaps of rubbish. At this rate they'll be at it these 7 years." "And Small is helping?" "Small left us at a week's notice. Told Kenge his grandfather's business was too much for the old gentleman, and he could better himself by undertaking it. There had been a coolness between myself and Small on account of his being so close, but he said you and I began it, and as he had me there, for we did, I put our acquaintance on the old footing. That's how I come to know what they're up to." "You haven't looked in at all?" "Tony," says Mr. Guppy, a little disconcerted, "to be unreserved with you, I don't greatly relish the house, except in your company, and therefore I have not. And therefore I propose this little appointment for our fetching away your things. There goes the hour by the clock. Tony," Mr. Guppy becomes mysteriously and tenderly eloquent, "it is necessary that I should impress upon your mind once more that circumstances over which I have no control have made a melancholy alteration in my most cherished plans and in that unrequited image which I formerly mentioned to you as a friend. That image is shattered, and that idol is laid low. My only wish now, in connexion with the objects which I had an idea of carrying out in the court with your aid as a friend, is to let 'em alone and bury 'em in oblivion. Do you think it possible? Do you think it at all likely? I'll put it to you, Tony, as a friend. From your knowledge of that capricious and deep old character who fell a prey to the spontaneous element, do you, Tony, think it at all likely that on second thoughts he put those letters away anywhere after you saw him alive, and that they were not destroyed that night?" Mr. Weevle reflects for some time, shakes his head, decidedly thinks not. "Tony," says Mr. Guppy as they walk towards the court, "once again understand me as a friend. Without entering into further explanations, I may repeat that the idol is down. I have no purpose to serve now but burial in oblivion. To that I have pledged myself. I owe it to myself, and I owe it to the shattered image, as also to the circumstances over which I have no control. If you was to express to me, by a gesture, by a wink, that you saw lying anywhere in your late lodgings any papers that so much as looked like the papers in question, I would pitch them into the fire, sir, on my own responsibility." Mr. Weevle nods. Mr. Guppy, much elevated in his own opinion by having delivered these observations with an air in part forensic and in part romantic, this gentleman having a passion for conducting anything in the form of an examination or delivering anything in the form of a summing up or a speech, accompanies his friend with dignity to the court. Never, since it has been a court, has it had such a Fortunatus purse of gossip as in the proceedings at the rag and bottle shop. Regularly every morning at 8 is the elder Mr. Smallweed brought down to the corner and carried in, accompanied by Mrs. Smallweed, Judy, and Bart, and regularly, all day, do they all remain there until 9 at night, solaced by gipsy dinners, not abundant in quantity, from the cook's shop, rummaging and searching, digging, delving, and diving among the treasures of the late lamented. What those treasures are they keep so secret that the court is maddened. In its delirium it imagines guineas pouring out of teapots, crown pieces overflowing punch-bowls, old chairs and mattresses stuffed with Bank of England notes. It possesses itself of the sixpenny history, with highly coloured folding frontispiece, of Mr. Daniel Dancer and his sister, and also of Mr. Elwes of Suffolk, and transfers all the facts from those authentic narratives to Mr. Krook. Twice, when the dustman is called in to carry off a cartload of old paper, ashes, and broken bottles, the whole court assembles and pries into the baskets as they come forth. Many times the two gentlemen who write with the ravenous little pens on the tissue paper are seen prowling in the neighbourhood, shy of each other, their late partnership being dissolved. The Sol skilfully carries a vein of the prevailing interest through the harmonic nights. Little swills, in what are professionally known as patter, allusions to the subject, is received with loud applause, and the same vocalist gags in the regular business like a man inspired. Even Miss M. Melvilleson, in the revived Caledonian melody of "We're a-nodding," points the sentiment that the dogs love brew, whatever the nature of that refreshment may be, with such archness and such a turn of the head towards next door that she is immediately understood to mean Mr. Smallweed loves to find money and is nightly honoured with a double encore. For all this, the court discovers nothing, and as Mrs. Piper and Miss Perkins now communicate to the late lodger, whose appearance is the signal for a general rally, it is in one continual ferment to discover everything and more. Mr. Weevle and Mr. Guppy, with every eye in the court's head upon them, knock at the closed door of the late lamented's house in a high state of popularity, but, being contrary to the court's expectation admitted, they immediately become unpopular and are considered to mean no good. The shutters are more or less closed all over the house, and the ground floor is sufficiently dark to require candles. Introduced into the back shop by Mr. Smallweed the younger, they, fresh from the sunlight, can at first see nothing save darkness and shadows, but they gradually discern the elder Mr. Smallweed seated in his chair upon the brink of a well or grave of waste paper, the virtuous Judy groping therein like a female sexton, and Mrs. Smallweed on the level ground in the vicinity, snowed up in a heap of paper fragments, print, and manuscript, which would appear to be the accumulated compliments that have been sent flying at her in the course of the day. The whole party, Small included, are blackened with dust and dirt and present a fiendish appearance, not relieved by the general aspect of the room. There is more litter and lumber in it than of old, and is dirtier if possible. Likewise it is ghostly with traces of its dead inhabitant, and even with his chalked writing on the wall. On the entrance of visitors, Mr. Smallweed and Judy simultaneously fold their arms and stop in their researches.
"Ah!" croaks the old gentleman. "How-de-do, gentlemen, how-de-do? Come to fetch your property, Mr. Weevle? That's well, that's well. We should have been forced to sell you up, sir, to pay your warehouse room if you had left it here much longer. You feel quite at home here again, I dare say. Glad to see you, glad to see you."
Mr. Weevle, thanking him, casts an eye about. Mr. Guppy's eye follows Mr. Weevle's eye. Mr. Weevle's eye comes back without any new intelligence in it. Mr. Guppy's eye comes back and meets Mr. Smallweed's eye. That engaging old gentleman is still murmuring like some wound-up instrument running down.
"How-de-do, sir, how-de-do, how-and-young."
And then, having run down, he lapses into grinning silence, as Mr. Guppy starts at seeing Mr. Tulkinghorn standing in the darkness opposite with his hands behind him.
"Gentleman so kind as to act as my solicitor,"
says Grandfather Smallweed.
I am not the sort of client for a gentleman of such note, but he is so good."
Mr. Guppy, slightly nudging his friend to take another look, makes a shuffling bow to Mr. Tulkinghorn, who returns it with an easy nod. Mr. Tulkinghorn is looking on as if he had nothing else to do and were rather amused by the novelty.
"A good deal of property here, sir, I should say," Mr. Guppy observes to Mr. Smallweed. "Principally rags and rubbish, my dear friend, rags and rubbish. Me and Bart and my granddaughter Judy are endeavouring to make out an inventory of what's worth anything to sell. But we haven't come to much as yet. We haven't come to..."
Mr. Smallweed has run down again, while Mr. Weevle's eye, attended by Mr. Guppy's eye, has again gone round the room and come back. "Well, sir," says Mr. Weevle, "we won't intrude any longer, if you'll allow us to go upstairs."
"Anywhere, my dear sir, anywhere. You're at home. Make yourself so, pray."
As they go upstairs, Mr. Guppy lifts his eyebrows inquiringly and looks at Tony. Tony shakes his head. They find the old room very dull and dismal, with the ashes of the fire that was burning on that memorable night yet in the discoloured grate. They have a great disinclination to touch any object and carefully blow the dust from it first. Nor are they desirous to prolong their visit, packing the few movables with all possible speed and never speaking above a whisper.
"Look here,"
says Tony, recoiling.
"Here's that horrible cat coming in."
Mr. Guppy retreats behind a chair.
"Small told me of her. She went leaping and bounding and tearing about that night like a dragon, and got out on the housetop, and roamed about up there for a fortnight, and then came tumbling down the chimney, very thin. Did you ever see such a brute? Looks as if she knew all about it, doesn't she? Almost looks as if she was Krook. Shoo! Shoo! Get out, you goblin!"
Lady Jane, in the doorway, with her tiger snarl from ear to ear and her club of a tail, shows no intention of obeying. But Mr. Tulkinghorn stumbling over her, she spits at his rusty legs, and swearing wrathfully, takes her arched back upstairs, possibly to roam the housetops again and return by the chimney. "Mr. Guppy," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, "could I have a word with you?" Mr. Guppy is engaged in collecting the Galaxy Gallery of British Beauty from the wall and depositing those works of art in their old ignoble bandbox.
"Sir,"
he returns, reddening,
"I wish to act with courtesy towards every member of the profession, and especially, I am sure, towards a member of it so well known as yourself. I will truly add, sir, so distinguished as yourself. Still, Mr. Tulkinghorn, sir, I must stipulate that if you have any word with me, that word is spoken in the presence of my friend."
"No, indeed?" says Mr. Tulkinghorn.
"Yes, sir. My reasons are not of a personal nature at all, but they are amply sufficient for myself."
"No doubt, no doubt." Mr. Tulkinghorn is as imperturbable as the hearthstone to which he has quietly walked. "The matter is not of that consequence that I need put you to the trouble of making any conditions, Mr. Guppy." He pauses here to smile, and his smile is as dull and rusty as his pantaloons. "You are to be congratulated, Mr. Guppy. You are a fortunate young man, sir."
"Pretty well so, Mr. Tulkinghorn. I don't complain."
"Complain? High friends, free admission to great houses, and access to elegant ladies. Why, Mr. Guppy, there are people in London who would give their ears to be you." Mr. Guppy, looking as if he would give his own reddening and still reddening ears to be one of those people at present instead of himself, replies, "Sir, if I attend to my profession and do what is right by Kenge and Carboy, my friends and acquaintances are of no consequence to them nor to any member of the profession, not excepting Mr. Tulkinghorn of the Fields. I am not under any obligation to explain myself further, and with all respect for you, sir, and without offence,
I repeat, without offence."
"Oh, certainly."
"I don't intend to do it."
"Quite so,"
says Mr. Tulkinghorn with a calm nod.
"Very good. I see by these portraits that you take a strong interest in the fashionable great, sir." He addresses this to the astounded Tony, who admits the soft impeachment. "A virtue in which few Englishmen are deficient," observes Mr. Tulkinghorn. He has been standing on the hearthstone with his back to the smoked chimney-piece and now turns round with his glasses to his eyes. "Who is this? Lady Dedlock? Ha! A very good likeness in its way, but it wants force of character. Good day to you, gentlemen. Good day." When he has walked out, Mr. Guppy, in a great perspiration, nerves himself to the hasty completion of the taking down of the Galaxy Gallery, concluding with Lady Dedlock.
"Tony,"
he says hurriedly to his astonished companion,
"let us be quick in putting the things together and in getting out of this place. It were in vain longer to conceal from you, Tony, that between myself and one of the members of a swan-like aristocracy whom I now hold in my hand, there has been undivulged communication and association. The time might have been when I might have revealed it to you. It never will be more. It is due alike to the oath I have taken, alike to the shattered idol, and alike to circumstances over which I have no control, that the whole should be buried in oblivion. I charge you as a friend, by the interest you have ever testified in the fashionable intelligence, and by any little advances with which I may have been able to accommodate you, so to bury it without a word of inquiry." This charge Mr. Guppy delivers in a state little short of forensic lunacy, while his friend shows a dazed mind in his whole head of hair and even in his cultivated whiskers. Chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 40. National and Domestic. England has been in a dreadful state for some weeks. Lord Coodle would go out, Sir Thomas Doodle wouldn't come in, and there being nobody in Great Britain to speak of except Coodle and Doodle, there has been no government. It is a mercy that the hostile meeting between those two great men, which at one time seemed inevitable, did not come off, because if both pistols had taken effect, and Coodle and Doodle had killed each other, it is to be presumed that England must have waited to be governed until young Coodle and young Doodle, now in frocks and long stockings, were grown up. This stupendous national calamity, however, was averted by Lord Coodle's making the timely discovery that if in the heat of debate he had said that he scorned and despised the whole ignoble career of Sir Thomas Doodle, he had merely meant to say that party differences should never induce him to withhold from it the tribute of his warmest admiration, while it as opportunely turned out, on the other hand, that Sir Thomas Doodle had in his own bosom expressly booked Lord Coodle to go down to posterity as the mirror of virtue and honour. Still, England has been some weeks in the dismal strait of having no pilot, as was well observed by Sir Leicester Dedlock, to weather the storm, and the marvellous part of the matter is that England has not appeared to care very much about it, but has gone on eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage as the old world did in the days before the flood. But Coodle knew the danger, and Doodle knew the danger, and all their followers and hangers-on had the clearest possible perception of the danger. At last Sir Thomas Doodle has not only condescended to come in, but has done it handsomely, bringing in with him all his nephews, all his male cousins, and all his brothers-in-law, so there is hope for the old ship yet. Doodle has found that he must throw himself upon the country, chiefly in the form of sovereigns and beer. In this metamorphosed state he is available in a good many places simultaneously, and can throw himself upon a considerable portion of the country at one time.
Britannia, being much occupied in pocketing Doodle in the form of sovereigns and swallowing Doodle in the form of beer, and in swearing herself black in the face that she does neither, plainly to the advancement of her glory and morality, the London season comes to a sudden end, through all the Doodleites and Coodleites dispersing to assist Britannia in those religious exercises. Hence Mrs. Rouncewell, housekeeper at Chesney Wold, foresees, though no instructions have yet come down, that the family may shortly be expected, together with a pretty large accession of cousins and others who can in any way assist the great constitutional work. And hence the stately old dame, taking time by the forelock, leads him up and down the staircases, and along the galleries and passages, and through the rooms, to witness before he grows any older that everything is ready, that floors are rubbed bright, carpets spread, curtains shaked out, beds puffed and patted, still room and kitchen cleared for action, all things prepared as beseems the Dedlock dignity. This present summer evening, as the sun goes down, the preparations are complete. Dreary and solemn the old house looks, with so many appliances of habitation, and with no inhabitants except the pictured forms upon the walls. So did these come and go. A Dedlock in possession might have ruminated passing along. So did they see this gallery hushed and quiet, as I see it now. So think, as I think, of the gap that they would make in this domain when they were gone. So find it, as I find it, difficult to believe that it could be without them. So pass from my world as I pass from theirs, now closing the reverberating door, so leave no blank to miss them, and so die. Through some of the fiery windows, beautiful from without, and set, at this sunset hour, not in dull grey stone, but in a glorious house of gold, the light excluded at other windows, pours in rich, lavish, overflowing, like the summer plenty in the land. Then do the frozen Dedlocks thaw. Strange movements come upon their features as the shadows of leaves play there. A dense justice in a corner is beguiled into a wink. A staring baronet with a truncheon gets a dimple in his chin. Down into the bosom of a stony shepherdess there steals a fleck of light and warmth that would have done it good 100 years ago. One ancestress of Volumnia in high-heeled shoes, very like her, casting the shadow of that virgin event before her full 2 centuries, shoots out into a halo and becomes a saint. A maid of honour of the court of Charles II, with large round eyes and other charms to correspond, seems to bathe in glowing water, and it ripples as it glows. But the fire of the sun is dying. Even now the floor is dusky, and shadow slowly mounts the walls, bringing the Dedlocks down like age and death. And now, upon my Lady's picture over the great chimney-piece, a weird shade falls from some old tree that turns it pale, and flutters it, and looks as if a great arm held a veil or hood, watching an opportunity to draw it over her. Higher and darker rises shadow on the wall, now a red gloom on the ceiling. Now the fire is out. All that prospect, which from the terrace looked so near, has moved solemnly away and changed. Not the first nor the last of beautiful things that look so near and will so change, into a distant phantom. Light mists arise, and the dew falls, and all the sweet scents in the garden are heavy in the air. Now the woods settle into great masses, as if they were each one profound tree, and now the moon rises to separate them, and to glimmer here and there in horizontal lines between their stems, and to make the avenue a pavement of light among high cathedral arches fantastically broken. Now the moon is high, and the great house, needing habitation more than ever, is like a body without life. Now it is even awful, stealing through it, to think of the live people who have slept in the solitary bedrooms, to say nothing of the dead. Now is the time for shadow, when every corner is a cavern and every downward step a pit, when the stained glass is reflected in pale and faded hues upon the floors, when anything and everything can be made of the heavy staircase beams, excepting their own proper shapes, when the armour has dull lights upon it not easily to be distinguished from stealthy movement, and when barred helmets are frightfully suggestive of heads inside. But of all the shadows in Chesney Wold, the shadow in the long drawing-room, upon my Lady's picture, is the first to come, the last to be disturbed. At this hour, and by this light, it changes into threatening hands raised up and menacing the handsome face with every breath that stirs. "She's not well, ma'am," says a groom in Mrs. Rouncewell's audience-chamber.
"My Lady not well? What's the matter?" "Why, my Lady's been but poorly, ma'am, since she was last here. I don't mean with the family, ma'am, but when she was here as a bird of passage like. My Lady's not been out much for her, and has kept her room a good deal."
"Chesney Wold, Thomas," rejoins the housekeeper with proud complacency,
"will set my Lady up. There's no finer air and no healthier soil in the world."
Thomas may have had his own personal opinions on this subject, probably hints them in his manner of smoothing his sleek head from the nape of his neck to his temples, but he forbears to express them further and retires to the servants' hall to regale on cold meat pie and ale. This groom is the pilot-fish before the nobler shark. Next evening down come Sir Leicester and my Lady with their largest retinue, and down come the cousins and others from all points of the compass. Thenceforth, for some weeks, backward and forward rush mysterious men with no names, who fly about all those particular parts of the country on which Doodle is at present throwing himself in an auriferous and malty shower, but who are merely persons of a restless disposition and never do anything anywhere. On these national occasions Sir Leicester finds the cousins useful. A better man than the Honourable Bob Stables to meet the hunt at dinner there could not possibly be. Better got-up gentlemen than the other cousins to ride over to polling booths and hustings here and there and show themselves on the side of England it would be hard to find. Volumnia is a little dim, but she is of the true descent, and there are many who appreciate her sprightly conversation, her French conundrums, so old as to have been in the cycles of time almost new again, the honour of taking the fair Dedlock in to dinner, or even the privilege of her hand in the dance. On these national occasions dancing may be a patriotic service, and Volumnia is constantly seen hopping about for the good of an ungrateful and unpensioning country. My Lady takes no great pains to entertain the numerous guests, and being still unwell, rarely appears until late in the day. But at all the dismal dinners, leaden lunches, basilisk balls, and other melancholy pageants, her mere appearance is a relief. As to Sir Leicester, he conceives it utterly impossible that anything can be wanting, in any direction, by any one who has the good fortune to be received under that roof, and in a state of sublime satisfaction he moves among the company a magnificent refrigerator. Daily the cousins trot through dust and canter over roadside turf, away to hustings and polling booths, with leather gloves and hunting whips for the counties, and kid gloves and riding canes for the boroughs, and daily bring back reports, on which Sir Leicester holds forth after dinner. Daily the restless men who have no occupation in life present the appearance of being rather busy. Daily Volumnia has a little cousinly talk with Sir Leicester on the state of the nation, from which Sir Leicester is disposed to conclude that Volumnia is a more reflecting woman than he had thought her.
"How are we getting on?"
says Miss Volumnia, clasping her hands.
"Are we safe?"
The mighty business is nearly over by this time, and Doodle will throw himself off the country in a few days more. Sir Leicester has just appeared in the long drawing-room after dinner, a bright particular star surrounded by clouds of cousins.
"Volumnia," replies Sir Leicester, who has a list in his hand, "we are doing tolerably." "Only tolerably?"
Although it is summer weather, Sir Leicester always has his own particular fire in the evening. He takes his usual screened seat near it and repeats with much firmness and a little displeasure, as who should say, I am not a common man, and when I say tolerably, it must not be understood as a common expression.
"Volumnia, we are doing tolerably. At least there's no opposition to you,"
Volumnia asserts with confidence.
"No, Volumnia, this distracted country has lost its senses in many respects, I grieve to say, but it is not so mad as that. I am glad to hear it."
Volumnia's finishing the sentence restores her to favour. Sir Leicester, with a gracious inclination of his head, seems to say to himself, "A sensible woman this, on the whole, though occasionally precipitate." In fact, as to this question of opposition, the fair Dedlock's observation was superfluous. Sir Leicester on these occasions always delivering, in his own candidateship, as a kind of handsome wholesale order to be promptly executed. 2 other little seats that belong to him he treats as retail orders of less importance, merely sending down the men and signifying to the tradespeople, "You will have the goodness to make these materials into 2 members of Parliament and to send them home when done."
I regret to say, Volumnia, that in many places the people have shown a bad spirit, and this opposition to the government has been of a most determined and most implacable description. "Wretches!" says Volumnia. "Even," proceeds Sir Leicester, glancing at the circumjacent cousins on the sofas and ottomans, "even in many, in fact in most, of those places in which the government has carried it against affection."
Note, by the way, that the Coodleites are always a fraction with the Doodleites, and that the Doodleites occupy exactly the same position towards the Coodleites.
"Even in them I am shocked, for the credit of Englishmen, to be constrained to inform you that the party has not triumphed without being put to an enormous expense. Hundreds,"
says Sir Leicester, eyeing the cousins with increasing dignity and swelling indignation,
"hundreds of thousands of pounds."
If Volumnia have a fault, it is the fault of being a trifle too innocent, seeing that the innocence which would go extremely well with the sash and tucker is a little out of keeping with the rouge and pearl necklace. Howbeit, impelled by innocence, she asks,
"What for?" "Volumnia,"
remonstrates Sir Leicester with his utmost severity.
"Volumnia." No, I don't mean what for,"
cries Volumnia with her favourite little scream.
How stupid I am! I mean, what a pity." "I am glad," returns Sir Leicester, "that you do mean what a pity." Volumnia hastens to express her opinion that the shocking people ought to be tried as traitors and made to support the party. "I am glad, Volumnia,"
repeats Sir Leicester, unmindful of these mollifying sentiments,
"that you do mean what a pity. It is disgraceful to the electors. But as you, though inadvertently and without intending so unreasonable a question, ask me what for, let me reply to you. For necessary expenses. And I trust to your good sense, Volumnia, not to pursue the subject here or elsewhere." Sir Leicester feels it incumbent on him to observe a crushing aspect towards Volumnia, because it is whispered abroad that these necessary expenses will, in some 200 election petitions, be unpleasantly connected with the word bribery, and because some graceless jokers have consequently suggested the omission from the church service of the ordinary supplication in behalf of the High Court of Parliament, and have recommended instead that the prayers of the congregation be requested for 658 gentlemen in a very unhealthy state. "I suppose,"
observes Volumnia, having taken a little time to recover her spirits after her late castigation,
"I suppose Mr. Tulkinghorn has been worked to death?" "I don't know," says Sir Leicester, opening his eyes, "why Mr. Tulkinghorn should be worked to death. I don't know what Mr. Tulkinghorn's engagements may be. He is not a candidate."
Volumnia had thought he might have been employed. Sir Leicester could desire to know by whom and what for. Volumnia, abashed again, suggests, by somebody, to advise and make arrangements. Sir Leicester is not aware that any client of Mr. Tulkinghorn has been in need of his assistance. Lady Dedlock, seated at an open window with her arm upon its cushioned ledge and looking out at the evening shadows falling on the park, has seemed to attend since the lawyer's name was mentioned. A languid cousin, with a moustache in a state of extreme debility, now observes from his couch that man told him yes'day that Tulkinghorn had gone down to that iron place to give legal opinion about something, and that contest being over to-day, 'twould be highly jolly thing if Tulkinghorn should pair with news that Coodleman was floored. Mercury in attendance with coffee informs Sir Leicester hereupon that Mr. Tulkinghorn has arrived and is taking dinner. My Lady turns her head inward for the moment, then looks out again as before. Volumnia is charmed to hear that her delight is come. He is so original, such a stolid creature, such an immense being for knowing all sorts of things and never telling them. Volumnia is persuaded that he must be a Freemason, is sure he is at the head of a lodge, and wears short aprons, and is made a perfect idol of with candlesticks and trowels. These lively remarks the fair Dedlock delivers in her youthful manner while making a purse.
"He has not been here once," she adds, "since I came. I really had some thoughts of breaking my heart for the inconstant creature. I had almost made up my mind that he was dead." It may be the gathering gloom of evening, or it may be the darker gloom within herself, but a shade is on my Lady's face, as if she thought, "I would he were." "Mr. Tulkinghorn," says Sir Leicester, "is always welcome here, and always discreet wheresoever he is. A very valuable person, and deservedly respected."
The debilitated cousin supposes he is enormously rich, Fleur.
"He has a stake in the country," says Sir Leicester, "I have no doubt. He is, of course, handsomely paid, and he associates almost on a footing of equality with the highest society."
Everybody starts, for a gun is fired close by.
"Good gracious! What's that?"
cries Volumnia with her little withered scream. "A rat," says my Lady, "and they have shot him." Enter Mr. Tulkinghorn, followed by Mercuries with lamps and candles.
"No, no," says Sir Leicester, "I think not. My Lady, do you object to the twilight?"
On the contrary, my Lady prefers it.
"Volumnia?"
Oh, nothing is so delicious to Volumnia as to sit and talk in the dark.
"Then take them away," says Sir Leicester. "Tulkinghorn, I beg your pardon. How do you do?"
Mr. Tulkinghorn, with his usual leisurely ease, advances, renders his passing homage to my Lady, shakes Sir Leicester's hand, and subsides into the chair proper to him when he has anything to communicate, on the opposite side of the baronet's little newspaper table. Sir Leicester is apprehensive that my Lady, not being very well, will take cold at that open window. My Lady is obliged to him, but would rather sit there for the air. Sir Leicester rises, adjusts her scarf about her, and returns to his seat. Mr. Tulkinghorn in the meanwhile takes a pinch of snuff.
"Now," says Sir Leicester, "how has that contest gone?"
"Oh, hollow from the beginning. Not a chance. They have brought in both their people. You are beaten out of all reason. 3-1. It is a part of Mr. Tulkinghorn's policy and mastery to have no political opinions indeed. No opinions. Therefore he says you are beaten, and not we. Sir Leicester is majestically wroth. Volumnia never heard of such a thing. The debilitated cousin holds that it's sort of thing that's sure tappens, slongs, votes given mob. "It's the place, you know," Mr. Tulkinghorn goes on to say in the fast increasing darkness when there is silence again, "where they wanted to put up Mrs. Rouncewell's son."
"A proposal which, as you correctly informed me at the time, he had the becoming taste and perception," observes Sir Leicester, "to decline. I cannot say that I by any means approve of the sentiments expressed by Mr. Rouncewell when he was here for some half-hour in this room, but there was a sense of propriety in his decision which I am glad to acknowledge."
"Ha!" says Mr. Tulkinghorn. It did not prevent him from being very active in this election, though. Sir Leicester is distinctly heard to gasp before speaking.
Did I understand you? Did you say that Mr. Rouncewell had been very active in this election?
Uncommonly active.
Against?
Oh, dear, yes, against you. He is a very good speaker, plain and emphatic. He made a damaging effect and has great influence. In the business part of the proceedings he carried all before him. It is evident to the whole company, though nobody can see him, that Sir Leicester is staring majestically. And he was much assisted, says Mr. Tulkinghorn as a wind-up, by his son.
By his son, sir? Repeats Sir Leicester with awful politeness.
By his son.
The son who wished to marry the young woman in my Lady's service?
That son. He has but one.
Then, upon my honour,
says Sir Leicester, after a terrific pause, during which he has been heard to snort and felt to stare,
then upon my honour, upon my life, upon my reputation and principles, the floodgates of society are burst open, and the waters have obliterated the landmarks of the framework of the cohesion by which these things are held together.
General burst of cousinly indignation. Volumnia thinks it is really high time, you know, for somebody in power to step in and do something strong. Debilitated cousins think country's going devil steeplechase pace.
I beg,
says Sir Leicester in a breathless condition,
that we may not comment further on this circumstance. Comment is superfluous. My Lady, let me suggest in reference to that young woman.
I have no intention, observes my Lady from her window in a low but decided tone, of parting with her.
That was not my meaning, returns Sir Leicester. I am glad to hear you say so. I would suggest that as you think her worthy of your patronage, you should exert your influence to keep her from these dangerous hands. You might show her what violence would be done in such association to her duties and principles, and you might preserve her for a better fate. You might point out to her that she probably would, in good time, find a husband at Chesney Wold, by whom she would not be, Sir Leicester adds, after a moment's consideration, dragged from the altars of her forefathers. These remarks he offers with his unvarying politeness and deference when he addresses himself to his wife. She merely moves her head in reply. The moon is rising, and where she sits there is a little stream of cold pale light in which her head is seen. "It is worthy of remark," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, "however, that these people are, in their way, very proud." "Proud?"
Sir Leicester doubts his hearing. "I should not be surprised if they all voluntarily abandoned the girl. Yes, lover and all, instead of her abandoning them, supposing she remained at Chesney Wold under such circumstances."
"Well,"
says Sir Leicester tremulously,
"well, you should know, Mr. Tulkinghorn. You have been among them."
"Really, Sir Leicester," returns the lawyer, "I state the fact. Why, I could tell you a story, with Lady Dedlock's permission." Her head concedes it, and Volumnia is enchanted. A story! Oh, he is going to tell something at last. A ghost in it, Volumnia hopes. "No, real flesh and blood." Mr. Tulkinghorn stops for an instant and repeats with some little emphasis grafted upon his usual monotony, "Real flesh and blood, Miss Dedlock."
Sir Leicester, these particulars have only lately become known to me. They are very brief. They exemplify what I have said. I suppress names for the present. Lady Dedlock will not think me ill-bred, I hope. By the light of the fire, which is low, he can be seen looking towards the moonlight. By the light of the moon, Lady Dedlock can be seen perfectly still. A townsman of this Mrs. Rouncewell, a man in exactly parallel circumstances, as I am told, had the good fortune to have a daughter who attracted the notice of a great lady. I speak of really a great lady, not merely great to him, but married to a gentleman of your condition, Sir Leicester. Sir Leicester condescendingly says, "Yes, Mr. Tulkinghorn," implying that then she must have appeared of very considerable moral dimensions indeed in the eyes of an ironmaster. The lady was wealthy and beautiful, and had a liking for the girl, and treated her with great kindness, and kept her always near her. Now this lady preserved a secret, under all her greatness, which she had preserved for many years. In fact, she had in early life been engaged to marry a young rake. He was a captain in the army, nothing connected with whom came to any good. She never did marry him, but she gave birth to a child, of which he was the father. By the light of the fire, he can be seen looking towards the moonlight. By the moonlight, Lady Dedlock can be seen in profile, perfectly still. The captain in the army being dead, she believed herself safe. But a train of circumstances, with which I need not trouble you, led to discovery. As I received the story, they began in an imprudence on her own part one day, when she was taken by surprise, which shows how difficult it is for the firmest of us, and she was very firm, to be always guarded. There was great domestic trouble and amazement, you may suppose. I leave you to imagine, Sir Leicester, the husband's grief. But that is not the present point. When Mr. Rouncewell's townsman heard of the disclosure, he no more allowed the girl to be patronized and honoured than he would have suffered her to be trodden under foot before his eyes. Such was his pride that he indignantly took her away, as if from reproach and disgrace. He had no sense of the honour done him and his daughter by the lady's condescension, not the least. He resented the girl's position, as if the lady had been the commonest of commoners. That is the story. I hope Lady Dedlock will excuse its painful nature. There are various opinions on the merits, more or less conflicting with Volumnia's. That fair young creature cannot believe there ever was any such lady, and rejects the whole history on the threshold. The majority incline to the debilitated cousin's sentiment, which is in few words, no business Rouncewell's fernal townsman. Sir Leicester generally refers back in his mind to Wat Tyler, and arranges a sequence of events on a plan of his own. There is not much conversation in all, for late hours have been kept at Chesney Wold since the necessary expenses elsewhere began, and this is the first night in many on which the family have been alone. It is past 10 when Sir Leicester begs Mr. Tulkinghorn to ring for candles. Then the stream of moonlight has swelled into a lake, and then Lady Dedlock for the first time moves and rises and comes forward to a table for a glass of water. Winking cousins, bat-like in the candle glare, crowd round to give it. Volumnia, always ready for something better if procurable, takes another, a very mild sip of which contents her. Lady Dedlock, graceful, self-possessed, looked after by admiring eyes, passes away slowly down the long perspective by the side of that nymph, not at all improving her as a question of contrast. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 41. In Mr. Tulkinghorn's Room. Mr. Tulkinghorn arrives in his turret-room, a little breathed by the journey up, though leisurely performed. There is an expression on his face as if he had discharged his mind of some grave matter and were, in his close way, satisfied. To say of a man so severely and strictly self-repressed that he is triumphant would be to do him as great an injustice as to suppose him troubled with love, or sentiment, or any romantic weakness. He is sedately satisfied. Perhaps there is a rather increased sense of power upon him, as he loosely grasps one of his veinous wrists with his other hand, and holding it behind his back, walks noiselessly up and down. There is a capacious writing-table in the room, on which is a pretty large accumulation of papers. The green lamp is lighted, his reading-glasses lie upon the desk, the easy-chair is wheeled up to it, and it would seem as though he had intended to bestow an hour or so upon these claims on his attention before going to bed. But he happens not to be in a business mind. After a glance at the documents awaiting his notice, with his head bent low over the table, the old man's sight for print or writing being defective at night, he opens the French window and steps out upon the leads. There he again walks slowly up and down in the same attitude, subsiding, if a man so cool may have any need to subside, from the story he has related downstairs. The time was once when men as knowing as Mr. Tulkinghorn would walk on turret-tops in the starlight and look up into the sky to read their fortunes there. Hosts of stars are visible to-night, though their brilliancy is eclipsed by the splendour of the moon. If he be seeking his own star as he methodically turns and turns upon the leads, it should be but a pale one to be so rustily represented below. If he be tracing out his destiny, that may be written in other characters, nearer to his hand. As he paces the leads with his eyes most probably as high above his thoughts as they are high above the earth, he is suddenly stopped in passing the window by two eyes that meet his own. The ceiling of his room is rather low, and the upper part of the door, which is opposite the window, is of glass. There is an inner baize door too, but the night being warm he did not close it when he came upstairs. These eyes that meet his own are looking in through the glass from the corridor outside. He knows them well. The blood has not flushed into his face so suddenly and redly for many a long year as when he recognizes Lady Dedlock. He steps into the room, and she comes in too, closing both the doors behind her. There is a wild disturbance, is it fear or anger, in her eyes, in her carriage and all else. She looks as she looked downstairs 2 hours ago. Is it fear or is it anger now? He cannot be sure. Both might be as pale, both as intent. Lady Dedlock. She does not speak at first, nor even when she has slowly dropped into the easy-chair by the table. They look at each other like two pictures. Why have you told my story to so many persons? Lady Dedlock, it was necessary for me to inform you that I knew it. How long have you known it? I have suspected it a long while, fully known it a little while. Months? Days. He stands before her with one hand on a chair-back and the other in his old-fashioned waistcoat and shirt-frill, exactly as he has stood before her at any time since her marriage. The same formal politeness, the same composed deference that might as well be defiance, the whole man, the same dark, cold object at the same distance, which nothing has ever diminished. Is this true concerning the poor girl? He slightly inclines and advances his head, as not quite understanding the question. You know what you related. Is it true? Do her friends know my story also? Is it the town talk yet? Is it chalked upon the walls and cried in the streets? So, anger and fear and shame, all three contending. What power this woman has to keep these raging passions down! Mr. Tulkinghorn's thoughts take such form as he looks at her, with his ragged grey eyebrows a hair's breadth more contracted than usual under her gaze. No, Lady Dedlock, that was a hypothetical case, arising out of Sir Leicester's unconsciously carrying the matter with so high a hand. But it would be a real case if they knew what we know. Then they do not know it yet? No. Can I save the poor girl from injury before they know it? Really, Lady Dedlock, Mr. Tulkinghorn replies, I cannot give a satisfactory opinion on that point. And he thinks, with the interest of attentive curiosity, as he watches the struggle in her breast, the power and force of this woman are astonishing. Sir, she says, for the moment obliged to set her lips with all the energy she has, that she may speak distinctly. I will make it plainer. I do not dispute your hypothetical case. I anticipated it, and felt its truth as strongly as you can do when I saw Mr. Rouncewell here. I knew very well that if he could have had the power of seeing me as I was, he would consider the poor girl tarnished by having for a moment been, although most innocently, the subject of my great and distinguished patronage. But I have an interest in her, or I should rather say, no longer belonging to this place, I had. And if you can find so much consideration for the woman under your foot as to remember that, she will be very sensible of your mercy. Mr. Tulkinghorn, profoundly attentive, throws this off with a shrug of self-depreciation and contracts his eyebrows a little more. You have prepared me for my exposure, and I thank you for that too. Is there anything that you require of me? Is there any claim that I can release, or any charge or trouble that I can spare my husband in obtaining his release, by certifying to the exactness of your discovery? I will write anything, here and now, that you will dictate. I am ready to do it. And she would do it, thinks the lawyer, watchful of the firm hand with which she takes the pen. I will not trouble you, Lady Dedlock. Pray spare yourself. I have long expected this, as you know. I neither wish to spare myself nor to be spared. You can do nothing worse to me than you have done. Do what remains now. Lady Dedlock, there is nothing to be done. I will take leave to say a few words when you have finished. Their need for watching one another should be over now, but they do it all this time, and the stars watch them both through the opened window. Away in the moonlight lie the woodland fields at rest, and the wide house is as quiet as the narrow one. The narrow one! Where are the digger and the spade, this peaceful night, destined to add the last great secret to the many secrets of the Tulkinghorn existence? Is the man born yet? Is the spade wrought yet? Curious questions to consider, more curious perhaps not to consider, under the watching stars upon a summer night. Of repentance or remorse or any feeling of mine, Lady Dedlock presently proceeds, I say not a word. If I were not dumb, you would be deaf. Let that go by. It is not for your ears. He makes a feint of offering a protest, but she sweeps it away with her disdainful hand. Of other and very different things I come to speak to you. My jewels are all in their proper places of keeping. They will be found there. So my dresses. So all the valuables I have. Some ready money I had with me, pleased to say, but no large amount. I did not wear my own dress in order that I might avoid observation. I went to be henceforth lost. Make this known. I leave no other charge with you. Excuse me, Lady Dedlock, says Mr. Tulkinghorn, quite unmoved. I am not sure that I understand you. You want to be lost to all here. I leave Chesney Wold to-night. I go this hour. Mr. Tulkinghorn shakes his head. She rises, but he, without moving hand from chair back or from old-fashioned waistcoat and shirt frill, shakes his head. "What? Not go, as I have said?" "No, Lady Dedlock," he very calmly replies. "Do you know the relief that my disappearance will be? Have you forgotten the stain and blot upon this place, and where it is, and who it is?" "No, Lady Dedlock, not by any means." Without deigning to rejoin, she moves to the inner door and has it in her hand when he says to her, without himself stirring hand or foot or raising his voice, "Lady Dedlock, have the goodness to stop and hear me, or before you reach the staircase I shall ring the alarm bell and rouse the house, and then I must speak out before every guest and servant, every man and woman in it." He has conquered her. She falters, trembles, and puts her hand confusedly to her head. Slight tokens these in any one else, but when so practised an eye as Mr. Tulkinghorn's sees indecision for a moment in such a subject, he thoroughly knows its value. He promptly says again, "Have the goodness to hear me, Lady Dedlock," and motions to the chair from which she has risen. She hesitates, but he motions again, and she sits down. "The relations between us are of an unfortunate description, Lady Dedlock, but as they are not of my making, I will not apologize for them. The position I hold in reference to Sir Leicester is so well known to you that I can hardly imagine but that I must long have appeared in your eyes the natural person to make this discovery." "Sir," she returns without looking up from the ground on which her eyes are now fixed, "I had better have gone. It would have been far better not to have detained me. I have no more to say." "Excuse me, Lady Dedlock, if I add a little more to hear." "I wish to hear it at the window, then. I can't breathe where I am." His jealous glance, as she walks that way, betrays an instant's misgiving that she may have it in her thoughts to leap over and, dashing against ledge and cornice, strike her life out upon the terrace below. But a moment's observation of her figure as she stands in the window, without any support, looking out at the stars, not up, gloomily out at those stars which are low in the heavens, reassures him. By facing round as she has moved, he stands a little behind her. "Lady Dedlock, I have not yet been able to come to a decision satisfactory to myself on the course before me. I am not clear what to do or how to act next. I must request you, in the meantime, to keep your secret as you have kept it so long, and not to wonder that I keep it too." He pauses, but she makes no reply. "Pardon me, Lady Dedlock. This is an important subject. You are honouring me with your attention?" "I am." "Thank you. I might have known it from what I have seen of your strength of character. I ought not to have asked the question, but I have the habit of making sure of my ground, step by step, as I go on. The sole consideration in this unhappy case is Sir Leicester." "Then why," she asks in a low voice and without removing her gloomy look from those distant stars, "do you detain me in this house?" "Because he is the consideration, Lady Dedlock. I have no occasion to tell you that Sir Leicester is a very proud man, that his reliance upon you is implicit, that the fall of that moon out of the sky would not amaze him more than your fall from your high position as his wife." She breathes quickly and heavily, but she stands as unflinchingly as ever he has seen her in the midst of her grandest company. "I declare to you, Lady Dedlock, that with anything short of this case that I have, I would as soon have hoped to root up by means of my own strength and my own hands the oldest tree on this estate as to shake your hold upon Sir Leicester and Sir Leicester's trust and confidence in you. And even now, with this case, I hesitate. Not that he could doubt. That, even with him, is impossible, but that nothing can prepare him for the blow." "Not my flight?" she returned. "Think of it again." "Your flight, Lady Dedlock, would spread the whole truth. and 100 times the whole truth far and wide. It would be impossible to save the family credit for a day. It is not to be thought of." There is a quiet decision in his reply which admits of no remonstrance. "When I speak of Sir Leicester being the sole consideration, he and the family credit are one. Sir Leicester and the baronetcy, Sir Leicester and Chesney Wold, Sir Leicester and his ancestors and his patrimony," Mr. Tulkinghorn very dry here, "are, I need not say to you, Lady Dedlock, inseparable." "Go on." "Therefore," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, pursuing his case in his jog-trot style, "I have much to consider. This is to be hushed up if it can be. How can it be, if Sir Leicester is driven out of his wits or laid upon a death-bed? If I inflicted this shock upon him to-morrow morning, how could the immediate change in him be accounted for? What could have caused it? What could have divided you? Lady Dedlock, the wall-chalking and the street-crying would come on directly, and you are to remember that it would not affect you merely, whom I cannot at all consider in this business, but your husband, Lady Dedlock, your husband." He gets plainer as he gets on, but not an atom more emphatic or animated. "There is another point of view," he continues, "in which the case presents itself. Sir Leicester is devoted to you almost to infatuation. He might not be able to overcome that infatuation, even knowing what we know. I am putting an extreme case, but it might be so. If so, it were better that he knew nothing. Better for common sense, better for him, better for me. I must take all this into account, and it combines to render a decision very difficult." She stands looking out at the same stars without a word. They are beginning to pale, and she looks as if their coldness froze her. "My experience teaches me," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, who has by this time got his hands in his pockets and is going on in his business consideration of the matter like a machine, "my experience teaches me, Lady Dedlock, that most of the people I know would do far better to leave marriage alone. It is at the bottom of 3/4 of their troubles. So I thought when Sir Leicester married, and so I always have thought since. No more about that. I must now be guided by circumstances. In the meantime, I must beg you to keep your own counsel, and I will keep mine." "I am to drag my present life on, holding its pains at your pleasure day by day?" she asks, still looking at the distant sky. "Yes, I am afraid so, Lady Dedlock." "It is necessary, you think, that I should be so tied to the stake?" "I am sure that what I recommend is necessary." "I am to remain on this gaudy platform on which my miserable deception has been so long acted, and it is to fall beneath me when you give the signal," she said slowly. "Not without notice, Lady Dedlock. I shall take no step without forewarning you." She asks all her questions as if she were repeating them from memory or calling them over in her sleep. "We are to meet as usual?" "Precisely as usual, if you please." "And I am to hide my guilt, as I have done so many years?" "As you have done so many years. I should not have made that reference myself, Lady Dedlock, but I may now remind you that your secret can be no heavier to you than it was, and is no worse and no better than it was. I know it certainly, but I believe we have never wholly trusted each other." She stands absorbed in the same frozen way for some little time before asking, "Is there anything more to be said to-night?" "Why," Mr. Tulkinghorn returns methodically as he softly rubs his hands, "I should like to be assured of your acquiescence in my arrangements, Lady Dedlock." "You may be assured of it." "Good. And I would wish in conclusion to remind you, as a business precaution, in case it should be necessary to recall the fact in any communication with Sir Leicester, that throughout our interview I have expressly stated my sole consideration to be Sir Leicester's feelings and honour and the family reputation. I should have been happy to have made Lady Dedlock a prominent consideration too, if the case had admitted of it, but unfortunately it does not." "I can attest your fidelity, sir." Both before and after saying it, she remains absorbed, but at length moves and turns, unshaken in her natural and acquired presence, towards the door. Mr. Tulkinghorn opens both the doors exactly as he would have done yesterday or as he would have done 10 years ago, and makes his old-fashioned bow as she passes out. It is not an ordinary look that he receives from the handsome face as it goes into the darkness, and it is not an ordinary movement, though a very slight one, that acknowledges his courtesy. But as he reflects when he is left alone, the woman has been putting no common constraint upon herself. He would know it all the better if he saw the woman pacing her own rooms, with her hair wildly thrown from her flung-back face, her hands clasped behind her head, her figure twisted as if by pain. He would think so all the more if he saw the woman thus hurrying up and down for hours, without fatigue, without intermission, followed by the faithful step upon the Ghost's Walk. But he shuts out the now chilled air, draws the window curtain, goes to bed, and falls asleep. And truly, when the stars go out and the wan day peeps into the turret chamber, finding him at his oldest, he looks as if the digger and the spade were both commissioned and would soon be digging. The same one day peeps in at Sir Leicester pardoning the repentant country in a majestically condescending dream, and at the cousins entering on various public employments, principally receipt of salary, and at the chaste Volumnia bestowing a dower of £50,000 upon a hideous old general with a mouth of false teeth like a pianoforte too full of keys, long the admiration of Bath and the terror of every other community. Also into rooms high in the roof, and into offices in courtyards, and over stables, where humbler ambition dreams of bliss, in keepers' lodges, and in holy matrimony with Will or Sally. Up comes the bright sun, drawing everything up with it, the Wills and Sallys, the latent vapour in the earth, the drooping leaves and flowers, the birds and beasts and creeping things, the gardeners to sweep the dewy turf and unfold emerald velvet where the roller passes, the smoke of the great kitchen fire wreathing itself straight and high into the lightsome air. Lastly, up comes the flag over Mr. Tulkinghorn's unconscious head, cheerfully proclaiming that Sir Leicester and Lady Dedlock are in their happy home and that there is hospitality at the place in Lincolnshire. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 42. In Mr. Tulkinghorn's Chambers. From the verdant undulations and the spreading oaks of the Dedlock property, Mr. Tulkinghorn transfers himself to the stale heat and dust of London. His manner of coming and going between the two places is one of his impenetrabilities. He walks into Chesney Wold as if it were next door to his chambers, and returns to his chambers as if he had never been out of Lincoln's Inn Fields. He neither changes his dress before the journey nor talks of it afterwards. He melted out of his turret room this morning just as now, in the late twilight, he melts into his own square. Like a dingy London bird among the birds at roost in these pleasant fields, where the sheep are all made into parchment, the goats into wigs, and the pasture into chaff, the lawyer, smoke-dried and faded, dwelling among mankind but not consorting with them, aged without experience of genial youth, and so long used to make his cramped nest in holes and corners of human nature that he has forgotten its broader and better range, comes sauntering home. In the oven made by the hot pavements and hot buildings he has baked himself drier than usual, and he has in his thirsty mind his mellowed port wine, half a century old. The lamplighter is skipping up and down his ladder on Mr. Tulkinghorn's side of the fields when that high priest of noble mysteries arrives at his own dull courtyard. He ascends the doorsteps and is gliding into the dusky hall when he encounters, on the top step, a bowing and propitiatory little man. "Is that Snagsby?"
Yes, sir. I hope you are well, sir. I was just giving you up, sir, and going home.
Aye. What is it? What do you want with me?
Well, sir,
says Mr. Snagsby, holding his hat at the side of his head in his deference towards his best customer.
I was wishful to say a word to you, sir.
Can you say it here?
Perfectly, sir.
Say it, then. The lawyer turns, leans his arms on the iron railing at the top of the steps, and looks at the lamplighter lighting the courtyard.
It is relating,
says Mr. Snagsby in a mysterious low voice.
It is relating, not to put too fine a point upon it, to the foreigner, sir.
Mr. Tulkinghorn eyes him with some surprise. What foreigner?
The foreign female, sir. French, if I don't mistake. I'm not acquainted with that language myself, but I should judge from her manners and appearance that she was French. Anyways, certainly foreign. Her that was upstairs, sir, when Mr. Bucket and me had the honour of waiting upon you with the sweeping boy that night.
Oh, yes, Mademoiselle Hortense.
Indeed, sir.
Mr. Snagsby coughs his cough of submission behind his hat.
I am not acquainted myself with the names of foreigners in general, but I have no doubt it would be that.
Mr. Snagsby appears to have set out in this reply with some desperate design of repeating the name, but on reflection coughs again to excuse himself. "And what can you have to say, Snagsby?" demands Mr. Tulkinghorn. "About her?"
Well, sir,"
returns the stationer, shading his communication with his hat,
"it falls a little hard upon me. My domestic happiness is very great. At least it's as great as can be expected, I'm sure. But my little woman is rather given to jealousy. Not to put too fine a point upon it, she is very much given to jealousy. And you see, a foreign female of that genteel appearance coming into the shop and hovering, I should be the last to make use of a strong expression if I could avoid it, but hovering, sir, in the court. You know it is, now ain't it? I only put it to yourself, sir."
Mr. Snagsby, having said this in a very plaintive manner, throws in a cough of general application to fill up all the blanks. "Why, what do you mean?" asks Mr. Tulkinghorn.
Just so, sir,"
returns Mr. Snagsby.
"I was sure you would feel it yourself and would excuse the reasonableness of my feelings when coupled with the known excitableness of my little woman. You see, the foreign female, which you mentioned her name just now, with quite a native sound, I'm sure, caught up the word Snagsby that night, being uncommon quick, and made inquiry and got the direction and come at dinner time. Now, Guster, our young woman, is timid and has fits, and she, taking fright at the foreigner's looks, which are fierce, and at a grinding manner that she has of speaking, which is calculated to alarm a weak mind, gave way to it, instead of bearing up against it, and tumbled down the kitchen stairs, out of one into another. Such fits as I do sometimes think I've never gone into or come out of in any house but ours. Consequently, there was, by good fortune, ample occupation for my little woman, and only me to answer the shop. When she did say that Mr. Tulkinghorn, being always denied to her by his employer, which I had no doubt at the time was a foreign mode of viewing a clerk, she would do herself the pleasure of continually calling at my place until she was let in here. Since then she has been, as I began by saying, hovering, sir." Mr. Snagsby repeats the word with pathetic emphasis. "In the court, the effects of which movement it is impossible to calculate. I shouldn't wonder if it might have already given rise to the painfullest mistakes even in the neighbours' minds, not mentioning, if such a thing was possible, my little woman. Whereas, goodness knows,"
says Mr. Snagsby, shaking his head.
I never had an idea of a foreign female, except as being formerly connected with a bunch of brooms and a baby, or at the present time with the tambourine and earrings. I never had, I do assure you, sir."
Mr. Tulkinghorn had listened gravely to this complaint and inquires when the stationer has finished, "And that's all, is it, Snagsby?"
"Why, yes, sir, that's all,"
says Mr. Snagsby, ending with a cough that plainly adds, "And it's enough, too, for me." "I don't know what Mademoiselle Hortense may want or mean, unless she is mad," says the lawyer.
"Even if she was, you know, sir,"
Mr. Snagsby pleads,
"it wouldn't be a consolation to have some weapon or another in the form of a foreign dagger planted in the family."
"No," says the other. "Well, well, this shall be stopped. I am sorry you have been inconvenienced. If she comes again, send her here." Mr. Snagsby, with much bowing and short apologetic coughing, takes his leave, lightened in heart. Mr. Tulkinghorn goes upstairs, saying to himself, "These women were created to give trouble the whole earth over. The mistress not being enough to deal with, here's the maid now, but I will be short with this jade at least." So saying, he unlocks his door, gropes his way into his murky rooms, lights his candles, and looks about him. It is too dark to see much of the allegory overhead, but that importunate Roman, who is for ever toppling out of the clouds and pointing, is at his old work pretty distinctly. Not honouring him with much attention, Mr. Tulkinghorn takes a small key from his pocket, unlocks a drawer in which there is another key, which unlocks a chest in which there is another, and so comes to the cellar key, with which he prepares to descend to the regions of old wine. He is going towards the door with a candle in his hand when a knock comes. "Who's this?" "Aye, aye, mistress, it's you, is it? You appear at a good time. I have just been hearing of you. Now, what do you want?" He stands the candle on the chimney-piece in the clerk's hall and taps his dry cheek with the key as he addresses these words of welcome to Mademoiselle Hortense. That feline personage, with her lips tightly shut and her eyes looking out at him sideways, softly closes the door before replying.
"I have had a great deal of trouble to find you, sir."
"Have you?"
"I have been here very often, sir. It has always been said to me, he is not at home, he is engaged, he is this and that, he is not for you."
"Quite right, and quite true."
"Not true. Lies."
At times there is a suddenness in the manner of Mademoiselle Hortense, so like a bodily spring upon the subject of it, that such subject involuntarily starts and falls back. It is Mr. Tulkinghorn's case at present, though Mademoiselle Hortense, with her eyes almost shut up but still looking out sideways, is only smiling contemptuously and shaking her head. "Now, mistress," says the lawyer, tapping the key hastily upon the chimney-piece, "if you have anything to say, say it. Say it."
"Sir, you have not used me well. You have been mean and shabby."
"Mean and shabby, eh?" returns the lawyer, rubbing his nose with the key.
"Yes. What is it that I tell you? You know you have. You have attracted me, catched me, to give you information. You have asked me to show you the dress of mine my lady must have wore that night. You have prayed me to come in it here to meet that boy. Say, is it not?"
Mademoiselle Hortense makes another spring. "You are a vixen. A vixen." Mr. Tulkinghorn seems to meditate as he looks distrustfully at her, then replies, "Well, wench, well, I paid you."
"You paid me,"
she repeats with fierce disdain.
2 sovereign. I have not changed them. I refuse them. I despise them. I throw them from me."
Which she literally does, taking them out of her bosom as she speaks and flinging them with such violence on the floor that they jerk up again into the light before they roll away into corners and slowly settle down there after spinning vehemently.
"Now,"
says Mademoiselle Hortense, darkening her large eyes again,
"you have paid me, eh? My God, oh yes!"
Mr. Tulkinghorn rubs his head with the key while she entertains herself with a sarcastic laugh. "You must be rich, my fair friend," he composedly observes, "to throw money about in that way."
"I am rich," she returns. "I am very rich in hate. I hate my Lady of all my heart. You know that."
"Know it? How should I know it?"
"Because you have known it perfectly before you prayed me to give you that information. Because you have known perfectly that I was enraged."
It appears impossible for mademoiselle to roll the letter R sufficiently in this word, notwithstanding that she assists her energetic delivery by clenching both her hands and setting all her teeth. "Oh, I knew that, did I?" says Mr. Tulkinghorn, examining the wards of the key.
"Yes, without doubt. I am not blind. You have made sure of me because you knew that. You had reason. I detest her."
Mademoiselle folds her arms and throws this last remark at him over one of her shoulders. "Having said this, have you anything else to say, mademoiselle?"
"I am not yet placed. Place me well. Find me a good condition. If you cannot, or do not choose to do that, employ me to pursue her, to chase her, to disgrace and to dishonour her. I will help you, and with a good will. It is what you do. Do I not know that?"
"You appear to know a good deal," Mr. Tulkinghorn retorts.
"Do I not? Is it that I am so weak as to believe, like a child, that I come here in a dress to receive that boy, only to decide a little bet, a wager? Eh? My God! Oh, yes!"
In this reply, down to the word wager inclusive, mademoiselle has been ironically polite and tender, then as suddenly dashed into the bitterest and most defiant scorn, with her black eyes in one and the same moment very nearly shut and staringly wide open. "Now let us see," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, tapping his chin with the key and looking imperturbably at her, "how this matter stands."
"Ah, let us see,"
mademoiselle assents, with many angry and tight nods of her head. "You come here to make a remarkably modest demand, which you have just stated, and it not being conceded, you will come again."
"And again,"
says mademoiselle, with more tight and angry nods,
"and yet again, and yet again, and many times again, in effect, for ever."
"And not only here, but you will go to Mr. Snagsby's too, perhaps? That visit not succeeding either, you will go again, perhaps?"
"And again," repeats mademoiselle, cataleptic with determination, "and yet again, and yet again, and many times again, in effect, for ever."
"Very well. Now, mademoiselle Hortense, let me recommend you to take the candle and pick up that money of yours. I think you will find it behind the clerk's partition in the corner yonder." She merely throws a laugh over her shoulder and stands her ground with folded arms. "You will not, eh?"
"No, I will not."
"So much the poorer you, so much the richer I. Look, mistress, this is the key of my wine cellar. It is a large key, but the keys of prisons are larger. In this city there are houses of correction, where the treadmills are for women, the gates of which are very strong and heavy, and no doubt the keys too. I am afraid a lady of your spirit and activity would find it an inconvenience to have one of those keys turned upon her for any length of time. What do you think?"
"I think,"
mademoiselle replies without any action and in a clear obliging voice,
"that you are a miserable wretch."
"Probably," returns Mr. Tulkinghorn, quietly blowing his nose. "But I don't ask what you think of myself. I ask what you think of the prison."
"Nothing. What does it matter to me?"
"Why, it matters this much, mistress," says the lawyer, deliberately putting away his handkerchief and adjusting his frill. The law is so despotic here that it interferes to prevent any of our good English citizens from being troubled, even by a lady's visits against his desire. And on his complaining that he is so troubled, it takes hold of the troublesome lady and shuts her up in prison under hard discipline, turns the key upon her mistress. Illustrating with the cellar key. Truly, returns mademoiselle in the same pleasant voice, that is droll. But, my faith, still, what does it matter to me? My fair friend, says Mr. Tulkinghorn, make another visit here, or at Snagsby's, and you shall learn. In that case, you will send me to the prison, perhaps? Perhaps. It would be contradictory for one in mademoiselle's state of agreeable jocularity to foam at the mouth. Otherwise a tigerish expansion thereabouts might look as if a very little more would make her do it. In a word, mistress, says Mr. Tulkinghorn, I am sorry to be unpolite, but if you ever present yourself uninvited here or there again, I will give you over to the police. Their gallantry is great, but they carry troublesome people through the streets in an ignominious manner, strapped down on a board, my good wench. I will prove you, whispers mademoiselle, stretching out her hand. I will try if you dare to do it. And if, pursues the lawyer without minding her, I place you in that good condition of being locked up in jail, it will be some time before you find yourself at liberty again. I will prove you, repeats mademoiselle in her former whisper. And now, proceeds the lawyer, still without minding her, you had better go. Think twice before you come here again. Think you, she answers, twice 200 times. You were dismissed by your lady, you know, Mr. Tulkinghorn observes, following her out upon the staircase, as the most implacable and unmanageable of women. Now, turn over a new leaf, and take warning by what I say to you. For what I say I mean, and what I threaten I will do, mistress. She goes down without answering or looking behind her. When she is gone, he goes down too, and returning with his cobweb-covered bottle, devotes himself to a leisurely enjoyment of its contents, now and then, as he throws his head back in his chair, catching sight of the pertinacious Roman pointing from the ceiling. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 43. Esther's Narrative. It matters little now how much I thought of my living mother, who had told me evermore to consider her dead. I could not venture to approach her or to communicate with her in writing, for my sense of the peril in which her life was passed was only to be equalled by my fears of increasing it. Knowing that my mere existence as a living creature was an unforeseen danger in her way, I could not always conquer that terror of myself which had seized me when I first knew the secret. At no time did I dare to utter her name. I felt as if I did not even dare to hear it. If the conversation anywhere, when I was present, took that direction, as it sometimes naturally did, I tried not to hear. I mentally counted, repeated something that I knew, or went out of the room. I am conscious now that I often did these things when there can have been no danger of her being spoken of, but I did them in the dread I had of hearing anything that might lead to her betrayal, and to her betrayal through me. It matters little now how often I recalled the tones of my mother's voice, wondered whether I should ever hear it again, as I so longed to do, and thought how strange and desolate it was that it should be so new to me. It matters little that I watched for every public mention of my mother's name,
that I passed and repassed the door of her house in town, loving it, but afraid to look at it, that I once sat in the theatre when my mother was there and saw me, and when we were so wide asunder before the great company of all degrees that any link or confidence between us seemed a dream. It is all over. My lot has been so blessed that I can relate little of myself which is not a story of goodness and generosity in others. I may well pass that little and go on. When we were settled at home again, Ada and I had many conversations with my guardian, of which Richard was the theme. My dear girl was deeply grieved that he should do their kind cousin so much wrong, but she was so faithful to Richard that she could not bear to blame him even for that. My guardian was assured of it, and never coupled his name with a word of reproof.
"Rick is mistaken, my dear,"
he would say to her.
"Well, well, we have all been mistaken over and over again. We must trust to you and time to set him right."
We knew afterwards what we suspected then, that he did not trust to time until he had often tried to open Richard's eyes, that he had written to him, gone to him, talked with him, tried every gentle and persuasive art his kindness could devise. Our poor devoted Richard was deaf and blind to all. If he were wrong, he would make amends when the Chancery suit was over. If he were groping in the dark, he could not do better than do his utmost to clear away those clouds in which so much was confused and obscured. Suspicion and misunderstanding were the fault of the suit. Then let him work the suit out and come through it to his right mind. This was his unvarying reply. Jarndyce and Jarndyce had obtained such possession of his whole nature that it was impossible to place any consideration before him which he did not, with a distorted kind of reason, make a new argument in favour of his doing what he did.
"So that it is even more mischievous," said my guardian once to me, "to remonstrate with the poor dear fellow than to leave him alone."
I took one of these opportunities of mentioning my doubts of Mr. Skimpole as a good adviser for Richard.
"Adviser?"
returned my guardian, laughing.
"My dear, who would advise with Skimpole?"
"Encourager would perhaps have been a better word," said I.
"Encourager?"
returned my guardian again.
Who could be encouraged by Skimpole?
"Not Richard?" I asked.
"No,"
he replied.
"Such an unworldly, uncalculating, gossamer creature is a relief to him and an amusement, but as to advising or encouraging or occupying a serious station towards anybody or anything, it is simply not to be thought of in such a child as Skimpole."
"Pray, cousin John," said Ada, who had just joined us and now looked over my shoulder, "what made him such a child?"
"What made him such a child?"
inquired my guardian, rubbing his head, a little at a loss. "Yes, cousin John."
"Why,"
he slowly replied, ruffling his head more and more,
"he is all sentiment and susceptibility and sensibility and imagination. And these qualities are not regulated in him somehow. I suppose the people who admired him for them in his youth attached too much importance to them and too little to any training that would have balanced and adjusted them, and so he became what he is. Hey!"
said my guardian, stopping short and looking at us hopefully.
"What do you think, you two?"
Ada, glancing at me, said she thought it was a pity he should be an expense to Richard.
"So it is, so it is,"
returned my guardian hurriedly.
"That must not be. We must arrange that. I must prevent it. That will never do."
And I said I thought it was to be regretted that he had ever introduced Richard to Mr. Vholes for a present of £5.
"Did he?"
said my guardian, with a passing shade of vexation on his face.
"But there you have the man.
there you have the man. There is nothing mercenary in that with him. He has no idea of the value of money. He introduces Rick, and then he is good friends with Mr. Vholes and borrows £5 of him. He means nothing by it, and thinks nothing of it. He told you himself, I'll be bound, my dear."
"Oh, yes," said I.
"Exactly,"
cried my guardian, quite triumphant.
"There you have the man. If he had meant any harm by it, or was conscious of any harm in it, he wouldn't tell it. He tells it as he does it in mere simplicity. But you shall see him in his own home, and then you'll understand him better. We must pay a visit to Harold Skimpole and caution him on these points. Lord bless you, my dears, an infant.
In pursuance of this plan, we went into London on an early day and presented ourselves at Mr. Skimpole's door. He lived in a place called the Polygon, in Somers Town, where there were at that time a number of poor Spanish refugees walking about in cloaks, smoking little paper cigars. Whether he was a better tenant than one might have supposed, in consequence of his friend somebody always paying his rent at last, or whether his inaptitude for business rendered it particularly difficult to turn him out, I don't know, but he had occupied the same house some years. It was in a state of dilapidation quite equal to our expectation. 2 or 3 of the area railings were gone, the water-butt was broken, the knocker was loose, the bell-handle had been pulled off a long time to judge from the rusty state of the wire, and dirty footprints on the steps were the only signs of its being inhabited. A slatternly, full-blown girl, who seemed to be bursting out at the rents in her gown and the cracks in her shoes like an over-ripe berry, answered our knock by opening the door a very little way and stopping up the gap with her figure. As she knew Mr. Jarndyce, indeed Ada and I both thought that she evidently associated him with the receipt of her wages, she immediately relented and allowed us to pass in. The lock of the door being in a disabled condition, she then applied herself to securing it with the chain, which was not in good action either, and said, would we go upstairs? We went upstairs to the first floor, still seeing no other furniture than the dirty footprints. Mr. Jarndyce, without further ceremony, entered a room there, and we followed. It was dingy enough, and not at all clean, but furnished with an odd kind of shabby luxury, with a large footstool, a sofa, and plenty of cushions, an easy chair, and plenty of pillows, a piano, books, drawing materials, music, newspapers, and a few sketches and pictures. A broken pane of glass in one of the dirty windows was papered and wafered over, but there was a little plate of hothouse nectarines on the table, and there was another of grapes, and another of sponge cakes, and there was a bottle of light wine. Mr. Skimpole himself reclined upon the sofa in a dressing-gown, drinking some fragrant coffee from an old china cup (it was then about midday), and looking at a collection of wallflowers in the balcony. He was not in the least disconcerted by our appearance, but rose and received us in his usual airy manner.
"Here I am, you see,"
he said when we were seated, not without some little difficulty, the greater part of the chairs being broken.
"Here I am. This is my frugal breakfast. Some men want legs of beef and mutton for breakfast. I don't. Give me my peach, my cup of coffee, and my claret. I am content. I don't want them for themselves, but they remind me of the sun. There's nothing solar about legs of beef and mutton. Mere animal satisfaction. This is our friend's consulting-room, or would be if he ever prescribed, his sanctum, his studio," said my guardian to us. "Yes," said Mr. Skimpole, turning his bright face about, "this is the bird's cage. This is where the bird lives and sings. They pluck his feathers now and then and clip his wings, but he sings, he sings." He handed us the grapes, repeating in his radiant way, "He sings. Not an ambitious note, but still he sings." "These are very fine," said my guardian,
A present? No, he answered. No, some amiable gardener sells them. His man wanted to know when he brought them last evening whether he should wait for the money. Really, my friend, I said, I think not, if your time is of any value to you. I suppose it was, for he went away.
My guardian looked at us with a smile, as though he asked us, is it possible to be worldly with this baby?
This is a day,
said Mr. Skimpole, gaily taking a little claret in a tumbler,
that will ever be remembered here. We shall call it St. Clare and St. Summerson Day. You must see my daughters. I have a blue-eyed daughter, who is my beauty daughter. I have a sentiment daughter, and I have a comedy daughter. You must see them all. They'll be enchanted.
He was going to summon them when my guardian interposed and asked him to pause a moment, as he wished to say a word to him first.
My dear Jarndyce,
he cheerfully replied, going back to his sofa,
as many moments as you please. Time is no object here. We never know what o'clock it is, and we never care. Not the way to get on in life, you'll tell me, certainly, but we don't get on in life. We don't pretend to do it.
My guardian looked at us again, plainly saying, You hear him?
Now, Harold,
he began,
the word I have to say relates to Rick. Ah, the dearest friend I have,
returned Mr. Skimpole cordially.
I suppose he ought not to be my dearest friend, as he is not on terms with you. But he is. I can't help it. He is full of youthful poetry, and I love him. If you don't like it, I can't help it. I love him.
The engaging frankness with which he made this declaration really had a disinterested appearance, and captivated my guardian, if not for the moment, Ada too.
You are welcome to love him as much as you like,
returned Mr. Jarndyce,
but we must save his pocket, Harold. Oh,
said Mr. Skimpole,
his pocket. Now you are coming to what I don't understand.
Taking a little more claret and dipping one of the cakes in it, he shook his head and smiled at Ada and me with an ingenuous foreboding that he never could be made to understand.
If you go with him here or there,
said my guardian plainly,
you must not let him pay for both. My dear Jarndyce,
returned Mr. Skimpole, his genial face irradiated by the comicality of this idea,
what am I to do? If he takes me anywhere, I must go, and how can I pay? I never have any money. If I had any money, I don't know anything about it. Suppose I say to a man, how much? Suppose the man says to me, 7 and 6pence. I know nothing about 7 and 6pence. It is impossible for me to pursue the subject with any consideration for the man. I don't go about asking busy people what 7 and 6pence is in Moorish, which I don't understand. Why should I go about asking them what 7 and 6pence is in money, which I don't understand? Well,
said my guardian, by no means displeased with this artless reply,
if you come to any kind of journeying with Rick, you must borrow the money of me, never breathing the least allusion to that circumstance, and leave the calculation to him. My dear Jarndyce,
returned Mr. Skimpole,
I will do anything to give you pleasure, but it seems an idle form, a superstition. Besides, I give you my word, Miss Clare and my dear Miss Summerson, I thought Mr. Carstone was immensely rich. I thought he had only to make over something, or to sign a bond, or a draft, or a cheque, or a bill, or to put something on a file somewhere, to bring down a shower of money.
Indeed, it is not so, sir, said Ada. He is poor.
No, really? returned Mr. Skimpole with his bright smile. You surprise me. "And not being the richer for trusting in a rotten reed,"
said my guardian, laying his hand emphatically on the sleeve of Mr. Skimpole's dressing-gown.
"Be you very careful not to encourage him in that reliance, Harold." "My dear good friend,"
returned Mr. Skimpole,
"and my dear Miss Summerson, and my dear Miss Clare, how can I do that? It's business, and I don't know business. It is he who encourages me. He emerges from great feats of business, presents the brightest prospects before me as their result, and calls upon me to admire them. I do admire them as bright prospects, but I know no more about them, and I tell him so."
The helpless kind of candour with which he presented this before us, the light-hearted manner in which he was amused by his innocence, the fantastic way in which he took himself under his own protection and argued about that curious person, combined with the delightful ease of everything he said exactly to make out my guardian's case. The more I saw of him, the more unlikely it seemed to me, when he was present, that he could design, conceal, or influence anything, and yet the less likely that appeared when he was not present, and the less agreeable it was to think of his having anything to do with any one for whom I cared. Hearing that his examination, as he called it, was now over, Mr. Skimpole left the room with a radiant face to fetch his daughters. His sons had run away at various times. Leaving my guardian quite delighted by the manner in which he had vindicated his childish character. He soon came back, bringing with him the three young ladies and Mrs. Skimpole, who had once been a beauty, but was now a delicate high-nosed invalid suffering under a complication of disorders.
"This,"
said Mr. Skimpole,
"is my beauty daughter Arethusa, plays and sings odds and ends like her father. This is my sentiment daughter Laura, plays a little but don't sing. This is my comedy daughter Kitty, sings a little but don't play. We all draw a little and compose a little, and none of us have any idea of time or money."
Mrs. Skimpole sighed, I thought, as if she would have been glad to strike out this item in the family attainments. I also thought that she rather impressed her sigh upon my guardian, and that she took every opportunity of throwing in another.
"It is pleasant,"
said Mr. Skimpole, turning his sprightly eyes from one to the other of us,
"and it is whimsically interesting to trace peculiarities in families. In this family we are all children, and I am the youngest."
The daughters, who appeared to be very fond of him, were amused by this droll fact, particularly the comedy daughter.
"My dears, it is true,"
said Mr. Skimpole.
"Is it not? So it is, and so it must be, because, like the dogs in the hymn, it is our nature to. Now, here is Miss Summerson, with a fine administrative capacity and a knowledge of details perfectly surprising. It will sound very strange in Miss Summerson's ears, I dare say, that we know nothing about chops in this house. But we don't, not the least. We can't cook anything whatever. A needle and thread we don't know how to use. We admire the people who possess the practical wisdom we want, but we don't quarrel with them. Then why should they quarrel with us? Live and let live, we say to them. Live upon your practical wisdom, and let us live upon you."
He laughed, but as usual seemed quite candid, and really to mean what he said.
"We have sympathy, my roses,"
said Mr. Skimpole.
"Sympathy for everything, have we not?"
"Oh, yes, papa!" cried the three daughters.
"In fact, that is our family department,"
said Mr. Skimpole.
"In this hurly-burly of life we are capable of looking on and of being interested, and we do look on, and we are interested. What more can we do? Here is my beauty daughter, married these 3 years. Now I dare say her marrying another child and having 2 more was all wrong in point of political economy,
but it was very agreeable. We had our little festivities on those occasions and exchanged social ideas. She brought her young husband home one day, and they and their young fledglings have their nest upstairs. I dare say at some time or other Sentiment and Comedy will bring their husbands home and have their nests upstairs too. So we get on. We don't know how, but somehow."
She looked very young indeed to be the mother of 2 children, and I could not help pitying both her and them. It was evident that the 3 daughters had grown up as they could, and had had just as little haphazard instruction as qualified them to be their father's playthings in his idlest hours. His pictorial tastes were consulted, I observed, in their respective styles of wearing their hair, the beauty daughter being in the classic manner, the sentiment daughter luxuriant and flowing, and the comedy daughter in the arch style, with a good deal of sprightly forehead and vivacious little curls dotted about the corners of her eyes. They were dressed to correspond, though in a most untidy and negligent way. Ada and I conversed with these young ladies and found them wonderfully like their father. In the meanwhile, Mr. Jarndyce, who had been rubbing his head to a great extent and hinted at a change in the wind, talked with Mrs. Skimpole in a corner, where we could not help hearing the chink of money. Mr. Skimpole had previously volunteered to go home with us and had withdrawn to dress himself for the purpose.
"My roses,"
he said when he came back,
"take care of mamma. She is poorly to-day. By going home with Mr. Jarndyce for a day or 2, I shall hear the larks sing and preserve my amiability. It has been tried, you know, and would be tried again if I remained at home."
"That bad man," said the comedy daughter, "at the very time when he knew papa was lying ill by his wallflowers, looking at the blue sky," Laura complained. "And when the smell of hay was in the air," said Arethusa.
"It showed a want of poetry in the man,"
Mr. Skimpole assented, but with perfect good humour.
"It was coarse. There was an absence of the finer touches of humanity in it. My daughters have taken great offence,"
he explained to us,
"at an honest man."
"Not honest, papa, impossible!" they all 3 protested.
"At a rough kind of fellow, a sort of human hedgehog rolled up,"
said Mr. Skimpole,
"who is a baker in this neighbourhood and from whom we borrowed a couple of arm-chairs. We wanted a couple of arm-chairs, and we hadn't got them, and therefore, of course, we looked to a man who had got them to lend them. Well, this morose person lent them, and we wore them out. When they were worn out, he wanted them back. He had them back. He was contented, you will say. Not at all. He objected to their being worn. I reasoned with him and pointed out his mistake. I said, 'Can you, at your time of life, be so headstrong, my friend, as to persist that an arm-chair is a thing to put upon a shelf and look at? That it is an object to contemplate, to survey from a distance, to consider from a point of sight? Don't you know that these arm-chairs were borrowed to be sat upon?' He was unreasonable and unpersuadable, and used intemperate language. Being as patient as I am at this minute, I addressed another appeal to him. I said, 'Now, my good man, however our business capacities may vary, we are all children of one great mother, Nature. On this blooming summer morning, here you see me,' I was on the sofa, 'with flowers before me, fruit upon the table, the cloudless sky above me, the air full of fragrance, contemplating nature. I entreat you, by our common brotherhood, not to interpose between me and a subject so sublime, the absurd figure of an angry baker.' But he did,"
said Mr. Skimpole, raising his laughing eyes in playful astonishment.
"He did interpose that ridiculous figure, and he does, and he will again. And therefore I am very glad to get out of his way and to go home with my friend Jarndyce."
It seemed to escape his consideration that Mrs. Skimpole and the daughters remained behind to encounter the baker, but this was so old a story to all of them that it had become a matter of course. He took leave of his family with a tenderness as airy and graceful as any other aspect in which he showed himself, and rode away with us in perfect harmony of mind. We had an opportunity of seeing through some open doors as we went downstairs that his own apartment was a palace to the rest of the house. I could have no anticipation, and I had none, at something very startling to me at the moment, and ever memorable to me in what ensued from it, was to happen before this day was out. Our guest was in such spirits on the way home that I could do nothing but listen to him and wonder at him, nor was I alone in this, for Ada yielded to the same fascination. As to my guardian, the wind, which had threatened to become fixed in the east when we left Somers Town, veered completely round before we were a couple of miles from it. Whether of questionable childishness or not in any other matters, Mr. Skimpole had a child's enjoyment of change and bright weather. In no way wearied by his sallies on the road, he was in the drawing-room before any of us, and I heard him at the piano while I was yet looking after my housekeeping, singing refrains of barcarolles and drinking songs, Italian and German, by the score. We were all assembled shortly before dinner, and he was still at the piano, idly picking out in his luxurious way little strains of music, and talking between whiles of finishing some sketches of the ruined old Verulam wall to-morrow, which he had begun a year or two ago and had got tired of, when a card was brought in, and my guardian read aloud in a surprised voice, "Sir Leicester Dedlock." The visitor was in the room while it was yet turning round with me, and before I had the power to stir. If I had had it, I should have hurried away. I had not even the presence of mind, in my giddiness, to retire to Ada in the window, or to see the window, or to know where it was. I heard my name, and found that my guardian was presenting me before I could move to a chair.
"Pray be seated, Sir Leicester." "Mr. Jarndyce,"
said Sir Leicester in reply, as he bowed and seated himself,
"I do myself the honour of calling here."
"You do me the honour, Sir Leicester."
"Thank you. Of calling here on my road from Lincolnshire to express my regret that any cause of complaint, however strong, that I may have against a gentleman who is known to you and has been your host, and to whom, therefore, I will make no farther reference, should have prevented you, still more ladies under your escort and charge, from seeing whatever little there may be to gratify a polite and refined taste at my house, Chesney Wold. You are exceedingly obliging, Sir Leicester, and on behalf of those ladies who are present, and for myself, I thank you very much."
"It is possible, Mr. Jarndyce, that the gentleman to whom, for the reasons I have mentioned, I refrain from making further allusion, it is possible, Mr. Jarndyce, that that gentleman may have done me the honour so far to misapprehend my character as to induce you to believe that you would not have been received by my local establishment in Lincolnshire with that urbanity, that courtesy, which its members are instructed to show to all ladies and gentlemen who present themselves at that house. I merely beg to observe, sir, that the fact is the reverse."
My guardian delicately dismissed this remark without making any verbal answer.
"It has given me pain, Mr. Jarndyce,"
Sir Leicester weightily proceeded,
"I assure you, sir, it has given me pain to learn from the housekeeper at Chesney Wold that a gentleman who was in your company at that part of the county and who would appear to possess a cultivated taste for the fine arts was likewise deterred by some such cause from examining the family pictures with that leisure, that attention, that care which he might have desired to bestow upon them, and which some of them might possibly have repaid."
Here he produced a card and read, with much gravity and a little trouble, through his eye-glass,
Mr. Harold Scampling. I beg your pardon. Skimpole. This is Mr. Harold Skimpole,
said my guardian, evidently surprised.
Oh!
exclaimed Sir Leicester.
I am happy to meet Mr. Skimpole and to have the opportunity of tendering my personal regrets. I hope, sir, that when you again find yourself in my part of the county, you'll be under no similar sense of restraint. You are very obliging, Sir Leicester Dedlock. So encouraged, I shall certainly give myself the pleasure and advantage of another visit to your beautiful house. The owners of such a place as Chesney Wold,
said Mr. Skimpole with his usual happy and easy air,
are public benefactors. They are good enough to maintain a number of delightful objects for the admiration and pleasure of us poor men, and not to reap all the admiration and pleasure that they yield is to be ungrateful to our benefactors.
Sir Leicester seemed to approve of this sentiment highly.
An artist, sir? No,
returned Mr. Skimpole.
A perfectly idle man, a mere amateur.
Sir Leicester seemed to approve of this even more. He hoped he might have the good fortune to be at Chesney Wold when Mr. Skimpole next came down into Lincolnshire. Mr. Skimpole professed himself much flattered and honoured.
Mr. Skimpole mentioned,
pursued Sir Leicester, addressing himself again to my guardian,
mentioned to the housekeeper, who, as he may have observed, is an old and attached retainer of the family. That is, when I walked through the house the other day on the occasion of my going down to visit Miss Summerson and Miss Clare,
Mr. Skimpole airily explained to us,
that the friend with whom he had formerly been staying there was Mr. Jarndyce.
Sir Leicester bowed to the bearer of that name.
And hence I became aware of the circumstances for which I have professed my regret. That this should have occurred to any gentleman, Mr. Jarndyce, but especially a gentleman formerly known to Lady Dedlock, and indeed claiming some distant connexion with her, and for whom, as I learn from my lady herself, she entertains a high respect, does, I assure you, give me pain. Pray say no more about it, Sir Leicester,
returned my guardian.
I am very sensible, as I am sure we all are, of your consideration. Indeed, the mistake was mine, and I ought to apologize for it.
I had not once looked up. I had not seen the visitor, and had not even appeared to myself to hear the conversation. It surprises me to find that I can recall it, for it seemed to make no impression on me as it passed. I heard them speaking, but my mind was so confused, and my instinctive avoidance of this gentleman made his presence so distressing to me that I thought I understood nothing, through the rushing in my head and the beating of my heart.
I mentioned the subject to Lady Dedlock,
said Sir Leicester, rising,
and my lady informed me that she had had the pleasure of exchanging a few words with Mr. Jarndyce and his wards on the occasion of an accidental meeting during their sojourn in the vicinity. Permit me, Mr. Jarndyce, to repeat to yourself and to these ladies the assurance I have already tendered to Mr. Skimpole. Circumstances undoubtedly prevent my saying that it would afford me any gratification to hear that Mr. Boythorn had favoured my house with his presence, but those circumstances are confined to that gentleman himself and do not extend beyond him. You know my old opinion of him,
said Mr. Skimpole, lightly appealing to us.
An amiable bull who is determined to make every colour scarlet.
Sir Leicester Dedlock coughed, as if he could not possibly hear another word in reference to such an individual, and took his leave with great ceremony and politeness. I got to my own room with all possible speed and remained there until I had recovered my self-command. It had been very much disturbed, but I was thankful to find when I went downstairs again that they only rallied me for having been shy and mute before the great Lincolnshire baronet. By that time I had made up my mind that the period was come when I must tell my guardian what I knew. The possibility of my being brought into contact with my mother, of my being taken to her house, even of Mr. Skimpole's, however distantly associated with me, receiving kindnesses and obligations from her husband, was so painful that I felt I could no longer guide myself without his assistance. When we had retired for the night, and Ada and I had had our usual talk in our pretty room, I went out at my door again and sought my guardian among his books. I knew he always read at that hour, and as I drew near, I saw the light shining out into the passage from his reading lamp. "May I come in, guardian?"
"Surely, little woman. What's the matter?"
"Nothing is the matter. I thought I would like to take this quiet time of saying a word to you about myself." He put a chair for me, shut his book, and put it by, and turned his kind attentive face towards me. I could not help observing that it wore that curious expression I had observed in it once before, on that night when he had said that he was in no trouble, which I could readily understand.
"What concerns you, my dear Esther,"
said he,
"concerns us all. You cannot be more ready to speak than I am to hear."
"I know that, guardian, but I have such need of your advice and support. Oh, you don't know how much need I have to-night." He looked unprepared for my being so earnest, and even a little alarmed. "Or how anxious I have been to speak to you," said I, "ever since the visitor was here to-day."
"The visitor, my dear? Sir Leicester Dedlock?"
"Yes." He folded his arms and sat looking at me with an air of the profoundest astonishment, awaiting what I should say next. I did not know how to prepare him.
"Why, Esther,"
said he, breaking into a smile,
"our visitor and you are the two last persons on earth I should have thought of connecting together."
"Oh, yes, guardian, I know it, and I too, but a little while ago." The smile passed from his face, and he became graver than before. He crossed to the door to see that it was shut, but I had seen to that, and resumed his seat before me. "Guardian," said I, "do you remember, when we were overtaken by the thunderstorm, Lady Dedlock's speaking to you of her sister?"
Of course I do."
"And reminding you that she and her sister had differed, had gone their several ways?"
"Of course."
"Why did they separate, guardian?" His face quite altered as he looked at me.
"My child, what questions are these? I never knew. No one but themselves ever did know, I believe. Who could tell what the secrets of those two handsome and proud women were? You have seen Lady Dedlock. If you had ever seen her sister, you would know her to have been as resolute and haughty as she."
"Oh, guardian, I have seen her many and many a time."
"Seen her?"
He paused a little, biting his lip.
"Then, Esther, when you spoke to me long ago of Boythorn, and when I told you that he was all but married once, and that the lady did not die, but died to him, and at that time had had its influence on his later life, did you know it all, and know who the lady was?"
"No, guardian," I returned, fearful of the light that dimly broke upon me. "Nor do I know yet."
"Lady Dedlock's sister."
"And why," I could scarcely ask him, Why, guardian? Pray tell me, why were they parted?
It was her act, and she kept its motives in her inflexible heart. He afterwards did conjecture, but it was mere conjecture, that some injury which her haughty spirit had received in her cause of quarrel with her sister had wounded her beyond all reason. But she wrote him that from the date of that letter she died to him, as in literal truth she did, and that the resolution was exacted from her by her knowledge of his proud temper and his strained sense of honour, which were both her nature too. In consideration for those master points in him, and even in consideration for them in herself, she made the sacrifice, she said, and would live in it and die in it. She did both, I fear. Certainly he never saw her, never heard of her from that hour, nor did any one. "Oh, guardian, what have I done?"
I cried, giving way to my grief.
"What sorrow have I innocently caused?" "You caused, Esther?"
"Yes, guardian, innocently, but most surely. That secluded sister is my first remembrance."
"No, no!"
he cried, starting. "Yes, guardian, yes, and her sister is my mother." I would have told him all my mother's letter, but he would not hear it then. He spoke so tenderly and wisely to me, and he put so plainly before me all I had myself imperfectly thought, and hoped in my better state of mind, that, penetrated as I had been with fervent gratitude towards him through so many years, I believed I had never loved him so dearly, never thanked him in my heart so fully as I did that night. And when he had taken me to my room and kissed me at the door, and when at last I lay down to sleep, my thought was, how could I ever be busy enough, how could I ever be good enough, how in my little way could I ever hope to be forgetful enough of myself, devoted enough to him, and useful enough to others to show him how I blessed and honoured him.
End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 44. The Letter and the Answer.
My guardian called me into his room next morning, and then I told him what had been left untold on the previous night. There was nothing to be done, he said, but to keep the secret and to avoid another such encounter as that of yesterday. He understood my feeling and entirely shared it. He charged himself even with restraining Mr. Skimpole from improving his opportunity. One person whom he need not name to me it was not now possible for him to advise or help. He wished it were, but no such thing could be. If her mistrust of the lawyer whom she had mentioned were well founded, which he scarcely doubted, he dreaded discovery. He knew something of him, both by sight and by reputation, and it was certain that he was a dangerous man. Whatever happened, he repeatedly impressed upon me with anxious affection and kindness, I was as innocent of as himself, and as unable to influence.
"Nor do I understand,"
said he,
"that any doubts tend towards you, my dear. Much suspicion may exist without that connexion."
"With the lawyer," I returned, "but two other persons have come into my mind since I have been anxious." Then I told him all about Mr. Guppy, who I feared might have had his vague surmises when I little understood his meaning, but in whose silence after our last interview I expressed perfect confidence.
"Well,"
said my guardian,
"then we may dismiss him for the present. Who is the other?"
I called to his recollection the French maid, and the eager offer of herself she had made to me.
"Ha!" he returned thoughtfully. "That is a more alarming person than the clerk. But after all, my dear, it was but seeking for a new service. She had seen you and Ada a little while before, and it was natural that you should come into her head. She merely proposed herself for your maid, you know. She did nothing more."
"Her manner was strange," said I.
"Yes, and her manner was strange when she took her shoes off and showed that cool relish for a walk that might have ended in her death-bed,"
said my guardian.
"It would be useless, self-distress, and torment to reckon up such chances and possibilities. There are very few harmless circumstances that would not seem full of perilous meaning, so considered. Be hopeful, little woman. You can be nothing better than yourself. Be that, through this knowledge, as you were before you had it. It is the best you can do for everybody's sake. I sharing the secret with you."
"And lightening it, guardian, so much," said I.
"Will be attentive to what passes in that family, so far as I can observe it from my distance. And if the time should come when I can stretch out a hand to render the least service to one whom it is better not to name even here, I will not fail to do it for her dear daughter's sake." I thanked him with my whole heart. What could I ever do but thank him? I was going out at the door when he asked me to stay a moment. Quickly turning round, I saw that same expression on his face again, and all at once, I don't know how, it flashed upon me as a new and far-off possibility that I understood it. "My dear Esther,"
said my guardian,
"I have long had something in my thoughts that I have wished to say to you."
"Indeed?"
"I have had some difficulty in approaching it, and I still have. I should wish it to be so deliberately said and so deliberately considered. Would you object to my writing it?"
"Dear guardian, how could I object to your writing anything for me to read?"
"Then see, my love,"
said he with his cheery smile,
"am I at this moment quite as plain and easy? Do I seem as open, as honest and old-fashioned as I am at any other time?"
I answered in all earnestness, "Quite," with the strictest truth, for his momentary hesitation was gone (it had not lasted a minute), and his fine, sensible, cordial, sterling manner was restored.
"Do I look as if I suppressed anything? Meant anything but what I said? Had any reservation at all, no matter what?"
said he with his bright clear eyes on mine. I answered most assuredly he did not.
"Can you fully trust me and thoroughly rely on what I profess, Esther?"
"Most thoroughly," said I with my whole heart.
"My dear girl,"
returned my guardian,
"give me your hand."
He took it in his, holding me lightly with his arm and looking down into my face with the same genuine freshness and faithfulness of manner, the old protecting manner which had made that house my home in a moment, said,
"You have wrought changes in me, little woman, since the winter day in the stage-coach. First and last, you have done me a world of good since that time."
"Ah, guardian, what have you done for me since that time?"
"But,"
said he,
"that is not to be remembered now."
"It never can be forgotten."
"Yes, Esther,"
said he with a gentle seriousness,
"it is to be forgotten now, to be forgotten for a while. You are only to remember now that nothing can change me as you know me. Can you feel quite assured of that, my dear?"
"I can, and I do," I said.
"That's much," he answered. "That's everything. But I must not take that at a word. I will not write this something in my thoughts until you have quite resolved within yourself that nothing can change me as you know me. If you doubt that in the least degree, I will never write it.
if you are sure of that, on good consideration, send Charley to me this night week for the letter. But if you are not quite certain, never send. Mind, I trust to your truth in this thing as in everything. If you are not quite certain on that one point, never send."
"Guardian," said I am certain already. I can no more be changed in that conviction than you can be changed towards me. I shall send Charley for the letter." He shook my hand and said no more. Nor was any more said in reference to this conversation, either by him or me, through the whole week. When the appointed night came, I said to Charley as soon as I was alone, "Go and knock at Mr. Jarndyce's door, Charley, and say you have come from me for the letter." Charley went up the stairs and down the stairs and along the passages. The zigzag way about the old-fashioned house seemed very long in my listening ears that night, and so came back along the passages and down the stairs and up the stairs and brought the letter. "Lay it on the table, Charley," said I. So Charley laid it on the table and went to bed, and I sat looking at it, without taking it up, thinking of many things. I began with my overshadowed childhood, and passed through those timid days to the heavy time when my aunt lay dead, with her resolute face so cold and set, and when I was more solitary with Mrs. Rachael than if I had had no one in the world to speak to or to look at. I passed to the altered days when I was so blessed as to find friends in all around me, and to be beloved. I came to the time when I first saw my dear girl, and was received into that sisterly affection which was the grace and beauty of my life. I recalled the first bright gleam of welcome which had shone out of those very windows upon our expectant faces on that cold bright night, and which had never paled. I lived my happy life there over again. I went through my illness and recovery. I thought of myself so altered, and of those around me so unchanged, and all this happiness shone like a light from one central figure, represented before me by the letter on the table. I opened it and read it. It was so impressive in its love for me, and in the unselfish caution it gave me, and the consideration it showed for me in every word, that my eyes were too often blinded to read much at a time. But I read it through 3 times before I laid it down. I had thought beforehand that I knew its purport, and I did. It asked me, would I be the mistress of Bleak House? It was not a love letter, though it expressed so much love, but was written just as he would at any time have spoken to me. I saw his face, and heard his voice, and felt the influence of his kind protecting manner in every line. It addressed me as if our places were reversed, as if all the good deeds had been mine and all the feelings they had awakened his. It dwelt on my being young, and he past the prime of life, on his having attained a ripe age while I was a child, on his writing to me with a silvered head, and knowing all this so well as to set it in full before me for mature deliberation. It told me that I would gain nothing by such a marriage, and lose nothing by rejecting it, for no new relation could enhance the tenderness in which he held me, and whatever my decision was, he was certain it would be right. But he had considered this step anew since our late confidence, and had decided on taking it, if it only served to show me through one poor instance that the whole world would readily unite to falsify the stern prediction of my childhood. I was the last to know what happiness I could bestow upon him, but of that he said no more, for I was always to remember that I owed him nothing, and that he was my debtor, and for very much. He had often thought of our future, and foreseeing that the time must come, and fearing that it might come soon, when Ada, now very nearly of age, would leave us, and when our present mode of life must be broken up, had become accustomed to reflect on this proposal. Thus he made it. If I felt that I could ever give him the best right he could have to be my protector, and if I felt that I could happily and justly become the dear companion of his remaining life, superior to all lighter chances and changes than death. Even then he could not have me bind myself irrevocably while this letter was yet so new to me, but even then I must have ample time for reconsideration. In that case, or in the opposite case, let him be unchanged in his old relation, in his old manner, in the old name by which I called him. And as to his bright Dame Durden and little housekeeper, she would ever be the same, he knew. This was the substance of the letter, written throughout with a justice and a dignity, as if he were indeed my responsible guardian, impartially representing the proposal of a friend against whom in his integrity he stated the full case. But he did not hint to me that when I had been better looking he had had this same proceeding in his thoughts and had refrained from it, that when my old face was gone from me and I had no attractions he could love me just as well as in my fairer days, that the discovery of my birth gave him no shock, that his generosity rose above my disfigurement and my inheritance of shame, that the more I stood in need of such fidelity, the more firmly I might trust in him to the last. But I knew it. I knew it well now. It came upon me as the close of the benignant history I had been pursuing, and I felt that I had but one thing to do. To devote my life to his happiness was to thank him poorly, and what had I wished for the other night but some new means of thanking him? Still, I cried very much, not only in the fullness of my heart after reading the letter, not only in the strangeness of the prospect, for it was strange though I had expected the contents, but as if something, for which there was no name or distinct idea, were indefinitely lost to me. I was very happy, very thankful, very hopeful, but I cried very much. By and by I went to my old glass. My eyes were red and swollen, and I said, "Oh, Esther, Esther, can that be you?" I am afraid the face in the glass was going to cry again at this reproach, but I held up my finger at it, and it stopped. "That is more like the composed look you comforted me with, my dear, when you showed me such a change," said I, beginning to let down my hair. "When you are mistress of Bleak House, you are to be as cheerful as a bird. In fact, you are always to be cheerful. So let us begin for once and for all." I went on with my hair now, quite comfortably. I sobbed a little still, but that was because I had been crying, not because I was crying then. "And so, Esther, my dear, you are happy for life, happy with your best friends, happy in your old home, happy in the power of doing a great deal of good, and happy in the undeserved love of the best of men." I thought, all at once, if my guardian had married some one else, how should I have felt, and what should I have done? That would have been a change indeed. It presented my life in such a new and blank form that I rang my housekeeping keys and gave them a kiss before I laid them down in their basket again. Then I went on to think, as I dressed my hair before the glass, how often had I considered within myself that the deep traces of my illness and the circumstances of my birth were only new reasons why I should be busy, useful, amiable, serviceable, in all honest, unpretending ways. This was a good time, to be sure, to sit down morbidly and cry. As to its seeming at all strange to me at first, if that were any excuse for crying, which it was not, that I was one day to be the mistress of Bleak House. Why should it seem strange? Other people had thought of such things, if I had not. "Don't you remember, my plain dear," I asked myself, looking at the glass, "what Mrs. Woodcourt said before those scars were there about your marrying—" Perhaps the name brought them to my remembrance. The dried remains of the flowers. It would be better not to keep them now. They had only been preserved in memory of something wholly past and gone, but it would be better not to keep them now. They were in a book, and it happened to be in the next room, our sitting-room dividing Ada's chamber from mine. I took a candle and went softly in to fetch it from its shelf. After I had it in my hand, I saw my beautiful darling through the open door, lying asleep, and I stole in to kiss her. It was weak in me, I know, and I could have no reason for crying, but I dropped a tear upon her dear face, and another, and another. Weaker than that, I took the withered flowers out and put them for a moment to her lips. I thought about her love for Richard, though indeed the flowers had nothing to do with that. Then I took them into my own room and burnt them at the candle, and they were dust in an instant. On entering the breakfast-room next morning, I found my guardian just as usual, quite as frank, as open, and free. There being not the least constraint in his manner, there was none, or I think there was none, in mine. I was with him several times in the course of the morning, in and out, when there was no one there, and I thought it not unlikely that he might speak to me about the letter, but he did not say a word. So on the next morning, and the next, and for at least a week, over which time Mr. Skimpole prolonged his stay, I expected every day that my guardian might speak to me about the letter, but he never did. I thought then, growing uneasy, that I ought to write an answer. I tried over and over again in my own room at night, but I could not write an answer that at all began like a good answer, so I thought each night I would wait one more day. And I waited 7 more days, and he never said a word. At last, Mr. Skimpole having departed, we 3 were one afternoon going out for a ride, and I, being dressed before Ada and going down, came upon my guardian with his back towards me, standing at the drawing-room window looking out. He turned on my coming in and said, smiling,
"Aye, it's you, little woman, is it?"
and looked out again. I had made up my mind to speak to him now. In short, I had come down on purpose. "Guardian," I said, rather hesitating and trembling, "when would you like to have the answer to the letter Charley came for?"
"When it's ready, my dear,"
he replied. "I think it is ready," said I.
"Is Charley to bring it?"
he asked pleasantly. "No, I have brought it myself, guardian," I returned. I put my 2 arms round his neck and kissed him, and he said, was this the mistress of Bleak House? And I said, yes, and it made no difference presently, and we all went out together, and I said nothing to my precious pet about it.
End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 45. In Trust.
One morning, when I had done jingling about with my basket of keys, as my Beauty and I were walking round and round the garden, I happened to turn my eyes towards the house and saw a long thin shadow going in which looked like Mr. Vholes. Ada had been telling me only that morning of her hopes that Richard might exhaust his ardour in the Chancery suit by being so very earnest in it, and therefore, not to damp my dear girl's spirits, I said nothing about Mr. Vholes's shadow. Presently came Charley, lightly winding among the bushes and tripping along the paths, as rosy and pretty as one of Flora's attendants instead of my maid, saying, "Oh, if you please, miss, would you step and speak to Mr. Jarndyce?" It was one of Charley's peculiarities that whenever she was charged with a message, she always began to deliver it as soon as she beheld, at any distance, the person for whom it was intended. Therefore I saw Charley asking me in her usual form of words to step and speak to Mr. Jarndyce long before I heard her, and when I did hear her she had said it so often that she was out of breath. I told Ada I would make haste back and inquired of Charley, as we went in, whether there was not a gentleman with Mr. Jarndyce, To which Charley, whose grammar, I confess to my shame, never did any credit to my educational powers, replied, "Yes, miss, he must come down in the country with Mr. Richard." A more complete contrast than my guardian and Mr. Vholes I suppose there could not be. I found them looking at one another across a table, the one so open and the other so close, the one so broad and upright and the other so narrow and stooping, the one giving out what he had to say in such a rich ringing voice, and the other keeping it in such a cold-blooded, gasping, fish-like manner that I thought I never had seen two people so unmatched.
"You know Mr. Vholes, my dear?"
said my guardian, not with the greatest urbanity, I must say. Mr. Vholes rose, gloved and buttoned up as usual, and seated himself again just as he had seated himself beside Richard in the gig. Not having Richard to look at, he looked straight before him.
"Mr. Vholes,"
said my guardian, eyeing his black figure as if he were a bird of ill omen,
"has brought an ugly report of our most unfortunate Rick."
Laying a marked emphasis on most unfortunate, as if the words were rather descriptive of his connexion with Mr. Vholes. I sat down between them. Mr. Vholes remained immovable, except that he secretly picked at one of the red pimples on his yellow face with his black glove.
"And as Rick and you are happily good friends, I should like to know,"
said my guardian,
"what you think, my dear. Would you be so good as to speak up, Mr. Vholes?"
Doing anything but that, Mr. Vholes observed,
"I have been saying that I have reason to know Miss Summerson as Mr. C.'s professional adviser that Mr. C.'s circumstances are at the present moment in an embarrassed state. Not so much in point of amount as owing to the peculiar and pressing nature of liabilities Mr. C. has incurred and the means he has of liquidating or meeting the same. I have staved off many little matters for Mr. C., but there is a limit to staving off, and we have reached it. I have made some advances out of pocket to accommodate these unpleasantnesses, but I necessarily look to being repaid, for I do not pretend to be a man of capital, and I have a father to support in the Vale of Taunton, besides striving to realize some little independence for 3 dear girls at home. My apprehension is, Mr. C.'s circumstances being such, lest it should end in his obtaining leave to part with his commission, which at all events is desirable to be made known to his connections."
Mr. Vholes, who had looked at me while speaking, here emerged into the silence he could hardly be said to have broken, so stifled was his tone, and looked before him again.
"Imagine the poor fellow, without even his present resource,"
said my guardian to me.
"Yet what can I do? You know him, Esther. He would never accept of help from me now. To offer it or hint at it would be to drive him to an extremity if nothing else did."
Mr. Vholes hereupon addressed me again.
"What Mr. Jarndyce remarks, miss, is no doubt the case and is the difficulty. I do not see that anything is to be done. I do not say that anything is to be done. Far from it. I merely come down here under the seal of confidence and mention it in order that everything may be openly carried on and that it may not be said afterwards that everything was not openly carried on. My wish is that everything should be openly carried on. I desire to leave a good name behind me. If I consulted merely my own interests with Mr. C., I should not be here. So insurmountable, as you must well know, would be his objections. This is not a professional attendance. This can be charged to nobody. I have no interest in it except as a member of society and a father and a son,"
said Mr. Vholes, who had nearly forgotten that point. It appeared to us that Mr. Vholes said neither more nor less than the truth in intimating that he sought to divide the responsibility, such as it was, of knowing Richard's situation. I could only suggest that I should go down to Deal, where Richard was then stationed, and see him, and try, if it were possible, to avert the worst. Without consulting Mr. Vholes on this point, I took my guardian aside to propose it, while Mr. Vholes gauntly stalked to the fire and warmed his funeral gloves. The fatigue of the journey formed an immediate objection on my guardian's part, but as I saw he had no other, and as I was only too happy to go, I got his consent. We had then merely to dispose of Mr. Vholes.
"Well, sir,"
said Mr. Jarndyce,
"Miss Summerson will communicate with Mr. Carstone, and you can only hope that his position may be yet retrievable. You will allow me to order you lunch after your journey, sir?"
"I thank you, Mr. Jarndyce,"
said Mr. Vholes, putting out his long black sleeve to check the ringing of the bell.
"Not any, I thank you, no, not a morsel. My digestion is much impaired, and I am but a poor knife and fork at any time. If I was to partake of solid food at this period of the day, I don't know what the consequences might be. Everything having been openly carried on, sir, I will now, with your permission, take my leave." "And I would that you could take your leave, and we could all take our leave, Mr. Vholes,"
returned my guardian bitterly,
"of a cause you know of."
Mr. Vholes, whose black dye was so deep from head to foot that it had quite steamed before the fire, diffusing a very unpleasant perfume, made a short one-sided inclination of his head from the neck and slowly shook it.
"We whose ambition it is to be looked upon in the light of respectable practitioners, sir, can but put our shoulders to the wheel. We do it, sir, at least I do it myself, and I wish to think well of my professional brethren, one and all. You are sensible of an obligation not to refer to me, miss, in communicating with Mr. C."
I said I would be careful not to do it.
"Just so, miss. Good morning, Mr. Jarndyce. Good morning, sir."
Mr. Vholes put his dead glove, which scarcely seemed to have any hand in it, on my fingers, and then on my guardian's fingers, and took his long thin shadow away. I thought of it on the outside of the coach, passing over all the sunny landscape between us and London, chilling the seed in the ground as it glided along. Of course it became necessary to tell Ada where I was going and why I was going, and of course she was anxious and distressed. But she was too true to Richard to say anything but words of pity and words of excuse, and in a more loving spirit still, my dear devoted girl, she wrote him a long letter, of which I took charge. Charley was to be my travelling companion, though I am sure I wanted none and would willingly have left her at home. We all went to London that afternoon, and finding 2 places in the mail, secured them. At our usual bedtime, Charley and I were rolling away seaward with the Kentish letters. It was a night's journey in those coach times, but we had the mail to ourselves and did not find the night very tedious. It passed with me as I suppose it would with most people under such circumstances. At one while my journey looked hopeful, and at another hopeless. Now I thought I should do some good, and now I wondered how I could ever have supposed so. Now it seemed one of the most reasonable things in the world that I should have come, and now one of the most unreasonable. In what state I should find Richard, what I should say to him, and what he would say to me, occupied my mind by turns with these 2 states of feeling, and the wheels seemed to play one tune, to which the burden of my guardian's letter set itself, over and over again all night. At last we came into the narrow streets of Deal, and very gloomy they were upon a raw misty morning. The long flat beach, with its little irregular houses, wooden and brick, and its litter of capstans and great boats and sheds, and bare upright poles with tackle and blocks, and loose gravelly waste places overgrown with grass and weeds, wore as dull an appearance as any place I ever saw. The sea was heaving under a thick white fog, and nothing else was moving but a few early rope-makers, who, with the yarn twisted round their bodies, looked as if, tired of their present state of existence, they were spinning themselves into cordage. But when we got into a warm room in an excellent hotel and sat down, comfortably washed and dressed, to an early breakfast, for it was too late to think of going to bed, Deal began to look more cheerful. Our little room was like a ship's cabin, and that delighted Charley very much. Then the fog began to rise like a curtain, and numbers of ships that we had had no idea were near appeared. I don't know how many sail the waiter told us were then lying in the Downs. Some of these vessels were of grand size. One was a large Indiaman, just come home, and when the sun shone through the clouds, making silvery pools in the dark sea, the way in which these ships brightened and shadowed and changed amid a bustle of boats pulling off from the shore to them and from them to the shore, and a general life and motion in themselves, and everything around them was most beautiful. The large Indiaman was our great attraction, because she had come into the Downs in the night. She was surrounded by boats, and we said how glad the people on board of her must be to come ashore. Charley was curious too about the voyage, and about the heat in India, and the serpents and the tigers, and as she picked up such information much faster than grammar, I told her what I knew on these points. I told her, too, how people in such voyages were sometimes wrecked and cast on rocks, where they were saved by the intrepidity and humanity of one man. And Charley asking how that could be, I told her how we knew at home of such a case. I had thought of sending Richard a note saying I was there, but it seemed so much better to go to him without preparation. As he lived in barracks, I was a little doubtful whether this was feasible, but we went out to reconnoitre. Peeping in at the gate of the barrack yard, we found everything very quiet at that time in the morning, and I asked a sergeant standing on the guard-house steps where he lived. He sent a man before to show me, who went up some bare stairs and knocked with his knuckles at the door and left us.
"Now then,"
cried Richard from within. So I left Charley in the little passage, and going on to the half-open door, said, "Can I come in, Richard? It's only Dame Durden." He was writing at a table, with a great confusion of clothes, tin cases, books, boots, brushes, and portmanteaus strewn all about the floor. He was only half-dressed, in plain clothes, I observed, not in uniform, and his hair was unbrushed, and he looked as wild as his room. All this I saw after he had heartily welcomed me, and I was seated near him, for he started upon hearing my voice and caught me in his arms in a moment. Dear Richard! He was ever the same to me. Down, too, poor, poor fellow! To the end he never received me but with something of his old merry boyish manner.
"Good heaven, my dear little woman,"
said he,
"how do you come here? Who could have thought of seeing you? Nothing the matter? Ada is well?"
"Quite well. Lovelier than ever, Richard."
"Ah!"
he said, leaning back in his chair.
"My poor cousin! I was writing to you, Esther."
So worn and haggard as he looked, even in the fullness of his handsome youth, leaning back in his chair and crushing the closely written sheet of paper in his hand. "Have you been at the trouble of writing all that, and I am not to read it after all?" I asked.
"Oh, my dear,"
he returned with a hopeless gesture,
"you may read it in the whole room. It is all over here."
I mildly entreated him not to be despondent. I told him that I had heard by chance of his being in difficulty and had come to consult with him what could best be done.
"Like you, Esther, but useless, and so not like you,"
said he with a melancholy smile.
"I am away on leave this day. Should have been gone in another hour, and that is to smooth it over for my selling out. Well, let bygones be bygones. So this calling follows the rest. I only want to have been in the church, to have made the round of all the professions."
"Richard," I urged, "it is not so hopeless as that."
"Esther,"
he returned,
"it is indeed. I am just so near disgrace as that those who are put in authority over me, as the catechism goes, would far rather be without me than with me. And they are right. Apart from debts and duns and all such drawbacks, I am not fit even for this employment. I have no care, no mind, no heart, no soul, but for one thing. Why, if this bubble hadn't broken now," he said, tearing the letter he had written into fragments and moodily casting them away by driblets, "how could I have gone abroad? I must have been ordered abroad, but how could I have gone? How could I, with my experience of that thing, trust even Vholes unless I was at his back?" I suppose he knew by my face what I was about to say, but he caught the hand I had laid upon his arm and touched my own lips with it to prevent me from going on. "No, Dame Durden. Two subjects I forbid, must forbid. The first is John Jarndyce. The second, you know what? Call it madness, and I tell you I can't help it now, and can't be sane. But it is no such thing. It is the one object I have to pursue. It is a pity I ever was prevailed upon to turn out of my road for any other. It would be wisdom to abandon it now, after all the time, anxiety, and pains I have bestowed upon it. Oh, yes, true wisdom. It would be very agreeable, too, to some people, but I never will."
He was in that mood in which I thought it best not to increase his determination, if anything could increase it, by opposing him. I took out Ada's letter and put it in his hand.
"Am I to read it now?"
he asked. As I told him yes, he laid it on the table, and resting his head upon his hand, began. He had not read far when he rested his head upon his two hands to hide his face from me. In a little while he rose as if the light were bad and went to the window. He finished reading it there, with his back towards me, and after he had finished and had folded it up, stood there for some minutes with the letter in his hand. When he came back to his chair, I saw tears in his eyes.
"Of course, Esther, you know what she says here."
He spoke in a softened voice and kissed the letter as he asked me, "Yes, Richard."
"Offers me,"
he went on, tapping his foot upon the floor,
"the little inheritance she is certain of so soon. Just as little and as much as I have wasted. And begs and prays me to take it, set myself right with it, and remain in the service."
"I know your welfare to be the dearest wish of her heart," said I, "and oh, my dear Richard, Ada's is a noble heart."
"I am sure it is. I wish I was dead."
He went back to the window, and laying his arm across it, leaned his head down on his arm. It greatly affected me to see him so, but I hoped he might become more yielding, and I remained silent. My experience was very limited. I was not at all prepared for his rousing himself out of this emotion to a new sense of injury.
"And this is the heart that the same John Jarndyce, who is not otherwise to be mentioned between us, stepped in to estrange from me,"
said he indignantly.
"And the dear girl makes me this generous offer from under the same John Jarndyce's roof and with the same John Jarndyce's gracious consent and connivance, I dare say, as a new means of buying me off."
"Richard!" I cried out, rising hastily. "I will not hear you say such shameful words." I was very angry with him indeed for the first time in my life, but it only lasted a moment. When I saw his worn young face looking at me as if he were sorry, I put my hand on his shoulder and said, "If you please, my dear Richard, do not speak in such a tone to me. Consider." He blamed himself exceedingly, and told me in the most generous manner that he had been very wrong, and that he begged my pardon 1,000 times. At that I laughed, but trembled a little too, for I was rather fluttered after being so fiery.
"To accept this offer, my dear Esther,"
said he, sitting down beside me and resuming our conversation,
"once more, pray, forgive me. I am deeply grieved. To accept my dearest cousin's offer is, I need not say, impossible. Besides, I have letters and papers that I could show you which would convince you it is all over here. I have done with the red coat, believe me. But it is some satisfaction in the midst of my troubles and perplexities to know that I am pressing Ada's interests in pressing my own. Bowles has his shoulder to the wheel, and he cannot help urging it on as much for her as for me, thank God."
His sanguine hopes were rising within him and lighting up his features, but they made his face more sad to me than it had been before.
"No, no,"
cried Richard exultingly.
"If every farthing of Ada's little fortune were mine, no part of it should be spent in retaining me in what I am not fit for, can take no interest in, and am weary of. It should be devoted to what promises a better return, and should be used where she has a larger stake. Don't be uneasy for me. I shall now have only one thing on my mind, and Vholes and I will work it. I shall not be without means. Free of my commission, I shall be able to compound with some small usurers who will hear of nothing but their bond now. Vholes says so. I should have a balance in my favour anyway, but that would swell it. Come, come, you shall carry a letter to Ada from me, Esther, and you must both of you be more hopeful of me and not believe that I am quite cast away just yet, my dear.
I will not repeat what I said to Richard. I know it was tiresome, and nobody is to suppose for a moment that it was at all wise. It only came from my heart. He heard it patiently and feelingly, but I saw that on the two subjects he had reserved, it was at present hopeless to make any representation to him. I saw, too, and had experienced in this very interview, the sense of my guardian's remark that it was even more mischievous to use persuasion with him than to leave him as he was. Therefore I was driven at last to asking Richard if he would mind convincing me that it really was all over there, as he had said, and that it was not his mere impression. He showed me without hesitation a correspondence, making it quite plain that his retirement was arranged. I found, from what he told me, that Mr. Vholes had copies of these papers and had been in consultation with him throughout. Beyond ascertaining this, and having been the bearer of Ada's letter, and being, as I was going to be, Richard's companion back to London, I had done no good by coming down. Admitting this to myself with a reluctant heart, I said I would return to the hotel and wait until he joined me there. So he threw a cloak over his shoulders and saw me to the gate, and Charley and I went back along the beach. There was a concourse of people in one spot, surrounding some naval officers who were landing from a boat, and pressing about them with unusual interest. I said to Charley this would be one of the great Indiaman's boats now, and we stopped to look. The gentlemen came slowly up from the waterside, speaking good-humouredly to each other and to the people around, and glancing about them as if they were glad to be in England again. "Charley, Charley," said I, "come away." And I hurried on so swiftly that my little maid was surprised. It was not until we were shut up in our cabin-room and I had had time to take breath that I began to think why I had made such haste. In one of the sunburnt faces I had recognized Mr. Allan Woodcourt, and I had been afraid of his recognizing me. I had been unwilling that he should see my altered looks. I had been taken by surprise, and my courage had quite failed me. But I knew this would not do, and I now said to myself, "My dear, there is no reason, there is and there can be no reason at all, why it should be worse for you now than it ever has been. What you were last month, you are to-day. You are no worse, you are no better. This is not your resolution. Call it up, Esther, call it up." I was in a great tremble with running, and at first was quite unable to calm myself, but I got better, and I was very glad to know it. The party came to the hotel. I heard them speaking on the staircase. I was sure it was the same gentlemen because I knew their voices again. I mean, I knew Mr. Woodcourt's. It would still have been a great relief to me to have gone away without making myself known, but I was determined not to do so. No, my dear, no. No, no, no. I untied my bonnet and put my veil half up. I think I mean half down, but it matters very little, and wrote on one of my cards that I happened to be there with Mr. Richard Carstone, and I sent it in to Mr. Woodcourt. He came immediately. I told him I was rejoiced to be by chance among the first to welcome him home to England, and I saw that he was very sorry for me. "You have been in shipwreck and peril since you left us, Mr. Woodcourt," said I, "but we can hardly call that a misfortune which enabled you to be so useful and so brave. We read of it with the truest interest. It first came to my knowledge through your old patient, poor Miss Flite, when I was recovering from my severe illness."
"Ah, little Miss Flite," he said. "She lives the same life yet?"
"Just the same." I was so comfortable with myself now as not to mind the veil and to be able to put it aside. "Her gratitude to you, Mr. Woodcourt, is delightful. She is a most affectionate creature, as I have reason to say."
You You have found her so?"
he returned.
I am glad of that."
He was so very sorry for me that he could hardly speak. "I assure you," said I, "that I was deeply touched by her sympathy and pleasure at the time I have referred to."
"I was grieved to hear that you had been very ill."
"I was very ill."
"But you have quite recovered?"
"I have quite recovered my health and my cheerfulness," said I. "You know how good my guardian is, and what a happy life we lead, and I have everything to be thankful for, and nothing in the world to desire." I felt as if he had greater commiseration for me than I had ever had for myself. It inspired me with new fortitude and new calmness to find that it was I who was under the necessity of reassuring him. I spoke to him of his voyage out and home, and of his future plans, and of his probable return to India. He said that was very doubtful. He had not found himself more favoured by fortune there than here. He had gone out a poor ship's surgeon and had come home nothing better. While we were talking, and when I was glad to believe that I had alleviated, if I may use such a term, the shock he had had in seeing me, Richard came in. He had heard downstairs who was with me, and they met with cordial pleasure. I saw that after their first greetings were over, and when they spoke of Richard's career, Mr. Woodcourt had a perception that all was not going well with him. He frequently glanced at his face as if there were something in it that gave him pain, and more than once he looked towards me as though he sought to ascertain whether I knew what the truth was. Yet Richard was in one of his sanguine states, and in good spirits, and was thoroughly pleased to see Mr. Woodcourt again, whom he had always liked. Richard proposed that we all should go to London together, but Mr. Woodcourt, having to remain by his ship a little longer, could not join us. He dined with us, however, at an early hour, and became so much more like what he used to be that I was still more at peace to think I had been able to soften his regrets. Yet his mind was not relieved of Richard. When the coach was almost ready, and Richard ran down to look after his luggage, he spoke to me about him. I was not sure that I had a right to lay his whole story open, but I referred in a few words to his estrangement from Mr. Jarndyce and to his being entangled in the ill-fated Chancery suit. Mr. Woodcourt listened with interest and expressed his regret. "I saw you observe him rather closely," said I. "Do you think him so changed?"
"He is changed,"
he returned, shaking his head. I felt the blood rush into my face for the first time, but it was only an instantaneous emotion. I turned my head aside, and it was gone.
"It is not," said Mr. Woodcourt, "his being so much younger or older or thinner or fatter or paler or ruddier as there being upon his face such a singular expression. I never saw so remarkable a look in a young person. One cannot say that it is all anxiety or all weariness, yet it is both, and like ungrown despair."
"You do not think he is ill?" said I.
"No, he looked robust in body."
"That he cannot be at peace in mind, we have too much reason to know," I proceeded. "Mr. Woodcourt, you are going to London?"
"To-morrow or the next day."
"There is nothing Richard wants so much as a friend. He always liked you. Pray see him when you get there. Pray help him sometimes with your companionship if you can. You do not know of what service it might be. You cannot think how Ada and Mr. Jarndyce and even I, how we should all thank you, Mr. Woodcourt."
"Miss Summerson,"
he said, more moved than he had been from the first,
"before heaven, I will be a true friend to him. I will accept him as a trust, and it shall be a sacred one."
"God bless you," said I, with my eyes filling fast, but I thought they might when it was not for myself. "Ada loves him. We all love him, but Ada loves him as we cannot. I will tell her what you say. Thank you, and God bless you in her name." Richard came back as we finished exchanging these hurried words and gave me his arm to take me to the coach.
"Woodcourt,"
he said, unconscious with what application,
"pray let us meet in London." "Meet?"
returned the other.
I have scarcely a friend there now but you. Where shall I find you?" "Why, I must get a lodging of some sort,"
said Richard, pondering.
"Say at Vholes's Symond's Inn." "Good. Without loss of time."
They shook hands heartily. When I was seated in the coach and Richard was yet standing in the street, Mr. Woodcourt laid his friendly hand on Richard's shoulder and looked at me. I understood him and waved mine in thanks. And in his last look as we drove away, I saw that he was very sorry for me. I was glad to see it. I felt for my old self as the dead may feel if they ever revisit these scenes. I was glad to be tenderly remembered, to be gently pitied, not to be quite forgotten.
End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 46. Stop Him. Darkness rests upon Tom all Alone's. Dilating and dilating since the sun went down last night, it has gradually swelled until it fills every void in the place. For a time there were some dungeon lights burning, as the lamp of life hums in Tom all Alone's, heavily, heavily in the nauseous air, and winking, as that lamp too winks in Tom all Alone's, at many horrible things. But they are blotted out. The moon has eyed Tom with a dull cold stare, as admitting some puny emulation of herself in his desert region, unfit for life and blasted by volcanic fires. But she has passed on and is gone. The blackest nightmare in the infernal stables grazes on Tom all Alone's, and Tom is fast asleep. Much mighty speech-making there has been, both in and out of Parliament, concerning Tom, and much wrathful disputation how Tom should be got right, whether he shall be put into the main road by constables, or by beadles, or by bell-ringing, or by force of figures, or by correct principles of taste, or by high church, or by low church, or by no church, whether he shall be set to splitting trusses of polemical straws with the crooked knife of his mind, or whether he shall be put to stone-breaking instead. In the midst of which dust and noise there is but one thing perfectly clear, to wit, that Tom only may and can, or shall and will, be reclaimed according to somebody's theory but nobody's practice. And in the hopeful meantime Tom goes to perdition head foremost in his old determined spirit. But he has his revenge. Even the winds are his messengers, and they serve him in these hours of darkness. There is not a drop of Tom's corrupted blood but propagates infection and contagion somewhere. It shall pollute, this very night, the choice stream in which chemists on analysis would find the genuine nobility of a Norman house, and his Grace shall not be able to say nay to the infamous alliance. There is not an atom of Tom's slime, not a cubic inch of any pestilential gas in which he lives, not one obscenity or degradation about him, not an ignorance, not a wickedness, not a brutality of his committing, but shall work its retribution through every order of society, up to the proudest of the proud and to the highest of the high. Verily, what with tainting, plundering, and spoiling, Tom has his revenge. It is a moot point whether Tom all Alone's be uglier by day or by night, but on the argument that the more that is seen of it, the more shocking it must be, and that no part of it left to the imagination is at all likely to be made so bad as the reality, day carries it. The day begins to break now, and in truth it might be better for the national glory even that the sun should sometimes set upon the British dominions than that it should ever rise upon so vile a wonder as Tom. A brown sunburnt gentleman, who appears in some inaptitude for sleep to be wandering abroad rather than counting the hours on a restless pillow, strolls hitherward at this quiet time. Attracted by curiosity, he often pauses and looks about him, up and down the miserable byways. Nor is he merely curious, for in his bright dark eye there is compassionate interest, and as he looks here and there, he seems to understand such wretchedness and to have studied it before. On the banks of the stagnant channel of mud which is the main street of Tom all Alone's, nothing is to be seen but the crazy houses, shut up and silent. No waking creature, save himself, appears except in one direction, where he sees the solitary figure of a woman sitting on a doorstep. He walks that way. Approaching, he observes that she has journeyed a long distance and is footsore and travel-stained. She sits on the doorstep in the manner of one who is waiting, with her elbow on her knee and her head upon her hand. Beside her is a canvas bag or bundle she has carried. She is dozing probably, for she gives no heed to his steps as he comes towards her. The broken footway is so narrow that when Allan Woodcourt comes to where the woman sits, he has to turn into the road to pass her. Looking down at her face, his eye meets hers, and he stops. "What is the matter?"
"Nothing, sir."
"Can't you make them hear? Do you want to be let in?"
"I'm waiting till they get up at another house, a lodging-house, not here." The woman patiently returns. "I'm waiting here because there will be sun here presently to warm me."
"I'm afraid you are tired. I'm sorry to see you sitting in the street."
"Thank you, sir. It don't matter."
A habit in him of speaking to the poor, and of avoiding patronage or condescension or childishness, which is the favourite device many people deem it quite a subtlety to talk to them like little spelling-books, has put him on good terms with the woman easily. "Let me look at your forehead," he says, bending down. "I am a doctor. Don't be afraid. I wouldn't hurt you for the world." He knows that by touching her with his skilful and accustomed hand he can soothe her yet more readily. She makes a slight objection, saying, "It's nothing." But he has scarcely laid his fingers on the wounded place when she lifts it up to the light. "Aye, a bad bruise and the skin sadly broken. This must be very sore."
"It do ache a little, sir," returns the woman with a started tear upon her cheek.
"Let me try to make it more comfortable. My handkerchief won't hurt you."
"Oh, dear no, sir, I'm sure of that."
He cleanses the injured place and dries it, and having carefully examined it and gently pressed it with the palm of his hand, takes a small case from his pocket, dresses it, and binds it up. While he is thus employed, he says, after laughing at his establishing a surgery in the street, "And so your husband is a brickmaker?"
"How do you know that, sir?"
asks the woman, astonished. "Why, I suppose so, from the colour of the clay upon your bag and on your dress. And I know brickmakers go about working at piecework in different places. And I am sorry to say I have known them cruel to their wives too." The woman hastily lifts up her eyes, as if she would deny that her injury is referable to such a cause. But feeling the hand upon her forehead, and seeing his busy and composed face, she quietly drops them again. "Where is he now?" asks the surgeon.
"He got into trouble last night, sir, but he'll look for me at the lodging-house."
"He will get into worse trouble if he often misuses his large and heavy hand as he has misused it here. But you forgive him, brutal as he is, and I say no more of him, except that I wish he deserved it. You have no young child?" The woman shakes her head.
"One as I calls mine, sir, but it's Lizzie's."
"Your own is dead, I see. Poor little thing." By this time he has finished and is putting up his case. "I suppose you have some settled home. Is it far from here?" he asks, good-humouredly, making light of what he has done as she gets up and curtsies.
"It's a good 2 or 23 mile from here, sir, at St. Albans. You know St. Albans, sir? I thought you gave a start like as if you did."
"Yes, I know something of it. And now I will ask you a question in return. Have you money for your lodging?"
"Oh, yes, sir," she says, "really and truly."
And she shows it. He tells her, in acknowledgment of her many subdued thanks, that she is very welcome, gives her a good day, and walks away. Tom all Alone's is still asleep, and nothing is astir. Yes, something is. As he retraces his way to the point from which he descried the woman at a distance, sitting on the step, he sees a ragged figure coming very cautiously along, crouching close to the soiled walls, which the wretchedest figure might as well avoid, and furtively thrusting a hand before it. It is the figure of a youth whose face is hollow and whose eyes have an emaciated glare. He is so intent on getting along unseen that even the apparition of a stranger in whole garments does not tempt him to look back. He shades his face with his ragged elbow as he passes on the other side of the way, and goes shrinking and creeping on with his anxious hand before him and his shapeless clothes hanging in shreds. Clothes made for what purpose, or of what material, it would be impossible to say. They look in colour and in substance like a bundle of rank leaves of swampy growth that rotted long ago. Allan Woodcourt pauses to look after him and note all this, with a shadowy belief that he has seen the boy before. He cannot recall how or where, but there is some association in his mind with such a form. He imagines that he must have seen it in some hospital or refuge, still cannot make out why it comes with any special force on his remembrance. He is gradually emerging from Tom all Alone's in the morning light, thinking about it, when he hears running feet behind him, and looking round, sees the boy scouring towards him at great speed, followed by the woman.
"Stop him! Stop him!" cries the woman, almost breathless. "Stop him, sir!"
He darts across the road into the boy's path, but the boy is quicker than he, makes a curve, ducks, dives under his hands, comes up 6 yards beyond him, and scours away again. Still the woman follows, crying,
"Oh, stop him, sir! Pray, stop him!"
Allan, not knowing but that he has just robbed her of her money, follows in chase and runs so hard that he runs the boy down 12 times, but each time he repeats the curve, the duck, the dive, and scours away again. To strike at him on any of these occasions would be to fell and disable him, but the pursuer cannot resolve to do that, and so the grimly ridiculous pursuit continues. At last the fugitive, hard pressed, takes to a narrow passage and a court which has no thoroughfare. Here, against a hoarding of decaying timber, he is brought to bay and tumbles down, lying gasping at his pursuer, who stands and gasps at him until the woman comes up.
"Oh, you, Joe!" cries the woman. "What! I found you at last!"
"Joe?" repeats Allan, looking at him with attention. "Joe? Stay! To be sure! I recollect this lad some time ago, being brought before the coroner."
"Yes, I see you once afore at the Inkwhich,"
whimpers Joe.
"What of that? Can't you never let such an unfort'nate as me alone? An't I unfort'nate enough for you yet? How unfort'nate do you want me to be for to be? I've been a-chivied and a-chivied, fussed by one on you and nixed by another on you till I'm worrited to skin and bones. The Inkwhich warn't my fault. I done nothink. He was very good to me. He was. He was the only one I know to speak to as ever come across my crossing, and ain't wery likely I should want him to be inkwhiched. I only wish I was myself. I don't know why I don't go and make a hole in the water. I'm sure I don't."
He says it with such a pitiable air, and his grimy tears appear so real, and he lies in the corner up against the hoarding so like a growth of fungus or any unwholesome excrescence produced there in neglect and impurity, that Allan Woodcourt is softened towards him. He says to the woman, "Miserable creature, what has he done?" To which she only replies, shaking her head at the prostrate figure more amazedly than angrily,
"Oh, you, Joe! You, Joe! I've found you at last!"
"What has he done?" says Allan. "Has he robbed you?"
"No, sir, no. Robbed me! He did nothing but what was kind-hearted by me, and that's the wonder of it."
Allan looks from Jo to the woman, and from the woman to Jo, waiting for one of them to unravel the riddle.
"But he was along with me, sir,"
says the woman.
"Oh, you Jo! He was along with me, sir, down at St. Albans, ill. And a young lady, Lord bless her for a good friend to me, took pity on him when I durstn't, and took him home."
Allan shrinks back from him with a sudden horror.
"Yes, sir, yes, took him home and made him comfortable, and like a thankless monster he ran away in the night and never has been seen or heard of since, till I set eyes on him just now. And that young lady that was such a pretty dear caught his illness, lost her beautiful looks, and wouldn't hardly be known for the same young lady now if it wasn't for her angel temper and her pretty shape and her sweet voice. Do you know it? You ungrateful wretch, do you know that this is all along of you and of her goodness to you?" demands the woman, beginning to rage at him as she recalls it and breaking into passionate tears. The boy, in rough sort, stunned by what he hears, falls to smearing his dirty forehead with his dirty palm, and to staring at the ground, and to shaking from head to foot until the crazy hoarding against which he leans rattles. Allan restrains the woman merely by a quiet gesture, but effectually. "Richard told me," he falters. "I mean, I have heard of this. Don't mind me for a moment. I will speak presently." He turns away and stands for a while looking out at the covered passage. When he comes back, he has recovered his composure, except that he contends against an avoidance of the boy which is so very remarkable that it absorbs the woman's attention. "You hear what she says. But get up, get up." Jo, shaking and chattering, slowly rises and stands, after the manner of his tribe in a difficulty, sideways against the hoarding, resting one of his high shoulders against it, and covertly rubbing his right hand over his left and his left foot over his right. "You hear what she says, and I know it's true. Have you been here ever since?" "Wish I may die if I see Tom all alone's till this blessed morning,"
replies Jo hoarsely. "Why have you come here now?" Jo looks all around the confined court, looks at his questioner no higher than the knees, and finally answers,
"I don't know how to do nothink, and I can't get nothink to do. I'm wery poor and ill, and I thought I'd come back here when there warn't nobody about, and lay down and hide somewheres, as I knows on, till arter dark, and then go and beg a trifle of Mr. Snagsby. He was allus willing for to give me somethink, he was, though Mrs. Snagsby she was allus a chivying on me, like everybody, everywheres."
"Where have you come from?" Jo looks all round the court again, looks at his questioner's knees again, and concludes by laying his profile against the hoarding in a sort of resignation. "Did you hear me ask you where you have come from?"
"Tramp, then,"
says Jo. "Now tell me," proceeds Allan, making a strong effort to overcome his repugnance, going very near to him, and leaning over him with an expression of confidence, "tell me how it came about that you left that house when the good young lady had been so unfortunate as to pity you and take you home." Jo suddenly comes out of his resignation and excitedly declares, addressing the woman, that he never known about the young lady, that he never hearn about it, that he never went fur to hurt her, that he would sooner have hurt his own self, that he'd sooner have had his unfort'nate head chopped off than ever gone a-nigh her, and that she was wery good to him, she was, conducting himself throughout as if in his poor fashion he really meant it, and winding up with some very miserable sobs. Allan Woodcourt sees that this is not a sham. He constrains himself to touch him. Come, Jo, tell me."
"No, I doesn't,"
says Jo, relapsing to the profile state.
"I doesn't, or I would."
"But I must know," returns the other. "All the same, come, Jo." After 2 or 3 such adjurations, Jo lifts up his head again, looks round the court again, and says in a low voice,
"Well, I'll tell you something. I was took away there."
"Took away? In the night?"
"Ah!"
Very apprehensive of being overheard, Jo looks about him and even glances up some 10 feet at the top of the hoarding and through the cracks in it, lest the object of his distrust should be looking over or hidden on the other side. "Who took you away?"
"I doesn't name him,"
says Jo.
"I doesn't do it, sir."
"But I want, in the young lady's name, to know. You may trust me. No one else shall hear."
"Ah, but I don't know,"
replies Jo, shaking his head fearfully,
"as he don't hear."
"Why, he is not in this place."
"Oh, ain't he though?"
says Jo.
"He's in all manner of places all at once't."
Allan looks at him in perplexity, but discovers some real meaning and good faith at the bottom of this bewildering reply. He patiently awaits an explicit answer, and Jo, more baffled by his patience than by anything else, at last desperately whispers a name in his ear. "Aye," says Allan. "Why, what had you been doing?"
"Nothink, sir. Never done nothink to get myself into no trouble, 'cepting not moving on and the inkwhich. But I'm a moving on now. I'm a moving on to the burying ground. That's the move as I'm up to."
"No, no, we will try to prevent that. But what did he do with you?"
"Put me in a hospital," replied Jo, whispering, "till I was discharged, then give me a little money, 4 half-balls, or you may call half-crowns, and says, 'Hook it. Nobody wants you here,' he says. 'You hook it. You go and tramp,' he says. 'You move on,' he says. 'Don't let me ever see you nowheres within 40 mile of London, or you'll repent it.' So I shall if ever he doos see me, and he'll see me if I'm above ground," concludes Jo, nervously repeating all his former precautions and investigations. Allan considers a little, then remarks, turning to the woman but keeping an encouraging eye on Jo, "He is not so ungrateful as you suppose. He had a reason for going away, though it was an insufficient one." "Thank ye, sir, thank ye!" exclaims Jo. "There now! See how hard you was upon me. But only you tell the young lady what the gentleman says, and it's all right, for you was wery good to me, and I knows it."
"Now, Jo," says Allan, keeping his eye upon him, "come with me, and I will find you a better place than this to lie down and hide in. If I take one side of the way, and you the other to avoid observation, you will not run away, I know very well, if you make me a promise."
"I won't. Not unless I was to see him a coming, sir."
"Very well. I take your word. Half the town is getting up by this time, and the whole town will be broad awake in another hour. Come along. Good day again, my good woman."
"Good day again, sir, and I thank you kindly, many times again."
She has been sitting on her bag, deeply attentive, and now rises and takes it up, Jo repeating,
"Only you tell the young lady as I never went for to hurt her, and what the gentleman says."
Nods and shambles and shivers and smears and blinks and half laughs and half cries a farewell to her and takes his creeping way along after Allan Woodcourt, close to the houses on the opposite side of the street. In this order the two come up out of Tom all Alone's into the broad rays of the sunlight and the purer air. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 47. Jo's Will. As Allan Woodcourt and Jo proceed along the streets where the high church spires and the distances are so near and clear in the morning light that the city itself seems renewed by rest, Allan revolves in his mind how and where he shall bestow his companion. It surely is a strange fact, he considers, that in the heart of a civilized world this creature in human form should be more difficult to dispose of than an unowned dog. But it is none the less a fact because of its strangeness, and the difficulty remains. At first he looks behind him often to assure himself that Jo is still really following. But look where he will, he still beholds him close to the opposite houses, making his way with his wary hand from brick to brick and from door to door, and often, as he creeps along, glancing over at him watchfully. Soon satisfied that the last thing in his thoughts is to give him the slip, Allan goes on, considering with a less divided attention what he shall do. A breakfast stall at a street corner suggests the first thing to be done. He stops there, looks round, and beckons Jo. Jo crosses and comes halting and shuffling up, slowly scooping the knuckles of his right hand round and round in the hollowed palm of his left, kneading dirt with a natural pestle and mortar. What is a dainty repast to Jo is then set before him, and he begins to gulp the coffee and to gnaw the bread and butter, looking anxiously about him in all directions as he eats and drinks, like a scared animal. But he is so sick and miserable that even hunger has abandoned him.
"I thought I was a'most a-starving, sir,"
says Jo, soon putting down his food.
"But I don't know nothink, not even that. I don't care for eating wittles, nor yet for drinking on 'em."
And Jo stands shivering and looking at the breakfast wonderingly. Allan Woodcourt lays his hand upon his pulse and on his chest. "Draw breath, Jo."
"It draws,"
says Jo, as heavy as a cart he might add, and rattles like it, but he only mutters,
"I'm a-moving on, sir."
Allan looks about for an apothecary's shop. There is none at hand, but a tavern does as well or better. He obtains a little measure of wine and gives the lad a portion of it very carefully. He begins to revive almost as soon as it passes his lips. "We may repeat that dose, Jo," observes Allan after watching him with his attentive face. "So, now we will take 5 minutes' rest and then go on again." Leaving the boy sitting on the bench of the breakfast stall, with his back against an iron railing, Allan Woodcourt paces up and down in the early sunshine, casting an occasional look towards him without appearing to watch him. It requires no discernment to perceive that he is warmed and refreshed. If a face so shaded can brighten, his face brightens somewhat, and by little and little he eats the slice of bread he had so hopelessly laid down. Observant of these signs of improvement, Allan engages him in conversation and elicits to his no small wonder the adventure of the lady in the veil with all its consequences. Jo slowly munches as he slowly tells it. When he has finished his story and his bread, they go on again. Intending to refer his difficulty in finding a temporary place of refuge for the boy to his old patient, zealous little Miss Flite, Allan leads the way to the court where he and Jo first foregathered. But all is changed at the rag and bottle shop. Miss Flite no longer lodges there. It is shut up, and a hard-featured female, much obscured by dust, whose age is a problem, but who is indeed no other than the interesting Judy, is tart and spare in her replies. These sufficing, however, to inform the visitor that Miss Flite and her birds are domiciled with a Mrs. Blinder in Bell Yard, he repairs to that neighbouring place, where Miss Flite, who rises early that she may be punctual at the divan of justice held by her excellent friend the Chancellor, comes running downstairs with tears of welcome and with open arms.
"My dear physician!" cries Miss Flite. "My meritorious, distinguished, honourable officer!" She uses some odd expressions, but is as cordial and full of heart as sanity itself can be, more so than it often is. Allan, very patient with her, waits until she has no more raptures to express, then points out Jo, trembling in a doorway, and tells her how he comes there. "Where can I lodge him hereabouts for the present? Now, you have a fund of knowledge and good sense and can advise me." Miss Flite, mighty proud of the compliment, sets herself to consider, but it is long before a bright thought occurs to her. Mrs. Blinder is entirely let, and she herself occupies poor Gridley's room. "Gridley!"
exclaims Miss Flite, clapping her hands after 20th repetition of this remark.
"Gridley! Oh, to be sure, of course, my dear physician. General George will help us out."
It is hopeless to ask for any information about General George, and would be, though Miss Flite had not already run upstairs to put on her pinched bonnet and her poor little shawl, and to arm herself with a reticule of documents. But as she informs her physician in her disjointed manner on coming down in full array that General George, whom she often calls upon, knows her dear Fitz Jarndyce and takes a great interest in all connected with her, Allan is induced to think that they may be in the right way. So he tells Jo, for his encouragement, that this walking about will soon be over now, and they repair to the General's. Fortunately, it is not far. From the exterior of George's shooting gallery and the long entry and the bare perspective beyond it, Allan Woodcourt augurs well. He also descries promise in the figure of Mr. George himself, striding towards them in his morning exercise with his pipe in his mouth, no stock on, and his muscular arms, developed by broadsword and dumbbell, weightily asserting themselves through his light shirt-sleeves. "Your servant, sir," says Mr. George with a military salute. Good-humouredly smiling all over his broad forehead up into his crisp hair, he then defers to Miss Flite, as, with great stateliness and at some length, she performs the courtly ceremony of presentation. He winds it up with another, "Your servant, sir," and another salute. "Excuse me, sir. A sailor, I believe," says Mr. George. "I am proud to find I have the air of one," returns Allan, "but I am only a sea-going doctor." "Indeed, sir. I should have thought you was a regular blue jacket myself." Allan hopes Mr. George will forgive his intrusion the more readily on that account, and particularly that he will not lay aside his pipe, which, in his politeness, he has testified some intention of doing. "You're very good, sir," returns the trooper. "As I know by experience that it's not disagreeable to Miss Flite, and since it's equally agreeable to yourself," and finishes the sentence by putting it between his lips again. Allan proceeds to tell him all he knows about Jo, unto which the trooper listens with a grave face. "And that's the lad, sir, is it?" he inquires, looking along the entry to where Jo stands, staring up at the great letters on the whitewashed front, which have no meaning in his eyes. "That's he," says Allan. "And Mr. George, I am in this difficulty about him. I am unwilling to place him in a hospital, even if I could procure him immediate admission, because I foresee that he would not stay there many hours if he could be so much as got there. The same objection applies to a workhouse. Supposing I had the patience to be evaded and shirked, and handed about from post to pillar in trying to get him into one, which is a system that I don't take kindly to." "No man does, sir," returns Mr. George. "I am convinced that he would not remain in either place, because he is possessed by an extraordinary terror of this person who ordered him to keep out of the way. In his ignorance he believes this person to be everywhere and cognizant of everything." "I ask your pardon, sir," says Mr. George, "but you have not mentioned that party's name. Is it a secret, sir?" "The boy makes it one, but his name is Bucket." "Bucket, the detective, sir?" "The same man." "The man is known to me, sir," returns the trooper, after blowing out a cloud of smoke and squaring his chest, "and the boy is so far correct that he undoubtedly is a rum customer." Mr. George smokes with a profound meaning after this and surveys Miss Flite in silence. "Now I wish Mr. Jarndyce and Miss Summerson at least to know that this Joe, who tells so strange a story, has reappeared, and to have it in their power to speak with him if they should desire to do so. Therefore I want to get him, for the present moment, into any poor lodging kept by decent people, where he would be admitted. Decent people and Joe, Mr. George," says Allan, following the direction of the trooper's eyes along the entry, "have not been much acquainted, as you see. Hence the difficulty. Do you happen to know any one in this neighbourhood who would receive him for a while on my paying for him beforehand?" As he puts the question, he becomes aware of a dirty-faced little man standing at the trooper's elbow and looking up, with an oddly twisted figure and countenance, into the trooper's face. After a few more puffs at his pipe, the trooper looks down askant at the little man, and the little man winks up at the trooper. "Well, sir," says Mr. George, "I can assure you that I would willingly be knocked on the head at any time if it would be at all agreeable to Miss Summerson, and consequently I esteem it a privilege to do that young lady any service, however small. We are naturally in the vagabond way here, sir, both myself and Phil. You see what the place is. You're welcome to a quiet corner of it for the boy if the same would meet your views. No charge made, except for rations. We are not in a flourishing state of circumstances here, sir. We are liable to be tumbled out, neck and crop, at a moment's notice. However, sir, such as the place is, and so long as it lasts, here it is at your service." With a comprehensive wave of his pipe, Mr. George places the whole building at his visitor's disposal. "I take it for granted, sir," he adds, "you being one of the medical staff, that there is no present infection about this unfortunate subject." Allan is quite sure of it. "Because, sir," says Mr. George, shaking his head sorrowfully, "we have had enough of that." His tone is no less sorrowfully echoed by his new acquaintance. "Still, I am bound to tell you," observes Allan, after repeating his former assurance, "that the boy is deplorably low and reduced, and that he may be, I do not say that he is, too far gone to recover." "Do you consider him in present danger, sir?" inquires the trooper. "Yes, I fear so." "Then, sir," returns the trooper in a decisive manner, "it appears to me, being naturally in the vagabond way myself, that the sooner he comes out of the street the better. You, Phil, bring him in." Mr. Squod tacks out, all on one side, to execute the word of command, and the trooper, having smoked his pipe, lays it by. Joe is brought in. He is not one of Mrs. Pardiggle's Tockahoopo Indians. He is not one of Mrs. Jellyby's lambs. Being wholly unconnected with Borrioboola Gha, he is not softened by distance and unfamiliarity. He is not a genuine foreign-grown savage. He is the ordinary home-made article. Dirty, ugly, disagreeable to all the senses, in body a common creature of the common streets, only in soul a heathen. Homely filth begrimes him, homely parasites devour him, homely sores are in him, homely rags are on him. Native ignorance, the growth of English soil and climate, sinks his immortal nature lower than the beasts that perish. Stand forth, Joe, in uncompromising colours. From the sole of thy foot to the crown of thy head, there is nothing interesting about thee. He shuffles slowly into Mr. George's gallery and stands, huddled together in a bundle, looking all about the floor. He seems to know that they have an inclination to shrink from him, partly for what he is and partly for what he has caused. He, too, shrinks from them. He is not of the same order of things, not of the same place in creation. He is of no order and no place, neither of the beasts nor of humanity. "Look here, Jo," says Allan. "This is Mr. George." Jo searches the floor for some time longer. Then he looks up for a moment, and then down again. "He is a kind friend to you, for he is going to give you lodging-room here." Jo makes a scoop with one hand, which is supposed to be a bow. After a little more consideration and some backing and changing of the foot on which he rests, he mutters that he is "wery thankful." "You are quite safe here. All you have to do at present is to be obedient and to get strong. And mind you tell us the truth here, whatever you do, Jo."
"Wish I may die if I don't, sir," says Jo, reverting to his favourite declaration. "I never done nothink yit but what you knows on to get myself into no trouble. I never was in no other trouble at all, sir, 'cept not knowing nothink and starwation."
"I believe it. Now attend to Mr. George. I see he is going to speak to you." "My intention merely was, sir," observes Mr. George, amazingly broad and upright, "to point out to him where he can lie down and get a thorough good doze of sleep. Now, look here." As the trooper speaks, he conducts them to the other end of the gallery and opens one of the little cabins. "There you are, you see. Here is a mattress, and here you may rest, on good behaviour, as long as I ask your pardon, sir." He refers apologetically to the card Allan has given him. "Mr. Woodcourt pleases. Don't you be alarmed if you hear shots. They'll be aimed at the target and not at you. Now, there's another thing I would recommend, sir," says the trooper, turning to his visitor. "Phil, come here." Phil bears down upon them according to his usual tactics. "Here is a man, sir, who was found, when a baby, in the gutter. Consequently, it is to be expected that he takes a natural interest in this poor creature. You do, don't you, Phil?"
"Certainly and surely I do, guv'ner," is Phil's reply.
"Now, I was thinking, sir," says Mr. George in a martial sort of confidence, as if he were giving his opinion in a council of war at a drumhead, "that if this man was to take him to a bath and was to lay out a few shillings to get him one or two coarse articles—" "Mr. George, my considerate friend," returns Allan, taking out his purse, "it is the very favour I would have asked." Phil's squad and Jo are sent out immediately on this work of improvement. Miss Flite, quite enraptured by her success, makes the best of her way to court, having great fears that otherwise her friend the Chancellor may be uneasy about her or may give the judgment she has so long expected in her absence, and observing,
"Which you know, my dear physician and general, after so many years would be too absurdly unfortunate."
Allan takes the opportunity of going out to procure some restorative medicines, and obtaining them near at hand, soon returns to find the trooper walking up and down the gallery and to fall into step and walk with him. "I take it, sir," says Mr. George, "that you know Miss Summerson pretty well." Yes, it appears. "Not related to her, sir?" No, it appears. "Excuse the apparent curiosity," says Mr. George. "It seemed to me probable that you might take more than a common interest in this poor creature because Miss Summerson had taken that unfortunate interest in him. 'Tis my case, sir, I assure you." "And mine, Mr. George." The trooper looks sideways at Allan's sunburnt cheek and bright dark eye, rapidly measures his height and build, and seems to approve of him. "Since you've been out, sir, I've been thinking that I unquestionably know the rooms in Lincoln's Inn Fields where Bucket took the lad, according to his account. Though he's not acquainted with the name, I can help you to it. It's Tulkinghorn. That's what it is." Allan looks at him inquiringly, repeating the name. Tulkinghorn. That's the name, sir. I know the man, and know him to have been in communication with Bucket before, respecting a deceased person who had given him offence. I know the man, sir, to my sorrow. Allan naturally asks what kind of man he is. What kind of man? You mean to look at? I think I know that much of him. I mean to deal with. Generally, what kind of a man? Why, then, I'll tell you, sir, returns the trooper, stopping short and folding his arms on his square chest so angrily that his face fires and flushes all over. He is a confoundedly bad kind of man. He is a slow, torturing kind of man. He is no more like flesh and blood than a rusty old carbine is. He is a kind of man, by George, that has caused me more restlessness and more uneasiness and more dissatisfaction with myself than all other men put together. That's the kind of man Mr. Tulkinghorn is. I am sorry, says Allan, to have touched so sore a place. Sore? The trooper plants his legs wider apart, wets the palm of his broad right hand, and lays it on the imaginary moustache. It's no fault of yours, sir, but you shall judge. He has got a power over me. He is the man I spoke of just now, was being able to tumble me out of this place neck and crop. He keeps me on a constant see-saw. He won't hold off, and he won't come on. If I have a payment to make him, or time to ask him for, or anything to go to him about, he don't see me, don't hear me, passes me on to Melchizedek's in Clifford's Inn. Melchizedek's in Clifford's Inn passes me back again to him. He keeps me prowling and dangling about him as if I was made of the same stone as himself. Why, I spend half my life now pretty well loitering and dodging about his door. What does he care? Nothing. Just as much as the rusty old carbine I have compared him to. He chafes and goads me till... nonsense. I'm forgetting myself, Mr. Woodcourt. The trooper resumes his march. All I can say is, he is an old man, but I am glad I shall never have the chance of setting spurs to my horse and riding at him in a fair field, for if I had that chance, in one of the humours he drives me into, he'd go down, sir. Mr. George has been so excited that he finds it necessary to wipe his forehead on his shirt-sleeve. Even while he whistles his impetuosity away with the national anthem, some involuntary shakings of his head and heavings of his chest still linger behind, not to mention an occasional hasty adjustment with both hands of his open shirt collar, as if it were scarcely open enough to prevent his being troubled by a choking sensation. In short, Allan Woodcourt has not much doubt about the going down of Mr. Tulkinghorn on the field referred to. Jo and his conductor presently return, and Jo is assisted to his mattress by the careful Phil, to whom, after due administration of medicine by his own hands, Allan confides all needful means and instructions. The morning is by this time getting on apace. He repairs to his lodgings to dress and breakfast, and then, without seeking rest, goes away to Mr. Jarndyce to communicate his discovery. With him Mr. Jarndyce returns alone, confidentially telling him that there are reasons for keeping this matter very quiet indeed and showing a serious interest in it. To Mr. Jarndyce, Jo repeats in substance what he said in the morning, without any material variation. Only that cart of his is heavier to draw, and draws with a hollower sound.
Let me lay here quiet and not be chivied no more,
falters Jo.
And be so kind any person as is a passing nigh where I used fur to sleep, as just to say to Mr. Sangsby that Jo, what he known once, is a-moving on right for'ards with his duty, and I'll be wery thankful. I'd be more thankful than I am already if it was anyways possible for an unfortunate to be it.
He makes so many of these references to the law stationer in the course of a day or two that Allan, after conferring with Mr. Jarndyce, good-naturedly resolves to call in Cook's Court, the rather as the cart seems to be breaking down. To Cook's Court, therefore, he repairs. Mr. Snagsby is behind his counter in his grey coat and sleeves, inspecting an indenture of several skins, which has just come in from the engrosser's, an immense desert of law-hand and parchment, with here and there a resting-place of a few large letters to break the awful monotony and save the traveller from despair. Mr. Snagsby puts up at one of these inky wells and greets the stranger with his cough of general preparation for business. "You don't remember me, Mr. Snagsby?" The stationer's heart begins to thump heavily, for his old apprehensions have never abated. It is as much as he can do to answer.
No, sir, I can't say I do. I should have considered, not to put too fine a point upon it, that I never saw you before, sir.
"Twice before," says Allan Woodcourt. "Once at a poor bedside, and once—" It's come at last, thinks the afflicted stationer as recollection breaks upon him. It's got to a head now, and is going to burst. But he has sufficient presence of mind to conduct his visitor into the little counting-house and to shut the door.
Are you a married man, sir?
No, I am not.
Would you make the attempt, though single,
says Mr. Snagsby in a melancholy whisper,
to speak as low as you can? For my little woman is a-listening somewheres, or I'll forfeit the business and £500.
In deep dejection, Mr. Snagsby sits down on his stool with his back against his desk, protesting,
"I never had a secret of my own, sir. I can't charge my memory with ever having once attempted to deceive my little woman on my own account since she named the day. I wouldn't have done it, sir. Not to put too fine a point upon it, I couldn't have done it. I dursn't have done it. Whereas, and nevertheless, I find myself wrapped round with secrecy and mystery, till my life is a burden to me."
His visitor professes his regret to hear it, and asks him does he remember Jo. Mr. Snagsby answers with a suppressed groan, "Oh, don't he!"
"You couldn't name an individual human being except myself that my little woman is more set and determined against than Jo,"
says Mr. Snagsby. Allan asks why.
"Why?"
repeats Mr. Snagsby in his desperation, clutching at the clump of hair at the back of his bald head.
"How should I know why? But you are a single person, sir, and may you long be spared to ask a married person such a question."
With this beneficent wish, Mr. Snagsby coughs a cough of dismal resignation and submits himself to hear what the visitor has to communicate.
"There again,"
says Mr. Snagsby, who, between the earnestness of his feelings and the suppressed tones of his voice, is discoloured in the face.
"At it again, in a new direction. A certain person charges me in the solemnest way not to talk of Jo to any one, even my little woman. Then comes another certain person, in the person of yourself, and charges me in an equally solemn way not to mention Jo to that other certain person above all other persons. Why, this is a private asylum. Why, not to put too fine a point upon it, this is Bedlam, sir,"
says Mr. Snagsby. But it is better than he expected after all, being no explosion of the mine below him or deepening of the pit into which he has fallen. And being tender-hearted and affected by the account he hears of Jo's condition, he readily engages to look around as early in the evening as he can manage it quietly. He looks round very quietly when the evening comes, but it may turn out that Mrs. Snagsby is as quiet a manager as he is. Jo is very glad to see his old friend and says, when they are left alone, that he takes it uncommon kind as Mr. Snagsby should come so far out of his way on accounts of sich as him. Mr. Snagsby, touched by the spectacle before him, immediately lays upon the table half a crown, that magic balsam of his for all kinds of wounds.
"And how do you find yourself, my poor lad?"
inquires the stationer with his cough of sympathy.
"I'm in luck, Mr. Sangsby, I am,"
returns Jo.
"and don't want for nothink. I'm more comfortabler nor you can't think, Mr. Sangsby. I'm wery sorry that I done it, but I didn't go for to do it, sir."
The stationer softly lays down another half-crown and asks him what it is that he is sorry for having done.
"Mr. Sangsby," says Jo, "I went and give a illness to the lady as was, and yet as warn't, the t'other lady, and none of 'em never says nothing to me for having done it, on accounts of their being so good and my having been so unfortunate. The lady come herself and see me yesterday, and she says, 'Oh, Jo,' she says, 'we thought we'd lost you, Jo,' she says, and she sits down a smiling so quiet, and don't pass a word nor yet a look upon me for having done it, she don't, and I turns agin the wall, I doos, Mr. Sangsby, and Mr. Jarnders, I see him a forced to turn away his own self, and Mr. Woodcock he come fur to give me somethink fur to ease me what he's allus a-doing on, and day and night, and when he comes a-bending over me and a-speaking up so bold, I see his tears a-falling, Mr. Sangsby."
The softened stationer deposits another half-crown on the table. Nothing less than a repetition of that infallible remedy will relieve his feelings.
"What I was a-thinking on, Mr. Sangsby," proceeds Jo, "was as you was able to write wery large, perhaps?" "Yes, Jo, please God," returns the stationer. "Uncommon precious large, perhaps?" says Jo with eagerness. "Yes, my poor boy."
Jo laughs with pleasure.
What I was a-thinking on then, Mr. Sangsby, was that when I was moved on as fur as ever I could go and couldn't be moved no furder, whether you might be so good, perhaps, as to write out wery large so that any one could see it anywheres, as that I was wery truly hearty sorry that I done it, and that I never went fur to do it, and that though I didn't know nothink at all, I knowed as Mr. Woodcock once cried over it and was allus grieved over it, and that I hoped as he'd be able to forgive me in his mind, if the writing could be made to say it wery large, he might." "It shall say it, Jo, very large." Jo laughs again. "Oh, thank ye, Mr. Sangsby. It's wery kind of you, sir, and it makes me more comfortabler nor I was afore."
The meek little stationer, with a broken and unfinished cough, slips down his fourth half-crown. He has never been so close to a case requiring so many, and is fain to depart. And Jo and he, upon this little earth, shall meet no more. No more. For the cart, so hard to draw, is near its journey's end, and drags over stony ground. All round the clock it labours up the broken steps, shattered and worn. Not many times can the sun rise and behold it still upon its weary road. Phil Squod, with his smoky gunpowder visage, at once acts as nurse and works as armourer at his little table in a corner, often looking round and saying with a nod of his green baize cap and an encouraging elevation of his one eyebrow, "Hold up, my boy, hold up!" There, too, is Mr. Jarndyce many a time, and Allan Woodcourt almost always, both thinking much how strangely fate has entangled this rough outcast in the web of very different lives. There, too, the trooper is a frequent visitor, filling the doorway with his athletic figure, and, from his superfluity of life and strength, seeming to shed down temporary vigour upon Jo, who never fails to speak more robustly in answer to his cheerful words. Jo is in a sleep or in a stupor to-day, and Allan Woodcourt, newly arrived, stands by him looking down upon his wasted form. After a while he softly seats himself upon the bedside with his face towards him, just as he sat in the law-writer's room, and touches his chest and heart. The cart had very nearly given up, but labours on a little more. The trooper stands in the doorway, still and silent. Phil has stopped in a low clinking noise with his little hammer in his hand. Mr. Woodcourt looks round with that grave professional interest and attention on his face, and glancing significantly at the trooper, signs to Phil to carry his table out. When the little hammer is next used, there will be a speck of rust upon it. "Well, Jo, what is the matter? Don't be frightened."
"I thought,"
says Jo, who has started and is looking round,
"I thought I was in Tom all Alone's again. Ain't there nobody here but you, Mr. Woodcott?"
"Nobody."
"And I ain't took back to Tom all Alone's, am I, sir?"
"No." Jo closes his eyes, muttering,
"I'm wery thankful."
After watching him closely a little while, Allan puts his mouth very near his ear and says to him in a low, distinct voice, "Jo, did you ever know a prayer?"
"Never knowed nothink, sir."
"Not so much as one short prayer?"
"No, sir, nothink at all. Mr. Chadbands, he was a prayin' wunst at Mr. Sangsby's, and I heerd him, but he sounded as if he was a-speaking to hisself and not to me. He prayed a lot, but I couldn't make out nothink on it. Different times there was another gentleman come down Tom all Alone's a-prayin', but they all mostly said as the t'other ones prayed wrong, and all mostly sounding to be a-talking to theirselves or a-passing blame on the t'others, and not a-talking to us. We never knowed nothink. I never knowed what it was all about."
It takes him a long time to say this, and few but an experienced and attentive listener could hear, or, hearing, understand him. After a short relapse into sleep or stupor, he makes, of a sudden, a strong effort to get out of bed. "Stay, Jo. What now?"
"It's time for me to go to that there burying ground, sir,"
he returns with a wild look. "Lie down and tell me. What burying ground, Jo?"
"Where they laid him as was wery good to me. Very good to me indeed he was. It's time for me to go down to that there burying ground, sir, and ask to be put along with him. I wants to go there and be buried. He used for to say to me
I am as poor as you to-day, Joe, he says. I wants to tell him that I am as poor as him now, and have come there to be laid along with him.
By and by, Joe, by and by.
Ah, perhaps they wouldn't do it if I was to go myself. But will you promise to have me took there, sir, and laid along with him?
I will, indeed.
Thank ye, sir, thank ye, sir. They'll have to get the key of the gate afore they can take me in, for it's allus locked, and there's a step there as I used for to clean with me broom. It's turned very dark, sir. Is there any light a-coming?
It is coming fast, Joe. Fast. The cart is shaken all to pieces, and the rugged road is very near its end. Joe, my poor fellow.
I hear you, sir, in the dark, but I'm a-groping. Let me catch hold of your hand.
Joe, can you say what I say?
I'll say anything as you say, sir, for I knows it's good.
Our Father.
Our Father? Yes, that's very good, sir.
Which art in heaven.
Art in heaven. Is the light a-coming, sir?
It is close at hand. Hallowed be thy name.
Hallowed be thy...
The light is come upon the dark benighted way. Dead. Dead, your Majesty. Dead, my lords and gentlemen. Dead, right reverends and wrong reverends of every order. Dead, men and women, born with heavenly compassion in your hearts, and dying thus around us every day. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 48. Closing In. The place in Lincolnshire has shut its many eyes again, and the house in town is awake. In Lincolnshire the Dedlocks of the past doze in their picture frames, and the low wind murmurs through the long drawing-room as if they were breathing pretty regularly. In town the Dedlocks of the present rattle in their fire-eyed carriages through the darkness of the night, and the Dedlock Mercuries, with ashes or hair-powder on their heads, symptomatic of their great humility, loll away the drowsy mornings in the little windows of the hall. The fashionable world, tremendous orb, nearly 5 miles round, is in full swing, and the solar system works respectfully at its appointed distances. Where the throng is thickest, where the lights are brightest, where all the senses are ministered to with the greatest delicacy and refinement, Lady Dedlock is. From the shining heights she has scaled and taken, she is never absent. Though the belief she of old reposed in herself, as one able to reserve whatsoever she would under her mantle of pride, is beaten down, though she has no assurance that what she is to those around her she will remain another day, it is not in her nature, when envious eyes are looking on, to yield or to droop. They say of her that she has lately grown more handsome and more haughty, the debilitated cousins say of her that she's beauty no, to set shop of women, but rather larming kind, reminding man fact, inconvenient woman, who will get out of bed and burst establishment, Shakespeare. Mr. Tulkinghorn says nothing, looks nothing. Now, as heretofore, he is to be found in doorways of rooms, with his limp white cravat loosely twisted into his old-fashioned tie, receiving patronage from the peerage and making no sign. Of all men, he is still the last who might be supposed to have any influence upon my Lady. Of all women, she is still the last who might be supposed to have any dread of him. One thing has been much on her mind since their late interview in his turret room at Chesney Wold. She is now decided and prepared to throw it off. It is morning in the great world, afternoon according to the little sun. The Mercuries, exhausted by looking out of window, are reposing in the hall and hang their heavy heads, the gorgeous creatures like overblown sunflowers. Like them, too, they seem to run a deal of seed in their tags and trimmings. Sir Leicester in the library has fallen asleep for the good of the country over the report of a parliamentary committee. My Lady sits in the room in which she gave audience to the young man of the name of Guppy. Rosa is with her, and has been writing for her and reading to her. Rosa is now at work upon embroidery, or some such pretty thing, and as she bends her head over it, my Lady watches her in silence, not for the first time to-day. "Rosa." The pretty village face looks brightly up, then, seeing how serious my Lady is, looks puzzled and surprised. "See to the door. Is it shut?" Yes. She goes to it and returns, and looks yet more surprised. "I am about to place confidence in you, child, for I know I may trust your attachment, if not your judgment. In what I am going to do, I will not disguise myself to you at least, but I confide in you. Say nothing to any one of what passes between us." The timid little beauty promises in all earnestness to be trustworthy. "Do you know," Lady Dedlock asks her, signing to her to bring her chair nearer, "do you know, Rosa, that I am different to you from what I am to any one?"
"Yes, my Lady, much kinder. But then I often think I know you as you really are."
"You often think you know me as I really am. Poor child, poor child!" She says it with a kind of scorn, though not of Rosa, and sits brooding, looking dreamily at her. "Do you think, Rosa, you are any relief or comfort to me? Do you suppose your being young and natural and fond of me and grateful to me makes it any pleasure to me to have you near me?"
"I don't know, my Lady. I can scarcely hope so. But with all my heart I wish it was so."
"It is so, little one." The pretty face is checked in its flush of pleasure by the dark expression on the handsome face before it. It looks timidly for an explanation. "And if I were to say to-day, 'Go, leave me,' I should say what would give me great pain and disquiet, child, and what would leave me very solitary."
"Oh, my Lady, have I offended you?"
"In nothing. Come here." Rosa bends down on the footstool at my Lady's feet. My Lady, with that motherly touch of the famous ironmaster knight, lays her hand upon her dark hair and gently keeps it there. "I told you, Rosa, that I wished you to be happy, and that I would make you so if I could make anybody happy on this earth. I cannot. There are reasons now known to me, reasons in which you have no part, rendering it far better for you that you should not remain here. You must not remain here. I have determined that you shall not. I have written to the father of your lover, and he will be here to-day. All this I have done for your sake." The weeping girl covers her hand with kisses and says what shall she do when they are separated. Her mistress kisses her on the cheek and makes no other answer. Now, be happy, child, under better circumstances. Be beloved and happy.
Ah, my Lady, I've sometimes thought, forgive my being so free, that you are not happy.
I?
Will you be more so when you have sent me away? Pray think again. Let me stay a little while.
I have said, my child, that what I do for your sake, not my own. It is done. What I am towards you, Rosa, is what I am now, not what I shall be a little while hence. Remember this, and keep my confidence. Do so much for my sake, and thus all ends between us. She detaches herself from her simple-hearted companion and leaves the room. Late in the afternoon, when she next appears upon the staircase, she is in her haughtiest and coldest state, as indifferent as if all passion, feeling, and interest had been worn out in the earlier ages of the world and had perished from its surface with its other departed monsters. Mercury has announced Mr. Rouncewell, which is the cause of her appearance. Mr. Rouncewell is not in the library, but she repairs to the library. Sir Leicester is there, and she wishes to speak to him first. Sir Leicester, I am desirous, but you are engaged. No, dear, no, not at all. Only Mr. Tulkinghorn. Always at hand, haunting every place. No relief or security from him for a moment. I beg your pardon, Lady Dedlock. Will you allow me to retire? With a look that plainly says, you know you have the power to remain if you will, she tells him it is not necessary and moves towards a chair. Mr. Tulkinghorn brings it a little forward for her with his clumsy bow and retires into a window opposite. Interposed between her and the fading light of day in the now quiet street, his shadow falls upon her, and he darkens all before her. Even so does he darken her life. It is a dull street under the best conditions, where the two long rows of houses stare at each other with that severity that half a dozen of its greatest mansions seem to have been slowly stared into stone rather than originally built in that material. It is a street of such dismal grandeur, so determined not to condescend to liveliness, that the doors and windows hold a gloomy state of their own in black paint and dust, and the echoing mews behind have a dry and massive appearance, as if they were reserved to stable the stone chargers of noble statues. Complicated garnish of ironwork entwines itself over the flights of steps in this awful street, and from these petrified bowers extinguishers for obsolete flambeaux gasp at the upstart gas. Here and there a weak little iron hoop, through which bold boys aspire to throw their friends' caps, its only present use, retains its place among the rusty foliage, sacred to the memory of departed oil. Nay, even oil itself, yet lingering at long intervals in a little absurd glass pot with a knob in the bottom like an oyster, blinks and sulks at newer lights every night, like its high and dry master in the House of Lords. Therefore there is not much that Lady Dedlock, seated in her chair, could wish to see through the window in which Mr. Tulkinghorn stands. And yet, she sends a look in that direction, as if it were her heart's desire to have that figure moved out of the way. Sir Leicester begs his lady's pardon. She was about to say, "Only that Mr. Rouncewell is here. He has called by my appointment, and that we had better make an end of the question of that girl. I am tired to death of the matter." "What can I do to assist?" demands Sir Leicester in some considerable doubt. "Let us see him here and have done with it. Will you tell them to send him up?" "Mr. Tulkinghorn, be so good as to ring. Thank you. Request," says Sir Leicester to Mercury, not immediately remembering the business term, "request the iron gentleman to walk this way." Mercury departs in search of the iron gentleman, finds and produces him. Sir Leicester receives that ferruginous person graciously. "I hope you are well, Mr. Rouncewell," Be seated. My solicitor, Mr. Tulkinghorn. My Lady was desirous, Mr. Rouncewell," Sir Leicester skilfully transfers him with a solemn wave of his hand, "was desirous to speak with you." "I shall be very happy," returns the iron gentleman, "to give my best attention to anything Lady Dedlock does me the honour to say." As he turns towards her, he finds that the impression she makes upon him is less agreeable than on the former occasion. A distant, supercilious air makes a cold atmosphere about her, and there is nothing in her bearing, as there was before, to encourage openness. "Pray, sir," says Lady Dedlock listlessly, "may I be allowed to inquire whether anything has passed between you and your son respecting your son's fancy?" It is almost too troublesome to her languid eyes to bestow a look upon him as she asks this question. "If my memory serves me, Lady Dedlock, I said, when I had the pleasure of seeing you before, that I should seriously advise my son to conquer that fancy." The ironmaster repeats her expression with a little emphasis. "And did you?" "Oh, of course I did." Sir Leicester gives a nod, approving and confirmatory. Very proper. The iron gentleman, having said that he would do it, was bound to do it. No difference in this respect between the base metals and the precious. Highly proper. "And pray has he done so?" "Really, Lady Dedlock, I cannot make you a definite reply. I fear not. Probably not yet. In our condition of life we sometimes couple an intention with our fancies, which renders them not altogether easy to throw off. I think it is rather our way to be in earnest." Sir Leicester has a misgiving that there may be a hidden Wat Tylerish meaning in this expression, and fumes a little. Mr. Rouncewell is perfectly good-humoured and polite, but within such limits evidently adapts his tone to his reception. "Because," proceeds my Lady, "I have been thinking of the subject, which is tiresome to me. I am very sorry, I am sure. And also of what Sir Leicester said upon it, in which I quite concur." Sir Leicester flattered. "And if you cannot give us the assurance that this fancy is at an end, I have come to the conclusion that the girl had better leave me." "I can give no such assurance, Lady Dedlock. Nothing of the kind." "Then she had better go." "Excuse me, my Lady," Sir Leicester considerately interposes, "but perhaps this may be doing an injury to the young woman which she has not merited. Here is a young woman," says Sir Leicester, magnificently laying out the matter with his right hand like a service of plate, "whose good fortune it is to attract to the notice and favour of an eminent lady, and to live under the protection of that eminent lady, surrounded by the various advantages which such a position confers, and which are unquestionably very great. I believe unquestionably very great, sir, for a young woman in that station of life. And the question then arises, should that young woman be deprived of these many advantages, and that good fortune simply because she has—" Sir Leicester, with an apologetic but dignified inclination of his head towards the ironmaster, winds up his sentence, "has attracted the notice of Mr. Rouncewell's son? Now, has she deserved this punishment? Is this just towards her? Is this our previous understanding?" "I beg your pardon," interposes Mr. Rouncewell's son's father. "Sir Leicester, will you allow me? I think I may shorten the subject. Pray dismiss that from your consideration. If you remember anything so unimportant, which is not to be expected, you would recollect that my first thought in the affair was directly opposed to her remaining here." Dismiss the Dedlock patronage from consideration? Oh, Sir Leicester is bound to believe a pair of ears that have been handed down to him through such a family, or he really might have mistrusted their report of the iron gentleman's observations. "It is not necessary," observed my Lady in her coldest manner before he can do anything but breathe amazedly. to enter into these matters on either side. The girl is a very good girl. I have nothing whatever to say against her. But she is so far insensible to her many advantages and her good fortune that she is in love, or supposes she is, poor little fool, and unable to appreciate them. Sir Leicester begs to observe that wholly alters the case. He might have been sure that my Lady had the best grounds and reasons in support of her view. He entirely agrees with my Lady. The young woman had better go. As Sir Leicester observed, Mr. Rouncewell, on the last occasion when we were fatigued by this business, Lady Dedlock languidly proceeds, we cannot make conditions with you. Without conditions, and under present circumstances, the girl is quite misplaced here and had better go. I have told her so. Would you wish to have her sent back to the village, or would you like to take her with you, or what would you prefer? Lady Dedlock, if I may speak plainly, by all means. I should prefer the course which will the soonest relieve you of the encumbrance and remove her from her present position. And to speak as plainly, she returns with the same studied carelessness, so should I. Do I understand that you will take her with you? The iron gentleman makes an iron bow. Sir Leicester, will you ring? Mr. Tulkinghorn steps forward from his window and pulls the bell. I had forgotten you. Thank you. He makes his usual bow and goes quietly back again. Mercury, swift responsive, appears, receives instructions whom to produce, skims away, produces the aforesaid, and departs. Rosa has been crying and is yet in distress. On her coming in, the ironmaster leaves his chair, takes her arm in his, and remains with her near the door, ready to depart. You are taken charge of, you see, says my Lady in her weary manner, and are going away, well protected. I have mentioned that you are a very good girl, and you have nothing to cry for. She seems, after all, observes Mr. Tulkinghorn, loitering a little forward with his hands behind him, as if she were crying at going away. Why, she is not well bred, you see, returns Mr. Rouncewell with some quickness in his manner, as if he were glad to have the lawyer to retort upon, and she is an inexperienced little thing and knows no better. If she had remained here, sir, she would have improved, no doubt. No doubt, is Mr. Tulkinghorn's composed reply. Rosa sobs out that she is very sorry to leave my Lady, and that she was happy at Chesney Wold, and has been happy with my Lady, and that she thanks my Lady over and over again. Out, you silly little puss, says the ironmaster, checking her in a low voice, though not angrily. Have a spirit if you're fond of what. My Lady merely waves her off with indifference, saying, There, there, child, you're a good girl. Go away. Sir Leicester has magnificently disengaged himself from the subject and retired into the sanctuary of his blue coat. Mr. Tulkinghorn, an indistinct form against the dark street, now dotted with lamps, looms in my Lady's view, bigger and blacker than before. Sir Leicester and Lady Dedlock, says Mr. Rouncewell after a pause of a few moments, I beg to take my leave, with an apology for having again troubled you, though not of my own act, on this tiresome subject. I can very well understand, I assure you, how tiresome so small a matter must have become to Lady Dedlock. If I am doubtful of my dealing with it, it is only because I did not at first quietly exert my influence to take my young friend here away without troubling you at all. But it appeared to me, I dare say magnifying the importance of the thing, that it was respectful to explain to you how the matter stood, and candid to consult your wishes and convenience. I hope you'll excuse my want of acquaintance with the polite world. Sir Leicester considers himself evoked out of the sanctuary by these remarks. Mr. Rouncewell, he returns, do not mention it. Justifications are unnecessary, I hope, on either side. I am glad to hear it, Sir Leicester. And if I may, by way of a last word, revert to what I said before of my mother's long connexion with the family and the worth it bespeaks on both sides. I would point out this little instance here on my arm, who shows herself so affectionate and faithful in parting, and in whom my mother, I dare say, has done something to awaken such feelings, though of course Lady Dedlock, by her heartfelt interest and her genial condescension, has done much more. If he mean this ironically, it may be truer than he thinks. He points it, however, by no deviation from his straightforward manner of speech, though in saying it he turns towards that part of the dim room where my Lady sits. Sir Leicester stands to return his parting salutation. Mr. Tulkinghorn again rings. Mercury takes another flight, and Mr. Rouncewell and Rosa leave the house. Then lights are brought in, discovering Mr. Tulkinghorn still standing in his window, with his hands behind him, and my Lady still sitting with his figure before her, closing up her view of the night as well as of the day. She is very pale. Mr. Tulkinghorn, observing it as she arises to retire, thinks, well she may be. The power of this woman is astonishing. She has been acting a part the whole time. But he can act a part too, his one unchanging character, and as he holds the door open for this woman, 50 pairs of eyes, each 50 times sharper than Sir Leicester's pair, should find no flaw in him. Lady Dedlock dines alone in her own room to-day. Sir Leicester is whipped in to the rescue of the Doodle party and the discomfiture of the Coodle faction. Lady Dedlock asks on sitting down to dinner, still deadly pale, and quite an illustration of the debilitated cousin's text, whether he is gone out. Yes. Whether Mr. Tulkinghorn is gone yet? No. Presently she asks again, is he gone yet? No. What is he doing? Mercury thinks he is writing letters in the library. Would my Lady wish to see him? Anything but that. But he wishes to see my Lady. Within a few more minutes he is reported as sending his respects, and could my Lady please to receive him for a word or two after her dinner? My Lady will receive him now. He comes now, apologizing for intruding even by her permission while she is at table. When they are alone, my Lady waves her hand to dispense with such mockeries. What do you want, sir? Why, Lady Dedlock, says the lawyer, taking a chair at a little distance from her and slowly rubbing his rusty legs up and down, up and down, up and down, I am rather surprised at the course you have taken. Indeed? Yes, decidedly. I was not prepared for it. I consider it a departure from our agreement and your promise. It puts us in a new position, Lady Dedlock. I feel myself under the necessity of saying that I don't approve of it. He stops in his rubbing and looks at her, with his hands on his knees. Imperturbable and unchangeable as he is, there is still an indefinable freedom in his manner which is new, and which does not escape this woman's observation. I do not quite understand you. Oh, yes, you do, I think. I think you do. Come, come, Lady Dedlock, we must not fence and parry now. You know you like this girl. Well, sir, and you know, and I know, that you have not sent her away for the reasons you have assigned, but for the purpose of separating her as much as possible from, excuse my mentioning it as a matter of business, any reproach and exposure that impend over yourself. Well, sir? Well, Lady Dedlock, returns the lawyer, crossing his legs and nursing the uppermost knee, I object to that. I consider that a dangerous proceeding. I know it's to be unnecessary and calculated to awake speculation, doubt, rumour, I don't know what, in the house. Besides, it is a violation of our agreement. You were to be exactly what you were before, whereas it must be evident to yourself, as it is to me, that you have been this evening very different from what you were before. Why, bless my soul, Lady Dedlock, transparently so. If, sir, she begins, in my knowledge of my secret, but he interrupts her. Now, Lady Dedlock, this is a matter of business, and in a matter of business the ground cannot be kept too clear. It is no longer your secret. Excuse me, that is just the mistake. It is my secret, in trust for Sir Leicester and the family. If it were your secret, Lady Dedlock, we should not be here holding this conversation." "That is very true. If in my knowledge of the secret I do what I can to spare an innocent girl, especially remembering your own reference to her when you told my story to the assembled guests at Chesney Wold, from the taint of my impending shame, I act upon a resolution I have taken. Nothing in the world and no one in the world could shake it or could move me." This she says with great deliberation and distinctness, and with no more outward passion than himself. As for him, he methodically discusses his matter of business as if she were any insensible instrument used in business. "Really, then you see, Lady Dedlock," he returns, "you are not to be trusted. You have put the case in a perfectly plain way, and according to the literal fact, and that being the case, you are not to be trusted. Perhaps you may remember that I expressed some anxiety on this same point when we spoke at night at Chesney Wold." "Yes," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, coolly getting up and standing on the hearth. "Yes, I recollect, Lady Dedlock, that you certainly referred to the girl, but that was before we came to our arrangement, and both the letter and the spirit of our arrangement altogether precluded any action on your part founded upon my discovery. There can be no doubt about that. As to sparing the girl, of what importance or value is she? Spare? Lady Dedlock, here is a family name compromised. One might have supposed that the course was straight on, over everything, neither to the right nor to the left, regardless of all considerations in the way, sparing nothing, treading everything under foot." She has been looking at the table. She lifts up her eyes and looks at him. There is a stern expression on her face, and a part of her lower lip is compressed under her teeth. "This woman understands me," Mr. Tulkinghorn thinks, as she lets her glance fall again. "She cannot be spared. Why should she spare others?" For a little while they are silent. Lady Dedlock has eaten no dinner, but has twice or thrice poured out water with a steady hand and drunk it. She rises from the table, takes a lounging chair, and reclines in it, shading her face. There is nothing in her manner to express weakness or excite compassion. It is thoughtful, gloomy, concentrated. This woman, thinks Mr. Tulkinghorn, standing on the hearth, again a dark object closing up her view, is a study. He studies her at his leisure, not speaking for a time. She too studies something at her leisure. She is not the first to speak, appearing indeed so unlikely to be so, though he stood there until midnight, that even he is driven upon breaking silence. "Lady Dedlock, the most disagreeable part of this business interview remains, but it is business. Our agreement is broken. A lady of your sense and strength of character will be prepared for my now declaring it void and taking my own course." "I am quite prepared." Mr. Tulkinghorn inclines his head. "That is all I have to trouble you with, Lady Dedlock." She stops him as he is moving out of the room by asking, "This is the notice I was to receive? I wish not to misapprehend you." "Not exactly the notice you were to receive, Lady Dedlock, because the contemplated notice supposed the agreement to have been observed. But virtually the same. Virtually the same. The difference is merely in a lawyer's mind." "You intend to give me no other notice?" "You are right. No." "Do you contemplate undeceiving Sir Leicester to-night?" "A home question," says Mr. Tulkinghorn with a slight smile and cautiously shaking his head at the shaded face. "No, not to-night." "To-morrow?" "All things considered, I had better decline answering that question, Lady Dedlock. If I were to say I don't know when exactly, you would not believe me, and it would answer no purpose. It may be to-morrow. I would rather say no more. You are prepared, and I hold out no expectations which circumstances might fail to justify. I wish you good evening." She removes her hand, turns her pale face towards him as he walks silently to the door, and stops him once again as he is about to open it. "Do you intend to remain in the house any time? I heard you were writing in the library. Are you going to return there?" "Only for my hat. I am going home." She bows her eyes rather than her head. The movement is so slight and curious, and he withdraws. Clear of the room, he looks at his watch, but is inclined to doubt it by a minute or thereabouts. There is a splendid clock upon the staircase, famous, as splendid clocks not often are, for its accuracy. "And what do you say?" Mr. Tulkinghorn inquires, referring to it. "What do you say?" If it said now, "Don't go home," what a famous clock hereafter, if it said to-night of all the nights that it has counted off, to this old man of all the young and old men who have ever stood before it, "Don't go home." With its sharp clear bell it strikes 7:15 and ticks on again. "Why, you're worse than I thought you," says Mr. Tulkinghorn, muttering reproof to his watch. 2 minutes wrong. At this rate you won't last my time." What a watch to return good for evil if it ticked in answer, "Don't go home." He passes out into the streets and walks on, with his hands behind him, under the shadow of the lofty houses, many of whose mysteries, difficulties, mortgages, delicate affairs of all kinds, are treasured up within his old black satin waistcoat. He is in the confidence of the very bricks and mortar. The high chimney-stacks telegraph family secrets to him, yet there is not a voice in a mile of them to whisper, "Don't go home." Through the stir and motion of the commoner streets, through the roar and jar of many vehicles, many feet, many voices, with the blazing shop-lights lighting him on, the west wind blowing him on, and the crowd pressing him on, he is pitilessly urged upon his way, and nothing meets him murmuring, "Don't go home." Arrived at last in his dull room to light his candles and look round and up and see the Roman pointing from the ceiling, there is no new significance in the Roman's hand to-night, or in the flutter of the attendant groups, to give him the late warning, "Don't come here." It is a moonlight night, but the moon, being past the full, is only now rising over the great wilderness of London. The stars are shining as they shone above the turret leads at Chesney Wold. This woman, as he has of late been so accustomed to call her, looks out upon them. Her soul is turbulent within her. She is sick at heart and restless. The large rooms are too cramped and close. She cannot endure their restraint, and will walk alone in a neighbouring garden. Too capricious and imperious in all she does to be the cause of much surprise in those about her as to anything she does, this woman, loosely muffled, goes out into the moonlight. Mercury attends with the key. Having opened the garden gate, he delivers the key into his lady's hands at her request and is bidden to go back. She will walk there some time to ease her aching head. She may be an hour, she may be more. She needs no further escort. The gate shuts upon its spring with a clash, and he leaves her passing on into the dark shade of some trees. A fine night, and a bright large moon, and multitudes of stars. Mr. Tulkinghorn, in repairing to his cellar and in opening and shutting those resounding doors, has to cross a little prison-like yard. He looks up casually, thinking what a fine night, what a bright large moon, what multitudes of stars. A quiet night too. A very quiet night. When the moon shines very brilliantly, a solitude and stillness seem to proceed from her that influence even crowded places full of life. Not only is it a still night on dusty high-roads and on hill summits, whence a wide expanse of country may be seen in repose, quieter and quieter as it spreads away into a fringe of trees against the sky with the grey ghost of a bloom upon them. Not only is it a still night in gardens and in woods and on the river where the water meadows are fresh and green, and the stream sparkles on among pleasant islands, murmuring weirs and whispering rushes. Not only does the stillness attend it as it flows, where houses cluster thick, where many bridges are reflected in it, where wharves and shipping make it black and awful, where it winds from these disfigurements through marshes whose grim beacons stand like skeletons washed ashore, where it expands through the bolder region of rising grounds, rich in cornfield, windmill, and steeple, and where it mingles with the ever-heaving sea. Not only is it a still night on the deep, and on the shore where the watcher stands to see the ship with her spread wings cross the path of light that appears to be presented to only him. But even on this stranger's wilderness of London there is some rest. Its steeples and towers and its one great dome grow more ethereal. Its smoky housetops lose their grossness in the pale effulgence. The noises that arise from the streets are fewer and are softened, and the footsteps on the pavements pass more tranquilly away. In these fields of Mr. Tulkinghorn's inhabiting, where the shepherds play on chancery pipes that have no stop, and keep their sheep in the fold by hook and by crook until they have shorn them exceeding close, every noise is merged, this moonlight night, into a distant ringing hum, as if the city were a vast glass, vibrating. What's that? Who fired a gun or pistol? Where was it? The few foot passengers start, stop, and stare about them. Some windows and doors are opened, and people come out to look. It was a loud report, and echoed and rattled heavily. It shook one house, or so a man says, who was passing. It has aroused all the dogs in that neighbourhood, who bark vehemently. Terrified cats scamper across the road. While the dogs are yet barking and howling, there is one dog howling like a demon. The church clocks, as if they were startled too, begin to strike. The hum from the streets, likewise, seems to swell into a shout. But it is soon over. Before the last clock begins to strike 10, there is a lull. When it has ceased, the fine night, the bright large moon, and multitudes of stars are left at peace again. Has Mr. Tulkinghorn been disturbed? His windows are dark and quiet, and his door is shut. It must be something unusual indeed to bring him out of his shell. Nothing is heard of him, nothing is seen of him. What power of cannon might it take to shake that rusty old man out of his immovable composure? For many years the persistent Roman has been pointing with no particular meaning from that ceiling. It is not likely that he has any new meaning in him to-night. Once pointing, always pointing, like any Roman, or even Briton, with a single idea. There he is, no doubt, in his impossible attitude, pointing, unavailingly, all night long. Moonlight, darkness, dawn, sunrise, day. There he is still, eagerly pointing, and no one minds him. But a little after the coming of the day come people to clean the rooms, and either the Roman has some new meaning in him not expressed before, or the foremost of them goes wild, for looking up at his outstretched hand and looking down at what is below it, that person shrieks and flies. The others, looking in as the first one looked, shriek and fly too, and there is an alarm in the street. What does it mean? No light is admitted into the darkened chamber, and people unaccustomed to it enter, and treading softly but heavily, carry a weight into the bedroom and lay it down. There is whispering and wondering all day, strict search of every corner, careful tracing of steps, and careful noting of the disposition of every article of furniture. All eyes look up at the Roman, and all voices murmur, if he could only tell what he saw. He is pointing at a table with a bottle, nearly full of wine, and a glass upon it, and 2 candles that were blown out suddenly soon after being lighted. He is pointing at an empty chair, and at a stain upon the ground before it that might be almost covered with a hand. These objects lie directly within his range. An excited imagination might suppose that there was something in them so terrific as to drive the rest of the composition, not only the attendant big-legged boys, but the clouds and flowers and pillars too, in short, the very body and soul of allegory, and all the brains it has, stark mad. It happens surely that every one who comes into the darkened room and looks at these things looks up at the Roman, and that he is invested in all eyes with mystery and awe, as if he were a paralysed dumb witness. So it shall happen surely, through many years to come, that ghostly stories shall be told of the stain upon the floor, so easy to be covered, so hard to be got out, and that the Roman pointing from the ceiling shall point, so long as dust and damp and spiders spare him, with far greater significance than he ever had in Mr. Tulkinghorn's time, and with a deadly meaning. For Mr. Tulkinghorn's time is over for evermore, and the Roman pointed at the murderous hand uplifted against his life, and pointed helplessly at him from night to morning, lying face downward on the floor, shot through the heart. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 49. Dutiful Friendship. A great annual occasion has come round in the establishment of Mr. Matthew Bagnet, otherwise Lignum Vitae, ex-artilleryman and present bassoon-player. An occasion of feasting and festival, a celebration of a birthday in the family. It is not Mr. Bagnet's birthday. Mr. Bagnet merely distinguishes that epoch in the musical instrument business by kissing the children with an extra smack before breakfast, smoking an additional pipe after dinner, and wondering towards evening what his poor old mother is thinking about it, a subject of infinite speculation, and rendered so by his mother having departed this life 20 years. Some men rarely revert to their father, but seem, in the bank books of their remembrance, to have transferred all the stock of filial affection into their mother's name. Mr. Bagnet is one of these. Perhaps his exalted appreciation of the merits of the old girl causes him usually to make the noun substantive goodness of the feminine gender. It is not the birthday of one of the 3 children. Those occasions are kept with some marks of distinction, but they rarely overleap the bounds of happy returns in a pudding. On young Woolwich's last birthday, Mr. Bagnet certainly did, after observing on his growth and general advancement, proceed, in a moment of profound reflection on the changes wrought by time, to examine him in the catechism, accomplishing with extreme accuracy the questions number 1 and 2, "What is your name?" and "Who gave you that name?" But there failing in the exact precision of his memory and substituting for number 3 the question, "And how do you like that name?" which he propounded with a sense of its importance, in itself so edifying and improving as to give it quite an orthodox air. This, however, was a speciality on that particular birthday, and not a general solemnity. It is the old girl's birthday, and that is the greatest holiday and reddest letter day in Mr. Bagnet's calendar. The auspicious event is always commemorated according to certain forms settled and prescribed by Mr. Bagnet some years since. Mr. Bagnet, being deeply convinced that to have a pair of fowls for dinner is to attain the highest pitch of imperial luxury, invariably goes forth himself very early in the morning of this day to buy a pair. He is, as invariably, taken in by the vendor and installed in the possession of the oldest inhabitants of any coop in Europe. Returning with these triumphs of toughness tied up in a clean blue and white cotton handkerchief, essential to the arrangements, he in a casual manner invites Mrs. Bagnet to declare at breakfast what she would like for dinner. Mrs. Bagnet, by a coincidence never known to fail, replying "Fowls," Mr. Bagnet instantly produces his bundle from a place of concealment amidst general amazement and rejoicing. He further requires that the old girl shall do nothing all day long but sit in her very best gown and be served by himself and the young people. As he is not illustrious for his cookery, this may be supposed to be a matter of state rather than enjoyment on the old girl's part, but she keeps her state with all imaginable cheerfulness. On this present birthday, Mr. Bagnet has accomplished the usual preliminaries. He has bought 2 specimens of poultry, which, if there be any truth in adages, were certainly not caught with chaff, to be prepared for the spit. He has amazed and rejoiced the family by their unlooked-for production. He is himself directing the roasting of the poultry, and Mrs. Bagnet, with her wholesome brown fingers itching to prevent what she sees going wrong, sits in her gown of ceremony an honoured guest. Quebec and Malta lay the cloth for dinner, while Woolwich, serving, as beseems him under his father, keeps the fowls revolving. To these young scullions Mrs. Bagnet occasionally imparts a wink, or a shake of the head, or a crooked face, as they make mistakes. "At half after 1," says Mr. Bagnet, "to the minute, they'll be done." Mrs. Bagnet, with anguish, beholds one of them at a standstill before the fire and beginning to burn. "You shall have a dinner, old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "fit for a queen." Mrs. Bagnet shows her white teeth cheerfully, but to the perception of her son betrays so much uneasiness of spirit that he is impelled by the dictates of affection to ask her, with his eyes, what is the matter, thus standing with his eyes wide open, more oblivious of the fowls than before, and not affording the least hope of a return to consciousness. Fortunately his elder sister perceives the cause of the agitation in Mrs. Bagnet's breast, and with an admonitory poke recalls him. The stopped fowls going round again. Mrs. Bagnet closes her eyes in the intensity of her relief. "George will look us up," says Mr. Bagnet, "at 4:30, to the moment. How many years, old girl, has George looked us up this afternoon?"
"Ah, Lignum, Lignum, as many as make an old woman of a young woman. I begin to think just about that and no less," returns Mrs. Bagnet, laughing and shaking her head.
"Old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "never mind. You'd be as young as ever you was, if you wasn't younger, which you are, as everybody knows." Quebec and Malta here exclaim, with clapping of hands, that Bluffy is sure to bring mother something, and begin to speculate on what it will be. "Do you know, Lignum," says Mrs. Bagnet, casting a glance on the tablecloth and winking salt at Malta with her right eye and shaking the pepper away from Quebec with her head, "I begin to think George is in the roving way again." "George," returns Mr. Bagnet, "will never desert and leave his old comrade and the latch. Don't be afraid of it."
"No, Lignum, no. I don't say he will. I don't think he will. But if he could get over this money trouble of his, I believe he would be off."
Mr. Bagnet asks why. "Well," returns his wife, considering, "George seems to me to be getting a little impatient and restless. I don't say but what he's as free as ever. Of course he must be free, or he wouldn't be George. But he smarts and seems put out." "He's extra drilled," says Mr. Bagnet, "by a lawyer. Who would put the devil out?"
"There's something in that," his wife assents. "But so it is, Lignum."
Further conversation is prevented, for the time, by the necessity under which Mr. Bagnet finds himself of directing the whole force of his mind to the dinner, which is a little endangered by the dry humour of the fowls in not yielding any gravy, and also by the made gravy acquiring no flavour and turning out of a flaxen complexion. With a similar perverseness, the potatoes crumble off forks in the process of peeling, upheaving from their centres in every direction as if they were subject to earthquakes. The legs of the fowls, too, are longer than could be desired and extremely scaly. Overcoming these disadvantages to the best of his ability, Mr. Bagnet at last dishes, and they sit down at table, Mrs. Bagnet occupying the guest's place at his right hand. It is well for the old girl that she has but one birthday in a year, for two such indulgences in poultry might be injurious. Every kind of finer tendon and ligament that is in the nature of poultry to possess is developed in these specimens in the singular form of guitar strings. Their limbs appear to have struck roots into their breasts and bodies as aged trees strike roots into the earth. Their legs are so hard as to encourage the idea that they must have devoted the greater part of their long and arduous lives to pedestrian exercises and the walking of matches. But Mr. Bagnet, unconscious of these little defects, sets his heart on Mrs. Bagnet eating a most severe quantity of the delicacies before her. And as that good old girl would not cause him a moment's disappointment on any day, least of all on such a day, for any consideration, she imperils her digestion fearfully. How young Woolwich cleans the drumsticks without being of ostrich descent, his anxious mother is at a loss to understand. The old girl has another trial to undergo, after the conclusion of the repast, in sitting in state to see the room cleared, the hearth swept, and the dinner service washed up and polished in the backyard. The great delight and energy with which the two young ladies apply themselves to these duties, turning up their skirts in imitation of their mother and skating in and out on little scaffolds of pattens, inspire the highest hopes for the future, but some anxiety for the present. The same causes lead to confusion of tongues, a clattering of crockery, a rattling of tin mugs, a whisking of brooms, and an expenditure of water, all in excess, while the saturation of the young ladies themselves is almost too moving a spectacle for Mrs. Bagnet to look upon with the calmness proper to her position. At last the various cleansing processes are triumphantly completed. Quebec and Malta appear in fresh attire, smiling and dry. Pipes, tobacco, and something to drink are placed upon the table, and the old girl enjoys the first peace of mind she ever knows on the day of this delightful entertainment. When Mr. Bagnet takes his usual seat, the hands of the clock are very near to 4:30, as they mark it accurately. Mr. Bagnet announces, "George, military time." It is George, and he has hearty congratulations for the old girl, whom he kisses on the great occasion, and for the children, and for Mr. Bagnet. "Happy returns to all," says Mr. George. "But, George, old man," cries Mrs. Bagnet, looking at him curiously, "what's come to you?" "Come to me?" "Ah, you're so white, George, for you, and look so shocked. Now, don't he, Lignum?" "George," says Mr. Bagnet, "tell the old girl what's the matter." "I didn't know I looked white," says the trooper, passing his hand over his brow, "and I didn't know I looked shocked, and I'm sorry I do. But the truth is, that boy who was taken in at my place died yesterday afternoon, and it has rather knocked me over." "Poor creetur!" says Mrs. Bagnet with a mother's pity. "Is he gone? Dear, dear!" "I didn't mean to say anything about it, for it's not birthday talk, but you have got it out of me, you see, before I sit down. I should have roused up in a minute," says the trooper, making himself speak more gaily, "but you're so quick, Mrs. Bagnet." "You're right. The old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "is as quick as powder. And what's more, she's the subject of the day, and we'll stick to her," cries Mr. George. "See here, I've brought a little brooch along with me. It's a poor thing, you know, but it's a keepsake. That's all the good it is, Mrs. Bagnet." Mr. George produces his present, which is greeted with admiring leapings and clappings by the young family and with a species of reverential admiration by Mr. Bagnet. "Old girl," says Mr. Bagnet, "tell 'em my opinion of it." "Why, it's a wonder, George!" Mrs. Bagnet exclaims. "It's the beautifullest thing that ever was seen." "Good," says Mr. Bagnet. "My opinion." "It's so pretty, George," cries Mrs. Bagnet, turning it on all sides and holding it out at arm's length, "that it seems too choice for me." "Bad," says Mr. Bagnet. "Not my opinion." "But whatever it is, 100,000 thanks, old fellow," says Mrs. Bagnet, her eyes sparkling with pleasure and her hand stretched out to him. "And though I've been a cross-grained soldier's wife to you sometimes, George, we are as strong friends, I am sure, in reality, as ever can be. Now you shall fasten it on yourself for good luck, if you will, George." The children close up to see it done, and Mr. Bagnet looks over young Woolwich's head to see it done with an interest so maturely wooden yet pleasantly childish that Mrs. Bagnet cannot help laughing in her airy way and saying, "Oh, Lignum, Lignum, what a precious old chap you are!" But the trooper fails to fasten the brooch. His hand shakes. He is nervous, and it falls off. "Would any one believe this?" says he, catching it as it drops and looking round. "I'm so out of sorts I bungle at an easy job like this." Mrs. Bagnet concludes that for such a case there is no remedy like a pipe, and fastening the brooch herself in a twinkling, causes the trooper to be inducted into his usual snug place and the pipes to be got into action. "If that don't bring you round, George," says she, "just throw your eye across here at your present now and then, and the two together must do it." "You ought to do it of yourself," George answers. "I know that very well, Mrs. Bagnet. I'll tell you how, one way and another, the blues have got to be too many for me. Here was this poor lad. 'Twas dull work to see him dying as he did, and not to be able to help him."
"What do you mean, George? You did help him. You took him under your roof."
"I helped him so far, but that's little. I mean, Mrs. Bagnet, there he was, dying, without ever having been taught much more than to know his right hand from his left, and he was too far gone to be helped out of that."
"Ah, poor creetur!"
says Mrs. Bagnet. "Then," says the trooper, not yet lighting his pipe, and passing his heavy hand over his hair, "that brought up Gridley in a man's mind. His was a bad case too, in a different way. And the two got mixed up in a man's mind with a flinty old rascal who had to do with both. And to think of that rusty carbine, stock and barrel, standing up on end in his corner, hard, indifferent, taking everything so evenly, it made flesh and blood tingle, I do assure you."
"My advice to you," returns Mrs. Bagnet, "is to light your pipe and tingle that way. It's wholesomer and comfortabler and better for the health altogether."
"Ah, you're right," says the trooper, "and I'll do it." So he does it, though still with an indignant gravity that impresses the young Bagnets, and even causes Mr. Bagnet to defer the ceremony of drinking Mrs. Bagnet's health, always given by himself on these occasions in a speech of exemplary terseness. But the young ladies having composed what Mr. Bagnet is in the habit of calling the mixture, and George's pipe being now in a glow, Mr. Bagnet considers it his duty to proceed to the toast of the evening. He addresses the assembled company in the following terms: "George, Wallach, Quebec, Malta, this is her birthday. Take a day's march, and you won't find such another. Here's towards her." The toast having been drunk with enthusiasm, Mrs. Bagnet returns thanks in a neat address of corresponding brevity. This model composition is limited to the 3 words, "and wishing yours," which the old girl follows up with a nod at everybody in succession and a well-regulated swig of the mixture. This she again follows up, on the present occasion, by the wholly unexpected explanation, "Here's a man." Here is a man, much to the astonishment of the little company looking in at the parlour door. He is a sharp-eyed man, a quick, keen man, and he takes in everybody's look at him, all at once, individually and collectively, in a manner that stamps him a remarkable man. "George," says the man, nodding, "how do you find yourself?" "Why, it's Bucket!" cries Mr. George. "Yes," says the man, coming in and closing the door. "I was going down the street here when I happened to stop and look in at the musical instruments in the shop window. A friend of mine is in want of a second-hand violoncello of a good tone, and I saw a party enjoying themselves, and I thought it was you in the corner. I thought I couldn't be mistaken. How goes the world with you, George, at the present moment? Pretty smooth? And with you, ma'am? And with you, governor? And, Lord," says Mr. Bucket, opening his arms, "here's children too. You may do anything with me if you only show me children. Give us a kiss, me pets. No occasion to inquire who your father and mother is. Never saw such a likeness in me life." Mr. Bucket, not unwelcome, has sat himself down next to Mr. George and taken Quebec and Malta on his knees. "You pretty dears," says Mr. Bucket, "give us another kiss. It's the only thing I'm greedy in. Lord bless you, how healthy you look! And what may be the ages of these two, ma'am? I should put 'em down at the figures of about 8 and 10.
"You're very near, sir," says Mrs. Bagnet.
"I generally am near," returns Mr. Bucket, "being so fond of children. A friend of mine has had 19 of 'em, ma'am, all by one mother, and she's still as fresh and rosy as the morning. Not so much so as yourself, but upon my soul she comes near you. And what do you call these, my darling? pursues Mr. Bucket, pinching Malta's cheeks. "These are peaches, these are. Bless your heart! And what do you think about father? Do you think father could recommend a second-hand violoncello of a good tone for Mr. Bucket's friend, my dear? My name's Bucket. Ain't that a funny name?" These blandishments have entirely won the family heart. Mrs. Bagnet forgets the day to the extent of filling a pipe and glass for Mr. Bucket and waiting upon him hospitably. She would be glad to receive so pleasant a character under any circumstances, but she tells them that as a friend of George's she is particularly glad to see him this evening, for George has not been in his usual spirits. "Not in his usual spirits!" exclaims Mr. Bucket. "Why, I never heard of such a thing. What's the matter, George? You don't intend to tell me you've been out of spirits? What should you be out of spirits for? You haven't got anything on your mind, you know." "Nothing particular," returns the trooper. "I should think not," rejoins Mr. Bucket. "What could you have on your mind, you know? And have these pets got anything on their minds, eh? Not they, but they'll be upon the minds of some of the young fellows some of these days and make 'em precious low-spirited. I ain't much of a prophet, but I can tell you that, ma'am." Mrs. Bagnet, quite charmed, hopes Mr. Bucket has a family of his own. "There, ma'am," says Mr. Bucket. "Would you believe it? No, I haven't. My wife and a lodger constitute my family. Mrs. Bucket is as fond of children as myself and as wishful to have 'em, but no. So it is. Worldly goods are divided unequally, and man must not repine. What a very nice backyard, ma'am! Any way out of that yard now?" "There is no way out of that yard." "Ain't there really?" says Mr. Bucket. "I should have thought there might have been. Well, I don't know as I ever saw a backyard that took my fancy more. Would you allow me to look at it? Thank you. No, I see there's no way out. But what a very good proportioned yard it is!" Having cast his sharp eye all about it, Mr. Bucket returns to his chair next to his friend Mr. George and pats Mr. George affectionately on the shoulder. "How are your spirits now, George?" "All right now," returns the trooper. "That's your sort," says Mr. Bucket. "Why should you ever have been otherwise? A man of your fine figure and constitution has no right to be out of spirits. That ain't a chest to be out of spirits, is it, ma'am? And you haven't got anything on your mind, you know, George. What could you have on your mind?" Somewhat harping on this phrase, considering the extent and variety of his conversational powers, Mr. Bucket twice or thrice repeats it to the pipe he lights, and with a listening face that is particularly his own. But the sun of his sociality soon recovers from this brief eclipse and shines again. "And this is brother, is it, my dears?" says Mr. Bucket, referring to Quebec and Malta for information on the subject of young Woolwich. "And a nice brother he is. Half-brother, I mean to say, for he's too old to be your boy, ma'am." "I can certify at all events that he is nobody else's," returns Mrs. Bagnet, laughing. "Well, you do surprise me. Yet he's like you, there's no denying. Lord, he's wonderfully like you. But about what you may call the brow, you know, there his father comes out." Mr. Bucket compares the faces with one eye shut up, while Mr. Bagnet smokes in stolid satisfaction. This is an opportunity for Mrs. Bagnet to inform him that the boy is George's godson. "George's godson, is he?" rejoins Mr. Bucket with extreme cordiality. "I must shake hands over again with George's godson. Godfather and godson do credit to one another. And what do you intend to make of him, ma'am? Does he show any turn for any musical instrument?" Mr. Bagnet suddenly interposes. "Plays the fife. Beautiful." "Would you believe it, governor," says Mr. Bucket, struck by the coincidence, "that when I was a boy I played the fife myself? Not in a scientific way, as I expect he does, but by ear. Lord bless you! British Grenadiers, there's a tune to warm an Englishman up. Could you give us British Grenadiers, my fine fellow?" Nothing could be more acceptable to the little circle than this call upon young Woolwich, who immediately fetches his fife and performs the stirring melody, during which performance Mr. Bucket, much enlivened, beats time and never fails to come in sharp with the burden, "British Grenadiers." In short, he shows so much musical taste that Mr. Bagnet actually takes his pipe from his lips to express his conviction that he is a singer. Mr. Bucket receives the harmonious impeachment so modestly, confessing how that he did once chaunt a little for the expression of the feelings of his own bosom, and with no presumptuous idea of entertaining his friends, that he is asked to sing. Not to be behindhand in the sociality of the evening, he complies and gives them "Believe me, if all those endearing young charms." This ballad, he informs Mrs. Bagnet, he considers to have been his most powerful ally in moving the heart of Mrs. Bucket when a maiden, and inducing her to approach the altar. Mr. Bucket's own words are, "to come up to the scratch." This sparkling stranger is such a new and agreeable feature in the evening that Mr. George, who testified no great emotions of pleasure on his entrance, begins, in spite of himself, to be rather proud of him. He is so friendly, is a man of so many resources, and so easy to get on with, that it is something to have him known there. Mr. Bagnet becomes, after another pipe, so sensible of the value of his acquaintance that he solicits the honour of his company on the old girl's next birthday. If anything can more closely cement and consolidate the esteem which Mr. Bucket has formed for the family, it is the discovery of the nature of the occasion. He drinks to Mrs. Bagnet with a warmth approaching to rapture, engages himself for that day 12-month more than thankfully, makes a memorandum of the day in a large black pocket-book with a girdle to it, and breathes a hope that Mrs. Bucket and Mrs. Bagnet may before then become, in a manner, sisters. As he says himself, what is public life without private ties? He is in his humble way a public man, but it is not in that sphere that he finds happiness. No, it must be sought within the confines of domestic bliss. It is natural under these circumstances that he, in his turn, should remember the friend to whom he is indebted for so promising an acquaintance. And he does. He keeps very close to him. Whatever the subject of the conversation, he keeps a tender eye upon him. He waits to walk home with him. He is interested in his very boots and observes even them attentively as Mr. George sits smoking cross-legged in the chimney-corner. At length Mr. George rises to depart. At the same moment Mr. Bucket, with the secret sympathy of friendship, also rises. He dotes upon the children to the last and remembers the commission he has undertaken for an absent friend. "Respecting that second-hand violoncello, governor, could you recommend me such a thing?" "Scores," says Mr. Bagnet. "I am obliged to you," returns Mr. Bucket, squeezing his hand. "You're a friend in need. A good tone, mind you. My friend is a regular dab at it. Ecod, he saws away at Mozart and Handel and the rest of the bigwigs like a thorough workman. And you needn't," says Mr. Bucket in a considerate and private voice, "you needn't commit yourself to too low a figure, governor. I don't want to pay too large a price for my friend, but I want you to have your proper percentage and be remunerated for your loss of time. That is but fair. Every man must live, and ought to it." Mr. Bagnet shakes his head at the old girl to the effect that they have found a jewel of price. "Suppose I was to give you a look in, say, at 10:30 to-morrow morning. Perhaps you could name the figures of a few violoncellos of a good tone," says Mr. Bucket. Nothing easier. Mr. and Mrs. Bagnet both engage to have the requisite information ready and even hint to each other at the practicability of having a small stock collected there for approval. "Thank you," says Mr. Bucket. "Thank you. Good night, ma'am. Good night, governor. Good night, darlings. I am much obliged to you for one of the pleasantest evenings I ever spent in my life." They, on the contrary, are much obliged to him for the pleasure he has given them in his company, and so they part with many expressions of goodwill on both sides. "Now, George, old boy," says Mr. Bucket, taking his arm at the shop door, "come along." As they go down the little street, and the Bagnets pause for a minute looking after them, Mrs. Bagnet remarks to the worthy Lignum that Mr. Bucket almost clings to George like and seems to be really fond of him. The neighbouring streets being narrow and ill paved, it is a little inconvenient to walk there two abreast and arm in arm. Mr. George therefore soon proposes to walk singly. But Mr. Bucket, who cannot make up his mind to relinquish his friendly hold, replies, "Wait half a minute, George. I should wish to speak to you first." Immediately afterwards he twists him into a public-house and into a parlour, where he confronts him and claps his own back against the door. "Now, George," says Mr. Bucket, "duty is duty, and friendship is friendship. I never want the two to clash if I can help it. I have endeavoured to make things pleasant to-night, and I put it to you whether I have done it or not. You must consider yourself in custody, George." "Custody? What for?" returns the trooper, thunderstruck. "Now, George," says Mr. Bucket, urging a sensible view of the case upon him with his fat forefinger, "duty, as you know very well, is one thing, and conversation is another. It's my duty to inform you that any observations you may make will be liable to be used against you. Therefore, George, be careful what you say. You don't happen to have heard of a murder?" "Murder?" "Now, George," says Mr. Bucket, keeping his forefinger in an impressive state of action, "bear in mind what I've said to you. I ask you nothing. You've been in low spirits this afternoon. I say you don't happen to have heard of a murder?" "No. Where has there been a murder?" "Now, George," says Mr. Bucket, "don't you go and commit yourself. I'm a-going to tell you what I want you for. There has been a murder in Lincoln's Inn Fields. Gentleman of the name of Tulkinghorn. He was shot last night. I want you for that." The trooper sinks upon a seat behind him, and great drops start out upon his forehead, and a deadly pallor overspreads his face. "Bucket, it's not possible Mr. Tulkinghorn has been killed and that you suspect me?" "George," returns Mr. Bucket, keeping his forefinger going, "it is certainly possible, because it's the case. This deed was done last night at 10 o'clock. Now, you know where you were last night at 10 o'clock, and you'll be able to prove it, no doubt." "Last night? Last night?" repeats the trooper thoughtfully. Then it flashes upon him. "Why, great heaven, I was there last night." "So I have understood, George," returns Mr. Bucket with great deliberation. "So I have understood. Likewise, you've been very often there. You've been seen hanging about the place, and you've been heard more than once in a wrangle with him, and it's possible, I don't say it's certainly so, mind you, but it's possible that he may have been heard to call you a threatening, murdering, dangerous fellow." The trooper gasps as if he would admit it all if he could speak. "Now, George," continues Mr. Bucket, putting his hat upon the table with an air of business rather in the upholstery way than otherwise, "my wish is, as it has been all the evening, to make things pleasant. I tell you plainly there's a reward out of 100 guineas offered by Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet. You and me have always been pleasant together, but I have got a duty to discharge, and if that 100 guineas is to be made, it may as well be made by me as any other man. On all of which accounts, I should hope it was clear to you that I must have you, and that I'm damned if I don't have you. Am I to call in any assistance, or is the trick done?" Mr. George has recovered himself and stands up like a soldier. "Come," he says, "I am ready." "George," continues Mr. Bucket, "wait a bit." With his upholsterer manner, as if the trooper were a window to be fitted up, he takes from his pocket a pair of handcuffs. "This is a serious charge, George, and such is my duty." The trooper flushes angrily and hesitates a moment, but holds out his two hands clasped together and says, "There, put them on." Mr. Bucket adjusts them in a moment. "How do you find them? Are they comfortable? If not, say so,
for I wish to make things as pleasant as is consistent with my duty, and I've got another pair in my pocket." This remark he offers like a most respectable tradesman, anxious to execute an order neatly and to the perfect satisfaction of his customer. "They'll do as they are. Very well. Now, you see, George," he takes a cloak from a corner and begins adjusting it about the trooper's neck, "I was mindful of your feelings when I come out, and brought this on purpose. There! Who's the wiser?" "Only I," returns the trooper. "But as I know it, do me one more good turn and pull my hat over my eyes." "Really, though, do you mean it? Ain't it a pity? It looks so—" "I can't look chance men in the face with these things on," Mr. George hurriedly replies. "Do, for God's sake, pull my hat forward." So strongly entreated, Mr. Bucket complies, puts his own hat on, and conducts his prize into the streets, the trooper marching on as steadily as usual, though with his head less erect, and Mr. Bucket steering him with his elbow over the crossings and up the turnings. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 50. Esther's Narrative.
It happened that when I came home from Deal, I found a note from Caddy Jellyby, as we always continued to call her, informing me that her health, which had been for some time very delicate, was worse, and that she would be more glad than she could tell me if I would go to see her. It was a note of few lines, written from the couch on which she lay, and enclosed to me in another from her husband, in which he seconded her entreaty with much solicitude. Caddy was now the mother, and I the godmother, of such a poor little baby, such a tiny old-faced mite, with a countenance that seemed to be scarcely anything but cap-border, and a little lean, long-fingered hand always clenched under its chin. It would lie in this attitude all day, with its bright specks of eyes open, wondering, as I used to imagine, how it came to be so small and weak. Whenever it was moved it cried, but at all other times it was so patient that the sole desire of its life appeared to be to lie quiet and think. It had curious little dark veins in its face, and curious little dark marks under its eyes, like faint remembrances of poor Caddy's inky days, and altogether, to those who were not used to it, it was quite a piteous little sight. But it was enough for Caddy that she was used to it. The projects with which she beguiled her illness, for little Esther's education, and little Esther's marriage, and even for her own old age as the grandmother of little Esther's, was so prettily expressive of devotion to this pride of her life that I should be tempted to recall some of them but for the timely remembrance that I am getting on irregularly as it is. To return to the letter, Caddy had a superstition about me which had been strengthening in her mind ever since that night long ago when she had lain asleep with her head in my lap. She almost, I think I must say quite, believed that I did her good whenever I was near her. Now, although this was such a fancy of the affectionate girl's that I am almost ashamed to mention it, still it might have all the force of a fact when she was really ill. Therefore I set off to Caddy, with my guardian's consent, post-haste, and she and Prince made so much of me that there never was anything like it. Next day I went again to sit with her, and next day I went again. It was a very easy journey, for I had only to rise a little earlier in the morning and keep my accounts and attend to housekeeping matters before leaving home. But when I had made these 3 visits, my guardian said to me on my returning at night, "Now, little woman, this will never do. Constant dropping will wear away a stone, and constant coaching will wear out a Dame Durden. We will go to London for a while and take possession of our old lodgings." "Not for me, dear guardian," said I, for I never feel tired, which was strictly true. I was only too happy to begin such request.
For me, then, returned my guardian, or for Ada, or for both of us. It is somebody's birthday to-morrow, I think.
Ah, truly I think it is, said I, kissing my darling, who would be 21 to-morrow.
Well,
observed my guardian, half pleasantly, half seriously,
that's a great occasion, and will give my fair cousin some necessary business to transact in assertion of her independence, and will make London a more convenient place for all of us. So, to London we will go. That being settled, there is another thing. How have you left Caddy?
Very unwell, guardian. I fear it will be some time before she regains her health and strength.
What do you call some time now?
Asked my guardian thoughtfully. Some weeks, I am afraid.
Ah!
He began to walk about the room with his hands in his pockets, showing that he had been thinking as much.
Now, what do you say about her doctor? Is he a good doctor, my love?
I felt obliged to confess that I knew nothing to the contrary, but that Prince and I had agreed only that evening that we would like his opinion to be confirmed by some one.
Well, you know,
returned my guardian quickly,
there's Woodcourt.
I had not meant that, and was rather taken by surprise. For a moment all that I had had in my mind in connexion with Mr. Woodcourt seemed to come back and confuse me.
You don't object to him, little woman?
Object to him, guardian? Oh, no.
And you don't think the patient would object to him?
So far from that, I had no doubt of her being prepared to have a great reliance on him and to like him very much. I said that he was no stranger to her personally, for she had seen him often in his kind attendance on Miss Flite.
Very good,
said my guardian.
He has been here to-day, my dear, and I will see him about it to-morrow.
I felt in this short conversation, though I did not know how, for she was quiet and we interchanged no look, that my dear girl well remembered how merrily she had clasped me round the waist when no other hands than Caddy's had brought me the little parting token. This caused me to feel that I ought to tell her, and Caddy too, that I was going to be the mistress of Bleak House, and that if I avoided that disclosure any longer, I might become less worthy in my own eyes of its master's love. Therefore, when we went upstairs and had waited listening until the clock struck 12, in order that only I might be the first to wish my darling all good wishes on her birthday and to take her to my heart, I set before her, just as I had set before myself, the goodness and honour of her cousin John and the happy life that was in store for me. If ever my darling were fonder of me at one time than another in all our intercourse, she was surely fondest of me that night. And I was so rejoiced to know it, and so comforted by the sense of having done right in casting this last idle reservation away, that I was 10 times happier than I had been before. I had scarcely thought it a reservation a few hours ago, but now that it was gone, I felt as if I understood its nature better. Next day we went to London. We found our old lodging vacant, and in half an hour were quietly established there, as if we had never gone away. Mr. Woodcourt dined with us to celebrate my darling's birthday, and we were as pleasant as we could be, with the great blank among us that Richard's absence naturally made on such an occasion. After that day I was for some weeks, 8 or 9 as I remember, very much with Caddy, and thus it fell out that I saw less of Ada at this time than any other since we had first come together, except the time of my own illness. She often came to Caddy's, but our function there was to amuse and cheer her, and we did not talk in our usual confidential manner. Whenever I went home at night we were together, but Caddy's rest was broken by pain, and I often remained to nurse her. With her husband and her poor little mite of a baby to love and their home to strive for, what a good creature Caddy was! So self-denying, so uncomplaining, so anxious to get well on their account, so afraid of giving trouble, and so thoughtful of the unassisted labours of her husband and the comforts of old Mr. Turveydrop. I had never known the best of her until now, and it seemed so curious that her pale face and helpless figure should be lying there day after day, where dancing was the business of life, where the kit and the apprentices began early every morning in the ball-room, and where the untidy little boy waltzed by himself in the kitchen all the afternoon. At Caddy's request I took the supreme direction of her apartment, trimmed it up, and pushed her, couch and all, into a lighter and more airy and more cheerful corner than she had yet occupied. Then every day, when we were in our neatest array, I used to lay my small, small namesake in her arms and sit down to chat or work or read to her. It was at one of the first of these quiet times that I told Caddy about Bleak House. We had other visitors besides Ada. First of all we had Prince, who in his hurried intervals of teaching used to come softly in and sit softly down, with a face of loving anxiety for Caddy and the very little child. Whatever Caddy's condition really was, she never failed to declare to Prince that she was all but well, which I, heaven forgive me, never failed to confirm. This would put Prince in such good spirits that he would sometimes take the kit from his pocket and play a chord or two to astonish the baby, which I never knew it to do in the least degree, for my tiny namesake never noticed it at all. Then there was Mrs. Jellyby. She would come occasionally, with her usual distraught manner, and sit calmly looking miles beyond her grandchild, as if her attention were absorbed by a young Borrioboolan on its native shores. As bright-eyed as ever, as serene, and as untidy, she would say, "Well, Caddy, child, and how do you do to-day?" and then would sit amiably smiling and taking no notice of the reply, or would sweetly glide off into a calculation of the number of letters she had lately received and answered, or of the coffee-bearing power of Borrioboola Gha. This she would always do with a serene contempt for our limited sphere of action, not to be disguised. Then there was old Mr. Turveydrop, who was from morning to night, and from night to morning, the subject of innumerable precautions. If the baby cried, it was nearly stifled lest the noise should make him uncomfortable. If the fire wanted stirring in the night, it was surreptitiously done lest his rest should be broken. If Caddy required any little comfort that the house contained, she first carefully discussed whether he was likely to require it too. In return for this consideration, he would come into the room once a day, all but blessing it, showing a condescension and a patronage and a grace of manner in dispensing the light of his high-shouldered presence from which I might have supposed him, if I had not known better, to have been the benefactor of Caddy's life.
"My Caroline,"
he would say, making the nearest approach that he could to bending over her,
"tell me that you are better to-day."
"Oh, much better, thank you, Mr. Turveydrop," Caddy would reply.
"Delighted, enchanted. And our dear Miss Summerson, she is not quite prostrated by fatigue?"
Here he would crease up his eyelids and kiss his fingers to me, though I am happy to say he had ceased to be particular in his attentions since I had been so altered. Not at all, I would assure him.
"Charming! We must take care of our dear Caroline, Miss Summerson. We must spare nothing that will restore her. We must nourish her, my dear Caroline."
He would turn to his daughter-in-law with infinite generosity and protection.
"Want for nothing, my love. Frame a wish and gratify it, my daughter. Everything this house contains, everything my room contains, is at your service, my dear. Do not,"
he would sometimes add in a burst of deportment,
"even allow my simple requirements to be considered if they should at any time interfere with your own, my Caroline. Your necessities are greater than mine."
He had established such a long prescriptive right to this deportment, his son's inheritance from his mother, that I several times knew both Caddy and her husband to be melted to tears by these affectionate self-sacrifices.
Nay, my dears,"
he would remonstrate, and when I saw Caddy's thin arm about his fat neck as he said it, I would be melted too, though not by the same process.
"Nay, nay, I have promised never to leave ye. Be dutiful and affectionate towards me, and I ask no other return. Now, bless ye, I am going to the park."
He would take the air there presently and get an appetite for his hotel dinner. I hope I do old Mr. Turveydrop no wrong, but I never saw any better traits in him than these I faithfully record, except that he certainly conceived a liking for Peepy, and would take the child out walking with great pomp, always on those occasions sending him home before he went to dinner himself, and occasionally with a halfpenny in his pocket. But even this disinterestedness was attended with no inconsiderable cost, to my knowledge, for before Peepy was sufficiently decorated to walk hand in hand with the professor of deportment, he had to be newly dressed, at the expense of Caddy and her husband, from top to toe. Last of our visitors there was Mr. Jellyby. Really, when he used to come in of an evening and ask Caddy in his meek voice how she was, and then sit down with his head against the wall and make no attempt to say anything more, I liked him very much. If he found me bustling about, doing any little thing, he sometimes half took his coat off, as if with an intention of helping by a great exertion, but he never got any further. His sole occupation was to sit with his head against the wall, looking hard at the thoughtful baby, and I could not quite divest my mind of a fancy that they understood one another. I have not counted Mr. Woodcourt among our visitors because he was now Caddy's regular attendant. She soon began to improve under his care, but he was so gentle, so skilful, so unwearying in the pains he took that it is not to be wondered at, I am sure. I saw a good deal of Mr. Woodcourt during this time, though not so much as might be supposed, for knowing Caddy to be safe in his hands, I often slipped home at about the hours when he was expected. We frequently met, notwithstanding. I was quite reconciled to myself now, but I still felt glad to think that he was sorry for me, and he still was sorry for me, I believed. He helped Mr. Badger in his professional engagements, which were numerous, and had as yet no settled projects for the future. It was when Caddy began to recover that I began to notice a change in my dear girl. I cannot say how it first presented itself to me, because I observed it in many slight particulars which were nothing in themselves and only became something when they were pieced together. But I made it out, by putting them together, that Ada was not so frankly cheerful with me as she used to be. Her tenderness for me was as loving and true as ever. I did not for a moment doubt that, but there was a quiet sorrow about her which she did not confide to me, and in which I traced some hidden regret. Now, I could not understand this, and I was so anxious for the happiness of my own pet that it caused me some uneasiness and set me thinking often. At length, feeling sure that Ada suppressed this something from me lest it should make me unhappy too, it came into my head that she was a little grieved for me by what I had told her about Bleak House. How I persuaded myself that this was likely, I don't know. I had no idea that there was any selfish reference in my doing so. I was not grieved for myself. I was quite contented and quite happy. Still, that Ada might be thinking, for me, though I had abandoned all such thoughts, of what once was, but was now all changed, seemed so easy to believe that I believed it. What could I do to reassure my darling, I considered then, and show her that I had no such feelings? Well, I could only be as brisk and busy as possible, and that I had tried to be all along. However, as Caddy's illness had certainly interfered more or less with my home duties, though I had always been there in the morning to make my guardian's breakfast, and he had 100 times laughed and said there must be 2 little women, for his little woman was never missing, I resolved to be doubly diligent and gay. So I went about the house humming all the tunes I knew, and I sat working and working in a desperate manner, and I talked and talked, morning, noon, and night, and still there was the same shade between me and my darling.
"So, Dame Trot,"
observed my guardian, shutting up his book one night when we were all three together.
So Woodcourt has restored Caddy Jellyby to the full enjoyment of life again?
Yes, I said, and to be repaid by such gratitude as hers is to be made rich, guardian.
I wish it was,
he returned.
With all my heart.
So did I too, for that matter. I said so.
Aye, we would make him as rich as a Jew if we knew how, would we not, little woman?
I laughed as I worked, and replied that I was not sure about that, for it might spoil him, and he might not be so useful, and there might be many who could ill spare him, as Miss Flite and Caddy herself and many others.
True,
said my guardian.
I had forgotten that. But we would agree to make him rich enough to live, I suppose, rich enough to work with tolerable peace of mind, rich enough to have his own happy home and his own household gods and household goddess too, perhaps.
That was quite another thing, I said. We must all agree in that.
To be sure,
said my guardian.
All of us. I have a great regard for Woodcourt, a high esteem for him, and I have been sounding him delicately about his plans. It is difficult to offer aid to an independent man with that just kind of pride which he possesses, and yet I would be glad to do it if I might, or if I knew how. He seems half inclined for another voyage, but that appears like casting such a man away.
It might open a new world to him, said I.
So it might, my little woman.
My guardian assented.
I doubt if he expects much of the old world. Do you know, I have fancied that he sometimes feels some particular disappointment or misfortune encountered in it. You never heard of anything of that sort?
I shook my head. Said my guardian.
I am mistaken, I dare say.
As there was a little pause here, which I thought, for my dear girl's satisfaction, had better be filled up, I hummed an air as I worked, which was a favourite with my guardian. "And do you think Mr. Woodcourt will make another voyage?" I asked him when I had hummed it quietly all through.
I don't quite know what to think, my dear, but I should say it was likely at present that he will give a long trip to another country.
"I am sure he will take the best wishes of all our hearts with him wherever he goes," said I, "and though they are not riches, he will never be the poorer for them, guardian, at least."
"Never, little woman,"
he replied. I was sitting in my usual place, which was now beside my guardian's chair. That had not been my usual place before the letter, but it was now. I looked up to Ada, who was sitting opposite, and I saw, as she looked at me, that her eyes were filled with tears, and that tears were falling down her face. I felt that I had only to be placid and merry once for all to undeceive my dear and set her loving heart at rest. I really was so, and I had nothing to do but be myself. So I made my sweet girl lean upon my shoulder, how little thinking what was heavy on her mind, and I said she was not quite well, and put my arm about her and took her upstairs. When we were in our own room, and when she might perhaps have told me what I was so unprepared to hear, I gave her no encouragement to confide in me. I never thought she stood in need of it. "Oh, my dear good Esther," said Ada, "if I could only make up my mind to speak to you and my cousin John when you are together." "Why, my love," I remonstrated, "Ada, why should you not speak to us?" Ada only dropped her head and pressed me closer to her heart. "You surely don't forget my beauty," said I, smiling, "what quiet, old-fashioned people we are, and how I have settled down to be the discreetest of dames. You don't forget how happily and peacefully my life is all marked out for me, and by whom. I am certain that you don't forget by what a noble character, Ada. That can never be." "No, never, Esther." "Why then, my dear," said I, There can be nothing amiss. And why should you not speak to us?" "Nothing amiss, Esther," returned Ada. "Oh, when I think of all these years, and of all his fatherly care and kindness, and of the old relations among us, and of you, what shall I do? What shall I do?" I looked at my child in some wonder, but I thought it better not to answer otherwise than by cheering her, and so I turned off into many little recollections of our life together and prevented her from saying more. When she lay down to sleep, and not before, I returned to my guardian to say good night, and then I came back to Ada and sat near her for a little while. She was asleep, and I thought as I looked at her that she was a little changed. I had thought so more than once lately. I could not decide, even looking at her while she was unconscious, how she was changed, but something in the familiar beauty of her face looked different to me. My guardian's old hopes of her and Richard arose sorrowfully in my mind, and I said to myself, "She has been anxious about him," and I wondered how that love would end. When I had come home from Caddy's while she was ill, I had often found Ada at work, and she had always put her work away, and I had never known what it was. Some of it now lay in a drawer near her, which was not quite closed. I did not open the drawer, but I still rather wondered what the work could be, for it was evidently nothing for herself. And I noticed, as I kissed my dear, that she lay with one hand under her pillow, so that it was hidden. How much less amiable I must have been than they thought me! How much less amiable than I thought myself, to be so preoccupied with my own cheerfulness and contentment as to think that it only rested with me to put my dear girl right and set her mind at peace. But I lay down, self-deceived, in that belief, and I awoke in it next day to find that there was still the same shade between me and my darling. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 51. Enlightened. When Mr. Woodcourt arrived in London, he went that very same day to Mr. Vholes's in Symond's Inn, for he never once, from the moment when I entreated him to be a friend to Richard, neglected or forgot his promise. He had told me that he accepted the charge as a sacred trust, and he was ever true to it in that spirit. He found Mr. Vholes in his office and informed Mr. Vholes of his agreement with Richard that he should call there to learn his address.
"Just so, sir,"
said Mr. Vholes.
"Mr. C.'s address is not 100 miles from here, sir. Mr. C.'s address is not 100 miles from here. Would you take a seat, sir?"
Mr. Woodcourt thanked Mr. Vholes, but he had no business with him beyond what he had mentioned.
"Just so, sir. I believe, sir,"
said Mr. Vholes, still quietly insisting on the seat by not giving the address,
"that you have influence with Mr. C. Indeed, I am aware that you have." "I was not aware of it myself," returned Mr. Woodcourt, "but I suppose you know best." "Sir,"
rejoined Mr. Vholes, self-contained as usual, voice and all,
"it is part of my professional duty to know best. It is a part of my professional duty to study and to understand a gentleman who confides his interests to me. In my professional duty I shall not be wanting, sir, if I know it. I may, with the best intentions, be wanting in it, without knowing it, but not if I know it, sir."
Mr. Woodcourt again mentioned the address.
"Give me leave, sir,"
said Mr. Vholes.
"Bear with me for a moment, sir. Mr. C. is playing for a considerable stake and cannot play without. Need I say what? Money, I presume?" "Sir," said Mr. Vholes, "to be honest with you, honesty being my golden rule, whether I gain by it or lose, and I find that I generally lose, money is the word. Now, sir, upon the chances of Mr. C.'s game I express to you no opinion. No opinion. It might be highly impolitic in Mr. C., after playing so long and so high, to leave off. It might be the reverse. I say nothing. No, sir," said Mr. Vholes, bringing his hand flat down upon his desk in a positive manner. "Nothing." "You seem to forget," returned Mr. Woodcourt, "that I ask you to say nothing and have no interest in anything you say." "Pardon me, sir," retorted Mr. Vholes. "You do yourself an injustice. No, sir, pardon me. You shall not in my office, if I know it, do yourself an injustice. You are interested in anything and in everything that relates to your friend. I know human nature much better, sir, than to admit for an instant that a gentleman of your appearance is not interested in whatever concerns his friend." "Well," replied Mr. Woodcourt, "that may be. I am particularly interested in his address." "The number, sir," said Mr. Vholes parenthetically, "I believe I have already mentioned. If Mr. C. is to continue to play for this considerable stake, sir, he must have funds. Understand me. There are funds in hand at present. I ask for nothing. There are funds in hand. But for the onward play more funds must be provided, unless Mr. C. is to throw away what he has already ventured, which is wholly and solely a point for his consideration. This, sir, I take the opportunity of stating openly to you as the friend of Mr. C. Without funds I shall always be happy to appear and act for Mr. C. to the extent of all such costs as are safe to be allowed out of the estate, not beyond that. I could not go beyond that, sir, without wronging some one. I must either wrong my 3 dear girls or my venerable father, who is entirely dependent on me in the Vale of Taunton, or some one. Whereas, sir, my resolution is, call it weakness or folly if you please, to wrong no one." Mr. Woodcourt rather sternly rejoined that he was glad to hear it. "I wish, sir," said Mr. Vholes, "to leave a good name behind me. Therefore I take every opportunity of openly stating to a friend of Mr. C. how Mr. C. is situated. As to myself, sir, the labourer is worthy of his hire. If I undertake to put my shoulder to the wheel, I do it, and I earn what I get. I am here for that purpose. My name is painted on the door outside with that object." "And Mr. Carstone's address, Mr. Vholes?" "Sir," returned Mr. Vholes, "as I believe I have already mentioned, it is next door. On the second story you will find Mr. C.'s apartments. Mr. C. desires to be near his professional adviser, and I am far from objecting, for I court inquiry." Upon this, Mr. Woodcourt wished Mr. Vholes good day and went in search of Richard, the change in whose appearance he began to understand now but too well. He found him in a dull room, fadedly furnished, much as I had found him in his barrack-room but a little while before, except that he was not writing, but was sitting with a book before him from which his eyes and thoughts were far astray. As the door chanced to be standing open, Mr. Woodcourt was in his presence for some moments without being perceived, and he told me that he never could forget the haggardness of his face and the dejection of his manner before he was aroused from his dream.
"Woodcourt, my dear fellow,"
cried Richard, starting up with extended hands,
"you come upon my vision like a ghost." "A friendly one," he replied, "and only waiting, as they say ghosts do, to be addressed. How does the mortal world go?" They were seated now, near together.
"Badly enough, and slowly enough,"
said Richard.
"Speaking at least for my part of it."
"What part is that?"
"The Chancery part.
I never heard," returned Mr. Woodcourt, shaking his head, "of its going well yet." "Nor I," said Richard moodily. "Who ever did?" He brightened again in a moment and said with his natural openness, "Woodcourt, I should be very sorry to be misunderstood by you, even if I gained by it in your estimation. You must know that I have done no good this long time. I have not intended to do much harm, but I seem to have been capable of nothing else. It may be that I should have done better by keeping out of the net into which my destiny has worked me, but I think not, though I dare say you will soon hear, if you have not already heard, a very different opinion. To make short of a long story, I am afraid I have wanted an object, but I have an object now, or it has me, and it is too late to discuss it. Take me as I am, and make the best of me." "A bargain," said Mr. Woodcourt. "Do as much by me in return." "Oh, you!" returned Richard. "You can pursue your art for its own sake, and can put your hand upon the plough and never turn, and can strike a purpose out of anything. You and I are very different creatures." He spoke regretfully and lapsed for a moment into his weary condition. "Ah, well, well!" he cried, shaking it off. "Everything has an end. We shall see. So you will take me as I am and make the best of me." "Aye, indeed I will." They shook hands upon it laughingly, but in deep earnestness. I can answer for one of them with my heart of hearts. "You come as a godsend," said Richard, "for I have seen nobody here yet but Vholes. Woodcourt, there is one subject I should like to mention, for once and for all, in the beginning of our treaty. You can hardly make the best of me if I don't. You know, I dare say, that I have an attachment to my cousin Ada." Mr. Woodcourt replied that I had hinted as much to him. "Now, pray," returned Richard, "don't think me a heap of selfishness. Don't suppose that I am splitting my head and half breaking my heart over this miserable Chancery suit for my own rights and interests alone. Ada's are bound up with mine, and they can't be separated. Vholes works for both of us. Do think of that." He was so very solicitous on this head that Mr. Woodcourt gave him the strongest assurances that he did him no injustice. "You see," said Richard, with something pathetic in his manner of lingering on the point, though it was off-hand and unstudied, "to an upright fellow like you, bringing a friendly face like yours here, I cannot bear the thought of appearing selfish and mean. I want to see Ada righted, Woodcourt, as well as myself. I want to do my utmost to right her as well as myself. I venture what I can scrape together to extricate her as well as myself. Do, I beseech you, think of that." Afterwards, when Mr. Woodcourt came to reflect on what had passed, he was so very much impressed by the strength of Richard's anxiety on this point that in telling me generally of his first visit to Symond's Inn, he particularly dwelt upon it. It revived a fear I had had before, that my dear girl's little property would be absorbed by Mr. Vholes, and that Richard's justification to himself would be sincerely this. It was just as I began to take care of Caddy that the interview took place, and I now return to the time when Caddy had recovered and the shade was still between me and my darling. I proposed to Ada that morning that we should go and see Richard. It a little surprised me to find that she hesitated and was not so radiantly willing as I had expected. "My dear," said I, "you have not had any difference with Richard since I have been so much away?" "No, Esther." "Not heard of him, perhaps?" said I. "Yes, I have heard of him," said Ada. Such tears in her eyes and such love in her face, I could not make my darling out. Should I go to Richard's by myself? I said. No, Ada thought I had better not go by myself. Would she go with me? Yes, Ada thought she had better go with me. Should we go now?
Yes, let us go now. Well, I could not understand my darling, with the tears in her eyes and the love in her face. We were soon equipped and went out. It was a sombre day, and drops of chill rain fell at intervals. It was one of those colourless days when everything looks heavy and harsh. The houses frowned at us, the dust rose at us, the smoke swooped at us. Nothing made any compromise about itself or wore softened aspect. I fancied my beautiful girl quite out of place in the rugged streets, and I thought there were more funerals passing along the dismal pavements than I had ever seen before. We had first to find out Simon's Inn. We were going to inquire in a shop when Ada said she thought it was near Chancery Lane. "We are not likely to be far out, my love, if we go in that direction," said I. So to Chancery Lane we went, and there, sure enough, we saw it written up, Simon's Inn. We had next to find out the number. Or Mr. Vholes's office will do, I recollected, for Mr. Vholes's office is next door. Upon which Ada said, perhaps that was Mr. Vholes's office in the corner there. And it really was. Then came the question, which of the two next doors? I was going for one, and my darling was going for the other, and my darling was right again. So up we went to the second story, when we came to Richard's name in great white letters on a hearse-like panel. I should have knocked, but Ada said perhaps we had better turn the handle and go in. Thus we came to Richard, poring over a table covered with dusty bundles of papers, which seemed to me like dusty mirrors, reflecting his own mind. Wherever I looked, I saw the ominous words that ran in it repeated, Jarndyce and Jarndyce. He received us very affectionately, and we sat down.
"If you had come a little earlier," he said, "you would have found Woodcourt here. There never was such a good fellow as Woodcourt is. He finds time to look in between whiles when anybody else with half his work to do would be thinking about not being able to come. And he is so cheery, so fresh, so sensible, so earnest, so everything that I am not, that the place brightens whenever he comes, and darkens whenever he goes again." God bless him, I thought, for his truth to me. "He is not so sanguine, Ada," continued Richard, casting his dejected look over the bundles of papers, "as Vholes and I are usually. But he is only an outsider, and is not in the mysteries. We have gone into them, and he has not. He can't be expected to know much of such a labyrinth."
As his look wandered over the papers again, and he passed his two hands over his head, I noticed how sunken and how large his eyes appeared, how dry his lips were, and how his finger-nails were all bitten away. "Is this a healthy place to live in, Richard, do you think?" said I.
"Why, my dear Minerva,"
answered Richard with his old gay laugh,
"it is neither a rural nor a cheerful place, and when the sun shines here you may lay a pretty heavy wager that it is shining brightly in an open spot. But it's well enough for the time. It's near the offices and near Vholes."
"Perhaps," I hinted, "a change from both?"
"Might do me good,"
said Richard, forcing a laugh as he finished the sentence.
"I shouldn't wonder. But it can only come in one way now. In one of two ways, I should rather say. Either the suit must be ended, Esther, or the suitor. But it shall be the suit, my dear girl. The suit, my dear girl."
These latter words were addressed to Ada, who was sitting nearest to him. Her face being turned away from me and towards him, I could not see it.
"We are doing very well,"
pursued Richard.
"Vholes will tell you so. We are really spinning along. Ask Vholes. We are giving them no rest. Vholes knows all their windings and turnings, and we are upon them everywhere. We have astonished them already. We shall rouse up that nest of sleepers, mark my words." His hopefulness had long been more painful to me than his despondency. It was so unlike hopefulness, had something so fierce in its determination to be it,
was so hungry and eager, and yet so conscious of being forced and unsustainable, that it had long touched me to the heart. But the commentary upon it now, indelibly written in his handsome face, made it far more distressing than it used to be. I say indelibly, for I felt persuaded that if the fatal cause could have been for ever terminated, according to his brightest visions, in that same hour, the traces of the premature anxiety, self-reproach, and disappointment it had occasioned him would have remained upon his features to the hour of his death.
"The sight of our dear little woman,"
said Richard, Ada still remaining silent and quiet,
"is so natural to me, and her compassionate face is so like the face of old days."
"Ah, no, no!" I smiled and shook my head.
"So exactly like the face of old days,"
said Richard in his cordial voice, and taking my hand with the brotherly regard which nothing ever changed,
"that I can't make pretences with her. I fluctuate a little, that's the truth. Sometimes I hope, my dear, and sometimes I don't quite despair, but nearly. I get," said Richard, relinquishing my hand gently and walking across the room, "so tired."
He took a few turns up and down and sunk upon the sofa.
"I get,"
he repeated gloomily,
"so tired. It is such weary, weary work."
He was leaning on his arm, saying these words in a meditative voice and looking at the ground, when my darling rose, put off her bonnet, kneeled down beside him with her golden hair falling like sunlight on his head, clasped her two arms round his neck, and turned her face to me. Oh, what a loving and devoted face I saw!
"Esther, dear,"
she said very quietly,
"I am not going home again."
A light shone in upon me all at once.
"Never any more.
I am going to stay with my dear husband. We have been married above 2 months. Go home without me, my own Esther. I shall never go home any more." With these words, my darling drew his head down on her breast and held it there. And if ever in my life I saw a love that nothing but death could change, I saw it then before me.
"Speak to Esther, my dearest,"
said Richard, breaking the silence presently.
"Tell her how it was."
I met her before she could come to me and folded her in my arms. We neither of us spoke, but with her cheek against my own, I wanted to hear nothing. "My pet," said I, "my love, my poor, poor girl!" I pitied her so much. I was very fond of Richard, but the impulse that I had upon me was to pity her so much.
"Esther, will you forgive me? Will my cousin John forgive me?"
"My dear," said I, "to doubt it for a moment is to do him a great wrong. And as to me, why, as to me, what had I to forgive?" I dried my sobbing darling's eyes and sat beside her on the sofa, and Richard sat on my other side. And while I was reminded of that so different night when they had first taken me into their confidence and had gone on in their own wild happy way, they told me between them how it was. "All I had was Richard's," Ada said, "and Richard would not take it, Esther. And what could I do but be his wife when I loved him dearly?"
"And you were so fully and so kindly occupied, excellent Dame Durden,"
said Richard,
"that how could we speak to you at such a time? And besides, it was not a long considered step. We went out one morning and were married."
"And when it was done, Esther," said my darling, "I was always thinking how to tell you and what to do for the best. and sometimes I thought you ought to know it directly, and sometimes I thought you ought not to know it, and keep it from my cousin John, and I could not tell what to do. I fretted very much. How selfish I must have been not to have thought of this before! I don't know what I said now. I was so sorry, and yet I was so fond of them and so glad that they were fond of me. I pitied them so much, and yet I felt a kind of pride in their loving one another. I never had experienced such painful and pleasurable emotion at one time, and in my own heart I did not know which predominated. But I was not there to darken their way. I did not do that. When I was less foolish and more composed, my darling took her wedding ring from her bosom and kissed it and put it on. Then I remembered last night, and told Richard that ever since her marriage she had worn it at night when there was no one to see. Then Ada blushingly asked me, how did I know that, my dear? Then I told Ada how I had seen her hand concealed under her pillow, and had little thought why, my dear. Then they began telling me how it was, all over again, and I began to be sorry and glad again and foolish again, and to hide my plain old face as much as I could, lest I should put them out of heart. Thus the time went on until it became necessary for me to think of returning. When that time arrived, it was the worst of all, for then my darling completely broke down. She clung round my neck, calling me by every dear name she could think of, and saying what she should do without me. Nor was Richard much better, and as for me, I should have been the worst of the three, if I had not severely said to myself, "Now, Esther, if you do, I'll never speak to you again." "Why, I declare," said I never saw such a wife. I don't think she loves her husband at all. Here, Richard, take my child, for goodness' sake." But I held her tight all the while, and could have wept over her, I don't know how long. "I give this dear young couple notice," said I, "that I am only going away to come back to-morrow, and that I shall be always coming backwards and forwards until Simon's Inn is tired of the sight of me. So I shall not say good-bye, Richard, for what would be the use of that, you know, when I am coming back so soon?" I had given my darling to him now, and I meant to go, but I lingered for one more look of the precious face, which it seemed to rive my heart to turn from. So I said, in a merry, bustling manner, that unless they gave me some encouragement to come back, I was not sure that I could take that liberty. Upon which my dear girl looked up, faintly smiling through her tears, and I folded her lovely face between my hands, and gave it one last kiss, and laughed, and ran away. And when I got downstairs, oh, how I cried! It almost seemed to me that I had lost my Ada for ever. I was so lonely and so blank without her, and it was so desolate to be going home, with no hope of seeing her there, that I could get no comfort for a little while, as I walked up and down in a dim corner, sobbing and crying. I came to myself by and by, after a little scolding, and took a coach home. The poor boy whom I had found at St. Albans had reappeared a short time before, and was lying at the point of death. Indeed, was then dead, though I did not know it. My guardian had gone out to inquire about him, and did not return to dinner. Being quite alone, I cried a little again, though on the whole I don't think I behaved so very, very ill. It was only natural that I should not be quite accustomed to the loss of my darling yet. 3 or 4 hours were not a long time after years, but my mind dwelt so much upon the uncongenial scene in which I had left her, and I pictured it as such an overshadowed, stony-hearted one, and I so longed to be near her and taking some sort of care of her, that I determined to go back in the evening only to look up at her windows. It was foolish, I dare say, but it did not then seem at all so to me, and it does not seem quite so even now. I took Charley into my confidence, and we went out at dusk. It was dark when we came to the new strange home of my dear girl, and there was a light behind the yellow blinds. We walked past cautiously 3 or 4 times, looking up and narrowly missed encountering Mr. Vholes, who came out of his office while we were there and turned his head to look up too before going home. The sight of his lank black figure and the lonesome air of that nook in the dark were favourable to the state of my mind. I thought of the youth and love and beauty of my dear girl, shut up in such an ill-assorted refuge, almost as if it were a cruel place. It was very solitary and very dull, and I did not doubt that I might safely steal upstairs. I left Charley below and went up with a light foot, not distressed by any glare from the feeble oil-lanterns on the way. I listened for a few moments, and in the musty rotting silence of the house believed that I could hear the murmur of their young voices. I put my lips to the hearse-like panel of the door as a kiss for my dear, and came quietly down again, thinking that one of these days I would confess to the visit. And it really did me good, for though nobody but Charley and I knew anything about it, I somehow felt as if it had diminished the separation between Ada and me and had brought us together again for those moments. I went back, not quite accustomed yet to the change, but all the better for that hovering about my darling. My guardian had come home and was standing thoughtfully by the dark window. When I went in, his face cleared and he came to his seat, but he caught the light upon my face as I took mine.
"Little woman,"
said he,
"you have been crying?"
"Why, yes, guardian," said I. "I'm afraid I have been a little. Ada has been in such distress and is so very sorry, guardian." I put my arm in the back of his chair, and I saw in his glance that my words and my look at her empty place had prepared him.
"Is she married, my dear?"
I told him all about it, and how her first entreaties had referred to his forgiveness.
"She has no need of it,"
said he.
"Heaven bless her and her husband."
But just as my first impulse had been to pity her, so was his.
Poor girl, poor girl, poor Rick, poor Ada.
Neither of us spoke after that, until he said with a sigh,
Well, well, my dear, Bleak House is thinning fast."
"But its mistress remains, guardian." Though I was timid about saying it, I ventured because of the sorrowful tone in which he had spoken. "She will do all she can to make it happy," said I.
"She will succeed, my love."
The letter had made no difference between us, except that the seat by his side had come to be mine. It made none now. He turned his old bright fatherly look upon me, laid his hand on my hand in his old way, and said again,
"She will succeed, my dear. Nevertheless, Bleak House is thinning fast. Oh, little woman!"
I was sorry presently that this was all we said about that. I was rather disappointed. I feared I might not quite have been all I had meant to be since the letter and the answer.
End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 52. Obstinacy. But one other day had intervened when, early in the morning, as we were going to breakfast, Mr. Woodcourt came in haste with the astounding news that a terrible murder had been committed for which Mr. George had been apprehended and was in custody. When he told us that a large reward was offered by Sir Leicester Dedlock for the murderer's apprehension, I did not, in my first consternation, understand why, but a few more words explained to me that the murdered person was Sir Leicester's lawyer,
and immediately my mother's dread of him rushed into my remembrance. This unforeseen and violent removal of one whom she had long watched and distrusted, and who had long watched and distrusted her, one for whom she could have had few intervals of kindness, always dreading in him a dangerous and secret enemy, appeared so awful that my first thoughts were of her. How appalling to hear of such a death, and be able to feel no pity! How dreadful to remember, perhaps, that she had sometimes even wished the old man away, who was so swiftly hurried out of life! Such crowding reflections, increasing the distress and fear I always felt when the name was mentioned, made me so agitated that I could scarcely hold my place at the table. I was quite unable to follow the conversation until I had had a little time to recover. But when I came to myself and saw how shocked my guardian was, and found that they were earnestly speaking of the suspected man, and recalling every favourable impression we had formed of him out of the good we had known of him, my interest and my fears were so strongly aroused in his behalf that I was quite set up again. "Guardian, you don't think it possible that he is justly accused?"
My dear, I can't think so. This man, whom we have seen so open-hearted and compassionate, who with the might of a giant has the gentleness of a child, who looks as brave a fellow as ever lived and is so simple and quiet with it, this man justly accused for such a crime? I can't believe it. It's not that I don't or I won't. I can't.
"And I can't," said Mr. Woodcourt. "Still, whatever we believe or know of him, we had better not forget that some appearances are against him. He bore an animosity towards the deceased gentleman. He has openly mentioned it in many places. He is said to have expressed himself violently towards him, and he certainly did about him to my knowledge. He admits that he was alone on the scene of the murder within a few minutes of its commission. I sincerely believe him to be as innocent of any participation in it as I am. But these are all reasons for suspicion falling upon him." "True," said my guardian, and he added, turning to me, "it would be doing him a very bad service, my dear, to shut our eyes to the truth in any of these respects." I felt, of course, that we must admit, not only to ourselves but to others, the full force of the circumstances against him, yet I knew withal, I could not help saying, that their weight would not induce us to desert him in his need.
"Heaven forbid!"
returned my guardian.
"We will stand by him as he himself stood by the two poor creatures who are gone."
He meant Mr. Gridley and the boy, to both of whom Mr. George had given shelter. Mr. Woodcourt then told us that the trooper's man had been with him before day, after wandering about the streets all night like a distracted creature, that one of the trooper's first anxieties was that we should not suppose him guilty, that he had charged his messenger to represent his perfect innocence with every solemn assurance he could send us, that Mr. Woodcourt had only quieted the man by undertaking to come to our house very early in the morning with these representations. He added that he was now upon his way to see the prisoner himself. My guardian said directly he would go too. Now, besides that I liked the retired soldier very much and that he liked me, I had that secret interest in what had happened which was only known to my guardian. I felt as if it came close and near to me. It seemed to become personally important to myself that the truth should be discovered and that no innocent people should be suspected, for suspicion, once run wild, might run wilder. In a word, I felt as if it were my duty and obligation to go with them. My guardian did not seek to dissuade me, and I went. It was a large prison, with many courts and passages, so like one another and so uniformly paved that I seemed to gain a new comprehension, as I passed along, of the fondness that solitary prisoners shut up among the same staring walls from year to year have had, as I have read, for a weed or a stray blade of glass. In an arched room by himself, like a cellar upstairs, with walls so glaringly white that they made the massive iron window bars and iron-bound door even more profoundly black than they were, we found the trooper standing in a corner. He had been sitting on a bench there and had risen when he heard the locks and bolts turn. When he saw us, he came forward a step with his usual heavy tread, and there stopped and made a slight bow. But as I still advanced, putting out my hand to him, he understood us in a moment.
"This is a load off my mind, I do assure you, miss and gentlemen,"
said he, saluting us with great heartiness and drawing a long breath.
"And now I don't so much care how it ends."
He scarcely seemed to be the prisoner. What with his coolness and his soldierly bearing, he looked far more like the prison guard.
"This is even a rougher place than my gallery to receive a lady in,"
said Mr. George,
"but I know Miss Summerson will make the best of it."
As he handed me to the bench on which he had been sitting, I sat down, which seemed to give him great satisfaction.
"I thank you, miss,"
said he.
"Now, George,"
observed my guardian,
"as we require no new assurances on your part, so I believe we need to give you none on ours."
"Not at all, sir. I thank you with all my heart. If I was not innocent of this crime, I couldn't look at you and keep my secret to myself under the condescension of the present visit. I feel the present visit very much. I am not one of the eloquent sort, but I feel it, Miss Summerson and gentlemen, deeply."
He laid his hand for a moment on his broad chest and bent his head to us. Although he squared himself again directly, he expressed a great amount of natural emotion by these simple means.
"First,"
said my guardian,
"can we do anything for your personal comfort, George?"
"For which, sir?"
he inquired, clearing his throat.
"For your personal comfort. Is there anything you want that would lessen the hardship of this confinement?"
"Well, sir,"
replied George after a little cogitation,
"I am equally obliged to you, but tobacco being against the rules, I can't say that there is."
"You will think of many little things, perhaps, by and by. Whenever you do, George, let us know."
"Thank you, sir. Howsoever,"
observed Mr. George with one of his sunburnt smiles,
"a man who has been knocking about the world in a vagabond kind of a way as long as I have gets on well enough in a place like the present, so far as that goes."
"Next, as to your case,"
observed my guardian.
"Exactly so, sir,"
returned Mr. George, folding his arms upon his breast with perfect self-possession and a little curiosity.
"How does it stand now?"
"Why, sir, it is under remand at present. Bucket gives me to understand that he will probably apply for a series of remands from time to time until the case is more complete. How it is to be made more complete, I don't myself see, but I dare say Bucket will manage it somehow."
"Why, heaven save us, man!"
exclaimed my guardian, surprised into his old oddity and vehemence.
"You talk of yourself as if you were somebody else."
"Oh, no offence, sir," said Mr. George.
"I'm very sensible of your kindness, but I don't see how an innocent man is to make up his mind to this kind of thing without knocking his head against the walls, unless he takes it in that point of view."
"That is true enough to a certain extent,"
returned my guardian, softened.
"But, my good fellow, even an innocent man must take ordinary precautions to defend himself."
"Certainly, sir, and I have done so. I have stated to the magistrates, gentlemen, I am as innocent of this charge as yourselves. What has been stated against me in the way of facts is perfectly true. I know no more about it. I intend to continue stating that, sir. What more can I do? It's the truth."
"But the mere truth won't do,"
rejoined my guardian.
"Won't it indeed, sir? Rather a bad look-out for me," Mr. George good-humouredly observed.
"You must have a lawyer."
pursued my guardian.
We must engage a good one for you. I ask your pardon, sir,
said Mr. George with a step backward.
I'm equally obliged, but I must decidedly beg to be excused from anything of that sort. You won't have a lawyer? No, sir.
Mr. George shook his head in the most emphatic manner.
I thank you all the same, sir, but no lawyer. Why not? I don't take kindly to the breed,
said Mr. George.
Gridley didn't. And, if you'll excuse my saying so much, I should hardly have thought you did yourself, sir. That's equity,
my guardian explained, a little at a loss.
That's equity, George. Is it indeed, sir?
Returned the trooper in his off-hand manner.
I am not acquainted with those shades of names myself, but in a general way I object to the breed.
Unfolding his arms and changing his position, he stood with one massive hand upon the table and the other on his hip, as complete a picture of a man who is not to be moved from a fixed purpose as ever I saw. It was in vain that we all three talked to him and endeavoured to persuade him. He listened with that gentleness which went so well with his bluff bearing, but was evidently no more shaken by our representations than his place of confinement was. "Pray think once more, Mr. George," said I. "Have you no wish in reference to your case?"
I certainly could wish it to be tried, miss,
he returned,
by court-martial, but that is out of the question, as I am well aware. If you will be so good as to favour me with your attention for a couple of minutes, miss, not more, I'll endeavour to explain myself as clearly as I can.
He looked at us all three in turn, shook his head a little as if he were adjusting it in the stock and collar of a tight uniform, and after a moment's reflection went on.
You see, miss, I've been handcuffed and taken into custody and brought here. I am marked and disgraced man, and here I am. My shooting gallery is rummaged, high and low, by Bucket. Such property as I have, 'tis small, is turned this way and that till it don't know itself, and, as aforesaid, here I am. I don't particularly complain of that, though I am in these present quarters through no immediately preceding fault of mine. I can very well understand that if I hadn't gone into the vagabond way in my youth, this wouldn't have happened. It has happened. Then comes the question how to meet it.
He rubbed his swarthy forehead for a moment with a good-humoured look and said apologetically, I'm such a short-winded talker that I must think a bit. Having thought a bit, he looked up again and resumed. How to meet it. Now, the unfortunate deceased was himself a lawyer and had a pretty tight hold of me. I don't wish to rake up his ashes, but he had, what I should call, if he was living, a devil of a tight hold of me. I don't like his trade, the better for that. If I had kept clear of his trade, I should have kept outside this place, but that's not what I mean. Now, suppose I had killed him. Suppose I really had discharged into his body any one of those pistols recently fired off that Bucket has found at my place, and dear me, might have found there any day, since it has been my place. What should I have done? As soon as I was hard and fast here? Got a lawyer? He stopped on hearing someone at the locks and bolts, and did not resume until the door had been opened and was shut again. For what purpose opened, I will mention presently. I should have got a lawyer, and he would have said, as I have often read in the newspapers, my client says nothing, my client reserves his defence, my client this, that, and t'other. Well, 'tis not the custom of that breed to go straight, according to my opinion, or to think that other men do. Say I am innocent, and I get a lawyer. He would be as likely to believe me guilty as not, perhaps more. What would he do? Whether or not? Act as if I was, shut up my mouth, tell me not to commit myself, keep circumstances back, chop the evidence small, quibble, and get me off perhaps. But, Miss Summerson, do I care for getting off in that way, or would I rather be hanged in my own way?
if you'll excuse my mentioning anything so disagreeable to a lady."
He had warmed into his subject now and was under no further necessity to wait a bit.
"I would rather be hanged in my own way, and I mean to be. I don't intend to say,"
looking round upon us with his powerful arms akimbo and his dark eyebrows raised,
"that I am more partial to being hanged than another man. What I say is, I must come off clear and full, or not at all. Therefore, when I hear stated against me what is true, I say it's true. And when they tell me whatever you say will be used, I tell them I don't mind that. I mean it to be used. If they can't make me innocent out of the whole truth, they're not likely to do it out of anything less, or anything else. And if they are, it's worth nothing to me."
Taking a pace or two over the stone floor, he came back to the table and finished what he had to say.
"I thank you, miss, and gentlemen, both, many times for your attention, and many times more for your interest. That's the plain state of the matter, as it points itself out to a mere trooper with a blunt broadsword kind of a mind. I've never done well in life beyond my duty as a soldier, and if the worst comes after all, I shall reap pretty much as I have sown. When I got over the first crash of being seized as a murderer, it don't take a rover who has knocked about so much as myself so very long to recover from a crash. I worked my way round to what you find me now. As such, I shall remain. No relations will be disgraced by me or made unhappy for me, and that's all I've got to say."
The door had been opened to admit another soldier-looking man of less prepossessing appearance at first sight, and a weather-tanned, bright-eyed, wholesome woman with a basket, who, from her entrance, had been exceedingly attentive to all Mr. George had said. Mr. George had received them with a familiar nod and a friendly look, but without any more particular greeting in the midst of his address. He now shook them cordially by the hand and said, "Miss Summerson and gentlemen, this is an old comrade of mine, Matthew Bagnet, and this is his wife, Mrs. Bagnet." Mr. Bagnet made us a stiff military bow, and Mrs. Bagnet dropped us a curtsy.
"Real good friends of mine they are,"
said Mr. George.
"It was at their house I was taken." "With a second-hand violoncello,"
Mr. Bagnet put in, twitching his head angrily,
"of a good tone for a friend that money was no object to." "Matt,"
said Mr. George,
"you have heard pretty well all I have been saying to this lady and these two gentlemen. I know it meets your approval."
Mr. Bagnet, after considering, referred the point to his wife.
"Old girl,"
said he,
"tell 'em whether or not it meets my approval."
"Why, George!" exclaimed Mrs. Bagnet, who had been unpacking her basket, in which there was a piece of cold pickled pork, a little tea and sugar, and a brown loaf. "You ought to know it don't. You ought to know it enough to drive a person wild to hear you. You won't be got off this way, and you won't be got off that way. What do you mean by such picking and choosing? It's stuff and nonsense, George."
"Don't be severe upon me in my misfortunes, Mrs. Bagnet," said the trooper lightly.
"Oh, bother your misfortunes!" cried Mrs. Bagnet. "If they don't make you more reasonable than that comes to. I never was so ashamed in my life to hear a man talk folly as I have been to hear you talk this day to the present company. Lawyers? Why, what but too many crooks should hinder you from having a dozen lawyers if the gentlemen recommend them to you?"
"This is a very sensible woman,"
said my guardian.
"I hope you will persuade him, Mrs. Bagnet."
"Persuade him, sir?" she returned. "Lord bless you, no. You don't know George. Now there!" Mrs. Bagnet left her basket to point him out with both her bare brown hands. "There he stands, as self-willed and as determined a man in the wrong way as ever put a human creature under heaven out of patience. You could as soon take up and shoulder an 8 and 40 pounder by your own strength as turn that man when he has got a thing into his head and fixed it there." "Why, don't I know him?" cried Mrs. Bagnet. "Don't I know you, George? You don't mean to set up for a new character with me after all these years, I hope?" Her friendly indignation had an exemplary effect upon her husband, who shook his head at the trooper several times as a silent recommendation to him to yield. Between whiles Mrs. Bagnet looked at me, and I understood from the play of her eyes that she wished me to do something, though I did not comprehend what. "But I've given up talking to you, old fellow, years and years," said Mrs. Bagnet as she blew a little dust off the pickled pork, looking at me again. "And when ladies and gentlemen know you as well as I do, they'll give up talking to you too. If you are not too headstrong to accept a bit of dinner, here it is."
"I accept it with many thanks,"
returned the trooper. "Do you, though, indeed?" said Mrs. Bagnet, continuing to grumble on good-humouredly. "I'm sure I'm surprised at that. I wonder you don't starve in your own way also. It would only be like you. Perhaps you'll set your mind upon that next." Here she again looked at me, and I now perceived from her glances at the door and at me by turns that she wished us to retire and to await her, following us outside the prison. Communicating this by similar means to my guardian and Mr. Woodcourt, I rose. "We hope you will think better of it, Mr. George," said I, "and we shall come to see you again, trusting to find you more reasonable."
"More grateful, Miss Summerson, you can't find me,"
he returned. "But more persuadable we can, I hope," said I. "And let me entreat you to consider that the clearing up of this mystery and the discovery of the real perpetrator of this deed may be of the last importance to others besides yourself." He heard me respectfully, but without much heeding these words, which I spoke a little turned from him, already on my way to the door. He was observing, this they afterwards told me, my height and figure, which seemed to catch his attention all at once.
"'Tis curious,"
said he.
"and yet I thought so at the time."
My guardian asked him what he meant.
"Why, sir,"
he answered,
"when my ill fortune took me to the dead man's staircase on the night of his murder, I saw a shape so like Miss Summerson's go by me in the dark that I had half a mind to speak to it." For an instant I felt such a shudder as I never felt before or since, and hope I shall never feel again. "It came downstairs as I went up," said the trooper, "and crossed the moonlighted window with a loose black mantle on. I noticed a deep fringe to it. However, it has nothing to do with the present subject, excepting that Miss Summerson looked so like it at the moment that it came into my head." I cannot separate and define the feelings that arose in me after this. It is enough that the vague duty and obligation I had felt upon me from the first of following the investigation was, without my distinctly daring to ask myself any question, increased, and that I was indignantly sure of there being no possibility of a reason for my being afraid. We three went out of the prison and walked up and down at some short distance from the gate, which was in a retired place. We had not waited long when Mr. and Mrs. Bagnet came out too and quickly joined us. There was a tear in each of Mrs. Bagnet's eyes, and her face was flushed and hurried. "I didn't let George see what I thought about it, you know, miss," was her first remark when she came up. "But he's in a bad way, poor old fellow." "Not with care and prudence and good help," said my guardian. "A gentleman like you ought to know best, sir," returned Mrs. Bagnet, hurriedly drying her eyes on the hem of her grey cloak. "But I'm uneasy for him. He has been so careless and said so much that he never meant. The gentlemen of the juries might not understand him as Lignum and me do, and then such a number of circumstances have happened bad for him, and such a number of people will be brought forward to speak against him, and Bucket is so deep." "With a second-hand violoncello, and said he played the fife when a boy," Mr. Bagnet added with great solemnity. "Now, I tell you, miss," said Mrs. Bagnet, "and when I say miss, I mean all. Just come into the corner of the wall, and I'll tell you." Mrs. Bagnet hurried us into a more secluded place, and was at first too breathless to proceed, occasioning Mr. Bagnet to say, "Old girl, tell 'em." "Why then, miss,
the old girl proceeded, untying the strings of her bonnet for more air, "you could as soon move Dover Castle as move George on this point, unless you'd got a new power to move him with. And I have got it." "You are a jewel of a woman," said my guardian. "Go on." "Now, I tell you, miss," she proceeded, clapping her hands in her hurry and agitation a dozen times in every sentence, "that what he says concerning no relations is all bosh. They don't know of him, but he does know of them. He has said more to me at odd times than to anybody else, and it warn't for nothing that he spoke once to my Woolwich about whitening and wrinkling mothers' heads. For £50 he had seen his mother that day. She's alive and must be brought here straight." Instantly Mrs. Bagnet put some pins into her mouth and began pinning up her skirts all round a little higher than the level of her grey cloak, which she accomplished with surpassing dispatch and dexterity. "Lignum," said Mrs. Bagnet, "you take care of the children, old man, and give me the umbrella. I'm away to Lincolnshire to bring that old lady here." "But, bless the woman!" cried my guardian with his hand in his pocket. "How is she going? What money has she got?" Mrs. Bagnet made another application to her skirts and brought forth a leathern purse, in which she hastily counted over a few shillings, and which she then shut up with perfect satisfaction. "Never you mind for me, miss. I'm a soldier's wife and accustomed to travel my own way. Lignum, old boy," kissing him, "one for yourself, 3 for the children. Now, I'm away into Lincolnshire after George's mother." And she actually set off while we three stood looking at one another, lost in amazement. She actually trudged away in her grey cloak at a sturdy pace and turned the corner and was gone.
"Mr. Bagnet,"
said my guardian,
"do you mean to let her go in that way?"
"Can't help it,"
he returned.
"Made her way home once from another quarter of the world, with the same grey cloak and same umbrella. Whatever the old girl says, do it. Whatever the old girl says, I'll do it, she does it."
"Then she is as honest and genuine as she looks,"
rejoined my guardian,
"and it is impossible to say more for her."
"She's colour sergeant of the Nonpareil Battalion,"
said Mr. Bagnet, looking at us over his shoulder as he went his way also,
"and there's not such another. But I never owned to it before her. Discipline must be maintained."
End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Bleak House. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mill Nicholson. Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Chapter 53. The Track. Mr. Bucket and his fat forefinger are much in consultation together under existing circumstances. When Mr. Bucket has a matter of this pressing interest under his consideration, the fat forefinger seems to rise to the dignity of a familiar demon. He puts it to his ears, and it whispers information. He puts it to his lips, and it enjoins him to secrecy. He rubs it over his nose, and it sharpens his scent. He shakes it before a guilty man, and it charms him to his destruction. The augurs of the Detective Temple invariably predict that when Mr. Bucket and that finger are in much conference, a terrible avenger will be heard of before long. Otherwise mildly studious in his observation of human nature, on the whole a benignant philosopher not disposed to be severe upon the follies of mankind, Mr. Bucket pervades a vast number of houses and strolls about an infinity of streets, to outward appearance rather languishing for want of an object. He is in the friendliest condition towards his species and will drink with most of them. He is free with his money, affable in his manners, innocent in his conversation, but through the placid stream of his life there glides an undercurrent
of forefinger. Time and place cannot bind Mr. Bucket. Like man in the abstract, he is here to-day and gone to-morrow. But, very unlike man indeed, he is here again the next day. This evening he will be casually looking into the iron extinguishers at the door of Sir Leicester Dedlock's house in town, and to-morrow morning he will be walking on the leads at Chesney Wold, where erst the old man walked whose ghost is propitiated with 100 guineas. Drawers, desks, pockets, all things belonging to him, Mr. Bucket examines. A few hours afterwards he and the Roman will be alone together, comparing forefingers. It is likely that these occupations are irreconcilable with home enjoyment, but it is certain that Mr. Bucket at present does not go home. Though in general he highly appreciates the society of Mrs. Bucket, a lady of a natural detective genius, which, if it had been improved by professional exercise, might have done great things, but which has paused at the level of a clever amateur. He holds himself aloof from that dear solace. Mrs. Bucket is dependent on their lodger, fortunately an amiable lady in whom she takes an interest, for companionship and conversation. A great crowd assembles in Lincoln's Inn Fields on the day of the funeral. Sir Leicester Dedlock attends the ceremony in person. Strictly speaking, there are only 3 other human followers, that is to say, Lord Doodle, William Buffy, and the debilitated cousin, thrown in as a make-weight, but the amount of inconsolable carriages is immense. The peerage contributes more four-wheeled affliction than has ever been seen in that neighbourhood. Such is the assemblage of armorial bearings on coach panels that the Herald's College might be supposed to have lost its father and mother at a blow. The Duke of Foodle sends a splendid pile of dust and ashes, with silver wheel boxes, patent axles, all the last improvements, and 3 bereaved worms 6 feet high holding on behind in a bunch of woe. All the state coachmen in London seem plunged into mourning, and if that dead old man of the rusty garb be not beyond a taste in horseflesh, which appears impossible, it must be highly gratified this day. Quiet among the undertakers and the equipages and the calves of so many legs, all steeped in grief, Mr. Bucket sits concealed in one of the inconsolable carriages, and at his ease surveys the crowd through the lattice blinds. He has a keen eye for a crowd, as for what not? And looking here and there, now from this side of the carriage, now from the other, now up at the house windows, now along the people's heads, nothing escapes him. "And there you are, my partner, eh?" says Mr. Bucket to himself, apostrophising Mrs. Bucket, stationed, by his favour, on the steps of the deceased's house. "And so you are, and so you are, and very well indeed you're looking, Mrs. Bucket." The procession has not yet started, but is waiting for the cause of its assemblage to be brought out. Mr. Bucket, in the foremost emblazoned carriage, uses his 2 fat forefingers to hold the lattice a hair's breadth open while he looks. And it says a great deal for his attachment, as a husband, that he is still occupied with Mrs. B. "There you are, my partner, eh?" he murmuringly repeats. "And our lodger with you. I'm taking notice of you, Mrs. Bucket. I hope you're all right in your health, my dear." Not another word does Mr. Bucket say, but sits with most attentive eyes until the sacked depository of noble secrets is brought down. Where are all those secrets now? Does he keep them yet? Did they fly with him on that sudden journey? And until the procession moves and Mr. Bucket's view is changed, after which he composes himself for an easy ride and takes note of the fittings of the carriage in case he should ever find such knowledge useful. Contrast enough between Mr. Tulkinghorn, shut up in his dark carriage, and Mr. Bucket shut up in his. Between the immeasurable track of space, beyond the little wound that has thrown the one into the fixed sleep which jolts so heavily over the stones of the streets, and the narrow track of blood which keeps the other in the watchful state expressed in every hair of his head. But it is all one to both. Neither is troubled about that. Mr. Bucket sits out the procession in his own easy manner and glides from the carriage when the opportunity, he has settled with himself, arrives. He makes for Sir Leicester Dedlock's, which is at present a sort of home to him, where he comes and goes as he likes at all hours, where he is always welcome and made much of, where he knows the whole establishment and walks in an atmosphere of mysterious greatness. No knocking or ringing for Mr. Bucket. He has caused himself to be provided with a key and can pass in at his pleasure. As he is crossing the hall, Mercury informs him, "Here's another letter for you, Mr. Bucket, come by post," and gives it to him. "Another one, eh?" says Mr. Bucket. If Mercury should chance to be possessed by any lingering curiosity as to Mr. Bucket's letters, that wary person is not the man to gratify it. Mr. Bucket looks at him as if his face were a vista of some miles in length, and he were leisurely contemplating the same. "Do you happen to carry a box?" says Mr. Bucket. Unfortunately, Mercury is no snuff-taker. "Could you fetch me a pinch from anywheres?" says Mr. Bucket. "Thank'ee. It don't matter what it is. I'm not particular as to the kind. Thank'ee." Having leisurely helped himself from a canister borrowed from somebody downstairs for the purpose, and having made a considerable show of tasting it, first with one side of his nose and then with the other, Mr. Bucket, with much deliberation, pronounces it of the right sort and goes on, letter in hand. Now, although Mr. Bucket walks upstairs to the little library within the larger one with the face of a man who receives some scores of letters every day, it happens that much correspondence is not incidental to his life. He is no great scribe, rather handling his pen like the pocket staff he carries about with him, always convenient to his grasp, and discourages correspondence with himself in others as being too artless and direct a way of doing delicate business. Further, he often sees damaging letters produced in evidence and has occasion to reflect that it was a green thing to write them. For these reasons he has very little to do with letters, either as sender or receiver, and yet he has received a round half-dozen within the last 24 hours. "And this," says Mr. Bucket, spreading it out on the table, "is in the same hand, and consists of the same 2 words." What 2 words? He turns the key in the door, ungirdles his black pocket-book, book of fate to many, lays another letter by it, and reads, boldly written in each, "Lady Dedlock." "Yes, yes," says Mr. Bucket, "but I could have made the money without this anonymous information." Having put the letters in his book of fate and girdled it up again, he unlocks the door just in time to admit his dinner, which is brought upon a goodly tray with a decanter of sherry. Mr. Bucket frequently observes, in friendly circles where there is no restraint, that he likes a toothful of your fine old brown East Inder sherry better than anything you can offer him. Consequently, he fills and empties his glass with a smack of his lips and is proceeding with his refreshment when an idea enters his mind. Mr. Bucket softly opens the door of communication between that room and the next and looks in. The library is deserted, and the fire is sinking low. Mr. Bucket's eye, after taking a pigeon flight round the room, alights upon a table where letters are usually put as they arrive. Several letters for Sir Leicester are upon it. Mr. Bucket draws near and examines the directions. "No," he says, "there's none in that hand. It's only me as is written to. I can break it to Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, to-morrow." With that he returns to finish his dinner with a good appetite, and after a light nap is summoned into the drawing-room. Sir Leicester has received him there these several evenings past to know whether he has anything to report. The debilitated cousin, much exhausted by the funeral, and Volumnia are in attendance. Mr. Bucket makes 3 distinctly different bows to these 3 people. A bow of homage to Sir Leicester, a bow of gallantry to Volumnia, and a bow of recognition to the debilitated cousin, to whom it airily says, "You are a swell about town, and you know me, and I know you." Having distributed these little specimens of his tact, Mr. Bucket rubs his hands. "Have you anything new to communicate, officer?" inquires Sir Leicester. "Do you wish to hold any conversation with me in private?" "Why, not to-night, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet." "Because my time," pursues Sir Leicester, "is wholly at your disposal with a view to the vindication of the outraged majesty of the law." Mr. Bucket coughs and glances at Volumnia, rouged and necklaced, as though he would respectfully observe, "I do assure you, you're a pretty creetur. I've seen hundreds worse looking at your time of life, I have indeed." The fair Volumnia, not quite unconscious perhaps of the humanizing influence of her charms, pauses in the writing of cocked hat notes and meditatively adjusts the pearl necklace. Mr. Bucket prices that decoration in his mind and thinks it as likely as not that Volumnia is writing poetry. "If I have not," pursues Sir Leicester, "in the most emphatic manner adjured you, officer, to exercise your utmost skill in this atrocious case, I particularly desire to take the present opportunity of rectifying any omission I may have made. Let no expense be a consideration. I am prepared to defray all charges. You can incur none in pursuit of the object you have undertaken that I shall hesitate for a moment to bear." Mr. Bucket made Sir Leicester's bow again as a response to this liberality. "My mind," Sir Leicester adds with a generous warmth, "has not, as may be easily supposed, recovered its tone since the late diabolical occurrence. It is not likely ever to recover its tone, but it is full of indignation to-night, after undergoing the ordeal of consigning to the tomb the remains of a faithful, zealous, devoted adherent." Sir Leicester's voice trembles, and his grey hair stirs upon his head. Tears are in his eyes. The best part of his nature is aroused. "I declare," he says, "I solemnly declare, that until this crime is discovered and, in the course of justice, punished, I almost feel as if there were a stain upon my name. A gentleman who has devoted a large portion of his life to me, a gentleman who has devoted the last day of his life to me, a gentleman who has constantly sat at my table and slept under my roof, goes from my house to his own and is struck down within an hour of his leaving my house. I cannot say but that he may have been followed from my house, watched at my house, even first marked because of his association with my house, which may have suggested his possessing greater wealth and being altogether of greater importance than his own retiring demeanour would have indicated. If I cannot, with my means and influence and my position, bring all the perpetrators of such a crime to light, I fail in the assertion of my respect for that gentleman's memory and of my fidelity towards one who was ever faithful to me." While he makes this protestation, with great emotion and earnestness, looking round the room as if he were addressing an assembly, Mr. Bucket glances at him with an observant gravity, in which there might be, but for the audacity of the thought, a touch of compassion. "The ceremony of to-day," continues Sir Leicester, "strikingly illustrative of the respect in which my deceased friend," he lays a stress upon the word, for death levels all distinctions, "was held by the flower of the land, has, I say, aggravated the shock I have received from this most horrible and audacious crime. If it were my brother who had committed it, I would not spare him." Mr. Bucket looks very grave. Volumnia remarks of the deceased that he was the trustiest and dearest person. "You must feel it as a deprivation to you, miss," replies Mr. Bucket soothingly. "No doubt. He was calculated to be a deprivation, I'm sure he was." Volumnia gives Mr. Bucket to understand, in reply, that her sensitive mind is fully made up never to get the better of it as long as she lives, that her nerves are unstrung for ever, and that she has not the least expectation of ever smiling again. Meanwhile she folds up a cocked hat for that redoubtable old general at Bath, descriptive of her melancholy condition.
"It gives a start to a delicate female,"
says Mr. Bucket sympathetically,
"but it'll wear off."
Volumnia wishes of all things to know what is doing, whether they are going to convict, or whatever it is, that dreadful soldier, whether he had any accomplices, or whatever the thing is called in the law, and a great deal more to the like artless purpose.
"Why, you see, miss,"
returns Mr. Bucket, bringing the finger into persuasive action, and such is his natural gallantry that he had almost said, "my dear,"
"it ain't easy to answer those questions at the present moment. Not at the present moment. I've kept myself on this case, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet,"
whom Mr. Bucket takes into the conversation in right of his importance,
"morning, noon, and night. But for a glass or two of sherry, I don't think I could have had my mind so much upon the stretch as it has been. I could answer your questions, miss, but duty forbids it. Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, will very soon be made acquainted with all that has been traced, and I hope that he may find it,"
Mr. Bucket again looks grave,
"to his satisfaction."
The debilitated cousin only hopes some feller'll be executed, zample, thinks more interests wanted, get man hanged present time, than get man place 10,000 a year, hasn't a doubt, zample, far better hang wrong fleur than no fleur.
"You know life, you know, sir,"
says Mr. Bucket with a complimentary twinkle of his eye and crook of his finger,
"and you can confirm what I've mentioned to this lady. You don't want to be told that from information I've received I've gone to work. You're up to what a lady can't be expected to be up to. Lord, especially in your elevated station of society, miss,"
says Mr. Bucket, quite reddening at another narrow escape from "my dear." "The officer, Volumnia," observes Sir Leicester, "is faithful to his duty, and perfectly right." Mr. Bucket murmurs,
"Glad to have the honour of your approbation, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet."
"In fact, Volumnia," proceeds Sir Leicester, "it is not holding up a good model for imitation to ask the officer any such questions as you have put to him. He is the best judge of his own responsibility. He acts upon his responsibility. And it does not become us who assist in making the laws to impede or interfere with those who carry them into execution, or," says Sir Leicester somewhat sternly, for Volumnia was going to cut in before he had rounded his sentence, "or who vindicate their outraged majesty." Volumnia, with all humility, explains that she had not merely the plea of curiosity to urge, in common with the giddy youth of her sex in general, but that she is perfectly dying with regret and interest for the darling man whose loss they all deplore. "Very well, Volumnia," returns Sir Leicester, "then you cannot be too discreet." Mr. Bucket takes the opportunity of a pause to be heard again.
"Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, I've no objections to telling this lady, with your leave and among ourselves, that I look upon the case as pretty well complete. It is a beautiful case, a beautiful case, and what little is wanting to complete it, I expect to be able to supply in a few hours." "I am very glad indeed to hear it," says Sir Leicester. "Highly creditable to you." "Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet,"
returns Mr. Bucket very seriously,
"I hope it may at one and the same time do me credit and prove satisfactory to all. When I depict it as a beautiful case, you see, miss,"
Mr. Bucket goes on, glancing gravely at Sir Leicester,
"I mean from my point of view. As considered from other points of view, such cases will always involve more or less unpleasantness. Very strange things comes to our knowledge in families, miss. Bless your heart, what you would think to be phenomenons, quite."
Volumnia, with her innocent little scream, supposes so. Aye, and even in genteel families, in high families, in great families, says Mr. Bucket, again gravely eyeing Sir Leicester aside. I have had the honour of being employed in high families before, and you have no idea. Come, I'll go so far as to say not even you have any idea, sir," this to the debilitated cousin, "what games goes on." The cousin, who has been casting sofa pillows on his head in a prostration of boredom, yawns, "Veli," being the used up for very likely. Sir Leicester, deeming it time to dismiss the officer, here majestically interposes the words, "Very good. Thank you," and also with a wave of his hand, implying not only that there is an end of the discourse, but that if high families fall into low habits, they must take the consequences. "You will not forget, officer," he adds with condescension, "that I am at your disposal when you please." Mr. Bucket, still grave, inquires if to-morrow morning, now, would suit, in case he should be as forward as he expects to be. Sir Leicester replies, "All times are alike to me." Mr. Bucket makes his 3 bows and is withdrawing when a forgotten point occurs to him. "Might I ask, by the by," he says in a low voice, cautiously returning, "who posted the reward bill on the staircase?" "I ordered it to be put up there," replies Sir Leicester. "Would it be considered a liberty, Sir Leicester Dedlock, Baronet, if I was to ask you why?" "Not at all. I chose it as a conspicuous part of the house. I think it cannot be too prominently kept before the whole establishment. I wish my people to be impressed with the enormity of the crime, the determination to punish it, and the hopelessness of escape. At the same time, officer, if you in your better knowledge of the subject see any objection—" Mr. Bucket sees none now. The bill having been put up had better not be taken down. Repeating his 3 bows, he withdraws, closing the door on Volumnia's little scream, which is a preliminary to her remarking that that charmingly horrid person is a perfect blue chamber. In his fondness for society and his adaptability to all grades, Mr. Bucket is presently standing before the hall fire, bright and warm on the early winter night, admiring Mercury. "Why, you're 6 foot 2, I suppose?" says Mr. Bucket. "3," says Mercury. "Are you so much? But then, you see, you're broad in proportion and don't look it. You're not one of the weak-legged ones, you ain't. Was you ever modelled, now?" Mr. Bucket asks, conveying the expression of an artist into the turn of his eye and head. Mercury never was modelled. "Then you ought to be, you know," says Mr. Bucket, "and a friend of mine that you'll hear of one day as a Royal Academy sculptor would stand something handsome to make a drawing of your proportions for the marble. My lady's out, ain't she?" "Out to dinner." "Goes out pretty well every day, don't she?" "Yes." "Not to be wondered at," says Mr. Bucket. "Such a fine woman as her, so handsome, and so graceful, so elegant, is like a fresh lemon on a dinner-table, ornamental, wherever she goes. Was your father in the same way of life as yourself?" Answer in the negative. "Mine was," says Mr. Bucket. "My father was first a page, then a footman, then a butler, then a steward, then an innkeeper, lived universally respected, and died lamented. Said with his last breath that he considered service the most honourable part of his career, and so it was. I've a brother in service and a brother-in-law. My lady a good temper?" Mercury replies, "As good as you can expect." "Ah!" says Mr. Bucket. "A little spoilt, a little capricious. Lord, what can you anticipate when they're so handsome as that? And we like 'em all the better for it, don't we?" Mercury, with his hands in the pockets of his bright peach-blossom small-clothes, stretches his symmetrical silk legs with the air of a man of gallantry and can't deny it. Come the roll of wheels and a violent ringing at the bell. "Talk of angels!" says Mr. Bucket. "Here she is." The doors are thrown open, and she passes through the hall. Still very pale, she is dressed in slight mourning and wears 2 beautiful bracelets. Either their beauty or the beauty of her arms is particularly attractive to Mr. Bucket. He looks at them with an eager eye and rattles something in his pocket. Halfpence, perhaps. Noticing him at his distance, she turns an inquiring look on the other Mercury who has brought her home. "Mr. Bucket, my lady." Mr. Bucket makes a leg and comes forward, passing his familiar demon over the region of his mouth. "Are you waiting to see Sir Leicester?" "No, my lady. I've seen him." "Have you anything to say to me?" "Not just at present, my lady." "Have you made any new discoveries?" "A few, my lady." This is merely in passing. She scarcely makes a stop and sweeps upstairs alone. Mr. Bucket, moving towards the staircase foot, watches her as she goes up the steps. The old man came down to his grave, past murderous groups of statuary repeated with their shadowy weapons on the wall, past the printed bill which she looks at going by, out of view. "She's a lovely woman too, she really is," says Mr. Bucket, coming back to Mercury. "Don't look quite healthy, though." Is not quite healthy, Mercury informs him. Suffers much from headaches. Really? That's a pity. Walking, Mr. Bucket would recommend for that. Well, she tries walking, Mercury rejoins. Walks sometimes for 2 hours when she has them bad. By night, too. "Are you sure you're quite so much as 6'3"? asks Mr. Bucket, begging your pardon for interrupting you a moment. Not a doubt about it. You're so well put together that I shouldn't have thought it. But the household troops, though considered fine men, are built so straggling. Walks by night, does she? When it's moonlight, though?" "Oh, yes, when it's moonlight. Of course. Oh, of course." Conversational, acquiescent on both sides. "I suppose you ain't in the habit of walking yourself?" says Mr. Bucket. "Not much time for it, I should say." Besides which, Mercury don't like it. Prefers carriage exercise. "To be sure," says Mr. Bucket. "That makes a difference. Now I think of it," says Mr. Bucket, warming his hands and looking pleasantly at the blaze. "She went out walking the very night of this business?" "To be sure she did. I let her into the garden over the way." "And left her there? Certainly you did. I saw you doing it." "I didn't see you," says Mercury. "I was rather in a hurry," returns Mr. Bucket, "for I was going to visit an aunt of mine that lives at Chelsea, next door but 2 to the old original Bun House. 90-year-old, the old lady is. A single woman, and got a little property. Yes, I chanced to be passing at the time. Let's see. What time might it be? It wasn't 10. 9:30. You're right. So it was. And if I don't deceive myself, my lady was muffled in a loose black mantle with a deep fringe to it." "Of course she was." Of course she was. Mr. Bucket must return to a little work he has to get on with upstairs, but he must shake hands with Mercury in acknowledgment of his agreeable conversation. And will he, this is all he asks, will he, when he has a leisure half-hour, think of bestowing it on that Royal Academy sculptor for the advantage of both parties? End of chapter 53.